My whole family could hear my inner thoughts, but I had no idea, and I complained about them behind their backs every day. Even their secrets were revealed, and my image as a fool was in jeopardy. Chapter 1. I never knew that I was living in a mystery. 3 days ago, I learned that the parents I was raised by were not my biological parents. All of this turned out to be a conspiracy designed by a competitor. They bribed the confinement nanny, secretly took me away, and placed another child in my home. The confinement nanny passed away 3 years ago. If my competitor hadn't let the secret slip when he got drunk that night, I probably would never have known this secret. Today, my mother and her assistant Anna came to the address where I live. They stood in this dilapidated shanty town, obviously shocked. My mother looked to be in her 40s, but she was well-maintained, and she was still dignified and beautiful in her new Chinese cheongsam. However, when she saw the environment here, her face visibly darkened. The environment here is really not very good. The walls are full of small advertisements, and the air is filled with a musty smell. William lives here? There was a hint of disbelief in her tone. Anna nodded. Yes, ma'am. Master William lives in the innermost courtyard. I sat in a wheelchair in the courtyard, watering the flowers with a kettle in my hand. My arms were shaking slightly, and every movement seemed inconvenient. Suddenly, I heard my mother's voice. What happened to my son? Her voice was a little distressed, and her eyes were red. I knew she was a little shocked to see me like this. At this moment, that voice rang in my mind again. Hey, look at the time. The woman that the fake guy found should be here soon. She's really not worth mentioning. This was my voice, but my mouth didn't move. The mother was stunned for a moment, as if she noticed something. William, she asked tentatively. I turned around and saw her excited look. She walked quickly to me, squatted down, and gently grabbed my hand, her eyes red again. William, I am your mother, your biological mother. However, the voice rang again. Wow, Mom's hands are so warm. Mom is so gentle. How could such a gentle mother raise a bad child? Its tone was somewhat sarcastic and a little contemptuous. At this moment, I felt my mother's confusion and shock. She looked at me with an inexplicable disappointment in her eyes. I knew she thought I had made some bad guesses in my heart, but I did nothing. Okay, Anna, come and help him pack up, and let's go back. My mother's tone became cold, and I could feel her attitude had changed. She was no longer as excited as before. Anna obviously didn't understand what was going on. She looked a little flustered when she saw that her mother was no longer gentle to me. Okay, Mom. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a woman crying outside the door. William, how could you do this to me? I'm carrying your child in my belly. I heard this voice, and my heart tightened. Her voice was sharp, filled with anger and pain. A pregnant woman suddenly rushed into the yard and ran straight towards Anna. William, you are such a heartless man. Don't think that you can ignore the life and death of us mother and son, just because you go back and become the eldest son. Anna was obviously frightened and stepped back, looking anxiously at her mother. My mother was also a little stunned for a moment, and seemed to not know how to react. I coughed lightly, and my voice rang out clearly. Hey, I'm wrong. I'm William. Chapter 2. The pregnant woman was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at me, and then looked at Anna. She obviously didn't expect that I would be a disabled person, but she was doing it for money after all, so she continued to act and didn't dare to stop. She rushed towards me. William, you are such a heartless man. She even repeated the same words she had said before. I couldn't help but feel helpless, wondering why she couldn't come up with something new. Seeing her acting like that, I couldn't help but frown, and then pretended to be sad and said, Xiaoxua, you can even admit your mistake to me. You make me so sad. Xiaoxua? This name surprised me. How could there be a Xiaoxua? Was this a new story she made up? But she continued to cry. It's all your fault. You had sex with me after drinking that night. After that, you kept refusing to let me in. I even forgot what you looked like. This reason is simply speechless. Anna and her mother couldn't help but purse their lips. Anna seemed to want to ask for clarification, but her mother gave him a look, signaling him not to interfere. She wanted to see how I would deal with this situation. I grabbed her hand, and my expression became more sincere. Xiaoxua, I didn't expect that you would stick with me even though I was paralyzed. I'm so touched. We will go get the marriage certificate soon. From now on, you will stay with me for the rest of my life. I'm already very satisfied. She was stunned. She didn't expect me to say such harsh words. It seemed that I just wanted to find a substitute to take over. Her face changed a little. Just when she was a little shaken, I continued, Oh, by the way, our child, I checked before, many children from poor families can cook at the age of 3. Our child will cook in the future, and you will be responsible for taking care of my shit and urine, and our family of 3 will be self-sufficient." Her expression changed completely. Obviously, the rich life she imagined did not include this kind of hardship of self-sufficiency. She turned to look at her mother, wondering if she could find a breakthrough from her. However, I quickly took over the topic. "Xiaoxue, look at my current situation. I don't want to cause trouble for others anymore. The 3 of us will live here. Later, you can pick all the flowers, plant some vegetables, and live on our own." The mother finally spoke at this time and said coldly, "Our Lin family has strict rules. Since William is not going to take responsibility, he doesn't deserve to return to the Lin family." Then she turned to the pregnant woman. "Unmarried and pregnant, such an indecent woman, the Lin family will not take in." The pregnant woman was stunned. She had never expected the plot to develop in this direction. She originally thought that the rich family valued offspring, and at least gave her some money to keep the child instead of being rejected. Seeing that my mother was fully cooperative, I quickly added fuel to the fire. "Xiaoxu, let's go. Let's go get the certificate." I turned the wheelchair and grabbed her wrist, ready to leave. The pregnant woman was completely panicked and struggled to say, Wait. I recognized the wrong person. You are not the father of my child." I pretended to be sad and said, "Xiaoxue, how can you say that?" She shook off my hand, turned around, and hurried out of the yard, muttering, "If I had known you were a cripple, I wouldn't have come. You tricked me into serving you. You're just wishful thinking." She walked faster and faster, and soon disappeared from sight. I breathed a sigh of relief, stood up quickly, and pushed the wheelchair to the next yard. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll return the wheelchair to you." Seeing this, my mother smiled and said, "William, you are so smart." However, I noticed some doubt in her eyes. She seemed to be still entangled in the matter between me and Marx. Her eyes lingered on me, with a hint of worry in her eyes. My luggage was very simple, just an old backpack. My mother felt sorry for me and immediately said to Anna, "Go buy some clothes and daily necessities for William this afternoon." I nodded and then looked ahead. There were 2 luxury cars parked not far away, a Porsche and a Bentley. The mother smiled and pointed at the Bentley. "William, your father is here." The car door opened and my father hurried out. He looked at me with excitement in his eyes. "Is this our biological son? Such a figure and such looks. Not bad, not bad. He really inherited my genes." He patted my shoulder heavily. I looked at him. Although he was already 50 years old, he was still energetic and handsome as he was in his youth. TSK. He is indeed my father. He is really handsome. No wonder there are always women around him. I thought to myself. Chapter 3. Mother looked at father and saw that his expression changed from excitement to embarrassment, as if he realized that I could hear his thoughts. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that I had guessed what he was thinking. Mother quietly pricked up her ears, wanting to hear more information. My father was startled by the voice in my heart, but he didn't dare to ask more questions in front of my mother. The atmosphere was a little solemn. My mother didn't say anything, but just whispered, "Anna, go buy some clothes for William first, and we'll take Linda's car back." Anna nodded and said, "Okay, ma'am." Then she drove away in the Porsche. After the car started, I sat in the passenger seat and observed the driver Linda's condition from time to time. "Linda, you don't look well. If you feel uncomfortable, we can drive slower," I said casually. My father asked in confusion, "Linda, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Linda quickly denied no. Her tone was a little unnatural. I sneered in my heart. "Oh, of course you don't have it now, but you will have it soon." Then my inner voice started again. Tisk, forget about having a crush on Dad, but you're actually doing this kind of perverted thing while driving. That's enough. Ah, Dad, don't move. The remote control is right under your butt. The voice in my heart made me laugh out loud. Hearing this, the father was so scared that he sat up straight and quickly moved his butt. The car suddenly braked hard, and Linda quickly explained, "No, sorry, there's someone in front." However, this is clearly a wide road with no obstacles at all. Linda's voice trembled and her face turned red. My mother and I looked at each other and obviously understood what had happened. My father's face turned livid and he was shaking with anger. He shouted, "Pull over." Linda panicked. "Mr. Lin, stop the car." My father ordered angrily with a firm tone. Linda didn't dare to disobey and immediately pulled the car over. "Boss Lin, you get lost." My father opened the car door and dragged Linda out. Then he sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator hard, and drove away quickly. Linda was shouting heart-wrenchingly from behind, "Mr. Lin, there are no taxis here. Please let me go back with you first." The sound of the car gradually faded away, and Linda's voice also disappeared in the distance. My mother immediately called Anna and fired Linda. I knew that she had begun to doubt my father's slowness and realized that she could hear my voice. The father pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and secretly looked at his mother through the rearview mirror. Seeing her dark face, he was a little afraid to look directly at her and explained awkwardly, "I really don't know." My mother just rolled her eyes at him and didn't respond to the voice in my heart. I didn't expect that my father is still a henpecked husband. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. At this time, my mother seemed to relax a little, and her tone was much softer. "William, you can take a nap if you are tired." I leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes. Okay, I thought to myself, Mom is so gentle, but it's a pity that this gentleness won't last long. When I go back and see Marks running away from home, she will definitely be dissatisfied with me. By then, Dad and Mom will have no good impression of me. If it were someone else, they would have left in embarrassment long ago. When the father and mother heard this, their hearts tightened. Originally, they had already told Marks about me, saying that he would always be the child of the Lin family and the family shares would still be given to him. Marks seemed to understand the problem, and they thought he would not cause any trouble. About an hour later, the car drove into a suburban villa. As soon as it stopped, the housekeeper came to greet them in a hurry. "Master, madam, you are finally back. The young master is making a fuss about running away from home." Hearing this, my father and mother were shocked, but they were mentally prepared and did not panic too much. The housekeeper led us into the living room, and we saw Marks had packed a suitcase and was coming up from downstairs. "Dad, Mom, you're back." Marks' tone was filled with a hint of pretended sadness, and he forced a smile. "I've thought about it for a long time, and I still think it's better to leave this home. After all, my brother is back, and I have to give this home to him." As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously turned to me, obviously hoping that his parents would comfort him. But surprisingly, his father and mother did not immediately show any sympathy or try to persuade him to stay. Chapter 4. Marks continued to drag his suitcase downstairs. Seeing this, the housekeeper stepped forward anxiously and said, "Master, you have always been the favorite of the family. If you want to leave, the master and the lady will be reluctant to let you go." His words did not move Marks, but instead strengthened his determination. "The Lin family has raised me for 20 years. I'm already satisfied and dare not ask for more." Hearing this, the expressions of the father and mother gradually softened. After all, after 20 years of raising a child, even if they were not his biological children, the affection could not be ignored. "You are not our biological child, but you are still our son." The mother's tone was filled with a hint of heartache. The father also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiaoyu, you will always be our son." However, Mark still shook his head, looking particularly determined. "Everything I have originally belonged to him. If I continue to stay, I will eventually become a burden." He silently transferred the conflict to me, creating an image of a victim for himself. I watched coldly, not hiding my inner ridicule. Keep pretending, what a poor acting. Only my parents would be fooled by these little tricks. He knew I wouldn't let him go, so the box must be empty. I'm too lazy to do the whole thing. My thoughts accidentally reached my parents' ears, and they frowned slightly. Marks' box then appeared in front of me, and I walked over and took his car keys. Ew. Marks' face turned pale with anger, but he held it back and only managed to smile. "These are the gifts you gave me. Brother, please don't despise them." I took the car keys calmly and responded with a smile. Since they were given by my parents, how could I dislike them? Are you kidding? How could I dislike them? I can make a lot of money by selling these cars. When my parents heard my thoughts, they became nervous. The Lin family went bankrupt. My father's face turned pale. They had never considered the Lin family's financial problems, especially those stable and large businesses. How could they go bankrupt one day? But my words made them feel uneasy, and they felt that everything was falling apart. Just then, footsteps came from the entrance, and a tall young woman walked in. She saw the car keys in my hand at a glance, and a trace of contempt flashed at her eyes. "You just came back and you're stealing other people's things. You're really from the country." Lisa, mother frowned. Obviously, she hadn't figured out the situation yet. Lisa, who came in. She had a stunning appearance, long curly hair that fell to her shoulders, a tall figure, and a cold temperament, like an iceberg beauty in the capital. As expected of the heir of the Lin family, she has been dazzling since she was a child. What a pity she will become the heroine of a sad novel, betrayed by her friends and a scumbag, and even 1 dead and 5 dead. My thoughts reached Lisa's ears, and she was slightly stunned, but did not understand what happened. She had a fiancé who had a good family background and good character, and was almost a perfect match. But my words made her doubtful. Could something happen in the future that she couldn't predict? Lisa turned around and saw her parents' expressions and was stunned. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but did not ask any more questions. Dad, Mom, you also heard. Lisa, her father responded quickly, signaling with his eyes, interrupting her question. Since you are back, help Xiaoyu take the luggage upstairs. You also know that Xiaoyu has a stubborn temper, so try to persuade him. The mother also agreed. Yes, Xiaoyu has always listened to you since he was a child, so you should persuade him. Seeing her parents' expressions, Lisa could only temporarily suppress the doubts in her heart and began to prepare to help. Mars wanted to continue to pretend to leave, but was glared back by Lisa. Although the Lins were soft-hearted, they were still most afraid of Lisa. Finally, Mars had to carry his suitcase upstairs and never dared to mention leaving again. I sighed softly. I knew that the Lin family and Marx had a deep relationship, and it was impossible for them to let him go. But for me, this is fine. Marx is a time bomb, so it is safer to keep him around. Chapter 5. At noon, the family sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere looked quite warm. The Lins obviously cared about me very much, and knowing that I had not been doing well in recent years, they kept serving me food. I didn't hesitate and ate very happily. After all, Annie Lin's cooking skills were really amazing. But the two people who didn't fit in with the atmosphere were Marx and Lisa, who were sitting across the table. Marx lowered his head, clenched his left fist, and seemed to be holding back some displeasure. Every time I took the food and saw his expression, I could feel his inner anxiety, but he didn't dare to show it. As for Lisa, she looked disdainful. Her eyes kept scanning me, as if she was doubting whether my previous words were false. She ate coldly, wondering how I did it. Everyone at the table had their own agenda, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Finally, when I had almost finished eating, my father and mother looked at each other and seemed to have reached some consensus. William, your mother and I just discussed it. Now that you are back, you'll have to take over the family company sooner or later. Are you interested in coming to the company to take a look? This was obviously their plan. In order to find out why the Lin family went bankrupt as soon as possible, they decided to let me join the company and stay there for a while. Maybe I could learn something from the voice in my heart. I paused while eating and looked up at them. Dad, Mom, but I don't know anything. It's okay. You can start from the bottom. Anyway, the company will be yours in the future, so it won't hurt to learn more first. My father obviously thought I was being modest, but the next second, my inner voice burst out. You are already a rich second generation. Why do you still have to work? You might as well just give up. Besides, I still have to go to college, and there are people waiting for me to teach them a lesson. I felt restless inside, but I didn't show it on the surface. My father's eyes twitched slightly, and he was obviously a little stunned. He began to doubt whether I was really, as he said, completely uninterested in doing these things. My mother couldn't help but think that I had not lived well these years and lacked the opportunity to receive an education. She immediately changed her mind and said, Husband, we may be a little impatient. William is still young and should go to school first. It won't be too late to come to the company after graduation. Dad, Mom, I also think that brother William should go to school first. At this time, Mark suddenly spoke. This uncharacteristic behavior made me a little confused. Marx said this now, obviously to divert the focus, in order to make his parents feel more justified. He turned his head and looked at me, as if he wanted to humiliate me again. Dad, there is still half a year until the college entrance examination next year. Recently, our school is cooperating with an outside organization to recruit students. You can get in by spending some money. He said it confidently, as if it was not worth mentioning. My father frowned slightly. He knew the reputation of these fake institutions, but I had never taken the college entrance examination before. Marx thought that I would accept this quick method because I had no grades. But at this moment, I laughed. Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you that I already have a school, which is a university where Marx is. Dad, Mom, it seems that brother William really wants to go to school and has already registered himself. Marx's eyes flashed with disdain, wanting to humiliate me again. I took out my phone and opened the student background interface, finance major. Huh? You're not afraid to study finance at an institution like this. Before he finished speaking, I saw the student backend interface of university displayed on my phone. This is a carefully designed backend that can only be used by students of the school. His eyes instantly became alert because the finance major of university is almost ranked in the top 3 in the country. After being shocked, Marx tried to hide his confusion with a disdainful attitude. Brother William, it's a good thing to want to go to school, but you can't fake yourself and deceive your parents like this. Just take a screenshot to deceive people. He tried to expose my lie, but when he poked the screen a few times, the screen slid up and down normally, and it was not a picture. This is absurd. There are also people who falsify the student website of University A. We must report it. Marx was furious and angry. He would rather believe that I spent a lot of money to fake the results than believe that I could really get into University A. His mentality had long deviated from rationality. Seeing him like this, I was too lazy to argue. Whether it was true or not, I knew it in my heart. Dad, Mom, you have to investigate carefully and don't be fooled by him. Mark still insisted, his tone full of impatience. The mother was a little unhappy and frowned. Xiaoyu, didn't I teach you not to make groundless and malicious assumptions about others? We originally wanted William to go directly to the company. What reason did he have to lie to us? Marx quickly changed the topic. I'm also worried that brother William has been cheated by people outside. A few days ago, the news reported that there were fake students who cheated people out of money. Hearing this, the mother's expression finally eased a little. My father also expressed his understanding, but still felt that something was fishy. William, Xiaoyu actually has a point. Why don't you talk to your parents about it in detail so you don't get fooled? I sighed, put down my chopsticks, took out my cell phone, and made a call. Chapter 6. The call was quickly connected. Student William, what's wrong? Teacher Lee's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Teacher Lee, I just want to ask about the information about the required course for our freshman finance major. I want to take a look at it in advance so that it will be easier when I make up for it. I try to keep a polite tone. Sure, I'll send it to your email later. William, have you dealt with your issues? If you need any help, be sure to tell the teacher. Don't try to handle it on your own. Teacher Lee's tone was filled with worry. Don't worry, Teacher Lee. I will be able to go back to school soon. I responded simply and hung up the phone. I looked up at the person at the table and said calmly, This is my counselor, Teacher Anna from the finance department of University A. Unexpectedly, Marx couldn't help laughing out loud. William, you are absolutely deceived. How can you not go to school for half a year and then make up for it? If that's the case, wouldn't the school be in chaos? Marx did not hide his ridicule at all this time. His eyes were full of contempt. I sighed helplessly and said silently, Dad, I remember you have cooperated with the university before. Why not give him a call and ask? It shouldn't be difficult. My father and mother were a little embarrassed. After all, it seemed that they didn't trust me. But since it had been mentioned, they had to get to the bottom of it. The father gritted his teeth and dialed the phone. Mr. Zhang, please help me. I want to check my son's academic information. A few minutes later, a student record popped up on my father's mobile phone screen. William, male, ID number XXX, was admitted as an exception due to his participation in a confidential project. After my father finished reading the information, he stared at me, obviously a little shocked. What kind of confidential project is this? He knew in his heart that it was a top university, and the confidential project involved were the national level, and those who could participate were all top figures. Lisa also raised her head slightly. She knew that the Lin family was also involved in some scientific research projects, and she was not unfamiliar with the idea of special admission. But what puzzled her was how a child like me from the countryside could have the opportunity to participate in such an advanced project. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Marx interrupted with disdain. Oh, still keep it secret? I think the school just took the money and deliberately made an excuse. William, tell me yourself, what confidential project did you participate in? I responded nonchalantly. Marx, if you want to go and operate the sewing machine, you'd better not get us involved. Marx looked confused and didn't understand what I was saying. Instead, he continued to laugh. Oh, you are pretending to be a real person. You really think you're a big shot. The mother finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Enough. Xiaoyu, how can you treat your own brother like this? You are really going too far. She began to wonder if there was something wrong with Marx's education over the years. Although the Lin family was rich, their education was always strict, but Marx's attitude was completely different. Although Lisa was also dissatisfied with Marx in her heart, she saw that her parents looked a little embarrassed, so she patiently explained, Xiaoyu, you don't know that a strict agreement must be signed for confidentiality projects. If it is leaked, everyone will be traced. Marx's mocking smile froze instantly, but he was still unwilling to give up. Even if I was admitted as an exception, what's the matter with not going to school for half a year? Although his doubts were somewhat weakened, he still seemed a little guilty. At this moment, the father's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, Anna's voice came again. Dad, William. I'm Anna, William S. counselor. This is what happened. It turned out that after the father inquired about the student's academic information, Teacher Lee immediately contacted the department. Worried that something had happened at home, he quickly called to explain. In short, our school attaches great importance to this good seedling. He does not need to take a leave of absence because of his ability. He can make up for the coursework later. This is also what I have discussed with the leader. The tone on the phone became serious. It was obvious that Teacher Lee didn't want to hear about my delay. My father quickly responded awkwardly. I know. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up the phone, the father breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Marks. He glared at Marks and felt that he was being treated as a father who did not understand his son. The mother noticed a detail. William, Teacher Lee just said that he would not stop you from going to school. What does that mean? Do your adoptive parents not want you to go to school? I lowered my head silently and sighed softly. Well, this matter is a bit complicated. I will tell you later. Seeing my expression, my mother felt a pang of pain in her heart, distressed that I almost missed the chance to go to school. She even began to imagine how much suffering I had endured during those years that she had never known. Marks was extremely angry when he saw this scene. He had all the resources of the Lin family, but he could never get the real attention of his parents. However, I, a child from the countryside, had always attracted the attention of my parents for some inexplicable reasons. He was so angry that he stayed in his room all afternoon. I continued to sit in the living room leisurely, eating fruit, mentally prepared to deal with anything Marks could do. After all, that guy wanted to harm me, and I already knew what he would do. Chapter 7. When I traveled to this world, I got a cheat code called Eating Melon System. At first, I was not optimistic about this system, thinking that it was only useful for eating melons and reading gossip, and compared with other powerful cheat codes, it was simply not worth mentioning. However, as time went by, I gradually discovered that this system was quite interesting, especially being able to know some explosive news in advance, which simply satisfied my strong desire to watch the show. Just as I was immersed in the fun brought by this wonderful system, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Host, new melons are coming again. Just now, Mark stuffed the sexy underwear of the second daughter of the Lin family into the host's quilt. The host will soon be regarded as a pervert. I was stunned and couldn't believe my ears. What's going on? How come this melon is related to me? I was speechless, and suddenly a feeling of powerlessness emerged in my heart. Marks actually used such a despicable method to disgust me? How is this possible? I really didn't expect that this melon-eating system would bring me such a bad melon. No wonder I heard sneaky footsteps coming from upstairs just now. It turned out to be Marks' doing. Damn it! That idiot Marks actually used such a despicable method to disgust me. He accused me of stealing my second sister's underwear. It's amazing that he could think of that. Wait, could this guy really have a criminal record? I cursed in my heart. Marks' behavior is simply shameless. It's really disgusting. At the same time, the Lins and Lisa also heard my thoughts. Their first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, although Marks was naughty, he would not do such a thing. Even though they thought it was impossible, their expressions could not help but become solemn. After all, if this matter was exposed, the second sister would not show mercy. Once William was convicted of sexual harassment, the consequences could be imagined. Of course, I understood this, so I immediately rushed back to my room, lifted the quilt, and sure enough, I found the sexy white lace underwear hidden inside. My face flushed instantly, with embarrassment and anger mixed in my heart. That's too much. If my second sister finds out, she will definitely chop me up with her scalpel, right? I cursed inwardly and tried to quietly put my underwear back. However, just as I was about to leave, Maria's voice came from downstairs. Dad, Mom, I'm back. I panicked, thinking that if I went to her room now, wouldn't I be trapped? I had to quickly stuff my underwear into my pocket. Maria entered the room. Marks rushed out without missing a beat, as if he was waiting for her to come back. He pretended to be worried and said in a low voice, Second sister, there is something wrong with the boy that our parents brought back. I just saw him sneak into your room. Maria was furious when she heard this. She was a misophobe and did not allow anyone to enter the room casually. Even the maid could only clean the room once a week, and after cleaning, she would spray disinfectant. She walked upstairs angrily, and Marks fanned the flames beside her. Second sister, I saw him steal something. Maria entered the room and quickly discovered something was wrong. Her cabinet had obviously been moved, especially the small drawer, which had a gap. Sister, did you lose something? Marks asked with pretended concern. Lisa also came over and saw Maria's face change. She realized that the problem might be more serious than they thought. William, come out. Marks finally got angry. He rushed to my door and knocked hard. I know you are in there. After knocking a few times, the door finally opened. I stood at the door pretending to be ignorant, looking at the people outside in confusion. What's wrong? Mark sneered, squeezed into the room, and started to act. You stole my second sister's things, and you are still pretending to be innocent? He glanced sharply at the quilt on the bed, and it was obvious that he had made plans in advance. William, now that things have come to this, you should just take out the things. Marks said impatiently. I knew in my heart that his conspiracy was about to be exposed, and he had prepared everything. What do you want to take? I was still confused. Marks rolled his eyes. Do you really have to let me explain it clearly? Then tell me. I pretended not to know and continued to pretend that I didn't understand anything. Seeing this, Marks became angry and finally couldn't help but shouted. I just saw you come out of my second sister's room and secretly took something away. Oh, you're mistaken. I responded calmly. According to Marks' plan, I should make excuses and explain myself guiltily at this time, which would make me look more guilty. However, I was beyond his expectations. I didn't take anything. As for what you said, it might be a misunderstanding. Marks was furious and finally exploded. How could I be wrong? Do you dare to let me search? Oh, then go ahead and search, and just clean it up for me after you're done. I said casually, sitting on the small sofa next to me. Mark started searching as he wished. He first pretended to be relaxed as he flipped through the cabinets, then walked to the bed and lifted the quilt. Everyone come and see, isn't this? However, he stopped talking and his expression changed instantly. The underwear that was originally hidden on my bed was gone. Chapter 8. How is this possible? Marks was shocked and fumbled through the bed sheets, trying to find evidence. I couldn't help but pretend to be anxious and walk forward to stop him. Hey, don't touch my underwear. Why are you pulling other people's underwear? I muttered, pretending to be confused. Strange. How did my underwear end up under the quilt when I clearly put it away? Everyone felt a little weird when they saw Marks's action. At this moment, Marks threw a pair of underwear in front of me, and everyone looked over unconsciously with subtle eyes. The faintly visible bulge in the middle of the men's underwear attracted everyone's attention, and this pair seemed to be quite large. Marks was originally unhappy because his plan failed. At this moment, he saw his family members looking at the underwear, and he became angry and blurted out, How can it be so big? As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces immediately became awkward, and they all lowered their heads, as if they were all looking for an excuse to leave. I couldn't help but sneer and said, Why? Do you want to compete? Mark's expression changed, and he was obviously a little angry. Now he just wanted to suppress me and call me a pervert. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Shame on you. Maria walked in angrily and snorted coldly when she turned around. This sentence was obviously directed at me, but I smiled and looked at Marks, saying sarcastically, Why are you looking through other people's underwear and caring about this? Don't you have a fetish for men? Marks was stunned. His face flushed. You're talking nonsense. He hurriedly retorted, but he didn't have the confidence, and finally turned away in frustration. The Lins and Lisa watched this farce silently, but they were a little confused. Although they suspected the voices I heard, they did not find any solid evidence, so they still had doubts. During dinner, the atmosphere became even more eerie. My father and mother tried to get Maria to meet me formally, but she was cold and didn't want to interact with me. I don't have any prejudice against Maria. After all, she is my biological sister. She is beautiful and elegant. Who wouldn't like a beautiful sister? Moreover, Maria is a well-known surgeon in the Capital Hospital and has saved countless lives. However, what happened tonight surprised me a little. Just as everyone was eating silently, Maria suddenly heard a voice. Hey, the second sister looks strong, but she's actually a pitiful person. She looked up suddenly and saw that no one around her spoke, so they all lowered their heads. If I heard correctly, the sound came from me. I was holding my elbow and chewing it hard, obviously not saying anything. Poor second sister. She clearly applied for a very good major, but her choice was secretly changed by a classmate. I thought to myself, before long, her right hand will be disabled because of that classmate's betrayal, and she will not be able to hold a scalpel for the rest of her life. Maria was stunned by what I said. She seemed to be oblivious to what I said. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she began to recall the incident. Maria never told anyone about the change of her application. She always thought that she had filled in the wrong application, which led to her not being admitted to the university of her choice. But now thinking back, something was wrong that year. She has always been a very serious person. How could she have filled in the wrong application? She suddenly realized that maybe her classmates who filled out the application together at that time had secretly tampered with it. She was full of doubts, but she had no way to confirm it. Just as she pricked up her ears to listen to my thoughts, I'd already concentrated on chewing my elbow and didn't mention the matter again. Her mood also sank. "Hey, William, your second sister wronged you today? Don't be angry." My father tried to change the subject and let me continue. But I was unmoved. I just shook my head lightly. "It's okay, my second sister is anxious, don't worry. I know my second sister doesn't like others to go to her room. I won't go." Maria's mood dropped again. Although she didn't tell anyone, she knew in her heart that a piece of underwear was missing. She once suspected that William might be a pervert. After dinner, Maria was still uneasy and doubted whether the voices she heard were real. She decided to see a psychiatrist. After all, she had been under a lot of work pressure recently and might have hallucinated. She would rather believe that she had mental problems than believe that she could hear these messed up voices. Chapter 9. At night, the Lin couple lay in bed, tossing and turning, obviously thinking about what happened during the day. They had some doubts about my voice. Although some things that happened during the day were confirmed, the fact that Marx had framed me for hiding the underwear was not completely clear yet, so they did not dare to act rashly. But to be honest, I can understand their feelings. After all, I have had a hard time in the past few years, and they also owe me. After discussing it, they decided to make up for it in the most direct way, buying a car and a house. The next day, several piles of real estate information were placed in front of me. "William, take a look and see if there is anything you like." My mother sat beside me and asked me gently. I was a little confused. To be honest, I didn't know anything when I came to this world, especially the real estate market. Most of these materials were real estate brochures, written in exaggerated terms, and had no substantive reference value at all. I had no choice but to try calling the system in my mind. Unexpectedly, the system responded. "The watermelon eating system is online." The system's voice was a little excited. "Jean Fu Garden, average price 38,000 yuan, no disasters in the next 50 years, no room for appreciation. Fei Shui Garden, average price 62,000 yuan, no disasters in the next 50 years, room for appreciation within 5%. As I flipped through the information, I felt more and more depressed. Almost all houses have little room for appreciation, and some may even depreciate. Just when I was feeling a little disappointed, the system sounded again. "Host, the price of some wasteland will soon double. Please pay attention to it." My eyes lit up immediately, and I pointed to a map on a leaflet and said, "Mom, I want this." "Oh, Longshin Garden?" My mother tilted her head and looked at me, a little puzzled. "This place seems to be just an ordinary community, and the house price is only about 10,000 yuan. I shook my head, picked up the pen, and circled the place on the map. "It's not Longshin Garden, it's here." My mother was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "This seems to be a piece of wasteland." I nodded firmly, "Yes, it is this piece of wasteland." She was still a little puzzled. "But the price of this piece of land is only about 10,000 yuan. Why did you choose this?" I looked up at her, my eyes full of determination. "Mom, the price of this land will double in less than half a month." The mother frowned slightly. She and her father were in the real estate business and had a certain understanding of the value of land. However, according to the information they had collected before, this piece of land was located in a remote suburb, and the surrounding housing prices had not risen for many years. How could the price suddenly increase? While she was wondering, my inner voice sounded again. "Hey, there's a rich mine owner who has bad luck this year. He is looking for a feng shui location to build a house. He will soon take a fancy to this piece of land. But I just came back, so I can't do anything too extreme. As long as I can buy this piece of land, I won't care about the other lands." Hearing this, the mother's heart was suddenly shaken. These plots of land have never been in demand. There is no competition at all, and the price is very low. If the price goes up as I said, it will be a sure win. Marx immediately sneered. "Mom, do you really believe his nonsense? Our Lin family has not received any news about the price increase of that piece of land. How could he know?" Mother ignored Marx and said to me firmly, "Okay, William, I'll ask my assistant to handle the formalities." Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she knew that the price of this piece of land was not high and it would not cause any loss to the family. Compared with the money she had spent on Marx over the years, this was nothing. But she still had a small thought in her mind. Should she really believe what I said in my heart and buy the other plots of land around it? She hesitated, thinking that the time was too tight and the task was too heavy. She hurried to the study to call her father to discuss how to deal with this matter. March was filled with dissatisfaction when he saw his mother agree to me like this. He felt that all his efforts were easily replaced by me, and he was furious. I ignored him and prepared to go for a walk in the back garden to clear my mind. When my father received a call from my mother, he immediately rushed home from the company. After discussion, they decided to buy the land I selected and secretly buy several surrounding plots of land under the company's name. This was nothing to the Lin family. They just wanted to verify the accuracy of my voice. When it was almost time for dinner, Lisa suddenly came out of the room in a hurry. "Dad, Mom, don't prepare my meal. I have to go to the company." My father and mother didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a common occurrence. But as they continued to be busy, I heard my inner voice again. Tisk, being busy with work is such a universal excuse. Obviously, she went to find that scumbag. Hearing this, the father and mother looked at each other, their hearts shaken. They remembered that I mentioned yesterday that Lisa would be betrayed by her boyfriend and best friend in the future and end up with a miserable fate. Today, they finally waited for the follow-up and decided to prick up their ears and listen patiently. Chapter 10. Robert, the scumbag, pretended to be with the eldest sister just for the power of the Lin family. Later, he not only cheated her of money and sex, but also stole the company's secrets, causing the tragic death of both his parents and putting the company in crisis. My father and mother heard these cruel truths. They could hardly hold back their shaking, but they seemed to have forgotten the news of their own death that I had mentioned in my mind. They only thought about protecting their daughter and not letting her get hurt. My mother was the first to calm down. She gently squeezed my father's hand, indicating to him that these were just my guesses and could not be completely proven true or false. Lisa, on the other hand, frowned, obviously half believing and half doubting. She wanted me to continue, but I remained silent for a long time, as if I was unwilling to continue exposing this disturbing future. By the way, Mom and Dad, if you have nothing tonight, I'll bring Robert back for dinner. It's a good thing you haven't seen each other for a long time. Lisa suddenly broke the silence. My father and mother nodded immediately. They also wanted to know the truth. However, my inner voice rang again, breaking the tranquility. That scumbag can't come tonight. His hemorrhoids have exploded and the bleeding won't stop. He is now lying in the anorectal department of the People's Hospital. Lisa had begun to suspect that when she first received Robert's call, he said he was too busy to come. Was it really because of hemorrhoids? She was a little unsure, but she decided to go see a doctor. I could feel that she had made a decision, and she was clearer in her heart. She quickly confirmed the accuracy of my thoughts. She went to the company to get the documents, but found that Robert was not in the office at all, and the assistant hurriedly thanked her. "Ms. Lin, it's really thanks to you." Lisa didn't ask any more questions. She went straight to the hospital. When she arrived at the People's Hospital, she saw Robert in the VIP ward of the anorectal department. He was lying on the bed, looking miserable. Lisa watched coldly. Although she didn't care about what Robert had hidden from her, she finally confirmed that my words were true. This also meant that her future was destined to be ruined by this scumbag. She couldn't help but sneer. The love brain that was full of expectations in her heart now completely collapsed. She walked out of the hospital, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. That night, Lisa finally came home with a complicated look on her face, but she didn't mention Robert again. My father and mother soon realized that Lisa had confirmed my feelings. In order not to embarrass her, they said nothing. "Lisa, are you going shopping today?" Her father asked with a smile, trying to give her a relaxed atmosphere. "Yeah, I went shopping for a while when I had nothing to do." Lisa lowered her head and took out an exquisite box. "William, I bought you a gift. See if you like it." The whole place fell silent instantly. I was a little stunned. Yesterday, Lisa scolded me for being from the countryside and only caring about money. But today, she actually gave me a gift. Moreover, the logo on the box looked very valuable, which made me even more confused. I turned around, pointed at myself, and asked, "Is it for me?" Lisa nodded and said calmly, "Yes." I took the box, opened it, and saw that it was a very exquisite watch. The design of this watch is low-key and luxurious, and the inlay of diamonds and sapphires stunned me. Although I don't know much about watches, this watch must be worth hundreds of thousands. Thinking that the Lin family would soon go bankrupt, I naturally wanted to save some private money before that. But this watch is too expensive. How can I accept it? "Sister, this watch is too expensive. I can't accept it." I hesitated for a moment, but still shook my head. Lisa said nonchalantly. It's only 1 million. It's nothing. If you have something you like in the future, tell me, and I'll buy you something better. At this moment, Marks came down from the building. Seeing the scene, he was filled with jealousy. He suppressed his anger and asked casually, Sister is so kind to Brother William. I have always wanted this watch. Lisa glanced at him coldly and said lightly, I want to buy it myself. Marks was stunned and obviously shocked. He had never seen Lisa so indifferent to him. However, he thought about it and suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, today my parents only bought a house and land for William, but not a car, right? How about I take him to look at cars tomorrow? It just so happens that I know something about this. Chapter 11. I stood at the door of the store, feeling a little confused. Marks brought me to this 4S store that specializes in imported luxury cars. I originally thought he was trying to reconcile with me, but I didn't expect that his friends behind the scenes had already been waiting here, their eyes full of mockery. I stepped into the luxury car 4S store. Marks' intention made me feel a little uneasy. However, no one expected that the development of things would be far beyond my expectations. He brought me here, seemingly to let everyone see the reconciliation between him and me, but it only attracted more ridicule and cold eyes. I sneered in my heart. Since he wanted to put on a show, I would play along with him. After all, I never care what others think of me. The atmosphere in the store was obviously not as friendly as I expected. When the salesmen saw us coming in, their eyes flashed with disdain, and they quickly focused on Marks and his friends, as if I was nothing but air. I wasn't in the mood to fight them, so I just ignored them and walked straight to an Aston Martin SUV in the showroom. Although it was ridiculously expensive, I still felt that this car was a better fit for my body shape. Just as I was about to open the car door, a voice suddenly broke my thoughts. What are you doing? I turned around and saw a woman in her 30s standing in front of me in a rage. Her attitude made me frown slightly, but I didn't say much. I just responded lightly. You're not allowed to touch the cars here? The woman snorted coldly, showing a disdainful look. Why are you touching it if you're not buying it? If you scratch it, can you afford to pay for it? I was obviously displeased by her attitude, but I didn't argue with her any further. Instead, I chose to sit down nearby and wait for the salesman to realize that those so-called young masters had no intention of buying a car. Just then, a cup of warm water was handed to me, and a timid voice said, I also think these cars are too expensive. I looked up and found that it was a young girl, smiling shyly. New here? I asked casually, and saw the name Lu Xiaoxiao on her badge. She nodded and shyly replied, Well, I just came here for internship last month. This name suits her quite well. She looks like a character from a novel. Just as I was about to speak, the salesperson in the distance finally realized that Marks and his group were just making trouble and had no intention of buying. The salespeople hurriedly smiled and tried their best to cater to them. I didn't think about it anymore and smiled and said to Lu Xiaoxiao, Please make an order. I want this car. She seemed a little stunned and didn't move for a long time. I added, When will the new car arrive? New car? Next month. She finally realized what was happening, ran into the office excitedly, and started preparing the paperwork for me. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved when I saw her busy figure. After all, this girl really works hard, unlike those salespeople with fake smiles on their faces. Lu Xiaoxiao took out a stack of documents and prepared to explain them to me in detail. But I raised my hand, signed my name directly, and then took out a black card from my pocket and handed it over. Her eyes lit up immediately, and it was obvious that she was very excited about this order. This was the first order she had received since she started working here. Just as I was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind with an angry tone. If you don't want to buy, leave early. I turned around and saw that it was the salesperson from before with a very ugly expression on his face. She obviously didn't expect that I would actually buy a car under such circumstances. When she saw the receipt in my hand, her face became even uglier. It doesn't matter if you have a bad brain, I smiled. The worst thing is having bad eyesight. You like to look down on others and treat garbage as treasures. With this sentence, I was not only mocking them, but also responding to the ridicule of Marks and others. Just as I was about to walk out of the store, I bumped into someone accidentally. I subconsciously looked up and saw a familiar face. The man was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned ugly. William, why are you here? I looked at her carefully, and some memories came to my mind, and finally recognized her. Lily. This name made me hesitate. Lily was my high school classmate. She was once the school belle and the dream lover of many boys. Now, her makeup is gaudy, totally lacking the fresh temperament she had back then. When she saw me, a hint of displeasure appeared on her face, It's you, the ghost that's haunting me. Didn't I reject your confession back then? Why haven't you let me go for so long? Chapter 12. Lily's words left me speechless. I never expected her to suddenly attack me like this. To be honest, I have never confessed my feelings to her. It was just a few school bullies who made fun of me over the years. But she actually thought I was a persistent person. Marks and his friends heard this and started to make a fuss. William, you were wrong. How can you be so persistent when pursuing a girl? One of them said while patting Marks on the shoulder. Yeah, look at yourself. A toad wants to eat swan meat. I just found it funny to hear them laughing. When they were done joking, I realized that although Lily's words were reproachful, her eyes were fixed on Marks, and she seemed to have been interested in him for a long time. A man looked at her and said confidently, Beauty, you can consider our master you. He will never let those cats and dogs harass you again. Lily's eyes sparkled. Apparently, Marks' identity as a rich second generation moved her. She slowly walked up to Marks and said delicately, Hello, Mr. Yu. My name is Lily. Nice to meet you. Marks obviously didn't mean anything, but he instinctively saw Lily's hard-to-get attitude towards him. He put his arm around her shoulders, glanced at me provocatively, and said contemptuously, Oh, so this is the girl that William can't get. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, Mr. Yu, stop joking with me. In my heart, I couldn't help but sneer. Lily's so-called school belle identity is nothing but a joke in my eyes. She used to look pure and elegant in school, but her private life was very messy behind the scenes. She had 4 abortions in her early years. She's really born with a bad luck in love. Whoever likes this kind of woman can take her away right away and don't need to have anything to do with me anymore. Marks seemed very proud, thinking that he had the upper hand, so he hugged Lily with a lewd smile and prepared to leave. Before he left, he actually threw me a few $dozen and said, I'm going to have fun. Take a taxi back. I watched him and his group leave, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. Marks and his friends didn't take me seriously at all. Whatever. I didn't have to waste my time arguing with them. I turned around and prepared to leave when I suddenly received a call from Maria. Her car broke down and was sent to the repair shop for repairs, and she was going to pick it up today. Maria's car parked near the repair shop. When she saw me, she stopped the car in surprise. I walked over and saw that she looked unhappy, but she couldn't help frowning. Second sister, is it on your way? I asked with a smile. She glared at me, obviously not wanting to talk to me, but she still stopped the car. Without waiting for me to say anything more, I opened the door without hesitation and got in. Sister, it's great that you're here too. I pretended to be happy. She frowned deeply, obviously not having a good impression of me. It's not on the way. Maria interrupted me rudely with a cold tone. Hey, I haven't told you where I'm going yet. So how come we're not on our way? I shamelessly fastened my seatbelt and pretended not to care about her attitude. She sighed, started the car reluctantly, and planned to take me home. The atmosphere in the car was a little tense, and I leaned back comfortably with my eyes closed. However, at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Alarm! Maria is about to encounter a bloody disaster. Bloody disaster? My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and my mind instantly alerted. I hurriedly asked the system what happened, but the system remained silent. I remembered that the system had mentioned before that it could not intervene too much in events involving life and death. Could it be that my second sister really encountered some trouble? To ensure safety, I decided to go to the hospital with her. Second sister, are you going to work at the hospital? I asked tentatively. Yeah. She nodded calmly. Then I won't go home. I'll go with you. I've had a headache lately. Let's go see the doctor for some medicine. Maria glanced at me through the rearview mirror with a suspicious look in her eyes. She seemed to want to understand what I was planning. Seeing my seriousness, she finally agreed. About 40 minutes later, our car pulled into the hospital parking lot. I followed her, keeping an eye on the surroundings, still feeling uneasy. This ominous feeling enveloped me, making me alert to anything that might happen. Registration is over there. Maria pointed to the registration window in the hospital lobby. I answered casually and hurried to the window. After she entered the elevator, I took the opportunity to walk to the stairs and quickly rushed to her surgical office on the 6th floor. At this moment, a scream came from not far away. Ah, murder! My heart sank, and I immediately accelerated to see what was happening. Chapter 13. Maria was obviously shocked by the scene before her. Her face turned pale instantly, and her eyes were filled with fear. The blade was getting closer and closer to her, and she had almost no time to react. At this moment, I rushed over without hesitation and kicked the crazy man in the back. He lost control of his body and fell to the side. I followed closely and quickly knocked the knife out of the man's hand, controlling his body. Then I held him down with one hand and took a roll of bandage from the nurse station next to me with the other hand and expertly tied his hands. I was relieved when I saw the situation stabilized. The man was still struggling, shouting, "Let me go. I'm going to kill her." Poof! I took out a pack of gauze and stuffed it directly into his mouth, completely blocking his screams. After all this was done, I walked to Maria and whispered, "Second sister, are you okay?" I asked with concern while gazing at her expression. Maria took a deep breath and finally calmed down a little. "No, it's okay." Although her voice was calm, I could feel the shock in her heart. After all, even professionals would not act rashly when facing a madman with a knife. But I rushed up and killed him without hesitation. Her eyes were full of surprise, and she unconsciously thought of my past, whether I had done something similar before. A sense of doubt rose in her heart, but she quickly rejected the idea. After all this happened too suddenly. Perhaps it was just because she was in a bad mental state recently that she had such inexplicable doubts. She shook her head gently, trying to calm herself down. Seeing that she was fine, I finally relaxed my guard. It seemed that the warning of bloody disaster had disappeared. I clapped my hands in relief, walked aside to wait for the police to arrive, and planned to say goodbye to Maria. Maria was grateful. Her face was full of displeasure, and she was obviously annoyed that I had been following her and interfering with her work. She hesitated for a moment, took out her phone, transferred 1 million to me, and said in a cold tone, "Thank you for today. I should have treated you to a meal, but I'm too busy at work, so buy something delicious instead." I knew in my heart that she still didn't like me, and maybe she just gave me money because she couldn't refuse. When the police finally arrived, I waved and said goodbye to her. After dealing with all this, Maria finally had time to talk to Professor Song from the psychiatry department. She explained to him the recent situation, especially about hearing those voices. Professor Song thought for a while and advised her, "Maria, you have been under a lot of work pressure recently, and you may be a little tired physically and mentally. It should be helpful if you can take a break for a while." Maria nodded. Indeed, she had been busy recently, performing surgeries every day and supervising interns, which exhausted her both physically and mentally. Add to that what happened today, and she had developed a resistance to work. She happened to have the opportunity to take annual leave, so she decided to take a break. Professor Song helped her get leave from her boss, and the boss agreed. From today on, she could have a good rest. Maria, relieved, drove away from the hospital. On her way home, she passed the park and unexpectedly ran into me again. At that time, I was riding a shared bicycle and leisurely parked in a corner of the park, watching a group of old men walking their birds in bird cages. Maria suddenly felt a little curious for some reason, so she stopped her bike and observed me from a distance. After a while, she saw a beautiful woman approaching me, seemingly asking for my contact information. To her surprise, I waved my hand and rejected her. Maria smiled, feeling somewhat disdainful in her heart. Oh, she actually refused. Just when she was feeling bored, a stray cat came to my feet and rubbed against me. I smiled and whispered, "You guy, didn't I just feed you him sausage? Why are you here again?" The stray cat seemed a little uneasy, meowed a few times, and was ready to find someone else. I smiled and continued, "Hey, you're not vigilant enough. If you continue like this, be careful that someone will kidnap you and cut off your balls." The stray cat suddenly stopped and looked down at itself. Maria stood in the distance, watching all this in amazement. The stray cats actually responded to me, as if they understood every word I said. She couldn't help but wonder, these stray cats are so close to William and even talk to him. This situation is really incredible. She muttered to herself, could it be that William was the one with the real mental problem? She herself thought this idea was too ridiculous and couldn't help rolling her eyes. However, she couldn't help but wonder, why was he so bored that he actually stopped the car and watched William play with the cat? She was about to start the car and leave when she suddenly heard William's voice. "What? Dismembered body." This sentence made her heart tremble violently, and she immediately turned to look at me. I had already started walking towards a remote corner of the park, seemingly following the stray cat. Maria's curiosity was aroused again, and she wondered if this news was true. Although she thought it was absurd, she still followed me secretly. At this time, I was also very panicked. How could I have heard about the dismembered body from the cat? I just followed the stray cat all the way to a remote place. From a distance, I could smell an unpleasant smell, and a strange fear rose in my heart. After a while, I saw 7 or 8 stray cats gnawing at something. When I got closer, I found that there were several black plastic bags. The bags had been bitten by stray cats, revealing the minced meat inside. Chapter 14. I almost vomited. The sight before me was unbearable. The scattered pieces of meat and bones made me take 2 steps back and wanted to call the police. However, before I could do anything, I suddenly heard my second sister Maria's voice from behind me. Just stand here and don't move. Let me see what's going on. Second sister? Why are you here? I turned around in surprise and looked at her. Maria didn't have time to explain to me. She took out the gloves and mask she carried with her from her bag, put them on quickly, and then walked towards the black plastic bags. Her movements were quick and professional, and it was obvious that this was not the first time she had dealt with a similar situation. Hey, you guys, stop eating. The meat might be poisonous. Get out of the way, she shouted at a group of stray cats surrounding a plastic bag. I watched the stray cats hesitantly spit out the meat in their mouths and reluctantly ran to the side. They seemed to understand what I had just said, and after hesitating for a while, they still gave up the meat. Maria was again shocked by the strange interaction between me and the stray cat, something she had never seen before. She walked over to a plastic bag, carefully opened it, and turned over some mincemeat. Suddenly, she picked up a few bones and looked at them with a serious expression. My heart sank immediately. They were actually human bones. It's really a human. Call the police. Her voice was deep and solemn. Seeing her holding a piece of human flesh as calmly as if it were ordinary food, I felt a chill in my heart. My second sister is so brave. I thought to myself, and I had a bad feeling. Fortunately, I changed my major and didn't become a male doctor. Otherwise, if she looked at me like this, a thought flashed through my mind, and then I lowered my head and looked at my crotch, and I couldn't help but shrink my neck. The bloody disaster had just been resolved, and then I encountered something like this again. About 10 minutes later, the police finally arrived at the scene, and the technicians began to investigate. We were taken aside for questioning. I described in detail what the stray cat had told me. To be honest, even I found it strange. How could I get these details from a cat? It was 2:30 this morning. The person who dumped the body was about this height, a little fat, wearing glasses, and had a beard. I described it as detailed as possible, and the police looked at me with suspicion. How do you know this? The policeman asked, obviously doubting my description. A stray cat told me. I answered directly. The policeman was stunned, obviously not accepting this answer at all. I could see that he wanted to say something, but he didn't refute it immediately. Maria seemed a little embarrassed and quickly waved to the policeman to talk to her next to her. The police nodded silently and walked away from us to an open space. I watched my second sister talking with the police, feeling a little uneasy. After they came out, the police waved and said, "Okay, leave your phone number and ID information. You can wait nearby for now. You may need to give a statement." "No problem." I nodded and walked outside the cordon with Maria. We found a park bench and sat down. I couldn't help asking, "Second sister, what did you say to the police just now? Why did they let us go so easily?" She looked at me and replied coldly, "You are mentally ill." I was stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly. My second sister is so straightforward. I can understand that she has obviously given up on my behavior that cannot be explained by common sense. At this time, there were still many people walking and exercising in the park. The news of the dismemberment case spread quickly, and many reporters were already broadcasting it live. Not long after, my cell phone rang. It was my mother calling. "Mom, we're fine. We just happened to pass by here. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to come over." Maria answered the phone and hurried to comfort her mother. However, within 20 minutes, a car from the Sue family stopped at the entrance of the park, and then my father and Marks got out of the car. My father was wearing a formal suit, and his forehead was full of sweat. It was obvious that he had just rushed over from the company. Seeing that we were safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "William, Maria, are you scared?" he asked, with a hint of uneasiness in his concerned tone. I silently complained in my heart. How could my second sister be frightened with her personality? On the contrary, if my mother knew that her hands had just touched those body parts, she would probably be really frightened. The father looked inside the cordon, frowned, and said, "What kind of murder and dismemberment case is this? It's something that ordinary people will never encounter in their lifetime, but you actually ran into it. I heard that there was a mentally ill person stabbing someone with a knife in the hospital this afternoon. How unlucky." Mark seemed to think there was something interesting to watch and said, So many dangerous things happened in one day. I wonder who is unlucky. I retorted unhappily. It's bad luck to encounter a mentally ill person, but finding a body is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it may help the police find a real culprit faster. Marks curled his lips in displeasure and almost blurted out, "It's good enough that I'm not considered the real murderer." "Don't talk nonsense," his father scolded impatiently. He obviously knew the sensitivity of reporters and warned Marks to be careful with his words. "What's the point of being scared now?" Marks curled his lips in disdain. "Look, the police won't let him go now. They must have regarded him as the main suspect. The unlucky one is my second sister. She was implicated." "Second sister, you are so kind. Maybe he is the one who committed the crime," Marks said without hesitation. Maria couldn't stand it anymore. She responded coldly, "Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Maria's phone rang again. Seeing the strange number on the screen, she picked up the call. "Maria, this is Officer Zhang from before. Are you and your brother still in the park?" "Yes, on the bench outside the cordon." "Okay, don't leave yet. I'll find you soon," Officer Zhang said and hung up the phone. Mark smiled proudly and said, "Look, the police are coming to arrest you." Chapter 15. Mark's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. The reporters keenly discovered the identities of his father and mother and immediately turned their cameras to us. "It seems that those are the chairman and wife of the Lin Group." One of the reporters whispered, "Why are they here?" Another reporter asked in confusion, "Was the young master of the Lin family the one who just spoke? Could they also be involved in the murder case?" The voices were getting louder and louder, and there was a lot of discussion around. Some brave reporters even came over to interview. At this moment, the policeman in the cordon came out, led by Officer Zhang, who had just called. He looked at me with a smile on his face and said easily, "William, the case is solved. The murderer is the man you described. My colleagues have caught him." Officer Zhang looked very happy. For them, this level of dismemberment was a major case, and it was not easy to solve it in such a short time. The journalists had already started reporting, and the police obviously didn't want to cause more panic, so they tried to digest the news. "William, our leaders will publicly praise you." Officer Zhang patted my shoulder and praised me. Then he turned to his father and mother and said, "You are indeed a big entrepreneur in the city. You have educated your children so well." "Hey, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." My father changed his previous worries and smiled, obviously forgetting his worries. He seemed particularly happy to see that I brought honor to the family. Before leaving, Officer Zhang specifically told me, "It doesn't matter if you see the murderer in the future. The police will protect the witnesses. There's no need to say that the cat told you." I smiled helplessly and sighed in my heart. It's not easy to tell the truth these days. After the police left, I saw Marks preparing to leave, so I pretended to be casual and said, "It seems that someone misunderstood me a lot just now." Marks paused, obviously hearing what I said, but pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. I spoke again in a moderate voice. "You're already so old. You should be responsible for your words. You don't want to treat what you said as fart, right?" This sentence happened to be heard by the Lin family present, and the atmosphere instantly became a little solemn. Marks looked at the lack of reaction, feeling unhappy, but he did not dare to contradict. I saw the dissatisfaction of the Lin family, especially my father's face gradually becoming serious, and I also understood something in my heart. "Xiaoyu, is this what I taught you?" His father asked sternly with a heavy face. "Dad, I didn't mean it." Marks lowered his head, seeming a little unwilling, but he didn't dare to contradict him. Maria's eyes could not help but show a hint of disappointment. She was obviously very dissatisfied with Mark's performance. "Why don't you apologize to William?" His father's voice turned cold. Marks suddenly became anxious and opened his mouth to refute, but when he saw the serious expressions of his parents and sister, he finally lowered his head. "I'm sorry." These three short words made Mark's face turn ugly, as if his dignity was trampled underfoot. I looked at him and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Although he apologized, I knew that his heart must be full of resentment. Seeing Marks like this, his father and mother felt a little sorry. After all, a relationship of 20 years cannot be severed overnight. Even if William was brought back to the Lin family, they still hoped that the two brothers could live in harmony. On the way home, my father and mother obviously wanted me and Marks to take the same car, but I refused directly. "Dad, Mom, I'd better take my second sister's car back," I said lightly. They were a little puzzled, probably thinking that I had just been wronged and should ride with Marks, but they didn't insist. Unexpectedly, I had just taken 2 steps when a helpless thought suddenly came to my mind. I don't know what Marx ate. He farted all the time. I don't want to ride in the same car with him. It would be unfair if he got sick from the smoke. My complaints in my mind made my father and mother stop in their tracks. They looked at each other with a hint of disgust in their eyes. The mother frowned and whispered to the father, "Well, your mother and I have something to go to the company for, Xiaoyu. You go back by yourself." As soon as the two finished talking, they hurriedly got in the car and left. Mark stood there, stunned, as if he didn't understand why his parents were so determined all of a sudden. I had already gotten into Maria's car and urged her to drive. Maria also heard my thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle, but didn't say anything else. She naturally understood that I didn't want to be with Marx. Along the way, I kept praising her abilities and appearance in my mind. "Second sister, you are amazing, beautiful, capable, and calm in times of crisis." Although I didn't say these words, I admired her in my heart. Although I was a bit chatty and annoying, who doesn't like to be praised? When we got home, Maria and I saw an unexpected figure. Robert, Lisa's fiancé, came to the Lin family without saying hello in advance. When he saw Maria, he greeted her warmly. "Sister Xian, you are finally back." Maria was a little unhappy and frowned. "Why is Master Bai here?" Robert looked a little anxious and explained, "I couldn't contact Lisa. I was worried that something happened to her, so..." He took out his phone, and the screen showed that he had sent many messages, but none of them had been replied to. Maria looked at the time and asked in confusion, "Didn't my eldest sister tell you that she went to deal with a problem at an overseas branch this morning?" Robert's face froze, and he shook his head. "No." His tone was full of confusion, and he was obviously puzzled by the sudden lack of news from Lisa. Maria explained politely, "My elder sister left in a hurry this time and may not have had time to tell you. She will tell you when she comes back." She obviously noticed something. At this moment, Marx also came back. He had just got off the taxi. He seemed to have heard our conversation just now, and some uncertain thoughts emerged in his mind. Chapter 16. Robert. "Wait a minute. I have something to tell you." When Robert was about to leave, Marx suddenly came up and pulled him aside. Robert and Marx had always had a good relationship. Especially when Robert was pursuing Lisa, he gave Marx a lot of benefits. Seeing Marx's mysterious look, Robert was a little curious. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Robert, has my elder sister been a little cold to you recently?" Marx got straight to the point. Robert nodded hesitantly, obviously feeling a little uneasy about the topic. Seeing this, Marx continued, "Did you see that boy with my second sister just now? It's all because of him." Robert frowned. "What?" He recalled the person who had just walked out of Maria's car and felt puzzled. How could William, that seemingly ordinary guy, be related to Lisa? He was immediately a little unhappy. "Hey, Robert, don't think too much. That boy is my biological son that my parents just found in the countryside." Marx finally revealed the truth. Robert's brows relaxed, but he still looked a little uncertain. "Is he Lisa's biological brother?" Marx smiled. "Yeah, I heard that since that kid came back, he has turned the family upside down. I saw what he said to my eldest sister the other day, and my eldest sister said directly that she didn't want to care about you anymore." He pushed all the blame on William, trying to make Robert think William was a troublemaker. Robert's eyes became colder after hearing this, and he looked at William, who was about to enter the room, obviously unhappy. "Robert, don't worry. No matter what you need, I will definitely help you," Marx whispered, his eyes flashing with some subtle conspiracy. Robert narrowed his eyes. "What do you want?" His eyes were sharp, and he had obviously begun to consider his own interests. Marx smiled smugly. "They just found their own son, and they don't care about me as much as before. The pocket money is also..." The dissatisfaction in his words is self-evident. Robert raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, as long as your sister and I get married, you will definitely get the benefits." Marx nodded. "Thank you, Robert." His face was full of excitement, and he felt that he had finally seized the opportunity. Marx and Robert, talking in low voices outside from the window. I knew from a smug look on Marx's face that their conversation was definitely not a good thing. Most likely he was plotting something against my sister Lisa. I just hope Lisa's love brain will not act up again. On the first day of school, I returned to school as planned. Although there was a little trouble, unfortunately, Lynn's company had a very important meeting, and my father, mother, and Lisa were unable to come and see me off. Seeing that they felt sorry for not being able to accompany me to school, they decided to use a sum of money to make up for it. Although I knew in my heart that the money was just a compensation for their guilt, I still accepted it. Finally, Maria, who was on vacation, was the only one who was responsible for taking me to school. I didn't want to be like a child and need my sister to accompany me everywhere, so she settled me down and prepared to leave. I settled everything in the dormitory and thought I could put it in order, but I didn't expect trouble to come knocking on my door. "William, come out." A loud shout brought me back to my senses. Standing at the door of the dormitory was a tall and strong boy who hooked his finger at me without any hesitation. I was a little confused. After thinking for a while, I realized that I didn't know him. I asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" The boy sneered, "Just come out if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" He pinched his knuckles, making a crackling sound. "Don't force the brothers to go in and drag you in." I felt something was wrong, and when I looked up and saw the camera in the dormitory, I was prepared. So I went out. As soon as I went out, the boys suddenly hugged my shoulders, and several other boys with similarly strong bodies slowly surrounded me. I quickly analyzed the situation in my mind, and after a few seconds, I guessed something. But I remained calm and asked, "I don't know you guys. Just tell me what you want to say." "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You will know me later." The boy smiled coldly and started dragging me downstairs. I didn't resist and followed them to the grove behind the dormitory with some guesses in my mind. Along the way, we didn't attract the attention of the people around us, and everyone seemed to think that this was a normal scene between boys hugging each other. When we entered the woods, the people around us gradually disappeared, and finally only a few of us were left. I knew they were going to start a fight here. The boys no longer concealed their anger and pushed me aside roughly. "Kid, don't blame us. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended." The leading boy laughed wildly, obviously feeling that he had the upper hand. He raised his hand to push me, but at that moment, I quickly grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. There was a cracking sound from his wrist, and the boy immediately screamed in pain. "If you take another step forward, his hand will be broken," I said calmly, with a cold look. Don't move." The boy grimaced in pain, and beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops. He begged for mercy in a hurry. "Yes, I'm sorry. We're just taking money to help others get rid of disasters. There is no need to make such a big fuss." I sneered and pushed him away. "Open your eyes in the future. Don't cripple yourself for a little money." The system in my mind had already reminded me that Robert would find someone to cause trouble, but I didn't expect Robert to just find a few hooligans in the school. This was too light. Just as I was about to leave, I heard a gust of wind. I turned around subconsciously, and a switchblade flashing with cold light passed in front of me. The man holding the knife was a slightly thin boy with a sinister look in his eyes and a sneer on his lips. At that moment, I realized that I had underestimated them. Robert was not stupid. He had planted a real killer behind the scenes, which was the source of the trouble. Chapter 17. The man was stunned, obviously not expecting me to dodge his attack. Taking advantage of the few seconds he was stunned, I quickly kicked him and hit him hard in the stomach. He was kicked back several steps by me, holding his stomach for a long time and unable to stand still. Facing so many people besieging him, how could they give up easily? Especially since they had received the money. If the task was not completed well, they would definitely offend the young master. "Ah, you're looking for death." I snorted coldly. A hint of contempt flashed in my eyes, thinking that these people were just hired tools for money. As long as I didn't show any mercy, they would have no power to fight back. I knocked down the first one who rushed over with one punch, then quickly grabbed the arm of a brave boy and slammed him against the tree trunk next to me. Then came the third and fourth. In less than 5 minutes, I knocked them all down one by one. For me, these 5 minutes were not my limit, but the limit of these people. If I continued to fight, I would be seriously injured if not killed. However, the noise was too loud and eventually attracted the attention of the outside world. Group fighting is no small matter in school. Seeing the situation escalate, someone soon notified the security guards and then the school leaders. Not long after Maria drove away from University A, she received a call from the counselor, Ms. Lee. "Hello, is this William's parent? Can you come to school?" The tone on the other end of the phone sounded a little anxious. Maria's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around and rushed back. I was standing in the office of the sports college at University with Anna next to me, and the boys who were beaten up by me were sitting on the sofa. The matter had been made clear, but Anna looked unhappy, but she could do nothing about it. The college leader was out for a meeting and would not be back until next week, so she had to deal with it first. "How can you have a group fight in school?" Director's son, the director of the Sports Institute, walked in. He looked a little bloated and didn't look like a sports person at all. His imposing words made me unable to react for a while. Anna retorted without showing any weakness. "Director's son, this is not a gang fight at all, but my students are being bullied unilaterally." "Hey, Teacher Lee, Look at what your students have done to my students. You call this bullying? Who is bullying who? Director's son walked up to Anna, looking down at her with a disdainful tone. Anna is petite, but she still stood in front of me, not backing down, and argued, Director's son, you can't confuse right and wrong just because your students suffered at the hands of my students. They deliberately made trouble for my students. At this time, there was a knock on the office door. Marks appeared at the door. Seeing him, Director's son's smile instantly turned into flattery. Student Marks, why are you here? How is your father these days? My dad is fine. Mark smiled and nodded, then turned to me with a meaningful look in his eyes. Director's son, I heard about the fight just now and came to take a look. Oh, you know there's a fight. Director's son grasped the key point of Marks's words, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. Yes, I just passed by the grove and saw too many people. I was afraid of being implicated, so I didn't try to stop them. Marks's tone was very natural, as if the information was revealed unintentionally. Anna didn't know Marks. Hearing this, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately asked anxiously, Did you see clearly what happened at that time? Marks pretended to think for a moment, then pointed at me and said, It was him. I saw him bullying other students by relying on his good skills and kung fu. The other students begged for mercy, but he didn't stop. At this moment, Anna's face turned very ugly, and it was obvious that she couldn't accept it. No, classmate, did you really see it clearly? She asked unwillingly. I can guarantee that I saw it very clearly at that time. Marks's tone was very firm, and it was obvious that he was full of confidence. Director's son's smile became more and more proud. Teacherly, are you satisfied now? Now that we have witnesses, your students should be responsible for their actions. Anna was very confused. How could one person take the initiative to bully more than a dozen people? This was really unreasonable. She whispered, I'm just a counselor. This kind of thing still needs to be reported to the director of our college for a decision. Unexpectedly, Director's son said impatiently, That won't do. Look, my students are injured. Either you give my students an explanation today, or I will call the police. Anna was a little worried that calling the police would have a negative impact on me, so she could only continue to ask, So what do you want? It's very simple. Report it and expel him. Director's son glanced at me coldly. Students who beat others recklessly don't deserve to stay in our school. Anna didn't expect things to turn out like this, and she actually wanted to fire me directly. She finally realized that everything in front of her seemed a little wrong, especially Marks's sudden appearance and Director's son's attitude. Did I offend someone? She was anxious and was about to call her superiors to report this. But at this moment, I suddenly said, Director's son, are you serious? What? Director's son was stunned. I mean, are you serious when you say that students who hit others randomly don't deserve to stay in our school? I asked sincerely. Of course it's true. Director's son responded righteously. I will never tolerate such an unstable factor remaining on campus and threatening the personal safety of other students. I couldn't help but want to applaud and laugh in my heart. Before I finished speaking, I took out my phone from my pocket and said with a smile, Fortunately, I turned on the video recording the whole process, which can definitely help Director's son eliminate the dangerous elements in the school. Chapter 18. When I took out my phone, everyone's faces changed instantly. The people I beat up turned pale, as if their parents had died. Director's son and Mark's faces turned from green to white, as if they had seen a ghost. Only Anna's eyes flashed with excitement, and it was obvious that she saw something big was about to happen. William, did you record it? Anna's eyes were full of surprise. I nodded and opened the video easily. At the beginning of the video, the tall boy stood at the door of the dormitory and shouted at me. At that moment, I realized that things were not simple, so I quietly started the recorder and hid it in my clothes pocket. The whole process was recorded by me. As the video continued to play, the boy clearly said, I took money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. The nature of the whole incident suddenly became something that could not be ignored. Bullying and paid bullying. This instantly escalated the severity of the incident, and it was extremely bad. Director's son moved his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. Fake. This video must be fake. Marks blurted out involuntarily. I smiled contemptuously. TSK. How about you listen more carefully? I zoomed in on a key time point in the video and turned up the volume. In the background, the school radio clearly announced the date, day of the week, and even the weather conditions. Then, I turned to Director's son and said, By the way, Director's son, did you just say you were going to call the police? I think Mark's suspicion is reasonable. How about asking the police to check and see if the records of the broadcasting department are consistent with the contents of my video? Director Sun's face changed instantly, and he completely collapsed. He never thought that I would record the whole process. Hey, there's no need to call the police. I can just arrange for a student to check out the broadcasting department. Anyway, no matter who caused trouble first, you see, you're fine now, aren't you? Instead, several of my students were injured. I think both sides should take a step back and apologize to each other. Director Sun's face looked unnatural, and he was obviously starting to panic. I was stunned. I never thought that Director Sun could be so shameless. He almost forced me to drop out of school, and now he wants me to apologize to those people? Just then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Maria was here. Second sister. Mark's eyes were obviously surprised. He didn't expect her to appear here suddenly. When Director Sun saw Maria, he thought she was William's family and felt a little nervous. But when she heard that it was Mark's sister, she immediately regained her flattering smile and greeted her. It turns out to be the second young lady of the Lin family. Hello. Anna was stunned for a moment and looked at Maria with suspicion. Half an hour ago, she called Maria in person to inform her. So how could she be the sister of the witness now? She began to wonder, could it be that? Second sister, I shouted, pretending to be aggrieved, and walked to Maria. As soon as you left, someone came to trouble me. As I said, I handed the video to her. This video was recorded, and it included the whole process of Director Sun threatening me and Mark's rude remarks. Maria's face changed immediately. She first glared at Mark's coldly, then turned to Director Sun and said coldly, "Now that the truth is out, I wonder how you plan to deal with it?" I smiled and said, "Second sister, Director Sun just told us to apologize to each other and then let this matter go." I looked innocent. Maria's brows immediately frowned. If Director Sun doesn't know how to deal with it, maybe we can consider calling the police. Don't. Director Sun panicked, his eyes full of anxiety, and he obviously couldn't keep his previous calm. The students also realized that the situation was not good and began to lower their heads. They apologized in a low voice and said that they would respectfully address me as William in the future. Finally, after some discussion, Director Sun offered to pay 500,000 yuan in compensation. It was obvious that he just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Director Sun also paid most of the compensation himself. I took the money, feeling calm. Marx walked away while explaining to Maria, "Sister, listen to me. I was threatened by them. They said that if I don't help testify, I will be the next one to be bullied." Maria said nothing and continued walking. Marx kept explaining to her, but she ignored him. She seemed to be struggling with whether to believe him. Suddenly, Maria heard, "Hey, you're still pretending." These people were obviously bribed by Robert after being instigated. Robert? She was shocked. Could it be that her fiancé was also involved? Maria's expression suddenly became serious. She became more and more certain that she was not mentally ill and could really hear my inner voice. In order to verify this, she decided to conduct a thorough investigation. She asked us to go back to class first, and she returned to the office building. Soon, she saw the bullies coming out of the office with obvious annoyance and anxiety. Maria followed them outside the school and eventually saw Robert's car parked on the side of the road and several people arguing with him. Several wads of money were thrown out and Robert's car drove away quickly. Maria was extremely excited, finally confirming that she was not wrong. She decided to investigate how William colluded with Robert. All of this had something to do with me and Robert. Chapter 19. Since I entered school, life has become simpler and simpler, and I spend every day in a routine manner. I attend classes, eat melons, and enjoy a rare leisure time. I chose some elective courses that I was interested in, and one of them about domestic and foreign literary appreciation particularly attracted me. The classroom was located in the library with a quiet environment and excellent atmosphere. However, to my surprise, I actually encountered Marx in this course for the first time. I was really surprised that he, who usually didn't even bother to bring textbooks, would appear here. Soon, I found something wrong. Marx was talking nonstop next to a pretty girl in a white dress. The girl didn't seem very interested. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she was obviously upset. After a while, several girls walked into the classroom. Seeing them, the girl in the white dress showed a look of relief on her face and quickly waved to them. Marx obviously also felt her attitude and awkwardly gave way, but he did not give up and sat directly behind the girl in the white dress. I chose a quiet corner to sit down and concentrate on the class. Soon, the professor came in, looked around, and said with a smile, You may have heard that I will hold a reading club after this course. I hope you will not be too unfamiliar with it. Then he continued, in the first class, let's introduce ourselves. The professor pointed to the students on one side. The students stood up one by one and briefly introduced themselves. Marx's turn. He did not allow anyone to interrupt him. He waved his hand and said, my name is Marx. Yes, I'm a Lin from the Lin Group. The buildings in the commercial district are all mine. These words attracted the attention of the students present, and low-pitched discussions broke out instantly. Oh my God, this is too high profile. He is the young master of the Lin Group. It is normal for him to be high profile. But this is a school after all. Why are you pretending? Marx didn't care about these private discussions at all. Instead, he smiled and winked at his friends next to him. I have prepared a gift for everyone today. As soon as this was said, the negative comments disappeared without a trace. What else can people say about getting a gift for free? Some girls even began to like Marx's generosity. Wow, is this the charm of superpowers? The gift boxes were distributed one by one. The gift the girl in the white dress received was from Marx himself. He seemed to have prepared for it, and even practiced a magic trick. While making mysterious gestures, he conjured a rose from the air. The classmates around started to make a noise. Oh, isn't that the iceberg beauty from the art department? The young master of the Lin family and the beauty are a good match. However, the girl in the white dress still had no expression on her face, and no one noticed that she was holding her hands tightly under the table, as if she was enduring something. The girl next to her urged her to take the rose, and her face became even stiffer. Suddenly, I heard a discordant sound from the corner of the classroom. Tisk. Although the sound was small, it sounded just when the booing stopped, and it seemed particularly abrupt. Everyone turned around and saw me sitting in the corner with a disdainful look on my face. You're performing such a tacky magic trick. Do you like to play awkward? Marx got angry when he heard it. He obviously didn't expect me to be so direct, so he challenged me. Then show us something that's not awkward? I originally thought that Marx would stop, but I didn't expect that I actually stood up and nodded confidently. Okay, I'll show you a non-awkward performance right now. I silently counted down in my heart, intending to give them a surprise. More than 10 seconds passed, and I still didn't move. Marx looked at me and sneered. William, you are not performing, wasting everyone's minutes? Marx's lackeys also laughed. I think he doesn't know anything. He is just pretending to be rich. Another 2 minutes passed, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Just as the professor was about to speak, I suddenly raised my head. Everyone be quiet, I shouted. Then I put my hands together, pointed one finger at the sky, and shouted loudly, attract, thunder, Jew. This Chinibu action stunned everyone present. Before anyone could laugh out loud, a huge boom suddenly came from outside. A bolt of lightning really fell from the sky. The whole classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was sunny outside. Why did thunder suddenly start? I raised my hand again. Strike me. Boom! This time, the thunder was even more deafening, and even the ground began to shake, and the chandelier above the head began to sway. What on earth is going on? Is it an earthquake? It seems like I was really struck by lightning. The students panicked, and there was a chaotic noise outside. It's on fire. The top floor is on fire. Go put out. Soon after, the library staff rushed in and shouted, get out of here quickly. The top floor was struck by lightning and is on fire. Everyone got up in a hurry and ran out. William didn't panic and followed behind. Soon, everyone was evacuated. We stood outside the library, looking at the burnt roof. All of us were shocked. There was a lightning rod. So how could it be struck by lightning like this? Just then, someone pointed at me and shouted, ah, that's him. He's the one who brought down the thunder. Yes, I saw it too. Soon, the story of William attracting lightning spread all over the campus. I stood there, my mind in a mess. Did everyone really believe it? I just performed a small show. Why did they react so strongly? Chapter 20. I didn't expect these people to be so serious. This isn't some fantasy world. How could they really believe that I had caused that lightning? This is too outrageous. There was nothing unusual about a lightning strike in the library. It was just a coincidence. Did they need to investigate? But it happened. I was called in as a parent again. Actually, my sister Maria's annual leave was over, and she was about to go back to work when the school called again. When she heard that I was in trouble, her head exploded. If she had known that I was so troublesome, she should not have been my contact person in the first place. Wait a minute. Are you saying that my brother attracted a thunder and blew up the library? Maria sat in the school office and couldn't believe her ears. She thought it was some kind of prank. The curator with glasses looked extremely serious, and his tone was even more serious. Well, according to the rumors from the students at the scene, of course, we will not make rash judgments, and we must verify it first. Verify? Maria was a little confused and muttered in her heart. Is there any need for verification for such a thing? However, she did not say this out loud and still smiled. The curator continued, if it wasn't William who did it, we would never wrongly accuse him. Her tone was still serious, but my sister's expression was a little strange, and she was obviously getting impatient. William, can you tell me what's going on? Maria turned her gaze to me. Although her tone was not urgent, I knew that she was not at peace. I smiled awkwardly. It's just a coincidence. But I secretly complained in my heart. I just wanted to show off, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. A scene flashed through my mind quickly, and she accidentally heard my inner voice. Oh my God, I never thought it would turn out like this. But fortunately, only the rooftop burned and no one was injured. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Finally, Maria breathed a sigh of relief, as if she knew the truth. The world is not crazy enough. Even if you can predict the future and hear my thoughts, if I really knew that you can control everything, I would be completely devastated. There were several so-called witnesses in the office, including Marx. He stood up and changed the subject directly. Second sister, this is not a big deal. Dad recently intends to donate to the school, and building a new library will solve the problem. The director's eyes lit up, and it was obvious that this proposal made her eyes light up. She smiled and said, in fact, there is no need to completely rebuild the library, just repair the roof. Yes, Maria nodded silently. Although this matter is not a big deal, it is also good to be able to resolve William's reputation in school. But at this moment, my thoughts reach her ears again. It doesn't matter if the Lin family donates money to repair the library, but that idiot Marx might do something to it and build a low-cost, shoddy project. When the time comes, the library will collapse and people will die. Maria's pupils suddenly contracted. She stopped talking and was obviously struggling in her heart. Things might not be as simple as they seemed. I smiled a little, trying to break the silence. Hey, why don't you just stop believing in these superstitions? If I could really attract lightning, you would have been struck by me long ago. Marx was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't say anything. As we were about to leave the school, the eyes of the students around us seemed a little strange. William could actually attract thunder. This kind of thing was too outrageous, and they might also be secretly discussing it behind our backs. It seems that this matter cannot be explained clearly in a short time. I sighed, still feeling a little helpless. When I got home, William sat on the sofa and watched me still vividly telling my parents about today's Thor incident. My purpose was, of course, to let them blame William, and I didn't want my parents to laugh so easily. Ha! You mean, our William has become the god of thunder? My parents were stunned for a moment, then they laughed. But Maria had already begun to think about what to do next. Seeing them agree to help repair the library, Maria's eyes were a little complicated. She knew that the problem was not as simple as she thought. If it was really Marx who was interfering, the Lin family might really be in trouble. During dinner, the atmosphere at home was as calm as ever. I sat down and prepared to eat heartily, but suddenly stopped and saw the bowl of soup on the table. I muttered to myself, no way. What's wrong? Mom asked with concern. Dad, Mom, you'd better not eat this meal today. I said coldly, feeling uneasy. Chapter 21. What's wrong? Today's meals are dazzling, with both meat and vegetables available. The table is full of delicious food, especially the pot of steaming soup. Aunt Lou has obviously put a lot of effort into it. Marx immediately became unhappy. William, what do you mean? Aunt Lou worked hard for an entire afternoon, and it's fine if you don't want to eat yourself, but why don't you let my parents and sister eat it? He looked displeased and obviously wanted me to stop interfering. I didn't stop you. I rolled my eyes and couldn't help thinking it was you who had to go against me at this time. Marx unceremoniously scooped a large spoonful of soup into his mouth, smacking his lips and saying, "This soup is pretty good." He didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Looking at his satisfied expression, I couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, other people heard my inner voice. Although I didn't say anything at this time, my inner thoughts were obviously received by everyone accidentally. It's so funny. The food is all gutter oil, and you actually taste it? My words were like a stone, stirring up ripples on the water. I then thought, Aunt Lou had secretly sold all the imported oils at home and replaced them with gutter oil. She didn't even plan to hide it. The oil was placed in the cabinet under the stove. At this point, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, the food that was originally full of fragrance now became disgusting in my eyes. Others seemed to be a little bit uneasy, and they all stopped eating and lowered their heads in silence. Only Marx looked indifferent and continued to eat with relish. He didn't seem to realize that anything was wrong. Instead, he kindly advised us, Dad, Mom, second sister, don't listen to him making a fuss. The family is just having a meal, and he's causing trouble. He continued to wolf down his food, without any regard for anyone's feelings. However, Aunt Lou's guilty conscience can still be seen from her eyes. She has been working in the Lin family's kitchen for 2 years. Although my family has always trusted her, there's still some doubts in my heart. Looking back on the meals during this period, there was indeed some strange aroma. We subconsciously thought that this was just because Aunt Lou's cooking skills had improved, but we didn't expect that there might be other reasons. I'll go get a small bowl. Maria made up an excuse and walked to the kitchen. At this time, Aunt Lou was playing with her phone in the corner of the kitchen and didn't notice anything unusual. Maria came back. She was holding a bucket in her hands and asked solemnly, Dad, Mom, the oil you bought from abroad before wasn't like this, right? Her tone was unusually calm, but there was a seriousness in her words that could not be ignored. The oil in the barrel looked golden and translucent. The packaging was simple and without labels, and there was some black sediment floating in the oil. Seeing all this, everyone's face changed instantly. My mother turned pale with anger and angrily threw her chopsticks on the table. Aunt Lou. Her voice was filled with anger. Madam, what's wrong? Aunt Lou ran out hurriedly. When she saw the oil barrel on the table, she was stunned and her face turned pale. She began to stutter. This. Aunt Lou sat down on the ground, obviously frightened. My father said angrily, What on earth is going on? He could no longer keep calm. Aunt Lou took a deep breath, knowing that she could no longer hide the truth, and finally lowered her head and began to tremble as she told the truth. She accidentally learned the price of the imported oil, became greedy, secretly sold the oil, and used the money to buy gutter oil. To put it bluntly, this oil is the worst even among the waste oils. Aunt Lou's words shocked every one of us. She also told us that in order to cover up the odor of the waste oil, she even bought some large bags of seasonings, saying that it would make the taste better. Marx finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Before Aunt Lou could finish her words, he could not help but run to the toilet and vomit violently. He held his throat while vomiting, and it was obvious that he was nauseated. Finally, he stood up suddenly and kicked Aunt Lou down. Our family has never treated you unfairly. How can you, an old woman, be so vicious? He was so angry that his chest heaved, and it was obvious that he wanted to continue attacking. Stop, the mother yelled, and finally pulled Marx back, preventing things from getting worse. Out of consideration for the 2 years of taking care of the family, the mother did not hand Aunt Lou over to the police, but instead asked her to pay a large sum of money and get out of the Lin family. At this time, all the food on the table had been thrown away by other servants, but everyone was still sitting at the table, looking at each other, their hearts filled with disgust and uneasiness. Why don't we go out for dinner? Marx rubbed his stomach unwillingly and suggested, or order takeout. I know, a very clean, spicy crayfish restaurant. I smiled and proposed a different opinion. Marx looked at me and said with disdain, How clean can takeout be? Isn't it just gutter oil? His words made me laugh and cry. Soon, 2 large bags of takeout arrived. I smelled the aroma of crayfish and happily ate them at the table. I used to work in this store. The crayfish here are carefully prepared from the beginning to the end. The kitchen is very clean, and the oil used is from famous brands. Although it is a bit more expensive, it is safer. Oh yes, it tastes good too. Hearing my thoughts and seeing how he was enjoying the meal, the Lins finally began to salivate. Chapter 22. The Lins didn't have many opportunities to eat street food since they were young. They were obviously curious about the spicy and fragrant taste. My father couldn't help but say, William, is this enough? If not, Dad will order some more for you. He looked at me with a gentle tone. I proudly raised a small bowl in my hand and said, I ordered 4 servings. As soon as I finished speaking, my father was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, It seems that my son is really considerate. He and his mother looked at each other, their faces full of relief. I felt a sense of warmth and sat down with them with a smile. You know what? The food these young people like to eat tastes really good. My mother picked up the gloves and started to work. She looked at the gloves I handed her and smiled. We can hire an aunt who can cook crayfish in the future so that we can eat it at home. Everyone was chatting happily, and I was in a good mood. Just as I was enjoying the warmth with my family, I suddenly looked towards the second-floor staircase. Maria was standing there, looking a little hesitant. "Second sister, come down quickly. I have peeled them all for you." I waved at her and greeted her with a smile. Maria was still a little hesitant, but she finally went downstairs. "Since you've peeled it, I'll have a taste." Her words were a little awkward, but I knew she still wanted to participate. When the four of us were happily eating crayfish, Marx came back. He walked in with a happy face and was stunned when he saw that the table was empty. "Dad, Mom, I packed some abalone, king crab, and grouper for you." His smile froze instantly. His father looked at him and said, "We are full and have no time to eat anymore." He did not seem to notice Marx's increasingly embarrassed expression. Marx's face changed slightly, and he forced a smile. "I packed it from the Imperial Hotel. You really don't want to eat it? And my sister's favorite caviar." After he said this, his mother and Maria waved their hands. "No, I really can't eat anymore," Maria said almost at the same time. Marx's face changed completely. He threw the packed food to the servant and said coldly, "Throw it all away." This sentence hit everyone like a heavy hammer, and the whole atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone was stunned. Logically, these things could be kept in the refrigerator and eaten the next day, and there would be no problem even giving them to the servants. The servant asked tentatively, "Master, it would be a pity to throw these dishes away. Can we eat them instead?" Marx was obviously angry and shouted without hesitation, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to throw it away. Are you beggars?" His tone was filled with unbearable arrogance. The servant was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. She was a woman in her 40s or 50s, and today she was humiliated by a young man who was almost the same age as her son. She could hardly control the grievance and sadness in her heart. She lowered her head and pursed her lips. The father's mood suddenly turned bad. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Marx, why are you so angry? What did I teach you before? How dare you say such a thing?" His father and mother were rich, they never tolerated waste, and would not allow anyone to treat others in this way. They had strict family education, and at this moment, Marx's behavior was intolerable to them. Marx clenched his fist silently, said nothing, and walked upstairs without looking back. Once he reached the room, he slammed the door shut, making the whole room shake with anger. The mother sighed, walked up to the servant, and said guiltily, "Sister Zhao, I'm so sorry. It's our fault for not taking good care of our son. You can take these and share them with others." Her tone was full of apology. The maid's eyes were red. She knew that the Lin family was not cruel. She sniffed and whispered, "Madam, don't say that. You and Mr. Lin have always been good people." She recalled that a year ago, when her son was sick and needed money, her mother lent her 1 million without hesitation. The kindness was so great that it was impossible for her to complain. Even so, the servants had quietly begun to sigh in their hearts that blood ties really could not be ignored. Although William was not close to her, he seemed kind from beginning to end. And Marx's temper was completely different from that at home, which was really chilling. When I returned to school on Monday, I thought that after the weekend, everyone would gradually forget about my incident. Unexpectedly, things changed. Instead, the news that Marx was going to renovate the library spread widely, and there was also a lot of ridicule towards me. Young Master Lin is such a good man. He took the initiative to pay for the library renovation. A classmate said, "It's much better than that Chinibu." Someone sneered. Through their conversation, I finally understood that the Chinibu that my classmates were talking about was actually referring to me. I couldn't help but frown. Is this really how everyone sees me? Last Friday, I was still the god of thunder in their mouths. But why am I called Chinibu today? At noon, I walked into the school cafeteria with a table full of people staring at me. Not long after I sat down, a group of people surrounded me. They patted my table and sneered. "How dare you come here to eat? You'll point your finger at the sky again. Be careful of thunder, or it'll destroy the restaurant." They sat around me, laughing, and the atmosphere was hostile. The person at the front even took my plate and mercilessly dumped the food into the trash can next to me. "With your level, you still dare to ask me to pay compensation?" I responded coldly, with anger rising in my heart. Chapter 23. I looked down at my surroundings and found that these boys were all lackeys of Marx. Usually they would just try to please Marx, and today they were enjoying seeing me being teased by them. Marx stood aside, his eyes full of indifference, and he obviously had no intention of stopping this farce. I looked at Marx calmly. "You know that some things can't be concealed for long, right?" My calm words instantly froze the air around us. Marx obviously understood what I was saying, but he didn't care. So what if it's known? You are the real young master of the Lin family. He answered nonchalantly, and I knew that this had no effect on him. As long as he didn't leave the Lin family, he could still get everything. The people around me were still making noises, and some even started pushing and shoving, trying to get me to kneel down. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and when they turned around, they saw that it was Qiu Xiaoyan. She was the beauty in the art department that Marx had once pursued. She was wearing a black sportswear today and looked young and energetic. She ignored those people and walked straight towards me. "Are you okay?" I smiled and replied, "It's okay." I waved my hand casually and turned to look at Marx. "Since you don't dare to explain it clearly to your people, let me tell you." I took a deep breath and continued, "The one who wants to repair the library is my father, and I am the biological son of the Lin family. You're just my parents' adopted son." Marx's face turned pale in an instant. He didn't expect me to reveal the truth so bluntly. The looks around me also became complicated. Those who had laughed at me for being crazy before were now silent one by one. "Why don't you say anything?" I looked at him sarcastically, my heart no longer calm. Marx whispered, "Do you think you have a chance to inherit the Lin family? You're just a country boy." He turned around and left. His followers obviously didn't understand the situation, but they followed him reluctantly. They followed willingly under Marx's promise to give them jobs after graduation. The restaurant returned to silence. Qiu Xiaoyan looked at me and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a meal." I was surprised for a moment, then responded with a smile. "What do you want to eat?" I thought someone like her would be picky, but she only ordered a meal worth $12. I was a little confused, and I repeatedly confirmed that she really wanted to eat these before I went to line up. But when I was ready to pay, I found that my meal card was missing. I was a little panicked. If it was just me, it would be fine, but with Qiu Xiaoyan present, I felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, do you want to buy it?" The person behind me was obviously impatient and urged me impatiently. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out in front of me and put down my meal card. With a beep, the meal card was paid. I looked up, and it was Qiu Xiaoyan. She looked at me and smiled. I was immediately more embarrassed. I said I would treat you, but now you treat me." She lowered her head and pursed her lips, saying softly, "It's okay. Just consider it as the fee for the visit last time." "Visit fee?" I was a little confused. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. "It's your lightning attraction technique. It's really cool." I suddenly realized that Qiu Xiaoyan was interested in me because of that thunderbolt incident. Her cold appearance was actually just a cover for her social phobia. We chatted for a while, and after dinner she said, "How about this weekend?" She took the initiative to invite me. I agreed. "Okay, I'll contact you in advance." She nodded and left alone. Looking at her back, I was a little curious. Qiu Xiaoyan seemed cold, but she seemed to be an interesting girl. Maybe there will be more unexpected gains this weekend. After leaving the restaurant, I did not return to the dormitory immediately, but called the police. Suddenly, I realized that when those boys asked me to kneel down, they seemed to have touched my pocket. How could the meal card disappear out of thin air? The police arrived quickly, checked the surveillance, and confirmed my guess. The police walked up to me and whispered, "Student Lin, if you only have the meal card, I'm afraid it won't be enough to file a case." "That's enough. I have more than 5,000 yuan in my card." I replied calmly, mentally prepared to overwhelm Marx. The policeman was obviously a little surprised. "More than 5,000 yuan? Are all kids so rich nowadays?" They quickly found the person involved. The boy was obviously afraid to face me. When he saw me, his face changed instantly. "William, you deliberately hurt me." Chapter 24. "So what if I intentionally hurt you? It's not like you didn't steal my things anyway." I looked at the man who was taken away by the police with a smile in my eyes. Today, Marx not only lost his younger brother, but was also rejected by the goddess. He would not give up easily. However, I don't care. I will see what tricks he can come up with. Marx's anger did not dissipate, and he went home to complain. However, he soon realized that those family members who once cared about him the most now seemed unwilling to stand by him. In desperation, he could only go to Robert. Robert, the guy who seemed elegant but was actually cynical, was not the gentleman that Marx imagined. When he met Marx, he was still laughing and joking with a scantily clad woman, totally disregarding Marx's feelings. "Why are you here?" Robert glanced at Marx with an impatient tone. Marx sat down and glanced at the woman with dissatisfaction. "Robert, you haven't married my sister yet. Why do you play like this every day? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by my sister?" Robert waved his hand impatiently. As long as you don't say anything, she won't find out. Marks didn't expect Robert to respond to him so lightly. He couldn't help but lower his voice and said angrily, "That William is really too much. Not only did he embarrass me in public, but he also took my woman away." Robert laughed after hearing this. "Xiaoyu, you are just young and full of energy. You are just a woman. You can have whatever you want. Don't argue with that country bumpkin. It will not lose face if you lower your status a little." Marks was choked and speechless for a moment. "Don't worry. I'll slowly deal with him after I marry your eldest sister." Robert patted Marks' shoulder. "I'll find a girl to accompany you later. I guarantee she'll be 100 times prettier than that woman." Marks felt uncomfortable, but he also knew that these women were just Robert's playthings, and it was not worth investigating. In the end, he found an excuse to leave the bar, feeling more depressed. He called a few of his brothers and went to a barbecue stand to drink. Under the influence of alcohol, everyone started talking heartlessly. "Marks, I think William is just looking for death," said one of the brothers. "If it doesn't work, let's just kill him," another person echoed. Marks' anger was completely ignited. Thinking of the grievances he had suffered these days, he made a firm decision. "Okay, kill him." Their actions made Marks even more angry, as if something was about to explode. The next day, William's schoolwork was not heavy, and his parents often called Maria to pick him up. This afternoon, it was such a time again. Maria drove me home. Along the way, we had a pleasant chat. The atmosphere was warm, and we had a lot more topics than before. However, just as I was enjoying this moment, suddenly my heart was shocked. I raised my head and looked forward. We were passing an intersection, and the traffic lights were chaotic due to a malfunction. Suddenly, a car came from the opposite direction and hit our car. "Be careful," I shouted, but it was too late. I subconsciously reached out and grabbed the steering wheel, trying my best to turn the car to the side. Although the car body was still scratched, fortunately no one was hurt. Maria was already terrified, watching me barely controlling the car. After the car stopped, I angrily wanted to get out of the car and argue with the perpetrator, but I didn't expect that the car suddenly stepped on the accelerator and quickly fled the scene. Standing there, the system's voice rang in my mind, making me even angrier. "Marks, fuck you. You usually use tricks, but now you want to kill me?" The anger in my heart was almost burning. Maria finally came back to her senses from the shock, her hands trembling a little. This was done by Marks. She found it hard to believe this fact. After all, no matter how dissolute Marks was, he would not want to kill us. She got out of the car and said firmly, "I'll call the police. We can't wrongly accuse a good person, nor can we let the bad guy go." I nodded silently and stood there in silence for a long time. Although I knew I should find out the truth, I felt another kind of unspeakable irritation in my heart. I've been in more and more dangers recently. They're no longer simple pranks. It seems that someone has begun to have real murderous intentions towards me. System, what else can you do besides eating melons? To be honest, your golden finger is too useless. I asked in my heart, who said there are no functions? We are all systems. Who doesn't have some functions? The system's voice carried a hint of reluctant confidence. After a moment of silence, the system continued. "Every time you eat melon 50 times, you can draw a prize. The prizes include divination, golden eyes, etc." Divination? I frowned. What kind of skill is this? The system seemed a little helpless. "Anyway, when you encounter melons that are not delivered in time, you can calculate it yourself." I sighed lightly. Now that I have a new skill, it is also an extra choice. Just as I was about to put down my phone, Qiu Xiaoyan's name suddenly appeared on the screen, and I couldn't help but smile. "Qiu Xiaoyan, have you decided what to eat this weekend?" I answered the phone, feeling a little relieved. But there was a burst of noise from the other end of the phone, and after a while a weak voice came, "William, save me." Chapter 25, Straight Man Rescue. Hearing Qiu Xiaoyan's weak voice on the phone, William broke out in a cold sweat. "Where are you?" "Huayao. Hotel. I'll be right there." William finished speaking. He wanted to remind Qiu Xiaoyan not to hang up the phone, but before he could finish his words, there was another burst of noise on the other end of the phone, and the call was hung up. "Oh no, I'm afraid Qiu Xiaoyan's request for help has been discovered. Second sister, please handle the things here first. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first." William said something, hailed a taxi, and left anxiously. Maria had never seen William so anxious before, and she didn't have time to ask more questions. On the way, William heard the system's voice in his mind. "Marks, who did it again? System, your timeliness is getting worse and worse." William couldn't help but complain. If it's any later, it'll be the same as not saying anything at all. The system was a little embarrassed and explained patiently. The timeliness of eating melons is closely related to the relationship between the melon owner and the host. If it happens to a family member or to the host himself, the public will eat melons earlier. People like Qiu Xiaoyan, who have only met the host a few times, may not be so timely sometimes. William didn't care about that. When he arrived downstairs at Huayao Hotel, he realized that he didn't know which room Qiu Xiaoyan was in. The front desk here obviously wouldn't tell him easily. When he was anxious, he suddenly remembered the divination skill he had just acquired. He concentrated and calmed his mind, and a bagua pattern appeared in his mind. He quickly threw out the question. Soon, the bagua pattern began to rotate, as if guiding him. William followed the gossip's instructions, ran all the way upstairs, and finally stopped at the door of a guest room. This should be it. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the next room. Why hasn't Marks come yet? Isn't it unsafe for us to lock that girl up in the next room? It'll be fine in such a short time. Marks will be back soon after he finishes his work. William thought for a moment and knocked on the door next door. Hello, the takeaway has arrived. Take out. The person inside seemed a little confused, but he quickly opened the door. William took advantage of the person's lack of reaction and punched him. Then he squeezed in and quickly knocked down the two people inside. They took out the room cards of the next room from them, then pulled out two data cables from the room, tied them up, and stuffed their mouths. The whole operation went smoothly, and when the two men woke up, William had already left. Moreover, William tied them very tightly, and they couldn't struggle free at all. They could only whimper. This little sound could not attract the attention of people outside. They could only wait to be discovered and could do nothing else. William took the room card and opened the door of the room. As soon as I entered, I saw Qiu Xiaoyan lying on the bed. Her hands were tied, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and she was breathing heavily. The whole person looked dazed and a little confused. Was he drugged? No wonder Mark's minion stayed next door instead of here. William first untied the ropes that bound Qiu Xiaoyan's hands. But what was unexpected was that as soon as Qiu Xiaoyan's hands were freed, she suddenly hugged his neck. Even the whole person pressed against him. Hey. William was startled and stepped back. I feel uncomfortable. Qiu Xiaoyan looked in pain, with an abnormal flush on her face. William reached out and touched her forehead. It's so hot. As he spoke, he leaned over, picked up Qiu Xiaoyan, and walked toward the bathroom. William like a kitten? The little face kept rubbing against William's chest, with her little mouth slightly open, and it seemed that she was about to move closer to William's face again. But William put Qiu Xiaoyan directly into the bathtub, and before Qiu Xiaoyan could react, cold water was poured directly on her head. Ah? Qiu Xiaoyan was smart, but under the influence of the drugs, her screams sounded like moans. William is also a normal man. It is impossible for him to say that he has no feelings. But if he takes advantage of the situation now, what difference will there be between him and Marks? So he was still very rational, and was thinking about letting the effect of the medicine on Qiu Xiaoyan disappear as soon as possible. Qiu Xiaoyan was also much more sober than before. Zhuan Xufei said that her brain was always conscious and she knew what she was doing, but she just couldn't control her body. Soon, her entire body was submerged in the bathtub. The cold water did make her feel better. William with some resentment. Her hair was wet and she looked a little disheveled. Are you feeling better? William asked with concern. Qiu Xiaoyan seemed to be angry and said unhappily, no. She was now doubting whether she had no charm or William was not a man. It would be fine if he didn't respond to her ambiguity. But how come he doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women? William frowned and looked Qiu Xiaoyan up and down. As if he suddenly thought of something, he slapped his forehead and said, this medicine has a strong effect on the brain. You hold your breath for a while. Qiu Xiaoyan didn't know what William meant, but she nodded subconsciously. William pushed her head into the water. About half an hour later, Qiu Xiaoyan was lying on the bed in another room. At this time, the effect of the medicine in her body had completely dissipated. This also made her feel fortunate. Otherwise, she didn't know how that idiot William would torture her. William was sitting on the sofa on the other side, holding a cell phone, not knowing what he was doing. Qiu Xiaoyan took a deep breath. William, thank you. It's okay. You're welcome. William didn't even look up. Qiu Xiaoyan suddenly became even more resentful. Looking at William's appearance, she couldn't help but wonder if she had recognized the wrong person. Yes, That day's elective class was not the first time Qiu Xiaoyan met William. About 15 years ago, she was only 5 years old. Once when she went to visit relatives in the countryside with her parents, she accidentally fell into the water. Fortunately, he was found and rescued by a little boy who was fishing not far away. She didn't understand why a little boy who looked about the same age as her was so powerful. I don't understand why she kept such a cliché thing in mind for 15 years. She thought she would never have the chance to meet the little boy again, but unexpectedly, she met him again 15 years later. Although I no longer remember what the little boy looked like, I still remember the crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm very clearly. And the birthmark was on William's arm. That day, when William raised his hand to attract lightning, Qiu Xiaoyan saw it at a glance. She didn't know whether to be glad. The boy saved her again, but he seemed to have forgotten her long ago. Chapter 26. Watch the show. After falling into memories, Qiu Xiaoyan's gaze towards William relaxed a little. It's normal that William looks different than expected. After all, 15 years have passed, not to mention that she was still a child at that time. 90% of her impressions over the past 15 years were her own fantasies. However, just from the fact that William saved her again, she still felt an inexplicable sense of security towards William. Would you like to see a good show? William suddenly raised his head with a sly smile on his face. What? Qiu Xiaoyan didn't have time to look away and lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't you want to take revenge on the person who hurt you? William asked with a smile. Of course. Qiu Xiaoyan had already changed into the new clothes William bought for her. She turned over and sat up from the bed. What do you need me to do? You don't have to do anything, just wait patiently. William sat back on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting quietly. Qiu Xiaoyan had no idea what William was up to, so she could only sit aside patiently. After a while, she suddenly heard footsteps outside and the sound of the door opening next door. Her expression suddenly changed. If William hadn't brought her out, she would probably be in trouble now. Soon, an unhappy roar came from next door. You can't even watch a person. A bunch of rubbish. Is this voice Mark's? Qiu Xiaoyan looked at William in surprise. She thought she was being plotted against by some gangsters, but unexpectedly, the man behind it was actually Mark's. Mark's was still a college student, but he did such an outrageous thing. Qiu Xiaoyan was furious and wanted to go out to argue immediately. William said faintly, "Don't worry. If you go out now, you can't do anything except scold him." After being reminded, Qiu Xiaoyan also realized this. He sat back on the sofa dejectedly, his eyes a little red. Can these rich people do whatever they want? There was a hint of trembling in Qiu Xiaoyan's tone, and it was unclear whether she was asking William or herself. William hadn't rescued her today. She wouldn't know how Marx would have humiliated her. Then her life would be ruined. But now she had no way to deal with this beast. She seemed to have forgotten that William was also from the Lin family. He is also what she calls a rich man. William sighed softly. He was not very good at comforting people, so he could only say softly, "Don't worry, bad people will be punished. At least in this matter, it won't be let go." After that, he typed quickly on the phone screen. About 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside again. He also knocked on Mark's door next door. Marx was still angry at this time. He went to look for his younger brother in the next room, but no one opened the door. No one answered the phone. Originally, he had done a lot of preparation for his romantic night with Qiu Xiaoyan today. He even took some drugs himself to make the night passionate. But now that the person is gone, he feels as if he were on fire, and his whole body is hot. Especially my lower abdomen, it feels like it's about to explode. When he heard the knock on the door, he thought it was his brothers coming back and immediately went to open the door. But what caught my eye was a sexy beauty with a hot body and cool clothes. "You, who are you looking for?" The fire in Marx burned even more fiercely. If he understood the situation, he would have wanted to pounce on this little devil right away. However, the next second, the woman threw herself on him. "Handsome boy, can you take me in for a night? I could do anything for you." The charming voice completely broke the last line of defense in Marx's heart. He simply picked up the woman horizontally, turned around, and threw her on the bed. "Hello, police officer. I want to report prostitution activities in Huayao Hotel." Qiu Xiaoyan looked at William, talking on the phone seriously, and opened her mouth in surprise. "Is this okay?" William, who was also a young master of the Lin family, would also use some improper means to retaliate like Marx. But what was unexpected was that he actually called the police directly. The Lin family has a lot of influence in this capital city, and it would be very embarrassing to have a scandal. How come he doesn't seem to care at all? William finished the call. He stood silently at the window and looked down. Seeing the police car parked, he looked up and asked, "Do you want to go out and watch? Or just watch here?" Right here. Xiao Xiaoyan didn't want to see Marks, nor did she want Marks to see her. William didn't say anything and sat back on the sofa. What happened next was just as he had planned. The police checked the rooms one by one. They found Mark's room. Marks never expected to encounter such a thing. In confusion, the half-naked woman on the bed waved to the police first. "Hi, police officer, we meet again." When the police saw the woman's appearance clearly, they didn't even need to conduct routine questioning. This is a famous prostitute here, and she could be seen in almost every crackdown on prostitution. However, this young lady is very determined and seems to love this job very much. No matter how much she was educated with reason and emotion in the detention center, she still continued to do her old business after she was released. However, this also provided some convenience for the police. Every time they saw this woman, they did not need to argue with the other parties involved and could just take her away directly. Marks was taken away in confusion. "Okay, I'll take you back first, and then I have to go to the next show." William smiled and said, "If you want to watch it, I can show you a live broadcast." The psychological trauma of Xiao Xiaoyan's previous kidnapping was largely dissipated by William's series of little tricks. After returning to school, I couldn't wait to send a message to William to ask about the situation. William was at the police station at this time. In fact, he didn't have to come. He just wanted to watch the fun. Marks' prostitution, especially the father and mother. They were so angry that they refused to go to the police station and told them to let the police handle the matter impartially and let Marks fend for himself. But someone has to deal with this kind of thing. So Maria becomes the unlucky one again. Seeing that Marks was still a student and had committed a crime, the police only fined him and did not detain him. Soon, he returned to the Lin family with Maria and William in shame. "William, you must have done this to me again. I know it was you who plotted against me." Marks entered the door. He saw that his parents looked unhappy, so he immediately shouted loudly, trying to throw dirty water on William. After being tormented like this, he was a little confused. The only thing in my mind was to drag William into the water no matter what. Chapter 27, Xiao Xiaoyan's Thanks. Seeing Mark say this, his father and mother's faces became even uglier. Before they could speak, Maria said coldly, "Lin Xiao had been with me before, and he had a car accident on the road. How could he plot against you?" Marks was stunned and suddenly thought of something. He also designed this car accident so that the kidnapping of Xiao Xiaoyan could proceed smoothly. He never expected that this seemingly well-thought-out plan would actually backfire. He was completely speechless. But the father and mother quickly grasped the key point of Maria's words. "Car accident? What happened?" Maria briefly recounted what happened on the road with lingering fear. "The police have already gone to find the driver who caused the accident. I believe there will be a result soon." "Hey, it's the police's job to find a driver. I'm just asking if you two are okay." The mother walked quickly to Maria and William, looking them up and down. "Have you gone to the hospital? This matter can be serious or minor. What if they are injured?" "Mom, it's really okay." Maria quickly stopped her mother from asking questions. "If he continues talking, I'm afraid both he and William will be sent for a full-body checkup." William also quickly said that he was fine and his car was just scratched. The Lin couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Marks was watching them care so much about William and felt very angry. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back any longer, and asked, "Don't you care about me at all?" Everyone present was stunned, and then they remembered that Marks was still there. But they felt that Marks' behavior today was too embarrassing to care about, and for a moment, they didn't know why they were concerned. After a moment of silence, Maria, in her professional manner, reminded, "The police said that woman is a repeat offender. Marks, you'd better go get a physical examination as soon as possible." Marks was stunned for a long time before he reacted, and he became even more annoyed. Maria looked at his ungrateful look, and her tone became a little impatient. "After all, we will still be living under the same roof in the future. If you get infected with some dirty disease, it will affect others. Is this all you care about?" Marks opened his eyes wide, as if trying to see a hint of concern for him on the faces of his family members. However, it did not. After seeing this clearly, Marks laughed in anger and said coldly, "Since William came back, you have no longer treated me as a family member. Okay, then I'm leaving, okay." After saying that, he turned around, slammed the door, and left. In the past, Marks occasionally lost his temper. Most of the time, it is the family members who take the initiative to give in and resolve the conflict. This is also an important reason why Marx developed such a character. Perhaps it was because what happened this time was too bad. Although the father and mother were sad, they did not try to stop it immediately. Isn't it caring about his health? The mother sighed softly and shook her head silently. Mom, forget it. Xiaoyu's recent behavior is indeed a bit excessive. Let him think about it carefully. Maria gently put her arm around her mother's shoulders and whispered soothing words. For the next 3 days, there was no news from Marx. The atmosphere at home was also somewhat solemn. For the Lin couple, Marx was the child they had raised for 20 years. Even though they had no blood relationship, they could not just leave him alone. Worried that something might have happened to Marx outside, after much hesitation, he decided to send someone to look for him. But at this moment, they heard William's voice. What's there to worry about? Marx is probably having so much fun right now. I play games in the internet cafe with my friends every day. We have food and drinks, and when I get tired, I can go to the hotel next door to sleep comfortably. Hardship? He can't bear even a little bit of hardship. After hearing these words, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were indeed less worried. In order to confirm the authenticity, the father arranged for his assistant to check. Marx's recent ID card was found. It was exactly as William said. The registration information of Marx's ID card was in an internet cafe and a hotel not far from the school. Oh, he really doesn't treat himself badly at all. The father's heart turned into anger. This time, he simply didn't look for it. He had to teach this spoiled son of his a lesson. No matter what Marx did, William still maintained a normal college life. On this day, he suddenly received a message from Qiu Xiaoyan, asking him to meet. William thought Qiu Xiaoyan was bullied again and went to the appointment immediately. Unexpectedly, Qiu Xiaoyan brought a gift box and took him to a restaurant near the school with a smile. William, thank you for saving me last time. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Qiu Xiaoyan pursed her lips and said with a red face, then pushed the gift box out. Hey, why are you so polite? William opened the gift box and found a wooden bracelet inside. There are some patterns engraved on it, which looks very special. I made this with my own hands, Qiu Xiaoyan said in a low voice. She also didn't know what William liked. After all, William was the young master of the Lin family, so he should not be lacking in luxury goods. She took a different approach and made a bracelet like this. William put the bracelet directly on his wrist and rubbed it gently. It's very well made. I like it very much. That's good. Qiu Xiaoyan smiled faintly. She has always been introverted and socially anxious, so even if she is very happy in her heart, her expression will not be too exaggerated. At this moment, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and her expression became serious. By the way, I heard that Marx's classmates are still looking for you everywhere. I'm afraid they will cause you more trouble. It's okay, just let them come, William said lightly while eating. Such a calm attitude fascinated Qiu Xiaoyan. She likes this kind of calm person, not someone as noisy as Marx. Do you have a solution? There are ways. William smiled faintly and reminded, just stay away from them. It didn't work last time, and I don't know if there will be a next time. Qiu Xiaoyan nodded. I know. I told my dad about what happened last time. He was very angry and has already contacted the counselor. Marx should have been warned as well. Although their family is not as wealthy as the Lin family, they are not ones that can be bullied. Especially since her father has always been on good terms with the police. If Marx dares to attack his daughter again, he will definitely be in trouble. After dinner, it happened to be time for the elective course on literature appreciation. William and Qiu Xiaoyan came to the library together. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, he saw Marx's followers there, standing in the aisle, looking at him with a smirk on their faces. Obviously, he has bad intentions again. Chapter 28. Let me check your illness. William also smiled at them, looking harmless. But the next second, he grabbed the younger brother who was closest to him and pushed him into the classroom. With a loud splash, a bucket of water fell upside down. It was poured on the little brother's head. The younger brother obviously hadn't reacted yet, and he stood there in a daze. It was just a bucket of water. I thought someone was going to throw sulfuric acid. At worst, a bucket of shit would work. William shook his head with some regret. You. Seeing this, the other brothers pointed at William and were speechless for a long time. But William had already swaggered into the classroom, not taking them seriously at all. William still walked towards the seat in the corner where he was used to sitting. But today he also noticed that those younger brothers were staring at him with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Ah, a trick of elementary school students. William chuckled, without even looking, and sat down in the seat next to him. He was not stupid. The expressions on those people's faces, plus the strong smell of glue he smelled, made him feel very uncomfortable. It would be strange if one could be easily fooled. Sure enough, when they saw that he did not sit down in his original seat, a hint of disappointment flashed in those people's eyes. But they still stared intently, as if waiting for something. At this moment, William suddenly felt a cold touch on his arm. When I looked down, I saw it was a small black snake. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared to death the moment they saw the little snake. William was just stunned, then raised his hand and gently touched the little snake's head. Can't find home. Oh, they caught you while you were sleeping? That's really abominable. William and the little snake communicate smoothly. To others, the scene seemed like insanity. The younger brothers were originally disappointed that William was not scared by the snake, but now they couldn't wait to mock him. Hey, stop pretending. What are you talking to yourself about? Ha ha. I think he was frightened and had hallucinations. Faced with the ridicule, William ignored it. He found that the little snake was so cute, it kept sticking to his hand as if it was acting coquettishly. Gradually, some girls around me also noticed this. Hey, why do I suddenly feel that little snakes are a little cute? Its tail is still quivering, like a puppy, haha. I kind of want to touch it. This elective course is a liberal arts course, and there are many female students. At this time, almost everyone surrounded William, and all their attention was drawn to him. Among them, there are quite a few girls who were pursued or planned to be pursued by those younger brothers. How would they bear this? I advise you not to get too close. The snake might be poisonous, someone said sarcastically. As expected, these girls took a few steps back after hearing these words. Lin Xiao placed the little snake on the table and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not poisonous, and it was just born not long ago. Don't be afraid. By the way, I can let it perform a talent for everyone." After saying that, he tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. The little snake seemed to sense something and twisted its body, following the knocking sound. The knocking gradually became faster, and so did its movements. He raised his head, looking happy. The people around were simply stunned by this scene. Many people even took out their cell phones and started recording. After a while, the little snake was tired of jumping, and just then the professor's footsteps were heard outside the classroom. William put the little snake into his pocket and whispered, "You sleep here for a while, and I'll take you home after class." The little snake's performance undoubtedly made William popular again. The little brothers simply ended up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. They stared at William fiercely, as if fire was coming out of their eyes. William said gloatingly, "This little snake is not poisonous now, but it will be when it grows up. It also holds grudges. Those who kidnapped the little snake should be careful in the future. After all, its mother and brothers and sisters are not to be trifled with." These words made the younger brothers feel a chill down their spines. University, it was built against a mountain, and there is a large jungle behind the school. Only a small part near the school has been artificially built, and the rest of the place is still very primitive, with small animals often running out. This little snake is it. When they saw the little snake, they wanted to play a trick on William. I didn't expect that I would create such a huge hidden danger for myself. Fearing the snake's revenge, they did not dare to stay any longer and left the classroom immediately. They just hoped that the snake was still young and couldn't remember their smell. I don't know if it's because Marx was previously caught soliciting prostitution, which had a bad impact. The school specially organized a special education class. We hired doctors from outside the school to give lectures in the school auditorium to teach students some knowledge about men and women. The main purpose is to let these students who have just reached adulthood learn to protect themselves and not be influenced by some messy people outside. All first-year students are required to attend the lecture, which is semi-mandatory and counts for academic credits. Most of the girls were shy and sat at the back, while some of the boys were cheeky and sat at the front, laughing and joking. Coincidentally, the person invited by the school to give the lecture was Maria. Originally, this kind of thing was not her turn as a surgeon, but the doctor originally scheduled for this position fell ill, and he happened to know that Maria had strong professional knowledge in this area, so he asked her to help explain it. Maria is very beautiful. The boy sitting in the front seat simply laughed at first, but then he noticed that the doctor was incredibly beautiful, and the topic gradually shifted to Maria. The people who talked the most were Marx's cronies. When they learned that the beautiful doctor was actually Marx's sister, they were afraid that Marx would be unhappy and did not dare to say too much. When they found that Marx did not seem angry at all and even interrupted with a joke from time to time, they became even more unscrupulous. William was sitting not far behind them and could hear their discussion clearly. William frowned. He really couldn't imagine how these young college students could have such dirty thoughts in their heads. And Marx, after all, Maria is his honorary sister. How could he tolerate such obscene comments from these people? This really made William angry. Damn it, these idiots actually dare to say that about my second sister. I will invite them to the rooftop after the lecture. I have to teach these shameless people a lesson today. Maria's voice, which was lecturing on the stage, suddenly stopped. She heard William's inner voice and also saw the malicious looks of those around Marx, and immediately realized something. She was also a little annoyed, so she temporarily stopped what she was talking about and said calmly, "Okay, everyone should have understood the theoretical knowledge. There is still time. I can help some students with their illnesses. Student, come up here for a moment." She raised her hand and pointed her slender finger at the boy next to Marx. Chapter 29, Convincing People with Strength. Maria started speaking. The auditorium became very quiet. The chattering in the audience stopped, and everyone leaned over to look in the direction she was pointing. Marx was also confused. He pointed at himself in confusion, looking uncertain. Yes, it's you. Come up." Maria still had a faint smile on her face, without a trace of displeasure. The boy didn't understand what was going on, so he stood up hesitantly and walked towards the stage. "Okay, now I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you have to answer them truthfully." "Good." The boy nodded. Maria seemed to be afraid that the boys would be nervous, so her questions at the beginning were relatively easy. Slowly, it began to penetrate into his physical condition. Then she looked at the boy's tongue. Tisk. Maria shook her head with some regret and said calmly, "I thought college students were in good health, but now it seems that there are quite serious problems." "Huh? What's the problem?" When the boy heard this, he suddenly panicked. Maria frowned slightly and looked at the boy seriously. "I won't talk about your other health problems for now. The biggest problem right now is your kidney deficiency." As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence in the audience, and then burst into laughter. Especially the bad friends around the boy, just now. They don't care about their friend's embarrassment. They just think it's fun. Maria raised her hand, signaling for silence. "You should watch less nonsense videos in the future, otherwise you will be impotent for life." Maria said this in a serious tone, without any intention of joking. The noise from the audience grew louder. The boy's face turned red and white, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Finally, he went down as if escaping. Maria looked at the other boys and asked calmly, "Who else wants to come up and see?" Those boys immediately lowered their heads like ostriches. No one wanted to embarrass themselves in public. Maria chuckled, finally skipped the topic, and continued to talk about the knowledge she had just learned. After the lecture, William was not in a hurry to leave. After most people had left, I went to help Maria pack up the documents. Unexpectedly, Marx's subordinates didn't leave either. Although one of them had just been humiliated, he still had evil intentions. He came over with a smile, wanting to ask Maria for her contact information. William sneered. "If you have the time, you might as well take some medicine first. If there is any problem, your family will be extinct." As she said this, she glanced meaningfully at the boy's crotch. The boy's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "William, don't make trouble here otherwise." "What else?" "Use your weak body to hit me." William laughed even harder. Maria with some hesitation and said through gritted teeth, "Go out and tell me if you have the guts." Haha, that's exactly what he wanted. William raised his eyebrows non-committally and walked towards the back door of the auditorium first. There's an open space behind the auditorium where some discarded items are piled up. Usually few people pass by. William picked up the stick and turned to look at the boys. "Are you guys coming one by one, or all together?" At first, those boys wanted to curry favor with Marx. They thought that if they bullied William, they might even make William kneel down like a dog to apologize to them, which would make Marx happy. But for some reason, when they looked at William's appearance at this moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. "Why are you still holding a weapon?" One of the boys said, unconvinced. "Oh, then come on empty-handed." William threw the stick on the ground carelessly and hooked his finger at them. Although he had clearly dropped the so-called weapon, William's relaxed look made them even more uneasy. But things have come to this point, and we can't retreat. He's the only one anyway. Let's go together. The boy gritted his teeth and walked towards William first. But the result was that under William's punch, he retreated again. You. He didn't even see how William threw the punch, but he felt a burning pain on his face, dizziness, and he was about to faint. "Come on, you guys." There was even a hint of crying in his voice. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment. The other boy gritted his teeth, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. He actually picked up an iron rod from the side and hit William with it. You guys picked up the weapons so quickly without letting me use them. You are such a coward. William sneered. The boy waved the iron rod and laughed arrogantly. Only idiots would follow the rules at a time like this. When the others saw this, they also picked up various tools and rushed towards William. William's body was very flexible and he kept dodging. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even touch William's clothes. Gradually, they began to lose their composure. William took advantage of the fact that the others were not paying attention, grabbed the iron rod, pulled it hard, and took it away. He raised his hand and hit the boy's head hard. If this hits him hard, he will probably lose half his life if he doesn't die. The boy raised his head, his eyes full of fear. William's speed was too fast, and he was completely frightened and could only watch the iron rod fall. But just as the iron rod was about to hit the boy's head, William stopped. He just wanted to teach these people a lesson and had no intention of taking their lives. Are you scared now? William chuckled. The boy could no longer control his limp body and sat down on the ground. No one else dared to step forward. This is what Maria saw when she arrived. William stood in the middle of the open space, with a pale-faced boy lying in front of him. Others looked at William as if he were a monster. Seeing William put down the stick, another boy rushed over and pulled the boy on the ground up. The others did not hesitate at all and quickly dispersed. Even before leaving, they did not forget to make harsh remarks. Lynn, William, don't think you can let it go. Sooner or later, you will be in trouble. Chapter 30 Marks is back. William, do they often give you trouble? Maria couldn't help but frowned as she watched those people leave. William just smiled faintly. They are asking for trouble. Maria didn't know where William got the confidence to say that, but since she saw that he didn't care, she felt relieved. Second sister, have you considered coming to our school to be a school doctor? William suddenly asked. Your school has mentioned it, but I'm still considering it. Maria shook her head. If it were her old self, she might have refused directly. After all, she still wanted to develop well in this area. But after the last mentally ill incident and the bullying of William today, she suddenly felt that coming to university to be a school doctor, living a comfortable life, and accompanying her younger brother seemed to be a good path. At this moment, she heard William's voice again. If my second sister could become a school doctor and leave that hospital, perhaps she could have changed her miserable fate of having both her hands disabled. William finally mentioned this matter again. Maria's ears immediately pricked up. I have to say my second sister is really miserable. Not only did she encounter such a thing in her career, but her marriage is also so miserable. Forget it. I'll remind you when it's time. Why just let it go? We were just about to get to the point. Maria felt as if there was a ball of air stuck in her chest, and she felt like it was about to explode. She wanted to catch William and question him, but she was afraid that William would not be able to reveal his true feelings after knowing that his true feelings would be heard. Maria had no choice but to give up. In the evening, the Lin family had dinner happily. I heard a noise outside, followed by the servant's report. Master, madam, Master Yu is back. Everyone at the table had no expression on their face. They had heard William's thoughts in advance and knew that Marks would come back. And it was because Marks had to come back because he ran out of money and his card was suspended. But when they saw Marks's miserable appearance, they were still shocked. Marks's hair was disheveled, his clothes were covered in dust, and his face and body were covered in bruises. Obviously, he had a fight with someone. The father and mother were. They still felt a little soft-hearted when they saw Marks in such a miserable state. What's going on? The father asked, frowning. Marks was angry. During the few days he was away, none of his family members took the initiative to look for him. This has never happened before. It's all William's fault. He glared at William fiercely and said angrily, William, I know that my friends have offended you, but you and I live under the same roof after all. Why did you hire someone to beat me up? Shall you? Don't talk nonsense. William has been at home today. Maria subconsciously explained for William. Second sister, how could you be deceived by him? Even if he is at home, it doesn't affect him from contacting those gangsters outside. Marks's eyes were full of resentment. Maria was speechless at Marks's unreasonable behavior. She had seen William's skills. If he really wanted to teach Marks a lesson, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of finding some gangsters. Just when Marks wanted to continue his accusations, his cell phone suddenly rang. Marks saw that it was an unfamiliar number and hung up. But the phone rang again, and he picked up it impatiently. Hearing the voice over there, Marks's expression suddenly changed. Did you make a mistake? "Oh no, I'll be there right now." Mark's appearance became visibly panicked. After hanging up the phone, he didn't bother to explain anything to his family and left immediately. William sneered and ate the fruit plate in front of him leisurely. At this moment, his voice rang in the ears of other members of the Lin family. "What is coming will eventually come. This time I want to see how you explain it. I beat someone up and sent him to the hospital. I thought he would just ignore it if I gave him some money. Huh, I didn't expect that I would run into a tough guy. Even if they don't want money, they will send you to jail." Hearing these words, father and mother looked at each other, and their faces became very ugly. Marks actually beat someone into the hospital? If this matter were to get out, it would have a huge impact on the Lin company. If the stock price falls, they will not be able to explain to the shareholders. No, they have to resolve the matter before the media finds out. "Prepare the car." My father changed his clothes and went outside. The mother hurried along. They rushed to the hospital almost nonstop, but it was still too late. As soon as I went upstairs, I heard Mark's familiar voice. "Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Lin family." It's the Lin family. The Lin family, you can never afford to offend in your life. Why don't you take a piss and see what you are? How dare you threaten me with suing the police? If you know what's best for you, take the money and keep quiet. If you continue to make trouble, I will make you regret coming into this world. Such an arrogant voice shocked the hearts of both father and mother. They never imagined that these outrageous words would come from the mouth of the son they had raised so carefully. All along, they were willing to believe that Marks just liked to throw tantrums like a child and was not a bad person by nature. But he actually used the identity of the Lin family to bully others like this, which was really too much. "Marks!" The father could no longer bear it and shouted angrily. Marks was startled, turned around, and saw that it was his parents, and immediately a cold sweat broke out on his back. The reason why he was worried that the matter would get out of hand was not because he was afraid of the police, but because he was afraid of his parents. If his parents expelled him from the Lin family completely because of this, then he would be really finished. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Marks managed a stiff smile. Then he pointed at a yellow-haired gangster on the bed and said, "It was him. William ordered him to beat me." "Bah!" The yellow-haired man was also a stubborn person. He spat in anger and shouted, "Marks, don't you know how much money you owe me these days? It's just right that your parents are here now. Pay me back first, and then you can talk about beating me." "You don't talk nonsense. I am a member of the Lin family. How could I owe you money?" Marks was still quibbling, but he didn't seem to have much confidence. Chapter 31. First Love on the Internet. "What the hell is going on?" the father asked with a cold face. "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. Marks still wanted to quibble. But before he could finish, his father stopped him. "Shut up. I'm asking him." The father looked at the yellow-haired man on the bed and asked seriously, "You said my son owes you money?" "Oh, Marks, I was wondering why you played dirty tricks on me for just a few $100,000. Turns out you were hiding it from your father." The yellow-haired man glanced at Marks sarcastically and said to his father, "Yes, your son owes me hundreds of thousands of dollars. The agreed repayment date has long passed. Today I want to give him an ultimatum, but I didn't expect this kid to hit me. Boss Lin, you're a businessman after all, and a big shot in Beijing. If you really have some dignity, return the money right away." Although Huang Mao's tone was not very good, it was not aggressive either. Looking at the whole matter, it is obvious that Marks is not in the right. Now Huang Mao didn't say that he would pursue the matter of beating and only asked Marks to pay back the money, which was considered as leniency. My father was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Leave me your phone number and I'll ask my assistant to pass it to you later." Marks fiercely again. Marks didn't think it was his fault at all and retorted, "Who told you to suspend all my credit cards? I can't even get any money out, and I have to borrow hundreds of thousands from others. You mean to blame us?" The father laughed out of anger. Perhaps frightened by his father's angry look, Marks did not dare to continue making excuses. The mother said unhappily, "Your father should have suspended your card the day before yesterday. How come you borrowed hundreds of thousands of yuan from others?" Marks stiffened his neck and said unconvincingly, "Isn't it normal to spend a lot when you're away from home?" "Haha, it seems you don't know what your precious son is doing outside." The yellow-haired man on the hospital bed suddenly laughed. "Yeah, you rich people just play with flowers, internet celebrities, young models. Just shut up." Marks got angry and rushed forward to beat the yellow-haired guy again. The yellow-haired man yelled, "Marks, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Otherwise, even if your parents are here, I will call the police anyway." Marks' hand in midair stopped. Huang Mao's words really touched his sore spot. Today's incident has finally been resolved into a minor one. If it continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve. At this time, William and Maria also came to the hospital. From a distance, I saw a confrontation between several people. William glanced at the yellow-haired man and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Maria looked over curiously, and soon she heard William's voice. Haha, Marx and this yellow-haired guy are really destined to be together. A few years ago, Huang Mao turned out to be Marx's online love interest. Both men used female accounts to pretend to be transsexuals online. Coincidentally, they both thought the other was a real girl. It was a pity that the online relationship was discovered by his mother, who secretly changed Marx's password, forcing the relationship to end. It was a pity for Huang Mao. From then on, he spent every day in the internet cafe to surf the internet, just to find his former true love. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this means they are each other's first love. I didn't expect it to get to this point. It's really fate playing tricks on me. These words shocked the Lin family, and they all had different expressions. Maria looked like she was eating a melon, while her father and mother held their foreheads helplessly. They are reflecting. How have they been parents all these years? Why did they raise such a son? Seeing that Marx and the yellow-haired man were still on edge, the mother hesitated for a moment and said sternly, Xiaoyu, you've been in the internet cafe these days, right? No, just playing around. Marx said guiltily. How come I've been addicted to the internet so much since I was a kid? The mother snorted coldly and deliberately raised her voice. Remember a few years ago, you were still having an online romance? You didn't even know whether the other person was a man or a woman. Mom, Marx had not expected that his mother would expose his shortcomings in front of so many people. And for a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. I remember you were called something like, Miss Innocent? Xiaoyu, you are a boy after all. It's okay to have an online romance, but you're also pretending to be a girl. Isn't that shameful? My mother talked endlessly about this matter. At the same time, her eyes turned to the yellow-haired man on the hospital bed. Sure enough, after hearing the name Miss Pure Love, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes. Wait a minute. Huang Mao raised his hand, pointed at Marx and asked, What game were you playing? None of your business. Marx now gets annoyed when he sees Huang Mao and is unwilling to answer any of his questions. The mother answered helpfully. I remember it was called something like Love and Destiny. It looks like a game played by girls. Haha, the person you were dating online is also interesting. She changed her name for you to something like Miss Spoil. In an instant, Huang Mao sat up from the hospital bed. The body still wrapped in gauze didn't seem to hurt anymore. You were actually Xiaochun. Huang Mao's face looked very ugly. There was surprise, but more of it was disbelief and anger. Marx was also confused. He hasn't heard anyone call him Xiao Chun for many years. He reacted quickly, his pupils almost trembling. You are Xiao Jiao? The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds and said in unison, Fuck you. The situation instantly became out of control again. Father and mother shook their heads helplessly and left the ward together. No matter what, I just hope Marx can learn from his mistakes. Just when the two thought that the matter was resolved and they could go home, William's voice echoed in my mind again. It turns out that my dad also had an online romance before, and it was after he got married, and my mom didn't know about it until now. Interesting. The atmosphere once again dropped to freezing point. Chapter 32, The Lin's Plan. Maria opened her mouth in surprise. If she didn't want to expose William's inner thoughts, she would probably cover William's mouth and drag him away. Her mind raced, trying desperately to think of how to change the subject. Asked William if he was not hungry either, but they had just finished dinner before Marx came home. Ask William if he is sleepy. It's just past 8 o'clock now. It's too abrupt to ask like this. Maria has always thought she was very smart, but now she finds that she can't even find a reason. But as her mother's complexion became worse and worse, Maria realized that it was too late. Oh, father, I was curious before. Who did Xiaoyu learn this online dating habit from? Could it be you? Mother's eyes, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of coldness. The father quickly said righteously, How is that possible? I'm not his biological father. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, really? You mean you've never been into this kind of mess before? My mother was asking questions. Her tone was very firm. This made the father a loss as to how to explain it for a while. No, really not. My father wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But he really doesn't remember having any online romance experience. let alone online dating. He is still not very good at the internet. There's so many things to do in the company every day. How can he have the time? Besides, his wife is virtuous and his daughters are sensible. He would have to be crazy to risk ruining all that by engaging in an online romance. Thinking of this, he glared unhappily at William, who was walking in front of him. What's wrong with this kid? Just when I felt that his inner voice was very authentic, I came up with this. William felt a slight chill on his back. Looking back, I saw my mother had a cold look on her face, while my father was smiling awkwardly. My dad is really henpecked. I'm afraid my dad himself has forgotten that the internet had just become popular at that time, and he wanted to use this special method to add some little fun between the two of them. It's a pity that my mom never buys into this, no matter how my dad flirts with her. This time, it was Maria's turn to hold her forehead. She lowered her head and glanced at her parents calmly. In her impression, her parents came from prominent families, and the two of them always treated each other with respect and were relatively reserved. I didn't expect this to happen. After hearing William's thoughts, his father finally remembered. At that time, he thought the way young people dated online was very novel, and he also heard from his subordinates that couples should have some small surprises from time to time. That's why he created a small account and wanted to have an online romance with his mother. But what he didn't expect was that his mother didn't bother to pay any attention to him. Often he would send more than 10 messages before his mother would reply with just one, and it was a repetitive process. I was blocked after a few days. This made him happy and disappointed at the time. My mother also vaguely remembered this incident, when she found out that the person who harassed her was actually her father. The most embarrassing thing is not the memories, but their childish behavior was actually known to their son and daughter. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do at the company. I'll go work overtime for a while. My father made up an excuse to escape. The mother also clapped her arms and said, "By the way, your Aunt Lou asked me to play cards today. We are short of one person, so I will go over first. You can go home by yourselves." After saying that, he left quickly. Maria naturally knew why her parents suddenly had something to do, but William didn't know. He just stared blankly at the backs of his father and mother as they left. These two people are weird. In the following days, Marx finally calmed down. He seemed to realize his mistake and behaved very well every day. Father and mother were not fooled by Marx's appearance. To be precise, Marx no longer has much credibility in their hearts, making trouble again and again. If they hadn't heard William's thoughts and tried their best to stop him, the Lin family's reputation would have been ruined by Marx long ago. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, the Lin couple came up with a solution. That is to send Marx abroad. Anyway, after Marx failed the college entrance examination, he had pestered them and wanted to go abroad. At first, they felt that Marx was immature and could not take good care of himself abroad, so they would rather spend more money to let him study at a university in China. Now it seems that was the wrong decision they made. Fortunately, it's not too late to make up for it now. Marx abroad first, and then break off their relationship with Marx after they had adapted to each other. That's right. It means breaking off relations. They may have been reluctant to do so before, but after seeing Marx's performance in recent times, they had no choice but to do so. Even if it's just a superficial severance of ties, it's okay to continue supporting each other secretly. In short, we can't let Marx continue to cause trouble. The Lins did not discuss this plan with other family members. They just wanted to wait for Marx to be out for a year or two before slowly implementing it. Unexpectedly, Marx, who was not very smart, was able to keenly feel the change in his parents' attitude towards him this time. After eavesdropping several times, he learned their thoughts. This made him angry and scared. He doesn't want to leave, and he can't leave. As long as he stays in this family, he still has a chance to turn things around. Once you leave, there will be nothing left. After thinking for a long time, Marx came up with a solution. That day, he went to the underground bar again and found Robert. "Brother-in-law, you have to help me this time." As soon as he entered the door, Marx couldn't wait to speak. Robert didn't take it seriously at first and waved his hand, trying to get him to drink or drive him away. But this time, Marx was no longer submissive and fawning in front of Robert, and his eyes were full of viciousness. "Robert, if you don't help me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Robert's face darkened. He raised his eyes and stared at Marx and said coldly, "Marx, do you know what you were talking about?" Marx leaned back on the sofa and put the bottle of wine on the table forcefully. "If you help me, I will continue to help you in the future. If you don't help, then don't expect to marry my sister." Chapter 33. The Self-Torture Scheme. Robert realized that Marks was serious. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and dismissed the women around him. Marks, don't think that just because you helped me before, you can threaten me like this. Robert narrowed his eyes, with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. As the future heir of the Bai family, no one has dared to speak to him like this for a long time. Marks clenched his fists. He also knew that he couldn't afford to offend Robert. But at this point, he has no other choice. Robert, I'm not blackmailing you. I just have no other choice. They want to send me abroad and cut off all ties with me. Just think about it. If I leave the Lin family, who will be able to help you in the future? Marx used both soft and hard tactics to persuade people with both reason and emotion. Robert was still unhappy. He barely suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Then how do you need me to help you?" Marx saw Robert let go and quickly moved closer and whispered something in Robert's ear. Robert's face was expressionless. "Then I'll help you again." Weekend, early morning. The doorbell rang outside the Lin family's door. At this time, the servant went out to buy groceries. The younger generation in the family usually haven't gotten up yet, and only the father and mother are doing morning exercises in the yard. Seeing the courier standing outside the yard, the mother was a little confused. Why is the express delivery so early today? As he said this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to open the door. Maybe they bought too much stuff, so the courier delivered it to us in advance. My father wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't care. Followed his mother, thinking that if there were a lot of express deliveries, he could help out. But when the courier handed a box to the mother, the father suddenly saw a flash of cold light under the box. Careful. By the time the father reacted and wanted to rush over, it was too late. The courier simply overturned the carton and swung the knife at the mother. The mother was so frightened that she turned pale and stood there, forgetting even to dodge. At this moment, another figure rushed out from the side and stood in front of the mother. "Mom, be careful." It was Marx. In a flash, the knife stabbed over and pierced Marx's shoulder. "Ah!" Marx screamed. The severe pain made his face lose color instantly, but he did not dodge. Instead, he shouted at the courier, "How dare you hurt my mother? I will fight you." Maybe the courier was frightened by Marx's appearance, but he immediately threw away the knife and ran out without looking back. The father rushed over and saw Marx's bleeding shoulder. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Call the family doctor and call the police immediately. Quick!" The servant who had just gone out to buy groceries just came back. Seeing this scene, they made a phone call in horror and helped Marx back to the living room. After a while, the family doctor arrived with his assistant. When William came out of the room, he saw the chaotic scene downstairs. Marx lay pale on the sofa, being examined by the family doctor. Father and mother sat next to him, their faces filled with worry and nervousness. The mother's eyes were still red as she looked at the wound on Marx's shoulder that was still bleeding with heartache. Maria was sitting not far away. As a doctor, she has seen many big scenes. He just frowned slightly, showing no emotion. Marx was injured so early in the morning? William was confused. I don't know if it was because he was sleeping, but he didn't get to eat the melon this time. I simply used divination again to find out what was going on. The Bagua formation appeared in his mind, and soon, a simple vein was revealed. Haha, it's another self-directed and self-acted movie. But this time, he was really ruthless. After William understood what happened, he couldn't help but sneer. Downstairs, Marx lay on the sofa, still looking weak. While tending to the wound, he hummed from time to time. This made the mother feel even more guilty. After all, Marx was injured because he saved her. Recalling that they had previously planned to send Marx away, she felt even more uncomfortable. Marx on some things. Marx was still a good kid at heart. Xiao Yu, if you feel uncomfortable somewhere, remember to tell the doctor and get checked out immediately. The mother warned carefully. Don't worry, Mom. Marx raised a weak smile and said calmly, as long as you are all okay. We're fine. We're fine. Hearing these words, the mother felt even sadder. His voice became choked, and he lowered his head and silently wiped away his tears. But at this moment, William's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Marx's self-torture trick is really. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel to himself. In order to win the sympathy of his family, he actually hired someone to act out such a scene. But he was successful. A self-torture tactic, directed and acted by yourself? The mother's tears stopped at once. After several confirmations in the past, they now believe in William's voice. He couldn't help but look at Marx with an inquiring look. I'm really fine. It's just a minor injury. As long as I can protect you, I'm not afraid of death. Marx did not notice the changes in the people around him and was still immersed in his own world. By the way, Xiaoyu, I remember that you always sleep until noon on weekends and rarely eat breakfast. Why are you up so early today? Maria, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Marx didn't seem to expect someone to ask this out of the blue. After being stunned for a moment, he stammered and explained, "It's just that I don't know why I can't sleep, and I want to go downstairs to do morning exercises with my parents." "Oh, that's a coincidence. If you hadn't gotten up early, I'm afraid Mom would be in danger." Maria looked thoughtful. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. The police had arrived. This time the matter was relatively simple to explain, and the police quickly understood the situation. But unexpectedly, the surveillance camera installed at the front door of the Lin family broke down at some point. So apart from the person involved, no one knew what the murderer looked like. You don't have to worry. The surveillance cameras on several roads outside have just been replaced with high-definition ones. Even if the suspect is wearing a hat or mask, we can still identify him from the data by his eye and body features. The policeman said patiently. After hearing these words, the Lin family's expressions finally looked a little better. Only Marx had a flash of panic in his eyes. Chapter 34. Taking Kickbacks. After hearing William's thoughts, the Lin family focused their attention on Marx's face. Marx's face was captured accurately. They're all smart people, so it's no wonder they guessed the truth. "Xiaoyu, are you sure you didn't see that person clearly?" The mother asked one last time. "Mom, really not. The situation was so urgent that my mind went blank." Marx still used the excuse he had thought of earlier to fool people. But this time, he vaguely noticed the helplessness in his mother's eyes. Only then did he notice that the concerned looks his family had shown him had disappeared at some point. In addition to the mother, the father and second sister also had helpless looks in their eyes. "Dad, Mom, why do you look like that?" Marx's heart was pounding with nervousness. He considered the possibility that he might have been exposed, but quickly rejected the idea. This was done so secretly that there was no way he would be discovered, especially now that even the police have no evidence. It is impossible for them to suspect him. After hesitating for a moment, Marx raised his head firmly. "Dad, Mom, I really didn't see the man clearly. You also saw the situation at that time. If I hadn't appeared in time, Mom would have." Seeing Marx's refusal to admit his mistake, the mother felt uncomfortable but could not say a word. Having raised her son for 20 years, she didn't want to completely break up with him. No matter what, she still wants to give everyone some respect. Others probably think so too. They just told Marx to take good care of his injuries and then ignored him. Seeing the indifference of his family, Marx understood something. Although he didn't know where he made the mistake, it seemed that being exposed was a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, in the next few days, Marx always saw his parents talking about something in the study. When he gets close, they stop talking. Moreover, he also saw some information about foreign schools in the trash can in the study. It seemed that they were determined to send him out this time. Marx was extremely upset, but he had no other choice. He knew that Robert would not help him anytime soon. Marx pondered for several days and suddenly thought of something. He immediately went to the school and found the person in charge of renovating the library in the logistics department. The person in charge is named Lee, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is tall and thin, with a shrewd look on his face. After his father decided to help University renovate the library, Marx found the person in charge. Just as Marx thought, Director Lee was also a greedy person. The two of them immediately agreed to make a 50-50 profit from the materials. When Director Lee saw that it was Marx who came, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Hey, Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Director Lee was busy serving tea and water while greeting the guests. But that smile was very fake. Faced with these second-generation rich people, he felt very dissatisfied in his heart as he had to smile to these young people even though he was already old. "But I really can't afford to offend him." Mark sat on the sofa, took the teacup without hesitation and took a sip, then said calmly, "Director Lee, Lin's money should have been transferred a few days ago. Why is there no movement from your side? You're not thinking of taking it all for yourself, are you?" "How could that be?" Director Lee quickly explained. He glanced outside the door and made sure no one was there before lowering his voice and saying, "Mr. Lin, didn't we agree before that we would divide the money after the renovations were completed?" Marx rolled his eyes in annoyance. "It's only a month at most. What's the difference?" In fact, Marx felt a little uneasy at this time. They had indeed agreed to split the money after the project was completed, but it was too late for him now. He didn't know when his parents would send him away. If he was not ready by then, he would have to wait for death. So he had to get the most money as quickly as possible. But in order not to leave any trace, he could not show any eagerness. You must remain as arrogant and domineering as before. Director Lee was indeed frightened by Marx's appearance, and hurriedly explained patiently, Mr. Lin, because a lot of materials have not yet arrived, I am not sure how much will be left in the end. Marx frowned. Do you think I really don't understand? This kind of project plan has been written in advance, with detailed information. But there may be special circumstances. Director Lee wanted to explain. Marx waved his hand impatiently. No matter what special circumstances there are, the amount won't be much different. You can just bear it yourself. Don't forget, without me, you won't make a penny. Director Lee was very annoyed by Marx's attitude. It's bad enough that he goes back on his word, but he actually threatens him? But even if he was angry, he couldn't show it. After hesitating for a moment, he asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, are you in urgent need of money? If not, I can transfer some money to you first. Marx would not admit it, but said nonchalantly, I've got my eyes on a new car and my pocket money is short. Director Lee clenched his fists tightly. Even at his age, he still has to work hard every day. In order to earn some kickbacks, you have to live in fear all day long. But this Marx is just in a hurry to buy a car? Director Lee took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. Mr. Lin, you should also know that every sum of money needs to be approved layer by layer. Until the project is completed, a large part of it cannot be obtained at all. Marx said coldly. Then you should pay the money you should give me first, and when the money comes, you can take it all. Director Lee saw that Marx was determined to get the money first, and there was really no other way. I had no choice but to take out my phone and sigh heavily. Well, I'll transfer all of this little private money to you. After a while, Marx received the arrival information. This made him feel more at ease, and his complexion improved a lot. Okay, then we're even. I'm leaving. Marx got the money and was unwilling to stay for a moment. Then he went on to his next plan. But what he didn't know was that he was not the only one who received the message about the money arriving to his bank card. Chapter 35. Drive out of the Lin family. After Marx caused so many troubles, although the Lin family did not say much to him on the surface, in order to avoid being implicated further, they secretly monitored Marx, especially when it comes to money. When the amount of money deposited into the Marx bank card exceeds a certain range, the bank will notify the relevant person in charge. That is Maria. She didn't want her parents to be sad about Marx's affairs anymore, so she took the initiative to take the responsibility of keeping an eye on Marx. She also quickly found out the source of the money. She did not forget William's previous words. Marx embezzled the project funds, and the materials used to renovate the library were replaced with inferior ones. In other words, it is very likely that the collapse accident will really lead to a series of irreversible consequences, just as William said in his heart. Why? Maria sighed heavily. Her original intention was not to kill Marx. But the mess Marx had made this time was too big, and she didn't want the entire Lin family to be buried with him. Logically speaking, these matters should be handled by the eldest sister Lisa. But my eldest sister hasn't come back since the last time she went abroad. There seems to be some problems at the branch office over there. All the troubles caused by Marx were put on Maria's shoulders. The thought that the previous 20 years of family affection had gone to waste made her very upset. In the following days, Maria mobilized the people that his parents had arranged for him to keep an eye on Marx's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, after Marx had received such a large sum of money, he still did not stop and actually borrowed money from some noble families that had previously been on good terms with the Lin family in the name of his family. Even though there was no fanfare, some people still informed my father. The father was very angry and immediately sent someone to inform everyone that Marx's borrowing of money was his personal behavior and had nothing to do with the Lin family. The people from other families were also smart. When they saw their father's reaction, they guessed most of the situation. This is clearly a sign of intending to sever ties. People like them who put profit above all else will naturally not do business at a loss. When he returned, he directly rejected Marx and kicked him out. Marx encountered setbacks one after another and gradually became irritable. You guys are such a snob. Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to end all cooperation with you. If you offend me, I will make you regret it sooner or later. Bah! However, all his crazy actions came to a halt after hearing a word from the person inside. They said they would call the police if he continued to make trouble. Marx stopped shouting immediately. He had not forgotten the embarrassment he felt the last time he was taken away by the police. He doesn't want to do it again. However, he was still taken away. Marx's recent behavior is simply bringing shame to the Lin family. Before he could make a big fuss, Maria arrived in time with bodyguards and forcibly took Marks back home. Marks was slightly relieved when he saw that he was going home. But as soon as he entered the door and felt the solemn atmosphere at home, he panicked again. "Dad, Mom, Marks opened his mouth. A teacup flew towards him. With a loud bang, it hit the wall next to it. The fragments and the tea inside were scattered all over the floor. Marks was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. When he looked up, he saw that his father's face was full of anger, and there was no longer the love in his eyes when he looked at him. You have to know that he has been naughty since he was a child. Even if he made mistakes in the past, no matter how much his father scolded him, he would never have such a resolute expression. Marks quickly looked at his mother. But I found that my mother's face didn't look much better either. "Marks, what did we owe you to become like this?" The mother said with a trembling voice. S. Marks broke out in cold sweat on his back, and his legs felt a little weak. This might be the first time he thought about whether he had really done something wrong. The father snorted coldly. "Oh, you are just an ungrateful wolf. If you continue to stay in this family, sooner or later, you will completely destroy the Lin family." This topic has finally come to the surface. Marks clenched his fists tightly, finally feeling scared. He couldn't imagine how he would live in the future if he left the Lin family like this, after living a life of luxury for 20 years. Thinking back to the predicament I faced when I went to borrow money today, what should I do if he becomes like a rat crossing the street in the future? Thinking of this, Marks could no longer bear it and fell to his knees with a plop. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Marks said this, tears and snot streaming down his face uncontrollably. He crawled to his mother's feet on his knees, apologizing repeatedly. But the mother was so disappointed with Marks that she was unwilling to forgive him. They dare not gamble. Marks behaves the same way this time. They will have to clean up the mess again. Marks hugged his mother's legs and kept begging. But he found that his mother, who had always loved him, didn't even look at him today. If it were in the past, his mother would definitely not have the heart to see him like this. This made him feel even colder. "Marks, don't make things difficult for your mother. We have already decided that you will no longer be a member of our Lin family." My father sighed and said lightly, "Dad." Marks was going to kneel before his father again. But my father stood up first and walked upstairs. The mother followed. "Dad, Mom." Marks wanted to catch up. Maria stood up and stood in front of him. "Marks, don't make things difficult for your parents. The Lin family has never treated you unfairly, but you have done this again and again. Your parents have decided that they will still give you pocket money every month, and they have also arranged an apartment for you near your school. If you really want to ask for your parents' forgiveness, you can live a stable life on your own." Maria knew that her parents did not want to kill Marks, so she told them their plan. Marks gritted his teeth, stood there, and didn't speak for a long time. It would be a lie to say, "I don't hate you." But now he is more afraid. He is afraid of losing everything he had. Chapter 36. Fake Young Master. Marks still left the Lin family. But he was only depressed for half a day, and the next day, he went out to play with that group of bad friends. Just like a rebound after being suppressed, he became particularly rebellious and arrogant in front of everyone. In the dim box, Mark sat in the middle, still looking like a second-generation rich kid. Sitting next to him was William's former school beauty, Liang Xiaoxue. Liang Xiaoxue was always dressed seductively, and today she was wearing cool clothes, sticking to Mark's. The fullness on her chest made her want to press it directly on Mark's arm. Marks was so infatuated with her that he completely forgot about being kicked out of the Lin family. He even felt a little relieved. Anyway, his pocket money didn't decrease much. He didn't have to live at home, and no one would care about him. Wouldn't he be freer then? After a few rounds of drinking, this group of friends began to speak more and more without restraint. At the beginning, everyone was praising Marks and belittling William. But someone suddenly brought it up. "By the way, Marks, what that kid said before, that he is the real young master of the Lin family. I don't know if it's true or not." The person who was speaking was drunk. His speech was slurred and unclear. But as soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone present should have known about this matter. But since Marks did not express his opinion, they, as Marx's followers, naturally did not dare to ask more questions. I didn't expect that under the influence of alcohol today, this topic would be brought up. Everyone looked at Marks, not knowing what to say for a moment. Marks's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "What's with your expressions? What's wrong with me not being a member of the Lin family? Have I ever been at a disadvantage to you?" The younger brother beside him smiled and comforted him. No, Marks, don't bother with them. They're all talking nonsense." This topic was Mark's sore spot. The fire in his heart was ignited, and it was not so easy to extinguish. He immediately stood up regardless and shouted even louder. Even if I'm not a member of the Lin family, even if they kicked me out, so what? I'm still just as awesome. That's right, Marx is the best. It's a loss for the Lin family that they lost Marx. Sooner or later they will ask Marx to come back. The other brothers were still echoing. But Liang Xiaoshua's expression turned a little ugly. She curled her lips and whispered, "Ah, it turns out what those people said was true. I thought they were lying to me." Marx was already fragile, and when he heard this, he immediately became angry. "What do you mean? Do you regret it?" No, no. Liang Xiaoxue felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, but naturally she didn't dare to admit it. But Marx grabbed her arm and shouted, "You bitch, do you regret it?" Liang Xiaoxue's arm was so painful from being grabbed, and she was a little impatient. "I already said no. Why are you acting so drunk?" Bang! Before she could finish her words, she was slapped in the face. Liang Xiaoxue raised her head in surprise and asked in disbelief, You dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, bitch." Marx was drunk and grabbed Liang Xiaoxue and continued to beat her. Liang Xiaoxue was terrified. During the struggle, she screamed loudly, "Marx, if you dare to hit me again, I will sue you for rape." This sentence instantly reduced Marx's original anger by half. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured on him, and his face turned extremely ugly. He seemed to have finally calmed down from the backlash and recalled his current situation. Why do these people all want to report to the police station? Marx no longer wanted to continue the head-on confrontation with Liang Xiaoxue, but he couldn't bring himself to do it in front of so many of his younger brothers. "I had no choice but to suppress my dissatisfaction and said in a cold voice, I advise you to be sensible, otherwise I will expose all your past shabby deeds." Liang Xiaoxue also immediately regained her composure. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and said nothing more. This farce made everyone present start to have their own thoughts. They thought that Marx would always suppress William by virtue of his relationship with the Lin couple. But now he was kicked out. Although it is unclear whether Marx will have the opportunity to return to the Lin family in the future. But they knew that Marx was really defeated by William this time. William is much more difficult to deal with than they imagined, and William is also much more important in the hearts of the Lin family than they expected. This made them think about weighing the pros and cons, including Liang Xiaoxue. She regretted it very much now. If she had known that Marx was just a fake and William was the real young master of the Lin family, she would never have ignored William before. Now, not only did I get nothing, but I also got myself into a lot of trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to go find William. We are all men anyway, all the same. She believes in her own charm. I'm just a kid who grew up in the countryside and have never seen any beautiful women. How could they be more difficult to deal with than those rich second generations? However, what Liang Xiaoxue didn't expect was the development of things was completely different for what she had imagined. Chapter 37, Liang Xiaoxue shows up unexpectedly. On this day, William was having dinner with Qiu Xiaoyan in a restaurant outside the school. During this period, Qiu Xiaoyan and William met more often, and her originally slow-moving personality finally warmed up. She has some feelings towards William. Whether it was things from his childhood or the way William had behaved recently, she liked it. It's just that William always seems to be stupid. She felt that she had made it very obvious, but William seemed not to notice and made some very straight man moves, which often made her laugh and cry. Moreover, he clearly didn't look like someone with a bad memory, but he couldn't remember anything about his childhood. In the restaurant, the food hasn't been served yet. William quietly. Today she was wearing a goose yellow dress with her hair draped over her shoulders, looking bright and lovely. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" William raised his hand and touched his face. "No, I'm just curious. You, the real eldest master of the Lin family, seem to be a little too low-key." Qiu Xiaoyan smiled and moved her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window next to her. "It doesn't matter if you don't look, because when you look, you will find a woman with a charming face and cool clothes walking towards them." His eyes were fixed on William, and he seemed a little excited. Before Qiu Xiaoyan could ask, the woman had already walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and knocked gently on the glass. William looked over in confusion and found that it was Liang Xiaoxue. He hasn't seen this woman since the last time they parted ways outside the luxury car dealership. He remembered that Liang Xiaoxue was not from their school, so how could she appear here? Liang Xiaoxue's red lips moved slightly, as if she said, "Wait for me." Then he walked around to the restaurant's door and walked in. She didn't hesitate and sat down next to William. The seats here are all sofa booths. Liang Xiaoxua obviously did it on purpose, getting very close to William. William frowned slightly and moved to the other side, keeping as much distance from the woman as possible. He was a little confused about what Liang Xiaoxua was up to. William, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Liang Xiaoxua seemed not to notice the displeasure in William's eyes and continued to speak with a bright smile. The tone was as if one had met an old friend by chance. How could there be any strangeness? Qiu Xiaoyan almost subconsciously developed a disgust towards this strange woman. I don't know if it was because of the overly intimate behavior or the sexy outfit that made her dislike it so much. But she didn't know what the relationship between this person and William was, so she didn't say much. Liang Xiaoxua, are you okay? William's expression was very cold. The strong smell of perfume on Liang Xiaoxua made his nose feel uncomfortable. But Liang Xiaoxua just touched her hair pretentiously, leaned towards William, and said coquettishly, William, after all, we were classmates before, and it's rare for us to meet on the road. Why are you so cold? As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, her eyebrows curved. And you liked me so much before, didn't you? Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaoyan couldn't help but open her eyes wide. It feels like there are 10,000 alpacas passing through my heart. No way. William actually likes this type? The flaming red lips, and the big waves, and the trembling waves. Thinking of this, Qiu Xiaoyan almost subconsciously looked down at herself. As a woman, Liang Xiaoxua also keenly noticed Qiu Xiaoyan's reaction. She raised her chest a little higher, her eyes full of provocation. Wait a minute, Liang Xiaoxua. William suddenly raised his hand and interrupted the two women's fight. Liang Xiaoxua thought William couldn't resist her temptation, so she turned around happily and gave him a wink. Brother William, what's wrong? Normally, any man would be attracted to her, but she saw the undisguised disgust in William's eyes. Liang Xiaoxua, if you come to eat, I can treat you, but please stay away from me. Your smell is bothering me. William spoke. He waved it in front of his nose. His voice was quite loud, and the restaurant was very quiet, so people at several tables around him immediately looked over in confusion. Some people covered their mouths and laughed, while others talked in low voices. They all pointed fingers at Liang Xiaoxua. Liang Xiaoxua's smile also froze on her face. She had dressed up carefully today and even sprayed perfume, but William actually complained that she smelled bad? People who don't know would think that she smells bad because she hasn't taken a shower for a few days. Qiu Xiaoyan couldn't help laughing and reminded her seriously, Sister, has no one told you that if you spray too much perfume, it will stink easily? As he spoke, he waved his hands solemnly. Liang Xiaoxua was both embarrassed and annoyed and was shaking with anger. But she couldn't lose her temper in front of so many people. But she would not give up so easily. She had been wandering around the school gate for several days, hoping to have a chance encounter with William. She finally had the chance today. She must seize it. After a moment, she adjusted her expression, raised her hand, and called the waiter to add a chair. Then he sat between Qiu Xiaoyan and William. I even ordered some food. Chapter 38 Girlfriend. Liang Xiaoxua's actions shocked Qiu Xiaoyan. She had never thought before that there were such shameless people in this world. William also didn't expect Liang Xiaoxua to be like this. He looked up at Liang Xiaoxua and said calmly, Let's go to another one. Qiu Xiaoyan had the same idea, so she immediately picked up her bag and stood up. The waiter next to him was a little anxious. The dish is all ready. The bill has been paid. Please enjoy the food. William took out his cell phone and shook it. After saying that, he took Qiu Xiaoyan outside. Liang Xiaoxua didn't expect William to be so disrespectful to her, and she was so angry that her face turned blue. But she was still unwilling to give up and continue to follow. The waiter looked at the three people who left with a look of surprise on his face. College students today are so generous. The waiter was very happy at the thought of having a free meal. William and Qiu Xiaoyan planned to change to another store. But when they saw Liang Xiaoxua chasing them out again, they were a little annoyed. What on earth are you going to do? There were not many people on the road, so William didn't care, and his face became completely gloomy. Seeing that William was really angry, Liang Xiaoxua felt a little uneasy. But since it has come to this, she might as well just go for it. He walked forward and took William's arm. Brother William, please don't be so cold to me, okay? Liang Xiaoxua pouted and acted coquettishly. William was so annoyed that he pushed Liang Xiaoxua away. Liang Xiaoxua lost her balance and after taking a few steps back, she sat down on the steps. The skirt she was wearing was so short that she was immediately exposed. I have to say, with her outfit, she is still very eye-catching on the street. People passing by were willing to take a few more glances at her in the first place, and now that she was exposed, some people were staring at her with lewd looks on their faces. After several rejections, Liang Xiaoxue's patience was finally exhausted. William, you don't be so shameless. She stood up suddenly and swung the bag towards William vigorously. But the high heels she was wearing got stuck in the gap between the floor tiles. After she stumbled, the bag did not hit William, but Qiu Xiaoyan, who was next to William. Qiu Xiaoyan subconsciously dodged backwards, but did not notice that a motorcycle was passing by behind her. In panic, she tried to continue dodging the motorcycle, but her body was unable to react. Careful! William held on to Qiu Xiaoyan and barely dodged the motorcycle. But Qiu Xiaoyan still sprained her ankle. Qiu Xiaoyan wanted to stand firm, but she gasped in pain and fell into William's arms again. The faint fragrance filled his nose, and William's heart couldn't help but move. But he quickly came to his senses and helped Qiu Xiaoyan sit down beside him. He squatted down and carefully examined Qiu Xiaoyan's ankle. Does it hurt here? Cold sweat broke out on Qiu Xiaoyan's forehead, and she didn't dare to use any more force with her feet. I remember you don't have classes in the afternoon. I'll take you to see my second sister. William turned around without hesitation, with his back to Qiu Xiaoyan, and motioned for her to lie on his back. Looking at William's worried look and his broad and strong shoulders, Qiu Xiaoyan's heart was pounding and she lay on him carefully. She suddenly felt that spraining her ankle wasn't such a bad thing. William carried Qiu Xiaoyan on his back and walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. Behind me, Liang Xiaoxue's sharp shout came. William, come back here. William, my foot is also sprained. You can't just ignore me. William. This time, no matter how she called out, William didn't even look back. A few passers-by wanted to step forward to help, but when they saw Liang Xiaoxue's aggressive attitude, they left in embarrassment. Liang Xiaoxue could only awkwardly pull her shoe heel out from the gap between the floor tiles by herself and climbed up with difficulty, while not forgetting to pick up her bag. Looking at William and Qiu Xiaoyan leaving, her eyes were full of resentment. Sister, how are her feet? In the Beijing hospital, William asked with some concern. Maria took a look at the film and patted William's shoulder gently. Don't worry, your girlfriend is not seriously injured. She has no broken bones. She will be fine after resting for a while. That's good. William breathed a sigh of relief at first. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly explained, Sister, don't talk nonsense. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, really? Maria has never been in a relationship and has been single since birth. But she was not blind. The way the little girl looked at her brother seemed to be tearing threads out of his eyes. It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no emotion between them. Looking at William's silly look, Maria could only shake her head helplessly. What a silly brother. Maria was disappointed, but she didn't intend to intervene. It is better to leave young people's affairs to young people themselves. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan was fine, William planned to send her home first. Before leaving, Maria suddenly asked, By the way, William, are you free tonight? I'm free, what's the matter? William nodded. There's a social gathering at the hospital tonight. I didn't want to go, but Maria doesn't like crowded and noisy places. But she never went before, which made people around her more or less dissatisfied. There was no suitable excuse this time, so I thought of taking William with me, which would help me relieve the discomfort in my heart. Okay, I'll go with you. William agreed without hesitation. He did not forget that he had eaten Maria while eating the melon. He wanted to see who in this hospital wanted to harm his sister. Chapter 39. Can't stop eating melons. In the evening, a private restaurant near the hospital is very lively. More than 20 doctors and nurses sat around 2 long tables, eating and chatting happily. Oh, Maria, I didn't expect your brother to be so handsome. Yes, Maria. If I had known your brother was so handsome, I would have introduced my aunt's sister to you. My younger brother is in University A. He's so outstanding. I don't know what's going on. William has been trying hard to reduce his presence, but he is still teased. Some of these people are older ladies in their 40s, and some are younger ladies about the same age as Maria. They seemed very interested in him and kept asking him all kinds of questions. William looked at Maria for help from time to time, but Maria just lowered her head and ate silently, as if she didn't see anything. There was no choice but for William to keep an awkward smile and answer their questions one by one. Maria didn't expect her brother to be so popular. But now that everyone's attention has been diverted, she can relax. Not only was there a lot of noise around him, but the melon-eating system in William's mind also kept making noises. Originally, he thought it was too noisy and wanted to silence the system temporarily. But after hearing a few gossips, he couldn't help but be curious. Oh my, this little nurse is actually having an affair with that male doctor over there. But that male doctor looks like he could be her father. So it's an extramarital affair? Exciting. The two children of this model couple in the department are not the man's. TSK, TSK, TSK. They look so happy and harmonious. It turns out that appearance is not the best way to judge a person. That pregnant nurse is actually carrying a super masculine son. She knows it, but can't bear to abort it. What? Will this child become a super strong, perverted murderer? Mark him and stay away from him in the future. William was simply amazed. The amount of melons I ate that night was more than what I usually eat in a month. It's really wonderful. He suddenly felt that those older sisters weren't so annoying anymore. William didn't know was that Maria was even happier. For the whole night, not only was he not asked any questions by those people, but they also listened to his thoughts and ate the melon together. The most important thing was that the gossip she got from William was something she had never heard of before. I'm afraid no one in the entire department knows about this except the parties involved. This made Maria feel inexplicably excited. She used to think she had no interest in these things, but somehow, now she is becoming more and more addicted to them. Is it possible that human nature is to gossip? William was so exhausted from dealing with these people's questions. Fortunately, we are all doctors and don't have the habit of staying up late. Around 10 o'clock, I felt like leaving. But at this moment, a male doctor, reeking of alcohol, staggered towards Maria. William was immediately alarmed when he saw this. At the same time, the system in his mind also updated the new information in a timely manner. Dr. Lin, it's still early today. Can we go to the next session together? The male doctor sat down next to Maria with a meaningful look in his eyes. Excuse me, I have to take my brother back to school later. Maria still had a blank expression on her face and spoke in a distant tone. Hey, your brother is already 20 years old. Can't he take a taxi by himself? The male doctor, under the influence of alcohol, moved closer to Maria and said, It's rare for us to go out tonight, so we should enjoy it. Maria calmly moved away and continued to refuse. I'm sorry, you guys have fun, I won't go. If someone had a little more respectability, he would have given up long ago after such a clear rejection. But this male doctor didn't know what was going on and continued talking to himself. Maria frowned slightly, unwilling to continue to argue with him. Before she could stand up, the male doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. Dr. Lin, even if you think I'm being presumptuous today, there are some things I must tell you. His voice was quite loud and immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. We were all colleagues, and at first we didn't think this was harassment from the male doctor. Instead, many people found it funny and started to make a fuss. Xiaolu, do you want to confess? Wow, so romantic. Everyone present had drunk a lot of wine, and no one noticed Maria's increasingly gloomy face. William immediately stood up and silently stood in front of Maria. In order to save his sister's face, he did not break up with her immediately. Brother, you've drunk too much. William kept a polite smile on his face, but he had already started cursing in his heart. Damn, what a pervert. I've never seen such a shameless person. My sexual orientation is male, and I'm a fucking double plug. Isn't that disgusting? You really have no shame at all. You really think that others don't know anything and you pretend to be drunk to take advantage of my sister? Maria was also shocked when she heard William's inner thoughts. She had worked with this male doctor before, and they were colleagues she could talk to. I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. She couldn't help but look him up and down, her eyes briefly lingering on his key parts. Dual plug? That is to say, Maria couldn't help imagining it, but she almost vomited what she had just eaten out of nausea. Chapter 40. Eating the melon and eating yourself. The intense physical discomfort made Maria instantly keep a distance of several people from the male doctor. The male doctor looked hurt and pretended to be affectionate and said, Dr. Lin, I really like you, but do you hate me so much? Such a humble inquiry made others present feel a little uncomfortable. This male doctor is usually quite popular in the department. Because I am more careful and considerate, I am close to the older sisters here. Maybe because of our traditional thinking, no one has ever thought in that direction. Xiaolin, I think Xiaolu is a pretty good person. Since you don't have a partner right now, why don't you give it a try with Xiao Lu? What if it works out? Yes, Dr. Lin, Dr. Lu and you are both surgeons. If anything happens in the future, you can still take care of each other. Listening to these people talking at once, Maria knew that if she didn't say something, she would probably be criticized for letting others down. After thinking for a moment, she raised her head and stared at the male doctor. Dr. Lu, are you sure you like me? The male doctor looked at Maria's cold eyes and suddenly felt a little uneasy. But he had already said those words in front of so many people, so he could only nod his head and say, "Of course, I like it." However, before he could finish his words, he saw Maria took out her cell phone. Dr. Lu, I recorded this. I hope you can think carefully before you say the following words. No matter what happens in the future, no matter who comes to me, I will not be responsible. There was a hint of meaning in Maria's eyes. The male doctor was suddenly speechless. He was just restless and wanted to take advantage of Maria under the influence of alcohol. And he could completely deny this kind of thing afterwards. But now that Maria was making such a big deal out of it, he began to feel unsure. Although he is single now, he has many ambiguous objects. If they find out, how will he survive in the circle? The male doctor's embarrassment was obvious, and everyone present saw it. They seemed to be worried that the situation might get too ugly, so they began to persuade them. Dr. Lin, are you taking it too seriously? With so many of us here as witnesses, is there no need to record it? Some people think that this is why the male doctor was unhappy. Some people were trying to persuade the other party, Xiao Lu. After all, this is a confession of love. It's okay for a girl to record a video and leave a good memory, right? Only one or two people looked at the strange appearance of the two and noticed something unusual. Dr. Lin, what do you mean by what you just said? Who will come? Or does Dr. Lu already have? Before they could finish their words, others reacted. Everyone looked at Maria, and their curiosity instantly grew. Could it be that Dr. Lu really has a girlfriend, and why is he confessing his feelings to someone else? Maria looked at the increasingly nervous expression of the male doctor and smiled threateningly. Dr. Lu, I think I have made it clear enough. I advise you to stop. Otherwise, if your boyfriends come to you, how are you going to explain it to them? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Boyfriend? You mean gay? Everyone looked the male doctor up and down. Some people seemed to want to say something, but just opened their mouths, and in the end, nothing came out. The male doctor's face flushed red, and he managed to utter a word after a long while. You don't talk nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend. But his movements and demeanor at this moment made him look like an angry young wife, very effeminate. Originally, other people didn't think about it that way. They just thought he was just more careful and considerate than other men. But after hearing what Maria said, they felt that there was something wrong with his words and actions. Ahem, why didn't I notice before that Xiao Lu's little finger would curl up when he spoke? Don't mention it. I didn't notice it before. Could it be true, as Dr. Lin said? I think it's possible. The people around had tried to keep their voices down as much as possible, but it is so quiet here that even the smallest sound cannot be hidden. The male doctor was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He thought he had hidden those things very well and couldn't understand how Maria found out. Not only did she find out, she actually said it out loud in front of so many people. How can he continue to work in a hospital in the future? Fortunately, someone noticed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately changed the subject. It's getting late. It's time to go home. Hey, I drank too much today. My head is in a mess. I need to go back to bed. That's right. I have to go to work tomorrow. As everyone was talking, they were about to leave. Maria was too lazy to bother with such a person, so she picked up her bag and walked outside with William. But just as she reached the door of the restaurant, she suddenly felt William's pace quicken a little. At the same time, she heard William's voice. Fuck, why did I eat the melon and eat myself? Why is this pervert never going to stop? Go away. Don't look at me. Don't bother me. Go away. Maria stopped in her tracks with a curious look on her face. William looked very hurried. Could it be that he also has melons? This made Maria less anxious, and she just stayed where she was. Sister, what's wrong? William didn't understand. It's okay. Maybe I drank a few too many glasses just now. The wind is blowing and I have a headache. I'll take a rest. Maria made up a random excuse and kept observing the surroundings. These days, William is the one eating their melons. It shouldn't be too much to let her have a taste of the gossip of her good brother this time, right? Chapter 41. It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. You don't feel well. I'll go get you some water. William really didn't want to stay here any longer. He had even seen several people walking towards him aggressively at the intersection ahead. But just as he walked to the door of the convenience store, he heard a motherly voice behind him. "Don't even think about running away." Then someone grabbed his arm. Looking back, it was the male doctor. Most of the other people in the hospital had left, so the male doctor simply stopped pretending. While pulling him, she waved to the people not far away. "Sisters, come quickly. It's him." When they came closer, William realized that there were both men and women among them. The men were all similar to the male doctor, wearing makeup and behaving in a feminine manner. Those women are more normal. But the looks they gave William were filled with anger and hostility. Hey, I don't know you guys. Stop looking for trouble." William quickly stepped back, not wanting to get entangled with these people any longer. He had already learned about these people's purpose through the melon eating system. It was very uncomfortable for him to stay with them for even a second longer. "You kids seduced someone else's boyfriend, and you're pretending to be innocent," one of the sissies said loudly. Seeing the suspicious eyes of passersby, William's face turned blue and red. "I couldn't help but swear. I seduced your uncle." You actually want to seduce my uncle?" The sissy got even angrier. William was speechless for a moment and quickly tried to wink at Maria, who was not far away. But Maria just stood there with one hand on her head, not looking in this direction at all. Logically speaking, with such a loud noise here, she should not be unable to hear it. Is he really drunk? However, what William didn't know was that Maria was holding her forehead, not because she had a headache after drinking. She just couldn't help laughing and covered her face with her hands. This was the first time she saw William being humiliated, and it was really interesting. William was going crazy. If someone else came to cause trouble for him, he would just beat up the person and the problem would be solved. But now, facing these weak women and sissies, he was afraid that if he punched them, they would start crying. After being pulled, William exerted a little force and finally broke free briefly. He immediately pointed in another direction and shouted, "Look, there's a handsome guy over there." Several people were stunned and looked over subconsciously. "But there's no one over there. Where is the person?" When they turned around again, they found that William was gone. "Second sister, run." William grabbed Maria's arm and ran away. Fortunately, a taxi happened to stop on the side of the road, and William pulled Maria into the car without hesitation. As the car started, William gradually relaxed. "It's crazy. It's really crazy." William smelled the strong scent of perfume on his body, and his mind automatically flashed back to how those sissy boys had been pulling him. It seemed that someone took advantage of the chaos to touch him a few times. Finished. He's not clean anymore. William thought it was just a short farce. But what I didn't expect was that someone filmed what happened that night and posted it online. Although the faces of the people involved were blurred, people who were familiar with him could still recognize William at a glance. The news spread quickly and soon reached the school. "William, are you really male? You're making us feel very insecure." My roommates couldn't help but make fun of me and even pulled their collars together in pretend panic, as if they were worried about being noticed. William is usually kind and generous, and he is popular in the dormitory. This also allows them to joke around basically without restraint. William was really overwhelmed. After he saw the video online, he immediately contacted the person involved to have it deleted. But the video spread so quickly that even if the person deleted it, many people saved it and posted it. It's okay to just joke around with roommates. But those outside who don't know the situation seem to take the rumors seriously. When he walks in school now, he always gets some complicated looks. There was disgust and contempt, and these people looked at him like a monster. The most important thing is that there were people staring at him with unclear ambiguity in their eyes, which made William feel creepy. He even received anonymous confession text messages. Xiao naturally also heard the rumors. In order to help William, she would have dinner with him almost every day and deliberately show intimacy. However, such behavior not only failed to clear the injustice against William, but even posts denouncing William appeared on the school forum. The titles are also very explosive. It probably means that William obviously likes men, but he still deceives a beautiful woman. Even Xiao Xiaoyan's sisters came to persuade Xiao Xiaoyan to stay away from William and not be deceived by his appearance. William originally thought that since it was just a rumor, it would eventually be proven wrong. Rather than making things worse, it's better to just lie down and take it easy. But when he returned home on the weekend and saw his parents looking hesitant to say something, he knew that he couldn't get over this matter. Ahem, William, it's not that we believe the rumors. We're just worried that you might go astray. At the dinner table, My father hesitated for a long time before awkwardly bringing up the topic. Yes, after all, you are our only son. What should we do if you go astray? The mother also echoed earnestly. Dad, Mom, why are you also? William felt even more headache and looked to Maria for help again. But Maria just concentrated on eating and had no intention of helping him explain. William held his forehead, at a loss for a moment. At this time, my father suddenly said, by the way, your eldest sister will be back in 2 days. There will be a banquet next weekend. You and your eldest sister can go together. Then you can clear up the rumors. William was a little strange. Just attending a banquet, what does it have to do with clearing up rumors? But 2 days later, when he saw the party attire that his elder sister Lisa had prepared for him when she returned home, he was stunned. Big sister, are you sure this dress is for me to wear to the party? William picked up a pair of shorts, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 42, Breakup Announcement. Lisa seemed to have expected William's reaction, and she still had a smile on her face. With his arms folded across his chest, his expression was playful. Didn't my parents tell you before that this weekend's party is a bikini cocktail party? Bikini cocktail party? William opened his mouth, completely stunned. He never expected that the first banquet he attended after returning to the Lin family, as a representative of the Lin family, would be a bikini cocktail party. Wouldn't everyone present at that time be? Thinking of this, William felt his nose itchy. He quickly sniffed his nose to prevent his nose from bleeding. But he soon realized his parents' intentions. It must be because of the previous rumors that he was allowed to attend this kind of banquet. Since I've already agreed, I have no choice but to obey. William quickly went upstairs carrying his shorts and a few other thin jackets. Lisa smiled and reminded, remember to try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll buy you another size. New. William blushed and closed the door. On the weekend, the entrance to a villa was filled with luxury cars. At this time, the roar of the car quickly attracted the attention of these rich second generations, and they all looked outside the door. I saw a man and a woman walking down from a red supercar. Both of them have outstanding temperament. The woman had a hot body, big wavy hair draped over her shoulders, and wore sunglasses and fiery red lips. Under the short skirt is a pair of slender legs, so sexy that people can't take their eyes off them. The necklace and bracelet she wore were limited edition new products of this season from the big brand. The value is even in 7 figures. The man next to her was no less impressive. The man was tall and slender, wearing a thin V-neck short-sleeved shirt, revealing his muscular arms and the faintly visible pectoral muscles on his chest. Under the shorts is a pair of strong calves. Her clothes are also very exquisite, with limited edition watches and shoes, which bring out her overall temperament. Sister, we are not keeping a low profile today. William still felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of people around him. Today, Lisa drove out a very cool sports car from home, showing that she had no intention of keeping a low profile. After all, it's the first time I take William out, so I can't show any shyness. Especially during this period of time, the affair of the prodigal son Marks has caused a lot of controversy. In order to prevent outsiders from making fun of the Lin family, she also has to let William show his face. After entering the villa, Lisa took off her sunglasses. The whole person's aura has become less repellent. Soon, some familiar people came forward and greeted them warmly. Lisa, you're finally here. Haha, I was wondering which young lady could make such a grand appearance. Now it's not surprising to see it's you. Wow, Lisa, I've been waiting for this bracelet for a long time, and it's out of stock, but I actually bought it. For a while, there were constant greetings and compliments. It can be seen that Lisa has a very high status among this group of rich second generations. This is not surprising. The Lin family is a big family in Beijing, and Lisa is the youngest female president. She is said to be the future heir of the Lin family. She is definitely different from those ordinary rich daughters. Lisa also responded generously. Seeing that their eyes were occasionally looking at William, he took the initiative to pull William over and introduced him. Let me formally introduce him to you today. This is my younger brother, William. Oh, it's my brother. A girl covered her mouth and said something meaningful. Haha, Lisa, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought you had a new boyfriend. Another girl couldn't help but agree. The expressions of the two men next to them changed slightly, and they looked to the other side unnaturally. William also turned his head and saw Robert leaning on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool, surrounded by several hot girls. But Robert didn't seem to be in a good mood and didn't pay any attention to the girls. It was completely different from how he usually looked in that underground nightclub. In front of these acquaintances, he still maintained the appearance of a modest gentleman. The girl also noticed their gazes and joked, "Well, I was just joking. I don't think anyone is going to tell on me, right? How could it be? Everyone knows that Miss Lin and Master Bai are about to get engaged. How can their deep feelings be affected by just a few words?" The men also hurried to smooth things over. But Lisa chuckled and said calmly, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you that Robert and I have broken up." Lisa spoke. She picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and took a sip. He looked so calm and composed, as if he was just talking about the weather. But the people around were stunned. "Lisa, please don't joke with us. Everyone knows that your marriage has been decided by both families a long time ago." A girl who was familiar with Lisa smiled awkwardly. "No kidding, we really broke up." Lisa said lightly, "This matter will be made public sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if I just reveal it to them today." Although she had only unilaterally informed Robert of the breakup, Robert was still pestering her and unwilling to give up. But since she has heard William's voice, she will not be deceived by such a scumbag, nor will she allow anything to happen that is detrimental to the Lin family. So she was determined to break up, and letting everyone know sooner rather than later could avoid some unnecessary trouble. "Big sister." William gently tugged at the corner of Lisa's clothes and shook his head silently at her. He admired his elder sister's courage in breaking up, but saying this now would undoubtedly be a slap in Robert's face in public. Robert might do something dirty. There's only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief on guard against. He felt that Lisa didn't need to put herself in danger. Chapter 43, Beauty Siege. Sure enough, as the discussions here grew louder, William felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning around, I saw that Robert had disappeared at some point. William sighed softly. It seems that Lisa still thinks things are simple. That's right. After all, Robert's pretense has always been very cautious, even airtight. The only people who knew his true face were a few people like Marx, who had leverage over him. In order to continue to stay in this circle, they will never reveal even a little bit of information to the outside world. Robert never revealed any secrets in front of Lisa. Even if they broke up for some reason, Lisa wouldn't think Robert would do anything to her. Thinking of this, William couldn't help but worry. He knew Robert well enough. He was not the kind of guy who would give up easily. Lisa no matter what today to prevent her from being secretly harmed. However, everything always goes against one's wishes. "Hey, little brother, what's your name?" "Oh, right, William, right? Then I'll call you William." "TSK, TSK. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure at such a young age. Wow, look at those abdominal muscles. Can I touch you? Just for a moment, okay?" William wanted to follow Lisa all the time. But just after Lisa was called by her friends to reminisce about the past, she was surrounded by a group of older sisters. To be honest, these sisters have really great figures. Some have big breasts, some have skin as smooth as a baby's, and some have long, slender, white legs. Each has its own beauty. They were all wearing bikinis, and some of them were wearing a thin coat on the outside. The hazy feeling added a touch of sexiness. Some people must have just been in the water, with water dripping from the ends of their hair, slowly flowing down their collarbones. William watched these scenes, his heartbeat gradually quickened, and his face became redder and redder. This made the girls even more interested. "Hey, why are you blushing, little brother?" A beautiful sister in a red bikini came up and gently put her arm around William. "Come and get close to me, and let me touch you." As he spoke, William felt a chill on his chest. Only then did he realize that all the buttons of his shirt had been opened, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. And the beautiful sister's slender fingers just touched his chest. "Brother, are you free tonight? I'm home alone tonight." Winked at William with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. William felt a little confused. He was just a 20-year-old young man. How could he have seen such a scene? "My whole body was hot, and my throat was a little dry. No, we can't go on like this. If this continues, something bad will happen." Seeing that the other sisters also wanted to come over, William quickly and calmly broke away. I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, he immediately walked into the villa. The beauties were all stunned, then started laughing. "Look how scared you are of your little brother. I think it's you. If I don't run away, I'm afraid you'll trick me into bed with you." So what if he was tricked into bed? He won't suffer any loss. Hearing these words, William couldn't help but shudder again and quicken his pace. Everyone was playing outside, so there were not many people in the villa. Most of them were servants, preparing some wine and cold dishes. William finally breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the bathroom. He was helpless as he smelled the various perfumes still lingering on his body. If he had known the party would be like this, he would not have come. What if I lose my body by mistake? Although just like what those beauties said, he didn't suffer any loss in this matter. But after all, he had just entered this circle and didn't know anything about the people and things here. Who knows what awaits him will be a sweet and warm ambiguity or a den of tigers and wolves. If this kind of thing affects the Lin family, it would be a disaster. But then again, these beautiful sisters are so tempting. William couldn't help but recall the scene just now. No. He suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately closed his eyes and silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra. It took a long time before I finally recovered. Feeling somewhat calm, he left the bathroom. But just as he passed a more secluded corridor, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Lisa, I was wrong about what happened before. Please forgive me." It was Robert. William thought something was wrong and immediately sneaked over. Robert was seen holding Lisa's hand with a look of remorse on his face. "Lisa, we've been together for so long, and I'm sincere to you." Robert's tone sounded very sincere. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it is easy for people to feel sympathy for him. Lisa looked at Robert, and her expression also showed a little emotion. Just as I was about to say something, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. "I hope you don't believe this scumbag's lies. He is just pretending. As long as the elder sister lets go, the scumbag will take out a glass of drugged wine, and then, oh my, I absolutely cannot let this happen, but how can I stop it?" Lisa frowned slightly and saw the corner of clothes exposed not far away from the corner of her eyes. It's William. She had also heard this voice before going abroad, and it was confirmed to be very true. But in order to confirm it again, Lisa had a plan in mind. "Robert, if I forgive you, how will you compensate me?" Chapter 44. Teaching Robert a lesson. Robert didn't seem to expect that Lisa would agree so easily. His face immediately showed joy. He took the wine glass that had been prepared beside him and handed it to Lisa. "Lisa, this is the wine I specially mixed for you. It's your favorite flavor. Try it." "Oh, really?" Lisa narrowed her eyes slightly and slowly took the wine glass. In fact, her head was about to explode at this time. William's inner voice kept ringing, saying that there was something wrong with the wine. Lisa wouldn't drink it. She just didn't want to let Robert off so easily. Seeing the figure in the corner about to rush out, Lisa smiled faintly and said, "Robert, I've always wanted you to taste my favorite flavor. How about you drink this glass of wine?" Robert never expected that Lisa would suddenly say this. I didn't think of a response plan in advance, and the smile on my face gradually froze. After a long while, he hurriedly explained, "Lisa, I rarely drink in this kind of situation. I don't drink much to begin with. It would be bad if I drink too much and cause trouble." "Oh, what if I drink too much?" Lisa smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might get drunk and cause trouble?" "How could that be? I'll take care of you if you get drunk." Robert quickly put on a smile again. "Then I can take care of you even if you're drunk? Or do you not trust me?" Lisa narrowed her eyes slightly. Robert was speechless again, not knowing how to explain. Lisa now completely saw through Robert's abnormality and was basically certain that there was something wrong with the wine. I didn't expect that I had been dating such a despicable person before. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the glass aside. Robert's eyes followed the wine glass, full of anxiety, and he kept thinking about how to get Lisa to drink the wine. He totally didn't notice Lisa's increasingly cold eyes and her slowly raised arm. The next second, there was a pop sound. Robert's face was hit and tilted to the side. He turned his head in surprise and touched his face tremblingly. The burning pain almost made him lose his gentlemanly appearance. "Lisa, what do you mean?" Robert suppressed his anger and asked through gritted teeth. "Don't you know what I mean?" Lisa quickly raised her hand and slapped Robert on the other side of his face. "Lisa." Finally, Robert got angry. He suddenly grabbed Lisa's arm, which was raised again, and clamped her wrist tightly. He couldn't pretend anymore. He thought he had bowed his head, but he still suffered such humiliation. As the eldest son of the Bai family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Lisa, you really don't want to accept my toast. In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Robert gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lisa's arm forcefully and dragged her to the next room. He looked Lisa up and down, his eyes full of viciousness and vulgarity. "Want to break up? Fine. I want to see how you're going to break up with me when everyone sees you in my bed." "Robert, you are crazy." Lisa stepped on Robert's instep in anger. Robert gasped in pain but did not let go. Instead, he increased his strength. This made Lisa a little panicked. She is a woman after all, and is not as strong as Robert. She quickly looked towards the corner and shouted, "William, how long are you going to watch?" "Why?" William wanted to rush out to help, but he didn't expect that the eldest sister knew he was here. "Hey, you're still thinking about being a hero and saving the damsel in distress." William came out laughing and walked leisurely to the two of them. Robert saw William. He was also stunned. He had just confirmed that there was no one here. So how come this guy showed up? "No, you kid." Robert wanted to drive William away, but the next second, he only saw a fist coming towards him. Bang! Robert was beaten so hard that he fell backwards. William rubbed his fists and looked down at Robert. "Which hand did you use to grab my sister just now?" "This one." As he said this, he stepped on Robert's left wrist. "Ah!" A scream rang out from Robert's throat. But the waiters on this floor had already been sent away by him, and the people outside were laughing and playing, so they would not hear any noise here. What was originally carefully prepared to deal with Lisa ended up being a backfire. "Oh, you used his hand too?" William slowly walked to the other side of Robert and raised his foot to step down. Robert was so scared that he dodged quickly, but William's feet were hanging in the air and did not fall for a long time. Robert raised his head tremblingly. "Hey, I was kidding you." William smiled brightly and stepped his dangling foot directly on Robert's face. "Since you have no shame, then forget about keeping it." "Oh, you're still entangled after breaking up. It's your own fault." "Oh, you dare to force yourself on my sister. You don't want to live, do you?" Every time William spoke, he rubbed Robert's face. At first, Robert still fought hard, but he soon found himself like a little chicken in front of William, completely unable to use any strength. A fear he had never felt before rose in his heart. Does this kid really want to kill him? He is the eldest son of the Bai family, but William is the only son of the Lin family. Even if he is killed today, the Lin family will definitely use all their resources to protect him. Robert thought about it. The more desperate he became, and he was so scared that he wet his pants. Chapter 45. Large-scale social death scene. "Hey, what's that smell? It stinks." William would not really beat Robert to death like that. Seeing that Robert had wet his pants, he waved his hands in disgust. "Sister, you actually liked this kind of thing before." Ah. Lisa felt happy when she saw Robert's miserable appearance. Unexpectedly, William suddenly turned the topic to her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "Who said I like it too? It was just for marriage before. Besides, who hasn't been blind when they were young?" Lisa explained awkwardly. After saying that, he glared at William as a warning to him not to talk nonsense anymore. Okay, don't blame me. It's all because of this guy pretending." William kicked Robert again. He seemed to be tired from fighting and a little thirsty. He picked up the wine on the table next to him and drank it down in one gulp. "Why?" Lisa screamed, but it was too late. William drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. William finished drinking, looked up and saw Lisa's surprised look, then looked down at the glass in his hand. "This can't be." William opened his mouth and immediately looked towards the table. "I found that there was no other wine on the table except this glass." In other words, he really drank the glass of spiked wine. Unwise. William immediately rushed into the bathroom and held his throat hard. But he hadn't eaten anything in the first place, so the alcohol and the medicine were absorbed very quickly. And to be on the safe side, Robert gave a very high dosage of the medicine. After a while, William felt a slight heat in his body. "William, come out quickly. I'll take you to the hospital." Lisa shouted anxiously outside. William also realized that he couldn't stay here any longer and went out immediately. The brother and sister ran all the way downstairs. Passing by the yard, William looked at those sisters wearing bikinis with hot bodies, and his body instantly became hotter. He was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and let his elder sister take him out and stuff him into the sports car. Many people saw how hurriedly they were walking and wanted to ask them, but were blocked by Lisa's cold eyes. On the way to the hospital, Lisa called Maria. When they arrived at the hospital, Maria was already waiting there. "What on earth is going on?" Maria looked at William, who was like a boiled shrimp with his whole body terribly burned. As Lisa helped William onto the bed, she explained, "Robert, that bastard, drugged me, and William drank it." "Robert drugged you?" Maria was surprised for a moment, then suddenly realized something and immediately went to explain the situation to the doctor in the emergency department. Seeing William like this and thinking about the cause and effect of the matter, she probably guessed the nature of the medicine. In the treatment room, Maria is with the emergency doctor. William was first given in 4 in the hope of diluting the effects of the medicine. Then I wanted to do a further physical examination on him. But soon, Their eyes were drawn to a certain part of William's body. William's lower body was still wearing loose shorts, but at this moment, a tent was erected under his crotch. The doctor on duty in the emergency department was not very old and had rarely encountered such patients before, so his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. The other nurses followed the doctor's gaze and also discovered the amazing tent. It's really, really big. One of them couldn't help but blurt out. After saying this, she realized something was wrong and her face immediately blushed. The other young nurses also blushed. At this time, the door of the treatment room was pushed open and a male doctor walked in. Coincidentally, the doctor who came was also a female doctor, and she was followed by several interns, also girls. Because of their professional habits, the first thing they did when they came in was to look at the patients, and naturally they also noticed William's outstanding tent. Suddenly, there were more red faces in the room. William was dazed all the way to the hospital and had long lost consciousness. But after receiving some fluids, the effect of the medicine was diluted and he finally woke up slowly. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was this horrifying scene. He discovered that there were many people in white coats surrounding him, and their eyes were all fixed on his lower body. He also looked down and instantly realized something. If he could, he would like to leave the earth. Ahem. Seeing the patient wake up, the people around him also reacted. The andrologist quickly called the nurse to add some medicine to William's infusion to help his body metabolize the drugs more quickly. Okay, just continue to lie down, and I'll give you a further examination. Then the andrologist turned to look at the emergency doctor and Maria and said, you can go out first. I'll take care of this. Well, I have never come into contact with a patient like this. Can I stay and observe for a while? The emergency doctor asked indirectly. We want to take a look at it too. The other young nurses were also reluctant to leave. Well, of course, andrologists can see through the little tricks in their minds. According to the regulations, it is actually possible. William also noticed something was going on. At this moment, he just wanted to disappear from the spot and leave this large-scale social death scene. But what he didn't expect was that Maria's voice came from the side. I'm his sister, so I'll stay too. Chapter 46. Delivery men are not allowed to enter. William no longer remembers how he left the hospital. He only remembered that he was being watched for a long time. Not only did the andrologist not miss the opportunity to use him as a teaching aid, but the interns also did not miss such an intuitive learning opportunity. Maria, who has always wanted to be a male doctor, did not miss this opportunity to indirectly fulfill her dream. The end result is a world where only William is injured. After returning home, William lay in a daze for the whole day. It was bad enough that I was pointed at and criticized at school before, but now I was being stared at by people from the hospital. He just felt that life was meaningless. The counselor sent a message saying that there were not many classes recently, and in order to prevent the rumors from affecting him, he was allowed to take a few days off and rest at home. Mr. and Mrs. Lin finally realized that it didn't seem to be their son's problem, so they tried to find ways to make him happy at home. Almost every meal was cooked according to William's favorite dishes, and he would personally bring fruits upstairs from time to time. 2 days later, William recovered a little. You can basically put the hospital matters behind you for the time being. William, the soup Annie made today is delicious. You should drink more. The mother took William's bowl and filled it for him. By the way, William, if you have nothing to do later, please send some soup to your elder sister. The father echoed. Lisa has been very busy lately. She hasn't had a single day of leisure since she came back from abroad. William was about to get moldy staying at home, so he agreed. After dinner, he came to the Lin Group building carrying an insulated bag. This is his first time coming from his own company. Looking at the towering building, William couldn't help sighing in his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really is worthy of being Lin's business. It's so magnificent. William sighed. He did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy towards his elder sister. The Lin family has 6 daughters and 1 son. Currently, only Lisa has taken over the company's affairs and is the female president of Lin's. Others seem to have little interest in the Lin family's business. So does William. After returning to the Lin family, he was relieved when he learned that Lisa was the future heir of the Lin family. Not to mention that Lin's company is likely to go bankrupt in the future. Even if it could run normally, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. It's more comfortable to be a leisurely rich second generation, William thought as he walked towards the hall. But what he didn't expect was that he was stopped as soon as he entered the door. The takeaways are placed at the door, and the delivery men are not allowed to enter. The security guard sat aside, supporting his chin and speaking without raising his head. "Oh, I'm not a delivery man. I'm going to deliver food to my sister," William explained patiently. William up and down impatiently. William decided to deliver the meal on a whim. He was not dressed up and was dressed very casually. But it is clean and tidy, so it shouldn't be looked down upon, right? However, he did see obvious contempt in the security guard's eyes. "Oh, delivering food? And you said you weren't delivering takeout?" The security guard smiled sarcastically. William immediately laughed angrily. "Why? Don't you have any family? How can you talk like that?" The security guard slammed the table, stood up, and walked to William with a stick in hand. Looking at the posture, it looks like those gangsters are getting ready for a fight. This method has been proven to be effective. Every time he showed this ferocious look, the other party would mostly give in, whether they were afraid or didn't want to care, which made him more confident in himself. But what he didn't expect was that he met a tough opponent this time. William was not afraid, but his smile became even brighter. Just standing there, staring at him quietly. It's really embarrassing to be a security guard of Lynn's. William's eyes were equally mocking. The security guard's eyes widened with anger, and he raised his hand to push William's shoulder. But as soon as he raised his hand, William grabbed it. "Still want to do it?" William chuckled, waved his hand, and pushed the security guard away. It hit the table with a bang. "You really don't want to drink the wine." The security guard was completely furious. He raised the stick in his hand and rushed towards William. William didn't move, seemed not to care, and even had a bright smile on his face. "Bye." The sound of the elevator suddenly rang out. I saw the elevator door leading directly to the president's office not far away slowly open, and two women slowly walked out. Walking in front is Lisa. Today Lisa is wearing a red dress, which is formal yet flamboyant. Walking behind her was a young beauty, also tall, wearing a black professional suit with a very cold expression. "What are you doing?" The professional beauty glanced at the security guard and asked calmly. "Boss Lynn, assistant in." When the security guard saw the person coming, he immediately put on a flattering face. After nodding and greeting, he glared at William fiercely. Company regulations do not allow delivery men to come in, but this guy insisted on breaking in and even cursed us, the Lynn group, for being shameful. "I'm going to kick him out right now." "Sister." William saw Lisa and walked towards her with a smile. "Elder sister?" The security guard's expression was frozen, and he just stared blankly at William walking towards Lisa. Thinking back, he seemed to have said that he wanted to bring food to his sister. Could it be that? The security guard's unbelievable guess was soon confirmed. When he saw William hand the cooler bag to Lisa, he felt like the whole world was spinning. "Lynn, Mr. Lynn, I'm sorry, I don't know." The security guard reacted quickly and wanted to explain immediately. But Lisa just glanced at him with annoyance in her eyes. Logically speaking, this was indeed a misunderstanding, and everything would be fine if we talked it out and apologized. In the security guard's impression, their female president is not a completely ruthless person. But this time, he always felt that something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong this time. It wasn't because the security guard spoke rudely to William, but because Lisa heard what William was thinking. Chapter 47. A Powerful, Beautiful Secretary. Just now, William's voice suddenly rang in Lisa's ears. This security guard is really interesting. He is clearly a spy sent by the enemy. Yet he dares to be so arrogant. Aren't they afraid of being discovered? Or is it that after the 2 thefts last month, the mission is over and we can just ignore it? Hearing these words, Lisa felt a chill down her spine. The company experienced 2 file loss incidents in the last month. Although the lost documents were not particularly important, they still caused considerable trouble for the company. She originally thought that it was her secretary who betrayed her, accepted money from the rival company, and did these little things. Who would have thought that the culprit turned out to be this inconspicuous security guard? Fortunately, she learned the truth of the matter from William today. Otherwise, she might have wrongly blamed her loyal secretary and lost her most important right-hand man. The opponent is really insidious. Not only do they do these little tricks to steal company secrets, they even want to sow discord. Thinking of this, Lisa's face became more and more ugly. "Catch him and call the police," Lisa said bluntly. The beautiful secretary immediately stepped forward and grabbed the security guard's arm. Although she didn't know why Lisa made such a big deal out of this little thing, the president must have his own reasons, and she just needed to do as she was told. The security guard was stunned and asked in surprise, "Boss Lynn, what are you doing?" I have always worked diligently and conscientiously. Even if I wrongly accuse your brother, it was your brother who didn't explain clearly first, and I have apologized. You can't take revenge on me because of this. The security guard's voice was so loud that it soon attracted the attention of people around him. The employees coming and going stopped and looked over here. After briefly understanding the situation, they basically stood on the side of the security guards. I feel that Lisa is taking advantage of her position to bully others. It's just a small misunderstanding. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Some people even took out their mobile phones and wanted to take a picture of the scene and post it online. They have already come up with a title for the video. Rich girl supports her brother and bullies an honest security guard. It must be eye-catching enough. Lisa isn't worried about that. She is not a waste to be able to sit in this position. It's not like there haven't been people who spread rumors about the Lin family before, and they all ended up badly. Tell me who sent you. Lisa slowly walked up to the security guard and asked calmly. The security guard widened his eyes in surprise and became very nervous. On the one hand, he was confident that he had concealed it well and didn't think he would be discovered. But on the other hand, Lisa's tone at this time was also very firm, and there was no sign of testing at all. I don't believe that there are people who do things without leaving any loopholes. If you confess now, I can let you go directly. If you don't confess, I will call the police and let them investigate. Lisa's tone was still cold. The security guard was completely confused. It now seems that regardless of whether Lisa has evidence or not, she has completely determined that there is something wrong with him. No matter how much he explains, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain. Boss Lin, please let me go first. I will talk to you slowly. The security guard changed his expression and begged for mercy. Lisa winked at the secretary, and the secretary let go of the security guard's arm. But she didn't expect that as soon as she let go, the security guard pushed her hard and ran outside without looking back. Bring him back. Lisa's face also darkened. The beautiful secretary took the order and quickly chased after him. He grabbed the security guard's shoulder and pulled him back. The security guard had a ferocious look on his face and turned around and hit the secretary in the face with a stick. The secretary reacted quickly and dodged by turning his head. He grabbed the security guard's wrist and twisted it gently. The security guard loosened his grip in pain, and the stick fell to the ground and rolled far away. The secretary took the opportunity to grab the security guard again. This time, her force was even greater than before. The security guard grimaced in pain and began to beg for mercy, but the secretary would never give him any chance to escape. William was staring at the sidelines. Wow, sister, this beautiful sister is really good at fighting. Lisa rolled her eyes at William and said calmly, "Why don't you help me call the police?" "Oh, I'll hit you right away." William finally reacted and immediately reached for his phone. The nearest police station was less than a kilometer away, and the police arrived quickly. The secretary handed the security guard over to the police. Lisa stepped forward and briefly described the situation to the police and expressed her suspicion that the theft last month was related to the security guard. When Lin's documents were stolen before, the police were called. The police were already having a headache finding a needle in a haystack during their investigation, but they didn't expect that Lin would catch the suspect himself. They were also very happy and repeatedly assured that they would conduct a thorough investigation on the security guard and then left. From the beginning, William's eyes had been focused on the beautiful secretary. He didn't take his eyes off until the security guard was taken away. Lisa slapped him on the head and said disdainfully, "Look at how useless you are." "William, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Luo is my right-hand man. Don't even think about taking advantage of her." "I don't," William quickly explained. He indeed didn't, and the reason he kept staring at the beautiful secretary was because the secretary's skills were so great. Plus, she is good-looking. She is simply beautiful and cool. Unexpectedly, as he was watching, new news appeared in the system. How could such a powerful and beautiful secretary's sister be so unlucky? Today, I worked overtime with my elder sister, and after get off work, I encountered objects being thrown from high places. He was unable to dodge and was smashed to death. Hey, how should I remind you? Lisa was about to continue teasing William when she heard these thoughts. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Whether it was true or not, she couldn't let this happen. Lolo, Lisa quickly stopped the secretary who was about to go upstairs. "Boss Lin, what's wrong?" The beautiful secretary had no expression on her face, and her attitude was very respectful. "It's been a month since you reported the theft to the police. I'm worried that the police have forgotten some details. You go over now and tell them in detail, and then you can go home directly. Lisa made up an excuse. Although the beautiful secretary didn't know why Lisa suddenly made such a decision, she was only responsible for execution and would never ask any questions. After nodding, he turned around and followed the police. To avoid any accidents, Lisa sent another message to her secretary. It seems like there are always people throwing objects from high places nearby recently. Be careful and stay away from those buildings. Chapter 48. Keeping a gigolo? William completed his meal delivery mission and wanted to go home directly. Lisa kept him and wanted to take him to see Lynn's company. In case he wants to work in the company in the future, he can familiarize himself with it in advance. William had nothing to do anyway, so he followed his elder sister upstairs for a walk. I have to say that Lynn's company is really large. Not only is the lobby decorated magnificently, but the design and layout of other floors are also very exquisite. The office area is well planned, and there is also a large activity area and afternoon tea area. The afternoon tea here is not as simple as that of other companies. They even hire hotel chefs to prepare snacks for employees. This is the concept proposed by their grandfather. Employees must be provided with a comfortable working environment so that they can make money for the company in a down-to-earth manner. Lisa was in a good mood at the moment and took William to walk up the floors one by one. It was lunchtime, and many people were taking a nap in the rest area. Lisa did not make a big fuss and did not introduce William's identity to others. But these employees are all smart people. When they saw that William was brought by the president himself, they were very respectful, until they arrived at the sales department and passed by the sales manager's office. The manager of the sales department is named Wong. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, short and fat, with a pair of small eyes that roll around. Looks like a little clever. Lisa usually doesn't like this kind of people, but the Lin family puts strength first. As long as you don't have any major character flaws and have outstanding abilities, you will be promoted. When Lisa and William passed by, they didn't want to disturb the people here. But the manager seemed to have a very sensitive sense of smell and came out just by smelling the scent. Hey, isn't this President Lin? Manager Wong looked over with a smile. His small eyes narrowed into slits. Lisa didn't say much, just nodded lightly. William didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his eldest sister didn't seem to like this manager very much. I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. William soon discovered that although Manager Wong looked flattering, there was no seriousness in his eyes. Instead, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes from time to time. It seems like he's another two-faced guy. Lisa originally didn't plan to stay here, but Manager Wong felt the look in William's eyes and suddenly became angry. President Lin, I wonder who this person is. Manager Wong asked with a smile. But without waiting for Lisa to answer, she continued to talk. Could it be Mr. Lin's new boyfriend? Mr. Lin, so you like this type? Such offensive words made Lisa's William frown. How dare a subordinate speak to his superior like this? Hey, do you know what you're talking about? William couldn't help but scold. Hey, I'm just a gigolo kept by the CEO. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Manager Wong glared at him and got angry. William was so angry that he laughed. What qualifications do you have to shout here? Do you really think this place is your home? Manager Wong didn't expect that this young-looking guy would dare to confront him. William, with disdain, then turned to look at Lisa. Boss Lin, this company is good for your family, but as the president, you have to act like a president. We work like slaves here all day long, working hard to make money, not for you to support a gigolo. Listening to this fatherly remark, Lisa suppressed her anger and said calmly, You are so good at educating people. People who know that you are the manager here, and those who don't know you think you are my father, the chairman. Manager Wong didn't know whether he was smart or stupid. I didn't hear any sarcasm in Lisa's tone at all, and I thought she was praising him. Oh, Mr. Lin, you are flattering me. Although I'm still a little bit inferior to the chairman, I can still give you more guidance. Manager Wong said arrogantly, with his big belly sticking out. William couldn't help laughing. You really can't tell good from bad. Who gave you such a thick skin? And you're still giving me advice. Who do you think you are? You? Mr. Lin. Manager Wong felt a little embarrassed after being ridiculed so blatantly and immediately wanted to complain to Lisa. But Lisa said first, Don't tell me. What he said is also what I mean. Lisa, are you crazy? This time, Manager Wong didn't even pretend, and the contempt on his face was clear. I'm the manager of the sales department. Do you know that at least half of the money Lin earned is due to me? If you dare to annoy me, do you believe that I will change jobs with my team? Lisa's eyes turned slightly cold. Is this a threat to her? Manager Wong, Are you going to blatantly violate company regulations? Lynn's senior management have signed relevant non-compete agreements with the company, and such a thing as changing jobs with a team is not allowed to happen. Manager Wong sneered. Do you think that broken rule can still restrict me after I leave? I have plenty of ways to circumvent it. Lisa was silent. From her personal point of view, she really hated this old thing. But for the company's interests, Manager Wong did create some value before. Just as she was hesitating, William's voice rang out again. Chapter 49. Killing one's relatives for the sake of justice? Hey, another spy. Other people's spies are always doing things secretly. Why are the spies planted by the Lin family so arrogant and domineering? Do they really think that no one will suspect them? Oh, this Manager Wong is not only sent by the rival, but he's also colluding with Robert. He took advantage of his position to embezzle public funds many times. Wow, this is really a punishment. Lisa heard William's inner voice. She felt as if everything went dark before her eyes. Another spy? It's another spy. She thought she was very careful in hiring people and had done very detailed background checks. How could this happen so repeatedly? Lisa had already considered firing Manager Wong, but at present, she has only heard William's inner voice and has no substantial evidence. William is such a fool. Why doesn't he continue talking? Lisa was a little anxious. She had no choice but to continue beating around the bush with Manager Wong, hoping that William would say more soon. Seeing that Lisa was still willing to argue with him, Manager Wong thought that Lisa was scared and became even more unscrupulous. The words he spoke became more and more infuriating. Sure enough, under such stimulation, William's inner voice sounded again. This fat guy actually dares to shout. Does he really think he can withstand a thorough investigation? What he did before should be considered as economic crime. This cannot be solved by going to the police station and making a small fuss. The Public Security Bureau is responsible. If they find out something, I'm afraid I'll end up in jail for life. This time, William did not directly state any evidence, but his confident tone gave Lisa peace of mind. She immediately took out her cell phone and called the police. Manager Wong, I hope you can remain confident when facing the investigation. Manager Wong didn't expect Lisa to dare to call the police. His expression suddenly changed. Are you really going to do this? Lin's is so big. Do you think it's clean everywhere? Even if you find out that I'm the one behind this, you will definitely be in trouble. Lisa sneered. You don't need to worry about whether the Lin family is clean or not. You should think about how to explain it to the master behind you. After saying that, he left without looking back. William hurriedly followed, unable to resist flattering her. Big sister, you are so impressive. You should punish these scumbags. Lisa smiled and didn't say much. William saw that Lisa was in a good mood at the moment, so he boldly asked, by the way, is there really nothing inconvenient for Lin to meet with people? He asked very politely, but Lisa still frowned. Why? Do you not trust mom and dad, or do you not trust me? Do you think our family can't make money through legitimate channels? Hey, I don't mean that. I'm just worried that Manager Wong, that mad dog, will bite people randomly. William immediately waved his hands to explain, looking embarrassed. Really? Lisa stopped and turned to look at William. William quietly. What if I say yes? William felt a chill down his spine when he saw this look, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. He already regrets it. Why does he have to ask such a sensitive question out of the blue? Wouldn't it be better to just be a rich second generation? Even if Lin goes bankrupt later, he can save a lot of money in advance and live the rest of his life comfortably. He was so reckless today. If he was forced to board the same pirate ship, wouldn't he be implicated as well? Big sister, just pretend I didn't say anything. William pulled the corners of his mouth and showed a forced smile. I wanted to continue explaining something, but Lisa suddenly laughed. Oh, my silly brother, look how scared you are. Lisa patted William's shoulder vigorously. I was just kidding. Remember, our Lin family's ancestral motto is to obey the law, not to do evil, and only make the money you deserve. Do you understand? William was so scared that he broke out in a sweat. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lisa's serious expression. Big sister, you scare me to death. I was worried that you would really do something, and I would have to bear the pain and kill my own relatives for the sake of justice. You are so poor. The atmosphere became harmonious again. With the previous experience, Lisa thought that since William had such ability, it would be a waste to use it. She first settled William in her office and then asked her assistant to notify all people above the level of team leader to go to the conference room to prepare for the meeting. She wants to take advantage of William's presence to uncover all those people in the company who have ulterior motives. William was actually a little sleepy. When she heard that Lisa was going to a meeting, she was about to get up and leave. "Sister, you are busy. I will go home first." "Wait, you're going to the meeting with me," Lisa said lightly. "Huh? I'm not from the company. Why should I go there?" William was a little confused. "Nothing. I just want you to meet the people in the company and see how the company is running. You're taking a leave of absence from school anyway. So instead of lying at home, why not come here and get some education?" Lisa smiled and added sarcastically, "So that you don't even know the people in the company when you want to sacrifice your relatives for the sake of justice." Chapter 50. Why did you fall asleep? Big sister, what are you talking about? How could I kill my own relatives for the sake of justice? William knew that Lisa was still concerned about his distrust of the Lin family, so he could only explain seriously and hurriedly change the subject. "Then let's have the meeting, but don't tell them who I am yet, so as to avoid making them uncomfortable." Good. Lisa also did not intend to reveal William's identity directly. She was counting on William to help her find the spy in the company. The assistant was very efficient. In less than half an hour, all employees above the level of team leader were gathered in the conference room. Lisa let William go first and blend into the crowd. This is to avoid the two of them appearing together and attracting too much attention. Anyway, Lin's is a very large company, so it's normal that people in some departments haven't met each other. William entered the meeting room and sat down in a relatively inconspicuous corner. Watching people coming in one after another, he couldn't help but sigh at the scale of the Lin family. The employees above the level of team leaders alone would fill up this huge conference room. Soon, Lisa arrived and sat in the front seat. "Today's meeting is mainly to tell you a few things." Lisa looked around and spoke calmly. William supported his head with one hand, and out of boredom, he began to look at the people around him. When Lisa mentioned the spies sent by other companies, William vaguely noticed that the expressions of several people began to change. Unlike those whose first reaction was shock, there was a hint of nervousness in their expressions. William began to pay attention to those people. After a while, the voice of the system really appeared in my mind. "Oh, I didn't expect that there are so many spies planted in the Lin family." William chuckled. At the same time, Lisa also heard William's thoughts and was immediately delighted. William said in his heart, she calmly marked out those people. Naturally, she would not confront those people directly in front of so many people. Moreover, those people don't know that they have been exposed, so they will not be too vigilant. It will also be more convenient when looking for evidence. After William found out about these people, he started to get bored. In the ears, Lisa's voice also became like soft music, making people drowsy. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. While sleeping, he smacked his lips and said some incomprehensible words. Lisa heard the noise. She stopped talking and looked over there quietly. When she found out it was William, she was speechless. Although this meeting is a bit serious, it shouldn't be so boring, right? How could he fall asleep in front of so many people? It's fine if you're just asleep, but why are you talking in your sleep? Lisa was worried that William might say something he shouldn't if he continued, so she immediately winked at the assistant next to her. The assistant knew William's identity, so he quickly walked up to him and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Wake up, wake up." The assistant didn't address him, just called out twice in a low voice. William's head shook, and he opened his eyes blearily. He even had a moment of trance and forgot where he was. It wasn't until he saw so many people's eyes were focused on him that he reacted. Sorry." William lowered his head in embarrassment. Lisa said calmly, "Either wake up or get out." William thought about it carefully. He was indeed still a little sleepy now, and if he continued to stay here and listen to their meeting, he would probably fall asleep. Then the only option is to go out. Thinking of this, he stood up and smiled awkwardly. "Then I'd better go out first." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They began to mourn in their hearts for this foolish young man. They didn't believe that anyone who dared to disrespect the president in front of so many people could continue to stay in the company. Lisa's face didn't look good either. She regretted that she should have let William out directly instead of letting him choose. "I made myself so embarrassed." Fortunately, William is not her employee, so there is still time to teach him a lesson after returning home. William left the meeting room in full view of everyone, but he certainly wouldn't leave without Lisa's permission. Moreover, he was still concerned about the spies just now, wondering if there was any way to remind them. While I was wandering at the door, two female employees came over. They saw William. Their eyes lit up. Sister, I always tell you the inside information as soon as I get it. Isn't that generous of me? One of them spoke secretly in a low voice. Hey, I didn't expect our CEO to be so secretive. If your sister hadn't happened to be in the same university as the young master of the Lin family, I would have missed such a good opportunity. The other man's eyes sparkled as he said confidently, Don't worry, I won't disappoint my sisters and will definitely take him down. William was wandering alone outside the meeting room, completely unaware that he was being watched. I heard the sound of high heels behind me, turned around, and saw a young female employee wearing a professional suit and with a slim figure. Hey, why are you here alone? Sister invites you to have a cup of afternoon tea over there. The female employee blinked her big eyes, with a gleam in her eyes. Before coming, she deliberately unbuttoned one more button on her chest. As I leaned over, waves of spring scenery appeared and disappeared. Chapter 51, Unchangeable Fate. William looked the female employee up and down. This style is not what he likes. Although there was a hint of temptation in those eyes, they seemed more purposeful. Coming to see him at this time, most likely it's not good news. Just as I was about to refuse, the system's voice sounded in my mind. I just wanted to hook up with the rich second generation, but no one really took me seriously. I was always being played by them. She had more than 20 boyfriends and had 5 abortions. No, it's already like this. Why haven't you given up yet? This sister is really strong. William's eyes kept changing as he looked at the female employee. The female employee was also a little confused. She has seen a lot of rich second generations. No matter whether they really like her or not, when they see her for the first time, there is more or less a desire to possess her in their eyes. Not only did she not see a trace of such emotion in William's eyes, but there was a strange kind of admiration. Little did he know that William really admired her for having a good body. Lisa is in the meeting room. William's voice came to my mind. I glanced towards the door and vaguely saw the wandering figure. Why is this guy standing at the door so stubbornly after being asked to leave? Can't he go to the rest area next door and have a drink first? Lisa had a headache. If she had known this earlier, she would have arranged for an assistant to keep William away from her. After all, she is not interested in anything other than herself and the impact on the company. After finally waiting for William to finish speaking, she continued her speech and the meeting. William outside didn't know what was going on. Once this kind of gossip happened, there would be a second one. Oh, I never realized that this sister is having an affair with their manager. But the manager is almost 50 years old. He could be her father. How come there are still people who take shortcuts to get close to rich women? TSK, they're really not picky. Hey, this sister had plastic surgery to the point where her own mother disowned her, all for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family. It turns out that there are so many people who admire Big Sister. She is indeed the most powerful female CEO. I will support Big Sister. Lisa took a deep breath. Listening to the noisy voices in her head, she felt that this meeting might not be able to go on. Fortunately, William found all the spies at the beginning, so there was nothing serious left. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Lisa waved her hand casually, holding her forehead with her other hand. The assistant thought she was not feeling well and came forward to ask her a few questions out of concern. Lisa said she was fine, stood up, and went to take the gossiper away from the door. Just as she reached the door, the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. This is her work phone and is only used by her secretary and assistant to report on work. At this time, all the assistants were by her side, and the only one who could contact her with this number was her secretary. William's previous thoughts, Lisa's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly took out his cell phone and found that it was indeed a message from his secretary Lolo. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm injured and may need to take a day off tomorrow. Lisa looked at the message and called immediately. The person on the other end answered the call quickly, and his voice was a little weak. Boss Lin, I'm in the Beijing hospital. I'm Yufine. I just hurt a little. However, before she could finish her words, the call was hung up. Lisa immediately asked her assistant to go back and arrange the work, while she grabbed William at the door and walked towards the elevator. Hey, big sister, what's wrong? William was a little confused. Lolo was injured. Come with me to the hospital. Lisa briefly explained. William was also a little confused. He had indeed learned from the system that the secretary would be hit by falling object from a high altitude, but he remembered that the system said it happened on the way home from get off work after working overtime. It's not even 4 o'clock yet, so it can't be considered overtime, right? Is there something wrong with the system? He was also curious, so he took Lisa's car and rushed all the way to Beijing Hospital. Lisa was also very confused along the way. She knew Lolo's character, and it was impossible for him not to take her words seriously. In other words, no matter how careful he is, William's wish will come true. If this is the case, then the future of their Lin family. Thinking of this, Lisa couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. The two came to the hospital, and after a quick ask, they found the ward where Lolo was. Lisa pushed the door open without any hesitation. She was afraid to see Lolo, who was critically ill, but she had no choice but to face it. But when she entered the room, she found that Luo was leaning on the bed, holding a large cup of milk tea in her hand, sipping it leisurely. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Luo was obviously confused as well. William even saw two pearls stuck in the milk tea straw, neither rising nor falling out. Neither drinking nor spitting is right. Lisa took a closer look at Lolo and saw that she only had gauze wrapped around her left shoulder and her arm was hanging around her neck. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to ask, I heard a curious voice coming from outside the ward. Huh, isn't this Dr. Lin's brother? Hey, it really is you, little brother. We meet again. William heard this voice. He immediately thought something was wrong. He was so embarrassed in the hospital a few days ago that he has a psychological trauma. If he hadn't wanted to confirm whether there was anything wrong with his system today, he would definitely not have set foot in this hospital. I wanted to leave as soon as possible after watching, but I didn't expect to be caught by someone. Big sister, I suddenly remember that I have something else to do, so I won't stay here with you. I'm leaving first. William finished speaking. He covered his face and ran away without looking back. Hearing the loud laughter behind him, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After William left, Lisa asked about Lolo's situation today. When mentioning this, Lolo's eyes suddenly turned red. Boss Lin, you are really my lifesaver. If you hadn't reminded me to be careful of falling objects, I would have been crushed to death by now. Chapter 52, How to Distribute. Thinking back to what happened just now, Lolo is still scared. After she came out of the police station, she went straight home. She remembered Lisa's reminder and didn't dare to get too close to the buildings nearby. She tried to walk in the middle as much as possible, and occasionally look up at the sky. If you see someone working at high altitude, you will move further away. Just when she was about to reach home, she suddenly saw several people hanging outside a building, installing glass. She still planned not to get too close, but found that an old woman didn't notice any of this and was still passing under the building. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Lisa hadn't reminded her today. According to her usual habit, she would have walked at the back of the road like the old woman. Maybe. When Lolo thought of this, he heard a click sound from above. Looking up, I saw that the glass exterior wall, which was supposed to be solid, actually had a crack in the middle. The rope that hangs the glass is under the force as a whole. If the glass breaks in the middle, it will definitely not be able to be held up completely, and some fragments will definitely fall off. This height, this weight. If it hits someone, the consequences will be disastrous. Lolo didn't even think twice. He just rushed over and pulled the old woman backwards. The old woman was so scared that she sat down on the ground, and Lolo had to carry her up. With a loud bang, just as she was about to leave the spot, the glass fell down. Her legs were cut by several pieces of glass that flew up from the ground, but it was a blessing in disguise. So your arm is... After listening to Lolo's description, Lisa was still a little confused. Well, the old lady didn't cooperate at first, and I accidentally twisted my arm when I hugged her. Luo smiled awkwardly. Lisa finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that prevention in advance is still useful. In other words, the Lin family's future bankruptcy is not a dead end. Okay, you should take a good rest these few days. Don't rush back to work. Get well first. By the way, this accident is considered a work-related injury. In addition to the stipulated compensation, the company will also provide additional subsidies. You could just take this as a vacation. Lisa will not be stingy with gifts for this secretary who is very loyal to her. After settling everything and giving repeated instructions, he left the hospital. She didn't go back to the company, but went straight home. She knew her parents could hear William's voice, too. Since William's voice is of such great help to the company, she must discuss with her parents to see how to make good use of it in the next step to resolve the future crisis of the Lin family. Is this actually possible? Hearing Lisa's description, her father was shocked. William's thoughts before, they just treated it as gossip. Even if they could know some of the more private things, it would seem that this was something that could only be encountered by chance. They never thought that they could take the initiative to use this to solve some troubles hidden in the dark. William is really the lucky star of our family." The mother's face was full of love, and she wanted to give her son more and better things from the bottom of her heart. "I'm afraid that even if William wants the stars in the sky, they're planning to contact the space agency for business. How about this? When I have important projects in the future, I'll let William come with me." Lisa smiled and calculated. Mother rubbed her hands together, also with anticipation. "I will have to bring William with me to important gatherings in the future. I want to see what those ladies from wealthy families who seem to be getting along well with me on the surface are up to." My father nodded. "Yes, it would be great if we could get hold of something that could hold something against their husbands. Even if we don't deal with them, we can still protect ourselves." Maria came home from work. All she heard was her parents and sister talking. After learning about the situation, she also joined in. "In that case, I have to take him with me to work. I want to see who wants to harm me." After leaving the hospital, William took the bus and subway home by himself, and his speed was much slower than Lisa. As soon as he entered the door, he felt 4 burning gazes. What happened?" William was frightened by the stare and subconsciously took 2 steps back. The mother smiled gently. "William, come and sit down. We just thought that if you're not busy with schoolwork recently, you could spend more time with your family." "That's right." Lisa and Maria chimed in. William always felt that they were weird. "Huh? How can I accompany them?" "Just visit the company often when you have time. Go out with Mom to meet those aunts when you have time. Come to the hospital when you have time to get a physical checkup." William. In the end, it was my father who made the final decision. No matter what William planned to do next, he planned to hold a banquet first to officially announce William's identity. On the one hand, it allows William to have an additional identity outside so that he won't be bullied by ignorant people. On the other hand, gathering those people from aristocratic families would also allow William to tell whether they were sincere or not. William himself had no opinion on this. It was only a matter of time anyway. Coincidentally, the car he had ordered had just arrived, and he planned to pick it up on the morning of the banquet and then rush to the venue himself. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were a little worried, but seeing that William insisted, they just let him do it. Chapter 53. You are still here. William completed the formalities quickly and successfully obtained the car keys. The clerk was kind enough to help him drive the car out of the parking lot and park it on the side of the road. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. But when William opened the door and got into the car, he realized the seriousness of the situation. He has a driver's license. He has it both before he traveled through time and in this world. But equally, whether before crossing over or in this world, he had never driven a car much. Not to mention, it's such a luxury car. After he started the car, he felt a little at a loss. It should be no problem to drive away, but he was not willing to take the risk and become a road killer. Or call a designated driver. Thinking of this, William immediately got out of the car and took out his mobile phone to look for the designated driver app. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sudden braking sound not far away, followed by collision sound. This place is remote, and there are not many people on the road. William took a quick look and discovered that it was a very cute pink car that had overturned into the ditch nearby. The cars passing by just slowed down, took a look, and then drove away. William ran over and tried to open the car door. I saw a young girl sticking her head out in a very embarrassed manner. Can you pull me up?" The girl was pale and looked frightened. William reached out his hand and pulled the girl out of the car with difficulty. But the girl's skirt was torn, revealing a pair of white legs. Why am I so unlucky?" The girl grabbed her hair, looking upset. "I just put a film on my pink car, and it broke after less than an hour of driving." William leaned over and took a look at the car. This is a Mercedes-Benz Smart, which is relatively light. It must have been during a sharp turn that one of the wheels got stuck in the ditch, and then the whole car flipped over. But the ditch is not very deep, so it is probably not a big problem. Seeing the girl's collapse, he reminded her, "I think she may still be able to be saved." "Really?" The girl raised her head, and a glimmer of hope rose in her watery eyes. "Yeah, but you might need to find someone to get the car out first. William can push the car by himself. But in order to avoid secondary injuries, professional matters should be left to professionals." The girl nodded and immediately made a phone call. Hearing the reply from the other end, she frowned slightly and said in a somewhat impatient tone, Okay, then I'll send you the location, and you can come over and deal with it later." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "The more urgent the matter, the more urgent it is," she muttered quietly. With a sigh, she carefully lifted her skirt, stepped into the shallow ditch, and took out a large bag from the trunk. "It's over. The dress is dirty too." The girl broke down again. William looked at the girl in front of him, who sometimes collapsed and sometimes was normal. Although the girl was very pitiful, he couldn't help but want to laugh. But just as he raised the corners of his mouth, the girl suddenly turned her head. Benefactor, can you please help me again? William quickly stopped smiling. It's hard to get a taxi here. Can you take me downtown, please? The girl clasped her hands together with a pious look on her face. William took a look at the car he had just picked up. He originally wanted to call a designated driver. Logically speaking, now that he has someone with him, it would be best if someone could help drive him. But the girl just drove her car into a ditch, which is really unreliable. But it is just as she said, this place is too remote and it is difficult to find taxis or designated drivers. After thinking for a moment, he reminded, I'm a novice. Do you dare to ride in my car? You dare. I have something urgent to do today. I leave my life in your hands. The girl looked as if she was ready to die heroically. William was trusted so much that he no longer refused. He drove the girl all the way to the city. However, when the 20th bicycle overtook her, the girl became a little overwhelmed. Brother, how about we not drive anymore? This speed was not much faster than she could walk. How about you come? William was also a little embarrassed. The girl nodded. Okay, let me do it. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After that, the two exchanged positions. I have to say that although the girl drove her own car into the ditch, she drove William's car quickly and steadily. We drove all the way to the parking lot of a luxury shopping mall. Okay, I'll get off here. Thank you so much. William solemnly again and hurried away. William got back into the driver's seat. Soon, a more serious problem was discovered. This parking lot seems to be more difficult to drive than the road outside. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he buy such a big car? I should have bought a smart car earlier to travel freely. After an unknown amount of time, he finally drove out of the parking lot. When he reached the roadside, he decided that he must call a designated driver. But just as I took out my phone, a familiar voice came from behind me. Huh, why haven't you left yet? William looked back and saw that the girl had changed into a new dress and a windbreaker and walked out of the mall. The girl saw William standing next to the car, fiddling with his phone, and suddenly thought of something. You didn't just drive out of the parking lot? Chapter 54. Not allowed in again. William held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. The girl chuckled. I just happen to have some time. Since you helped me, I'll be your driver for free. Where are you going? I'll take you there. William thought that this place didn't seem far from the hotel where the banquet was held, so he told the location. When the girl heard this, she exclaimed, You're also going to the Lin family banquet? Yes, you too. William looked the girl up and down curiously. Yeah, hey, I didn't want to go, but my parents insisted that I go. It's on our way, I'll drive you there. The girl got back into the driver's seat and drove William to the hotel. Soon, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The girl asked mischievously, Do you need me to help you park? No need. I could do it myself this time. Today has been embarrassing enough. William must fight for it. Okay, my parents just called me, so I'll go in first. The girl said this with a smile, then got out of the car and walked towards the hotel on foot. William sat back in the driver's seat and took a deep breath. It's just parking. How difficult is that? He just doesn't believe it. I don't know if the parking space of this hotel is spacious, but after some effort, he actually parked there. But soon, he regretted it. This luxury hotel provides parking services. As long as he drives his car to the hotel entrance, someone will come to help him park. Just treat it as practicing your skills. William sighed softly, got out of the car, and walked silently towards the hotel gate. But before he could enter the door, he saw a man in a security uniform running towards him. Hey, online ride-hailing cars can't park in our parking lot. William looked confused. Online ride-hailing? Why are online ride-hailing services so expensive? Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? But the security guard quickly walked up to him, pointed at his car not far away, and said, You can't park here with your green BYD. William was even more confused. The green license plate is correct. He bought a hybrid. But what the hell is BYD? What did he do to offend anyone with his green license plate Bentley? No, big brother, are you mistaken? William wanted the security guard to take a closer look. But the security guard looked at him with disdain. Stop pretending. I just saw you send a girl over here. Don't you see that there are luxury cars parked here, which is not where you should park? I've seen a lot of people like you, taking advantage of sending people over to eat and drink for free. William looked at the security guard's serious expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you really being abstract? Listen to me. First of all, I don't drive an online taxi, and secondly, I'm here to attend the party. William said seriously, You're attending a banquet? The security guard looked William up and down and sneered. Ah. William looked down at his clothes. Thinking that it wouldn't take long to pick up the car, he asked his elder sister to bring his suit here first, intending to change into it after he got here. So he was wearing casual clothes now, and his trouser legs were also stained with a lot of mud and water because of saving the girl just now. It certainly doesn't look like someone who's here to attend a party. Seeing that it was getting late, William had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call his elder sister. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. He called his second sister and parents again, but still no one answered. 2. When attending such occasions, they usually don't carry their mobile phones with them. Anyway, if there is anything important, I will contact the assistant. William didn't have their assistant's phone number. William was a little anxious and poked his head to look inside. Hoped to see Big Sister or someone else who knew him. Unfortunately, the Lin couple did not formally introduce him to the people in this circle, and almost no one here knew him. As William looked over, he was suddenly pushed from behind. Make way. Make way. Can't you see there's a car coming? The people who pushed him were a few people dressed as bodyguards, with impatient looks on their faces. But there was clearly no one at the door, and no one was blocking the road, so there was no need to evacuate at all. William just now seemed to have seen through William's thoughts and sneered. See? These rich people are all looking down on others. I advise you not to try to get in. If you are discovered, you will be in big trouble. I don't want to be harmed by you. William was speechless. Strictly speaking, he is also the rich man mentioned by the security guard. But now, not only does he not have the qualifications to act arrogantly, he can't even enter this door. After a group of bodyguards cleared the area, a luxury car slowly stopped. The car door opened, and a young woman in a purple dress walked out. Surrounded by bodyguards and assistants, she walked slowly towards the door on the red carpet in high heels. She looked like a big star walking on the red carpet. The woman's appearance was actually not that outstanding, and she looked very ordinary no matter how you looked at her. But what he was wearing was obviously worth a lot of money. And when her eyes swept around, they looked condescending. Past William, she actually stopped. William up and down and said with disdain, "Why? Someone else wants to sneak in." Although the words were questions, they were full of sarcasm. The security guard immediately licked his face and laughed awkwardly. This is a driver of an online car-hailing service, trying to sneak in and eat and drink for free. The woman snorted coldly and waved her hand casually. "Why don't you hurry up and get rid of them? This is the Lin family's banquet. Don't let these people get in the way here." "Yes, miss." The bodyguards received the order and immediately drove William away. William was already annoyed because he couldn't get in, and when he heard this, he got even more angry. He dodged the bodyguard in a few moves and said coldly, "You also know that this is the Lin family's banquet. Who are you to give orders here?" The woman was about to walk inside, but when she heard William's words, she stopped again. She didn't seem to expect that someone here would dare to question her. And questioning her in front of so many people is simply a humiliation to her. "Oh, our Song family is going to marry the Lin family, and I will be the future young lady of the Lin family. Not only can I give orders here, I can also crush you like an ant." As she said this, she winked at the bodyguards. The bodyguard immediately obeyed the order and reached out to grab William. William knocked down 2 bodyguards and couldn't help laughing. "You want to marry into the Lin family? It's really funny. Why don't you ask me if I'm willing to marry you?" Chapter 55, Head-On Confrontation. Everyone present was stunned, and then looked at William as if he were a madman. What did he just say? He wants Miss Song to ask him if he wants to marry her. Did I take the wrong medicine? As Song Rui was right next to them, the bodyguards couldn't speak first. They just looked at William silently, wanting to see how he would die today. Song Rui was stunned for a moment, and her expression became very ugly. "Do you know what you were saying? I'm William, the young master of the Lin family. I'd rather marry a pig than you." William stared into Song Rui's eyes and spoke word by word. William's serious expression. Song Rui felt a moment of panic in her heart. But she quickly came to her senses as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world, and sneered. "Did you all hear it? This guy who drives an online car-hailing service actually said that he is the young master of the Lin family. So, did the Lin family change their business or go bankrupt?" William found that no one around him believed him, and finally realized that he could not explain it clearly just by talking. He still had to wait for the Lin couple and the elder and second sisters to find him. Just as he was about to continue his call, another voice came from behind him. Hey, it's been such a long time since we last met. Why are you still speaking so harshly, you ugly bastard? What's wrong with driving an online ride-hailing car? I earn money through my own labor, So what did that do to you? The voice is very clear, also very familiar. William turned his head and saw the girl coming out of the banquet hall. When she saw him, the girl was also surprised. Why were you stopped? William twitched his lips, pointed at the security guard, and said, he said I was driving an online car-hailing company. Huh? The girl was stunned, seemingly unable to react. William explained helplessly. He said I drive a BYD. The girl looked at the green-licensed Bentley not far away, glanced at the security guard in surprise, and pursed her lips tightly. It can be seen that she's trying to hold back her laughter. You can't laugh in this kind of situation. She tried her best to hold it in and try to change the subject. Well, I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm Bai Yueling from the Bai Group. Bai Group? William had some impression of the Bai family. Previously, when Marx was kicked out of the Lin family and had to borrow money everywhere, the first person who came to explain the situation to his father was the head of the Bai family. I heard that the Bai family has always been upright and honest. The cooperation between the Lin family and the Bai family is also the longest. But William never expected that the girl in front of him who drove the car into the ditch would be the daughter of the Bai family. And it looked like Miss Bai knew the annoying woman in front of her. Song Rue was watching from the side and couldn't help but sneered. I was wondering who's here. It turns out it's you, a woman who can't stand up to the stage. I think you two are a good match. Since you like to defend these lowly things so much, why don't you marry him? Oh, what kind of filthy thing is yelling in broad daylight? Bai Yueling fanned herself in disgust, as if she smelled something bad. His eyes suddenly turned to Song Rue, pretending to be surprised. Ah, why is it you, an ugly thing? What bad luck? Song Rue had an injury on her face when she was young. Although she spent a lot of money to hire someone to do reconstructive surgery and constantly maintain it on a daily basis, as long as she didn't wear makeup, you could still see the shallow scars. The scar was not big originally, and after so many years, it did not play any decisive role in her appearance. But the psychological trauma this injury brought to her is indelible. The young sisters around her never dared to mention this matter in front of her. I didn't expect Bai Yueling to be so outspoken in front of so many people. Song Rue was so angry that she couldn't speak. Hey, don't get angry. It was ugly to begin with, and now it's even more abstract. Bai Yueling is not at all ambiguous when it comes to insulting others. He also didn't give Song Rue any face at all. Seeing that it was getting late, she was too lazy to stay here, so she took William's arm and walked into the banquet hall. Others may not know, but she is not stupid. Not to mention that the car William was driving was not an online hailing car at all. Although the green label Bentley is indeed a bit abstract, the price is not low. How could someone who could afford such a luxury car be a poor guy? But Song Rue was obviously unwilling to let them go and immediately ordered the bodyguards to stop in front of the two of them. Bai Yueling, since you have chosen to be with him, there is no need for you to attend this banquet. But I was the one who was going to marry into the Lin family, so it will be better for you to face the reality sooner. Oh, ugly thing. Do you think everyone is as obsessed with getting married as you are? I have no interest in the young master of the Lin family. If my parents hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't have cared about it. Bai Yueling chuckled and said nonchalantly, Really? Then why are you still hanging around here? Why don't you get out of here? Song Rue didn't seem to believe Bai Yueling's words at all. Since I've already promised my parents, I have to be there. Bai Yueling's expression became a little impatient, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Song Rue, do you really dare to stop me? The Song family and the Bai family had never gotten along, and Song Rue and Bai Yueling had also disliked each other since childhood. Since the two families were equally powerful, the two of them just quarreled when they met. Song Rue is arrogant and domineering in front of others, but in front of Bai Yueling, she doesn't dare to confront her head-on. But now that there are so many people watching, it would be embarrassing for her to just move aside. At this moment, the sound of high-heeled shoes was heard from inside, followed by a cold and resolute voice. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at our Lin family banquet? Upon hearing this voice, Song Rue and Bai Yueling's hearts skipped a beat. Only William smiled brightly. Lisa is here. Chapter 56. Go wherever it's cool. William wanted to speak. Unexpectedly, Song Rue came over first and took Lisa's arm affectionately. Ah, sister, why are you here? There's a trouble here. I can handle it myself. Why bother you to come here? William could hardly help rolling his eyes. How could this woman be so shameless? Are the two families familiar with each other? He had been home for quite some time, but he had never heard anyone mention her, the eldest daughter of the Song family, when she and Lisa became so close. Bai Yueling originally wanted to step forward and say hello, but when she saw Song Rue's expression, she stopped. Hey, if you don't have to attend this party, why don't you leave first? Otherwise, you'll be ridiculed by them if you go in. Bai Yueling whispered beside William. I'll go in and say hello to my parents and then come out to find you. It's better not to attend this kind of banquet where people look down on others. Bai Yueling spoke with indignation, and it was obvious that she was angry. William chuckled. Don't go. There's something interesting to watch. What? Bai Yueling blinked in confusion. Next, you just need to stay here and watch. William said this because he noticed that Lisa's face looked unhappy. The arm that was entangled by Song Rue was pulled out without a sound. But Song Rue didn't pay any attention to all this and was still there slandering William and Bai Yueling in her own smart way. Even until William slowly walked towards Lisa, Song Rue still wanted to stop him. Big sister, William said somewhat unhappily. Look how many times I called you. Lisa shook her head helplessly. I'm really too busy today. I should have asked someone to pick you up earlier. After hearing these words, Song Rue stood there stiffly as if petrified. Bai Yueling was also confused, but she quickly reacted and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you are really the young master of the Lin family. How could it be false? William curled his lips and looked at Song Rue meaningfully. It's a pity that some people say that I'm a lowly person. TSK. I don't know what my parents would think if they knew about this. No. Song Rue panicked and said at a loss. I didn't know you were the young master of the Lin family, and you didn't tell me earlier. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, I just said that, but you didn't believe it. William would not give Song Rue any chance to make excuses. What did you say at that time? Do you need me to help you recall it? Song Rue suddenly felt a chill on her back. How could she not remember what she just said? If those words were heard by the Lin family, I'm afraid. Lin, Master Lin, I didn't know at the time. Ignorance is innocent, right? Song Rue forced a smile and explained with difficulty. What's more, we want to get married. At the end of her speech, her voice became smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that she had no confidence. William couldn't help laughing. He really didn't understand how this woman had the nerve to bring this up. Is she stupid, or is she treating him as a fool? Miss Song, you should also remember that I said at the time that I would rather marry a pig than you. William waved his hand casually and said bluntly, I'm annoyed just looking at you now. Go somewhere cooler. Master Lin. Song Rue wanted to explain something, but William had already left in big strides. Bai Yueling did not miss the opportunity to scold Song Rue. When passing by Song Rue, he acted in all kinds of weird ways and even made a face at the end. Seeing Song Rue's complexion getting worse and worse, she felt so happy. At the same time, she no longer resisted the banquet and walked happily in the direction where William left. In the dressing room, the stylist was already on standby. William arrived. He immediately began to transform him. All the messy clothes were changed, and the messy hair was combed neatly. In less than half an hour, William looked like a new person. When my parents and second sister pushed the door open, they saw a different William and were very surprised. William looked at himself in the mirror and was stunned for a moment. He never expected that after dressing himself up and putting on a suit, he would look so good. The perfectly tailored suit made his already slender figure look even more outstanding. The black hair was styled to make his face look extremely handsome. As good as a big star. My son is so handsome. The mother praised with a smile. As expected, clothes make the man. Brother, from now on, buy clothes like this and weld them all on your body. Lisa was also very satisfied and immediately gave the stylist a big red envelope. William felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and immediately changed the subject. Dad, Mom, don't you have to entertain the guests over there? It's okay to go away for a while. The mother then remembered that they came here to look for William for something important. William, I just heard from your sister that you have a good relationship with a young lady from the Bai family. If you like, we could go talk to your uncle and Aunt Bai. William guessed what his mother meant and quickly explained, we just met by chance. I think the girl is interesting, but I can't say I like her. Oh, so that's how it is. The mother nodded somewhat disappointedly. I was thinking that if you like, we can start the process of marriage between the two families. I have long wanted to become a relative of Aunt Bai. William knew that his mother actually had selfish motives. Chapter 57. Selecting a marriage partner. Because the situation of the Bai family is a bit complicated. Lisa's ex-boyfriend Robert is the illegitimate son of the eldest son of the Bai family. He was originally raised outside and was not intended to be brought home. Unfortunately, the old man of the Bai family has 3 sons but cannot give birth to a grandson. The eldest brother has no other children except this illegitimate child. The second and third sons each have only one daughter. In this kind of traditional family, sons have always been given priority in inheritance. I will only hand over the company to my daughter if there is really no other way, and she is exceptionally outstanding, just like Lisa. But the 2 remaining daughters of the Bai family are not interested in the company at all. Bai Welling thinks about experiencing life all day long and doesn't act like a young lady at all. Her cousin was not much better. She was obsessed with art and wanted to be a freelance painter. Mr. Bai had no choice but to ask the eldest brother to bring Robert, the illegitimate son, back home to train as his heir. Robert did a good job on the surface. As long as he could marry Lisa, he would be truly successful. But it was destroyed by William. The Lin couple has a good relationship with the third son of the Bai family. Finding William, they had thought about letting Marx marry Bai Welling. But Bai Welling really couldn't stand Marx's cynical attitude, so she had to give up. William would be able to perform well this time, but unexpectedly he still failed. Hey, we as adults can't force young people to do anything, so let William decide for himself. My father is more open-minded. His marriage with his mother was also a marriage of arrangement. The 2 of them had been childhood sweethearts and had an emotional foundation. Naturally, we also hope that our children's marriages, even if they are arranged marriages, are based on mutual love. Seeing that the Lin couple were so easy to talk to, William slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that someone was a little sad because of his attitude. At the door of the dressing room, Bai Welling had a little disappointment in her eyes. She wanted to say hello to her parents first, and then wanted to come here to find William. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the door of the dressing room, she heard William reject the marriage proposal and say that he didn't like her. Although they had just met, she thought William was quite interesting. If possible, it is not impossible to develop it. But why did William refuse so thoroughly? Didn't she leave a good impression in his heart? This shouldn't be the case. Unconsciously, Bai Welling felt a little bit of strong in her heart. The banquet officially begins. The father took William to the front stage and solemnly introduced William's identity to everyone. Although these people have high status in the capital, not many of their children are successful. Many people still envy top students like William who were admitted to the finance department of University A on an exceptional basis. Hearing that he grew up in the countryside made them look at him with even greater respect. Most of the people present were adults, and they would not play childish games and think that William's growing up in the countryside was something shameful. On the contrary, I would think that the fact that William was able to excel so well despite growing up in such difficult conditions shows that he has strong personal abilities. With the training of the Lin family, he will definitely become a great man. In the following period, many people brought their children to introduce themselves to William, hoping to establish closer ties with the Lin family. A large number of them came with their daughters. People here basically assume that children need to be arranged into marriages. The Lin family has only one son, so those families with daughters have to seize the opportunity. My father and mother also accepted it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing to get to know a few more girls. What if you find one you like? William, this is your Uncle Lou and his little daughter. My father introduced with a smile. William just glanced at it and shook his head silently. The girl is very beautiful and has a good figure. From the appearance, there's almost no flaw to be found in her. But as he observed, the melon-eating system in his mind started to ring again. William's thoughts also echoed in the ears of the Lin family members present. She looks so dignified, but in private she is the queen of nightclubs. Last year, she saw a handsome male college student in a nightclub, and she forcibly took him away to sleep with him, and even got pregnant with his child. Too domineering. I can't afford to offend you. In an instant, the expressions of the other 4 members of the Lin family changed. Lisa and Maria were chatting with their friends. When they heard the voice, they looked towards their parents with amusement in their eyes. Of course, they knew what their parents were thinking and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to choose a suitable partner for their younger brother. Seeing those people queuing up to meet William, it seems that today's gossip will be heard to your heart's content. My father and mother are also people who have experienced many ups and downs. The surprise on his face only lasted for a moment before he turned into a smile. Well, old Lou, I remember your daughter had a good relationship with the boy from the Yang family. Well, I have to advise you, let the children solve their own problems. If we adults interfere too much, the children will hate us. My father calmly resolved the acquaintance. Even if Mr. Liu noticed something, He would not offend my father. The two of them soon started talking about other things, and the matter of letting the two children get to know each other was put on hold for the time being. However, after the first person left, the people behind him naturally took over. William, this is your Aunt Zhao and her daughter. Come and meet them. The mother saw the woman she was familiar with. She quickly stepped forward to introduce her. She still trusts her own vision. Mrs. Zhao is well-educated and well-mannered, and the daughter she raised will definitely not be so rebellious. William looked again. The girl is also good-looking, tall, and with long legs. But the look she gave him seemed inexplicably cold. Soon, he found out the reason. This girl is nice, but she doesn't like men at all. Hey, Mom, don't bother praising me. We are not on the same track. Chapitre 58 Robert's parents arrivent. The mother's face was visibly panicked. Mrs. Zhao obviously did not notice anything unusual about her mother and continued to try her best to introduce her daughter. He graduated from a famous foreign university and has a good personality and is considerate. But my mother couldn't bear to hear a word. What William said just now. I just don't like boys. This is completely not the same track. What's the use of being excellent? Seeing her mother's embarrassment, Lisa held back her laughter and walked forward. She made up an excuse and helped take Mrs. Zhao and her daughter away. She didn't go far. There were still many people queuing up behind her, and she wanted to see how many shameful secrets these girls from big families had. Father and mother took a deep breath and regained hope. With so many people present, they just couldn't believe there wasn't a suitable one. Cases like the two just now should be exceptions. After all, they're all trained in big families, so it shouldn't be too outrageous. However, every subsequent person challenges their hearts. Oh my, this is incredible. He actually has a masochistic fetish. You can't tell from his appearance. He's so perverted. This little girl is interesting. She lacked fatherly love since she was young, so she only likes men over 40 years old. Hey, this girl actually likes others to nibble on her toes. It just so happens that she can form a pair with the guy in front. Gradually, the light in the eyes of father and mother disappeared. There was helplessness and also some anger. They just don't believe that these people really don't understand their children at all. Isn't it just that he wants to take advantage of the fact that William is still young, has just entered this circle of wealthy people, and can't judge people well, so as to seize the opportunity to take advantage of him? Do you really think that we, the parents, are fools? But then again, if it weren't for William's voice, some people might have gotten away with it. Fortunately, there are many guests today, and some of them are relatively normal people. I also got to know William a little bit, and there may be opportunities for development in the future. The introduction was almost over, and William was about to leave when he heard the sound of a cup breaking not far away. Turning around, I saw Lisa standing in front of the table with an unhappy look on her face, and a couple was sitting in front of her. The wine glass on the ground seemed to have been broken by Lisa. Father and mother also noticed the situation over there, and their faces darkened. Why are they here? I don't remember sending them an invitation. The mother said coldly, Hey, after all, he is a well-known person in the capital. So it doesn't matter if he just comes to attend the banquet, but now it seems that it is not that simple. My father thought for a moment and walked over there. William quickly followed. My father is indeed an old man in the mall. He looked so bad just now, but when he walked in front of the couple, he put on a smile and said, Brother Bai, Sister Bai, what are you doing? Another member of the Bai family? And came directly to Lisa. Could it be the eldest couple of the Bai family, Robert as parents? The man's name is Bai Yuan, and he looks about the same age as my father. He immediately stood up and said politely, Oh, Lao Lin, as you know, there were some misunderstandings between Robert and Lisa before. We are here to apologize to Lisa on behalf of Robert. Yeah, we mean no harm. The woman's name was Lu Qing. She looked quite young, probably in her early 40s. Like Bai Yuan, his face was full of guilt. The father heard that the two of them were indeed here for Robert's matter. He hesitated for a moment and said lightly, Since you want to clear up the misunderstanding, let's go to the back and talk slowly. Previously, Robert wanted to drug Lisa and force herself on her. Although he failed, Lisa did not give up. She called the police after leaving. During the investigation, the police actually found evidence that Robert had drugged the patient and detained him. The Bai family is wealthy and powerful. If they had encountered such a thing in the past, they could have solved it with money. At worst, they could have asked the victim to issue a letter of forgiveness. But this time he had provoked the Lin family, and there was absolutely no possibility of compromise. Lisa refused to coordinate. She even refused to meet with the two of them. There was no choice but to find this place. in a small reception room behind the banquet hall. The four members of the Lin family sat on one side, and the Bai Yuan couple sat on the other side. If you have anything to say, just speak up. There aren't that many people here, and my father doesn't want to play along. Robert was trying to bully their daughter. This is not like hearing William's inner voice, which is just a melodrama without any evidence, but something that really happened. There is no way they can have the slightest good attitude towards this. Lu Qing obviously realized this and quickly apologized. Robert was indeed wrong in the previous incident. Lisa, after all, you have been together for so long. You must have feelings for each other. Can you bear to let Robert go to jail? Lisa snorted coldly and said calmly, Aunt, you said that as if I had put him in jail. He is an adult. Don't you know what the consequences of his actions will be? Lu Qing frowned, but he... Bai Yuan saw Lisa's determination and looked directly at his father. Lao Lin, we have been friends for so many years. There's no need to make such a fuss, right? Every child makes mistakes. As long as it doesn't cause any bad consequences, it's good enough. After these words were spoken, the four members of the Lin family could no longer suppress their anger. Chapter 59, Counterattack. The Bai Yuan couple said they came to apologize, but their words did not seem to be sincere. Seeing that no one from the Lin family said anything, Lu Qing thought they were planning to compromise. Then he shamelessly added, Yeah, nothing happened, and even if it did, it wouldn't matter, since you were planning to get married anyway. Finally, the Lin family could no longer tolerate it. Lisa spoke first. Wait a minute, did you guys misunderstand something? Do you really think your son is so popular that I would rush to marry him? William also mocked. It's so funny. These two don't seem to understand the situation. Even before, your son was marrying up with my eldest sister. Now that it's so ugly, how can you still have the nerve to say these things? Lu Qing obviously didn't expect that the younger generation of the Lin family would be so disrespectful. She immediately looked at her father and mother and asked coldly, Is this how you, the Lin family, educate your children? The mother wanted to curse just now, and now she retorted without any hesitation. How our Lin family educates our children is not your turn to comment on it. You two rapist parents. You. Lu Qing's face turned red, and he was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. His father, sinisterly, Old Lin, do you really want to make such a scene? The father sighed softly. I didn't expect that the two families would quarrel like this, but you should ask your son about this issue. Our daughter did nothing wrong from beginning to end. Bai Yuan's expression became even uglier. They obviously hadn't thought, before they came, that the situation was totally beyond redemption. Even if the relationship between the two families was used as a threat, the Lin family would not compromise at all. William really didn't want to listen to these two shameless guys anymore, so he threatened directly. To tell you the truth, we have found out all the dirty things your son did secretly. Considering the friendship between our two families, we will just call the police now. If you continue to make trouble, we don't mind letting him spend the rest of his life in jail. When Lu Qing heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Of course, she knew what kind of person her son was and what he had done secretly. Now Robert is facing a criminal record, which is hard for her to accept. If I really let those things out, I would probably be very hurt and the rest of my life would probably be ruined. Okay, since you are so heartless, don't blame us for being rude. Bai Yuan looked fierce and took out his cell phone and clicked a few times. Just a few seconds later, 3 men in black rushed in from outside, holding knives in their hands, and went straight to William. Since you want to destroy my son, I will destroy your son too. Bai Yuan smiled cruelly. The Lin family obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. Almost subconsciously, his father and mother stood in front of William to prevent the men in black from getting close. Bai Yuan, are you crazy? There are people everywhere outside. Do you think you can really leave after hurting someone? The father yelled. Oh, those people outside? They won't mind their own business. Bai Yuan's eyes were full of madness, and he raised his hand to signal those people to take action. Seeing the sharp knife waving towards his father, William reacted quickly. He jumped directly onto the table, went around to the front of his parents from the side, and kicked the leading black-clad man in the face. Bang! The man in black groaned, covered his nose, and fell backwards. Blood oozed from between his fingers. William didn't give the two people behind him a chance. He rushed forward to attack, snatched the knife, and knocked them out. The whole movement was very smooth, without any drag. He flicked his fingers, spinning the two knives casually, and looked at Bai Yuan and Lu Qing with cold eyes. The couple had already been frightened, and their faces were extremely stiff. You only found a few such losers. You really look down on me. William snorted coldly, raised his hand, and waved it, and two knives flew towards them. At this moment, not only were they scared silly, but even the Lin family members went crazy. It was too late to stop it, and I could only watch the knife fly past. The Lin family had even imagined the scene of Bai Yuan and his wife being covered in blood. Fortunately, the two knives only scratched the cheeks of Bai Yuan and Lu Qing, leaving a shallow blood mark, and then stabbed into the wall behind them. Bai Yuan and Lu Qing both had their eyes wide open, frightened to the point of almost leaving their souls. That is to say, I went to the toilet in advance and did not become incontinent on the spot. Murder, murder! Lu Qing raised his hand, tremblingly, and touched his stinging cheek. Looking at the blood on his fingers, he muttered to himself. William laughed disdainfully and said, Hey, you're only so brave. Don't do anything like hiring someone to kill someone in the future. Hey, Uncle Bai, come back to your senses. William raised his hand and waved it in front of Bai Yuan. What do you want? Bai Yuan was startled and quickly stepped back. He leaned against the wall behind him and almost touched the knife stuck in it, and shuddered again. William sat on the table in front of Bai Yuan, still with a gentle smile on his face, as if nothing had happened just now. Uncle Bai, I'm sorry to scare you. As compensation, I can tell you a secret. William lowered his voice, looking mysterious. Bai Yuan's brain was a little slow to react, but he still asked subconsciously, What secret? William's lips curled up mischievously. Robert was born prematurely, right? In all these years, have you never doubted this? Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, and finally came to his senses. What do you mean by that? William laughed. You are so old, and you still ask me what I mean? What I mean is that Robert is not your child. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60, Eating Melons. Everyone present was a little confused as William laughed. What did you say? Bai Yuan even thought he had heard it wrong. Even if the assassination fails, just send them to the police station. It's really strange to say something like this suddenly. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door again. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Maria looked at the situation in the room and the person lying on the ground with a look of surprise. She originally wanted to come with them, but there were so many guests outside who needed someone to take care of them, so she had to stay in the banquet hall. The waiter who just passed by hurriedly found her and said that she had hurried over because she heard that something seemed to have happened here. Some guests outside noticed what was happening here and gathered around curiously. William looked outside and accurately locked onto a person in the crowd. Well, that's him, your son's biological father. Bai Yuan looked in the direction William pointed and saw his second uncle, Bai Yin. He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes full of surprise. Yes, it's just what you think. You and your son should actually be called cousins. William looked like he was watching a lot of fun and turned to look at Lu Qing. Do you think I'm right? After saying that, he smiled to himself and said, It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It's not difficult to do a paternity test these days. It will be clear with just a simple check. Although there is no way to prove anything now, Bai Yuan is not a fool at his age. Since the other party can say it so confidently, he must have something to rely on. And since just now, his wife hasn't even said a word of rebuttal. He just looked terrified, and I didn't know what he was afraid of. Lu Qing, what on earth is going on? Bai Yuan asked, suppressing his anger. This is not what you think. Faced with the questioning, Lu Qing had no idea how to explain. Or in other words, the facts are before our eyes, and any explanation is useless. When the onlookers heard these words, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. They stopped cautiously, not daring to make any sound, for fear that they would be driven away before they could finish eating the melon. William continued to kindly help explain. More than 20 years ago, your wife was the nanny of your second uncle's family. She was pregnant with your second uncle's child before she came of age. At that time, your second aunt was strict, and your second uncle did not dare to let the child be born in public, but he was unwilling to give up the child, so he contacted your girlfriend at the time. Although I don't know what kind of handle that woman had on your second uncle, she agreed to help pretend to be pregnant and left the capital. After Robert was born, he was returned to you as her child. Later, your second uncle found a way to marry Lu Qing to you so that you could raise their biological son well. As William explained, Bai Yuan's expression changed again and again. Many things vaguely popped up in his mind. Many years ago, he seemed to have heard some rumors that his second uncle liked to mess around outside and even got someone pregnant. He didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, he was a playboy from a wealthy family. It was normal for him to like playing no matter how old he was. Unexpectedly, They had been plotting against him for so many years. No wonder Lu Qing didn't show much reaction when he wanted to take this illegitimate child back. Robert harshly over the years, but instead treated Robert as his own son. She didn't even have her own children and would rather let this nominally illegitimate child inherit the Bai family. Bai Yuan always thought that Lu Qing was considerate and sensible and didn't want to embarrass him. It turns out that he is the complete fool. He did everything he could to help Robert become the heir of the Bai family. It turns out that I am just making wedding dresses for others. Ah, good. Bai Yuan looked crazy. He rushed to Lu Qing and slapped him in the face. Hey, what are you doing, little brat? An angry voice rang out among the crowd. Immediately afterwards, an old man in his 60s rushed over and hit Bai Yuan hard with a cane. It's Bai Yin. After all, Lu Qing is the mother of his child. How could he watch her being bullied? At this point, there's nothing to hide. Bai Yuan, if you don't want to live like this, then I'll take Lu Qing away, and you have to call her second name from now on. Bai Yin said loudly while tapping with his cane. Hearing these words, Bai Yuan almost couldn't breathe. After cheating him for more than 20 years and causing him to not even have a child of his own, now you want to be his elder? He immediately picked up the chair next to him and threw it at the two shameless people. For a moment, the three of them wrestled together. The Lin family was the closest and were almost affected, but luckily, they escaped quickly. Lisa frowned unhappily and raised her hand to call for someone to take the three people away. But William stopped her, pointed behind him and said, "There are so many people here to watch the show. Don't rush to chase them away." Lisa turned around and saw that the guests were all staring intently. His face is full of excitement, as if he has eaten a big melon. There is no other way, so let this farce continue for a while. William whispered a few words to the waiter next to him. Chapter 61, very straight. After a while, the waiter came over with a large plastic bag and distributed melon seeds to the guests who were watching the fun. The Lin family rolled their eyes at William in annoyance. This kid really enjoys watching the fun. Bai Yueling was also in the crowd and watched the entire show. Looking at William eating melon seeds leisurely, I suddenly found this guy more interesting. Do you want to try and take him down? A banquet belonging to the upper class was interspersed with a farce that could only happen on the streets. The guests present were all very grateful to be there today. After this, the Bai family scandal will probably continue for a while. In the room, the three people who were fighting finally got tired. They fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner, but still glared at each other. Bai Yuan knew in his heart that was a very embarrassing thing to be laughed at by so many people. But thinking back on the fact that he had been the laughingstock for more than 20 years, he didn't care about it for a moment. Finally, Mr. Bai heard about this and sent his assistant to take all three people away. The other guests then slowly dispersed. William S. positioned quietly. Now that we have decided to take down William, we can start implementing the plan now. Her smart eyes turned, and she thought a simple method. William was walking a little bit behind her, so if she accidentally fell now, they could have a close contact. In fact, she used to look down on such methods, but it must be said that these methods are often very useful. She adjusted the angle and aimed. He cried out, "Ouch," and pretended to have twisted his foot, then fell diagonally backwards. William had been looking down, thinking about something, and had no idea about Yueling's plan. Feeling something coming towards him, he almost subconsciously blocked it and pressed the person against the wall. There's no ambiguity like the wall dong, it's just simply pressed against the wall. Like hammering a nail, Bai Yueling was stunned. William was also stunned. William looked at Bai Yueling in surprise and asked in confusion, why did she fall flat on the ground for no reason? Bai Yueling was suddenly choked. She couldn't say that she wanted to pretend to fall and throw herself into his arms, right? I had to find an excuse, feeling embarrassed and pretending to complain. It's all because of these high heels. They have to be so hard to wear. It's hard to walk. As he spoke, he took off his shoes and threw them aside in a huff. Hey, why are you still throwing things around? William leaned over to pick up the high heels, stuffed them back into Bai Yueling's arms, and muttered, what if someone trips over it? Won't they fall like you? Bai Yueling looked at the shoes in her hand in surprise. She originally thought that William must be a very gentlemanly and considerate person because he rescued her from the car. But now she suddenly realized that her feelings seemed to be a little bit wrong. For example, William may have done it simply out of love. The kind that has nothing to do with worldly ideas. Love, if it were anyone else, they would definitely be disappointed and lose interest in William. But Bai Yueling is different. Although she is a young lady, she likes to experience life everywhere. I have worked in small companies, walked dogs for others, and even delivered takeout. In short, she likes everything new. William's strange behavior aroused her interest even more. Watching William leaving, she put on her shoes silently, thinking about what to do next to get closer to William. Since they met because of the car, let's start with the car. By the way, William, I seem to have made your car dirty today. How about I drive it to be washed for you? No, I can go by myself. Well, since you helped me, I'll treat you to a meal. No need. You also dropped me off on the way here. We're even. Bai Welling tried almost everything she could think of, but William always refused. In the end, she was at her wit's end. Or else, I'll teach you how to drive. Finally, William stopped. Bai Welling thought she had finally convinced this straight man, and quickly added, Look, although my skills are not particularly good, I think it is enough to teach you. Otherwise, the next time you go to the parking lot, it will take you a long time to drive out. William sighed softly. Thinking about how difficult it was to drive today, he finally shook his head. Forget it. I'll just find a driver next time I go out. Bai Welling was completely stunned. Are there really such unromantic people in this world? Any normal person would be able to feel something under her attentiveness, right? William didn't react at all. Really, it's challenging. Bai Welling is the type of person who becomes more courageous as she faces more setbacks, and she is full of desire to conquer William. Not only was he not discouraged, but he became more energized. Looking at William's back as he left, she cheered herself up. Anyway, there's a long time to come, and she doesn't believe that she can't deal with this strange man. Chapter 62, War Without Gunpowder. Rumors in school always come and go quickly. Not long after the banquet, William returned to school to attend classes as usual. Qiu Xiaoyan was almost the first to learn about William's return, and she made an appointment with William to have dinner together and go to the library to read books together that day. During the days when William was on vacation, she always felt like something was missing. It's like there's a void in life, a void that is difficult to fill with anything else. Especially when I heard that the Lin family held a banquet and announced William's identity as the young master of the Lin family. This made Qiu Xiaoyan feel a sense of crisis. It felt like a treasure that only she knew about was suddenly made public. And William is this treasure. On the one hand, she was happy that William was recognized because this way there would not be so many people bullying him in school anymore. But on the other hand, she was worried that the person she loved would be taken away. This contradictory feeling continued until I met William. Seeing that William was still the same familiar face she used to know, she finally felt relieved. William thought everything was back on track, until he saw Bai Yueling in a public class. He remembered that Bai Yueling was not from their school and didn't understand why she appeared here. William just glanced at Bai Yueling and sat in the corner of the classroom as usual, as if he didn't see her. But just after sitting down for a moment, a faint fragrance hit me. Looking up, I saw Bai Yueling sitting in the seat next to me. I thought you were a good student, but you turn out to be just like those playboys who just like to sit at the back and hang out. Bai Yueling said, as if nothing had happened. It's because I don't need to learn anymore that I sit at the back and give the front row to those who need it. William didn't want to explain, but he considered Bai Yueling's identity. For the sake of my own image, I still said a few more words. Bai Yueling didn't believe this at first. It was not until she saw the professor come in and politely chat with William about the previous project that she realized that William did not seem to be lying to her. Girls all admire strong men. Moreover, hearing from others that someone is great and actually seeing how great he is are two different things. At this time, William's image in her mind became taller. But this feeling was soon broken by another emotion. When class was about to start, a beautiful figure appeared at the classroom door. That was a very beautiful girl. As soon as it appeared, it attracted a lot of people's attention. The girl leaned her head out, as if looking for someone. When he saw them, his gaze seemed to pause for a moment. Then, under the gazes of many people, he sat on the other side of William. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to really come. William smiled and said, Girls who study liberal arts generally don't seem to be very interested in finance-related subjects. That means I'm not an ordinary person. Qiu Xiaoyan also smiled. That's right. I brought you the book you mentioned last time. William took out 2 books on finance from his backpack and gave them to Qiu Xiaoyan. Qiu Xiaoyan took it happily and said thank you sweetly. She had actually seen Bai Yueling a long time ago. The girl's intuition told her that this girl was not simple. Next to William on purpose. Although she didn't know what the relationship between them was, she planned to remain unchanged in the face of change. William normally without revealing any flaws. Whoever loses patience first loses. Bai Welling seemed to understand this as well and did not react too exaggeratedly. During class, he just listened with his chin supported by one hand and asked William a few questions from time to time. She is not a student of this school, but she also studies finance. So I was able to have an organized discussion with William about the questions raised by the professor. William for the entire class. It looks calm, but in fact it feels like a war. William didn't notice anything unusual at first, but gradually he also felt that the atmosphere was not right. As he was still in class, he didn't say much. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, he wanted to leave this place of trouble immediately. But the two girls stood up together. William, this is my first time at your school. Why don't you take me around? Bai Willing asked with a smile. Qiu Xiaoyan would not let go so easily. She gently tugged at the corner of William's clothes and whispered, William, we agreed yesterday to go to the new restaurant in front of the school to eat together. The flames of war eventually slowly surfaced. Obviously, William can only choose one of the two activities. No one wants to be the loser. William was also overwhelmed. He and Bai Yueling were not very familiar with each other, and he had no desire or reason to take her for a walk around the school. As for Qiu Xiaoyan, he had previously agreed to go to the new restaurant together for dinner, but not today. Maybe it was this weird atmosphere that made him rebellious. William just wants to be alone today and doesn't want anyone to accompany him. Chapter 63. Be a pig in the next life. Qiu Xiaoyan knows William quite well. Seeing that William looked unhappy, I knew he might be angry. If it had been before, she would definitely not have been so persistent. But today, with such a beautiful rival in love here, she dared not take it lightly at all. He was afraid that if he gave in, he would lose such an outstanding person like William to someone else. Bai Yueling doesn't have as many concerns as Qiu Xiaoyan. She didn't care what William was thinking. She just took William's arm and said coquettishly, Look, I came all the way to your school, and you don't even accompany me around. Can you bear it? William immediately pulled his arm away. It was just time for get out of class to end. Originally, these two beauties attracted a lot of attention, and Bai Yueling's voice was loud. William felt that almost all the attention of the people around him was focused here. There is envy and jealousy, and those who didn't know William were all puzzled, wondering where they were lacking. Some brave ones even wanted to come over and chat with us. But before they could get close, Bai Yueling glared back at them. William has always wanted to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect to become the target of public criticism again. He suddenly felt a headache and waved his hand casually. Xiaoyan, I have something else to do today, so I won't accompany you for dinner. And Bai Yueling, if you want to go around our school, you can see if Xiao Yin is willing to accompany you. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he left the classroom without waiting for the two girls to answer. I was planning to go straight back to the dormitory when I suddenly received a message from Maria. Maria had a day off today and planned to come to the school hospital of university to visit an old friend and bring him some soup from home. The second sister personally sent it off, and William was embarrassed to refuse. So he turned around and walked towards the school hospital. William also knew Maria's school doctor friend. He went straight to the doctor's office, watched the doctor busy in the treatment room, and then sat in the office waiting for Maria. At this time, a yellow-haired boy dressed sloppily came over, apparently to see a doctor. When he didn't see the doctor, he asked rudely, Hey, are you the doctor? William felt annoyed when he saw such people, so he didn't even raise his head and pretended he didn't hear anything. The yellow-haired man walked up to William and continued, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? William still didn't respond. A yellow-haired melon had already appeared in the system in his mind. Huang Mao's family is in the gambling stone business, and they are uneducated nouveau riche. He himself was a playboy who was a philanderer and spent his time in extravagant pursuits, and even contracted a dirty disease that was too shameful to be seen. The reason I was able to come to this school was that my family spent a lot of money to arrange for me to attend the adult education college. He seldom comes to school, and when he does, it's only to pick up girls. Oh, Dad is right. Nowadays, doctors don't even know how to serve patients. Huang Mao sat beside him and threw the registration form on the table. I have paid for it. If you don't want to be complained, just show it to me honestly. William then slowly raised his head and chuckled. See a doctor? What's wrong with your body? Since this yellow-haired guy thinks he is a doctor, then he'll take a good look at him. Hey, you're a doctor and I'm a doctor. If I want to know what's wrong, do I need to ask you? Huang Mao said rudely. Obviously, this is the kind of person who thinks doctors are fortune tellers. Coincidentally, although William has no medical skills, he happens to know a little about fortune telling. He mobilized the Bagua technique and easily saw the yellow-haired man's fortune. No need to treat it. You're going to die soon. Choose a cemetery in the southwest direction as soon as possible. You could be a pig in your next life. Otherwise, you can only be a rat in a stinky ditch in your next life. William tells the truth. You, what the hell are you talking about? The yellow-haired man was angry. He stood up suddenly and grabbed William by the collar. William was not panicked. He just looked at the yellow-haired man quietly, with a smile on his face. If you can't listen to the truth, don't come to the hospital to cause trouble. I'm going to beat you to death. The yellow-haired man was furious and raised his hand to punch him. Stop. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Maria was seen standing at the door of the office with a grim look on her face. Who is this blind person again? The yellow-haired man turned around impatiently, but the moment he saw Maria, his expression changed 180 degrees. He immediately let go of her hand and walked towards Maria happily. Hey, beautiful sister, we are just joking. The yellow-haired man smiled ingratiatingly, but his eyes were full of aggression. Beautiful sister, would you like to add your contact information so that we can have dinner together when we are free? Maria ignored him and looked up at William. Are you okay? Fine. William straightened his clothes. Seeing that he was in trouble again, Huang Mao's face darkened again. Oh, so you two are in the same group. I want to see him just now, and he said something so offensive. You have to apologize to me on his behalf. Oh, then how do you want me to make amends? Maria became curious when she heard that it was William who was pretending to be a doctor here. Of course it's to treat me. Maria provocatively. You must treat me personally. Maria thought that if she let the yellow-haired guy continue to make trouble, her friends would probably have to clean it up soon. In order to make her friend worry less, she doesn't mind working a little longer here. Okay, I'll show you. Maria walked into the office. William immediately stood up and moved his chair away. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Maria asked casually, playing with a pen between her fingers. William thought the yellow-haired man would continue to make trouble. But who knew that this time the yellow-haired man was very direct and pointed at his crotch. Right here, it's uncomfortable. Chapter 64, Maria's Crisis. William immediately realized what Huang Mao meant and his face darkened. He had known for a long time that there was something wrong with Huang Mao, and this time he came to see the doctor probably to see this. But Huang Mao's current attitude clearly shows that he has ulterior motives. Maria frowned slightly and glanced in the direction the yellow-haired man pointed, but her expression did not change. This scared William. He always knew that Maria's previous dream was to become a male doctor. He was worried that Maria would suffer from occupational disease again, so he really showed it to Huang Mao. He quickly reminded her, second sister, this person has that disease. Don't dirty your eyes. Maria glared at the yellow-haired man with disdain. Just now she was busy helping William, but now looking carefully, she found that there were red ulcer marks on several exposed skin areas of the yellow-haired man's body. It is indeed a reaction to being sick. Maria was interested in andrology. She was disgusted by such dirty people. He immediately raised his hand to drive him away. Go, go, go. We need to go to big hospital for this. Don't embarrass the school doctor here. Okay, just wait for me. Huang Mao was about to say something when a lot of students suddenly passed by outside. It seemed like someone had hurt his leg while playing basketball, and a group of people came over to deal with it. Huang Mao didn't want his story to spread, so he had to leave after saying something harsh. William watched the yellow-haired figure disappear at the end of the corridor, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At least I don't have to look at those eye-irritating things. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Maria staring at him motionlessly. What happened? William touched his face. Is there something on my face? Maria shook her head slowly and narrowed her eyes with scrutiny in her eyes. I just want to ask you, how do you know that Huang Mao has that disease? Could it be that the two of you? Maria couldn't help but recall the previous rumors about William. William raised his hand quickly. Stop, second sister. You'd better stop your terrible thoughts now. So what? Maria raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of smile appearing at the corner of her eyes. That's what Mosquito told me. William couldn't tell everyone about his systematic things. Anyway, he had told Maria before that he could understand animal speech. Mosquitoes are animals too. There's nothing wrong with them. Oh, mosquitoes. Maria slowly stood up, walked to William, and looked around for something. Then he patted William on the shoulder and said, Let's not talk about the weather. There are no mosquitoes here. Even if there are, can mosquitoes talk? You are fooling me again. William dodged while explaining, Well, actually, I'm not sure if it was a mosquito. It could have been a fly or a cockroach or something like that. Anyway, that's what they told me. Otherwise, how could I have known such a private thing when I met that yellow-haired guy for the first time? Although Maria knew that William was not telling the truth, there was still some truth in what he said, so she didn't care about it anymore. At this moment, she suddenly heard William's voice. Oh my God, what a joke. This yellow-haired guy has no taboos when it comes to sex, regardless of gender, or even between humans and animals. He deserves to be sick. How could I possibly say this? I feel sick. What if I defile my second sister's ears again? It would be such a sin. Hearing this, Maria tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. But my stomach was starting to churn. I wanted to have dinner with my friends, but now I have no appetite at all. Bye. Maria's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number on the screen, she immediately picked up the call. Hello, director. Okay, I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Maria's expression became solemn. He shouted to the room inside the office. Old Chien, I have an emergency at the hospital. I have to go back first. So urgent. A young woman in a white coat walked out quickly, her face full of regret. I just finished my work and you left. Maria nodded. There was an explosion at a factory to the west. That's serious. Then you should go back. Dr. Chien was shocked and tried not to persuade him to stay. William listened to Maria's words and suddenly thought of something. The factory explosion. Wasn't this the key event that changed Maria's fate? No matter how careful you are, what is bound to come will eventually come. Maria saw that William looked serious and seemed to realize something. William, will you come with me? Good. Even if Maria didn't say anything, William would have gone with them. He must not let anything happen to his second sister. The two quickly left the school and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam on the way to the hospital. It seemed that there were too many cars carrying the injured. Fortunately, the traffic police arrived in time and evacuated several intersections to make way for the ambulance. Maria revealed her identity. She drove behind the ambulance team. At the same time, she also learned about her own destiny from William's inner voice. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary overtime work would bring about a drastic change in her future destiny. Chapter 65, The Pervert Around You. Based on William's inner thoughts, Maria got a general idea of the situation. Depending on how things develop, she will go to the hospital to rescue the injured. One of the injured died due to ineffective rescue efforts, and his family members staged a medical protest in the hospital. She was murdered by a colleague and became the victim of those crazy people. Maria knew that she was in imminent danger, but as a doctor, she could not just watch the injured die in such a major accident. The resources of their hospital alone are definitely not enough, and it will take some time to transfer people from other hospitals. If she hesitated for a moment longer, another injured person might die due to ineffective rescue. Wait for me here. I'm going to get busy now. Maria first settled William on a bench in the emergency room. She didn't want to be too far away from William, for fear that if something changed, she wouldn't be able to hear William's thoughts. William didn't dare to go far. He had to keep an eye on the situation around him to avoid any unexpected situations with Maria. Maria put on a white coat and started saving people. The situation here is worse than she imagined. The huge emergency department was packed with people, and there were sounds of wailing and crying everywhere. Doctors and nurses were constantly busy, checking the injuries of the wounded and trying their best to save those who were seriously injured first. Maria has relatively high medical skills and took the initiative to take on the task of treating seriously injured patients. She also knew that this job could easily become thankless. If someone were to be seriously injured or die, she would be in trouble. But human life is at stake, so she can't care less. After rescuing patients one after another, she was exhausted and sweating. Just when he was about to take a breath, he suddenly heard a cry from the other side. Dr. Lin, come over and take a look. Then, a man covered in blood was pushed in. Maria was stunned when she saw the badge on the injured person's chest. Li Deshan was the person William was thinking about, the one who died despite failed rescue efforts. He is also the one whose family members will come and cause a lot of trouble after his death. She now has a choice. If the injured person is handed over to another doctor, he should be able to save himself. But now all the other doctors are busy, and it's hard to spare the time. There are also a few interns who had just treated some people with minor injuries. If they were called over, they might be able to free up some time. But then the injured's families would come looking for them. Thinking back to those young doctors who had just entered the profession and were still full of enthusiasm, Maria really couldn't bear to see them being discouraged by the medical disputes caused by family members. After a brief thought, Maria strode to lead Dashin and tried to rescue him at all costs. Now that she already knows the direction of things, is it possible to save this person? In that case, all the tragedies would not have happened. However, things don't always go as planned. Lee Dashin still died. His injuries were so severe that the impact of the explosion caused a long piece of metal to penetrate his lung. The strip was still covered in rust, causing all sorts of impurities to mix into his wound. In addition, Lee Dashin is already quite old, and his physical fitness is not as good as that of young people. Even after using all possible means, he still died on the operating table. Maria looked at Lee Dashin's body and suddenly felt a little confused. It's not that she had never experienced failed rescues before, but this time, the situation made her feel deeply powerless. Maria, don't be sad. This is not your fault. Another doctor's voice came from beside me. Maria was startled when she heard the voice, because this person was none other than the culprit who harmed William in her mind, Song Lanlan. Song Lanlan was also her former high school classmate. The two used to have a very good relationship. They agreed to apply for medical university together, and after graduation, they came to this hospital together. But according to William, Song Lanlan has actually been pretending for all these years. In fact, Song Lanlan was very jealous of her. I am jealous of her good family background and her good academic performance. The most terrifying thing is that this jealousy actually caused Song Lanlan to have mental problems. He actually turned love into hatred and wanted to keep her by his side forever. So he changed her college entrance examination choice, and in the end, they both studied surgery. Maria shuddered at the thought. Maria, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Maria looked unhappy, Song Lanlan walked forward and raised her hand to pat Maria's shoulder gently to comfort her. But Maria dodged it in time. Looking at Song Lanlan's hand frozen in midair, Maria recalled William's thoughts and mentioned another thing. William said in his heart that the reason why Song Lanlan did not let him apply for the andrology major as she wished was that she was actually mentally perverted. Song Lanlan had a perverted feeling for her, so she didn't want her to study andrology and come into contact with men's organs. Although I am a girl, I start to imagine myself as a boy. He always takes pictures of her secretly. Maria felt physically uncomfortable when she first heard this. She didn't want to believe that her former friend had such perverted thoughts about her, but when she thought about it carefully, Song Lanlan was indeed the only person who knew that she had filled out her application form. Under the influence of these things, Maria no longer knew how to face Song Lanlan. Fortunately, there were still many injured people around, so Maria just responded and continued to work. After an unknown amount of time, a roar was heard from the door. Who on earth killed my dad? Chapter 66, I want to report. Maria's heart sank, and she looked up towards the door. I saw several men walking towards this side, and the man leading them looked extremely furious. Walk straight to the emergency room. Maria whispered. Oh no, no wonder that old man looked so familiar to me just now. He is indeed the father of this Chao Xiong. Huh? Is it the one who caused trouble in the internal medicine department earlier? Yes, at that time, Mr. Lee took the medicine prescribed by the doctor, but he didn't get better after more than a week, so his family came to make a fuss. I also remembered that the head nurse there used to work at a nearby county hospital. She said that she felt her son was abnormal many years ago, and when she took him for a checkup, it turned out that he was a hypermasculine. TSK, it's really pitiful. Look at that old man. Lee's family conditions are not very good. Giving birth to a child like this is really making the family situation worse. Let's not talk about that for now. Why do I feel that the look in this super masculine man's eyes is scary now? It seems quite scary. Maybe something bad is going to happen. Listening to the discussions of people around her, Maria felt even colder. I can still reason with normal people, but with Chao Xiong, there is no logic at all. While I was thinking, the man had already rushed over here. Who killed my dad? Come out here now. Faced with this situation, doctors and nurses dared not speak. Even the other injured and their families did not dare to breathe for fear of being implicated. The man continued to roar, his expression becoming more ferocious. Maria clenched her fists. She is not usually timid, but she is not stupid either. To step forward and admit it in such a situation, and to confront such an irrational person head-on, will only end up in a tragic end. Especially when she noticed that the man was shouting, a cold light flashed from his sleeves. It's a knife. This man came prepared. At this time, no matter who it is, if you stand out, The consequences will be disastrous. Maria saw that the medical staff near the door had gone to quietly look for the security guard. Originally, as long as they kept waiting like this, they could wait for the hospital security to come and take the man out. However, Song Lanlan moved. Although she just silently moved away from Maria, the avoidance in her eyes was very obvious. She looked at the man for a while, then at Maria, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Maria saw the whole scene. Maria didn't believe that Song Lanlan was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, the two of them were standing in similar positions. Since she could see the knife in the man's sleeve, Song Lanlan must have seen it too. Song Lanlan could have chosen to stay still and wait for rescue. But she made such an obvious move, it's hard to imagine that she didn't do it on purpose. The man looked at Song Lanlan, then at Maria, and asked coldly, "Is it you?" After saying that, he walked over here without waiting for Maria to answer. Maria's answer didn't matter to the men. The other medical staff did not notice Song Lanlan's actions. When they saw the man approaching, they were so scared that they quickly fled. Maria also stepped back step by step, while her hand behind her back, calmly picking up a bottle of alcohol. "Bitch, how dare you kill my dad? I'm going to kill you." The man roared, raised his knife, and rushed towards Maria. When the other people around saw the knife, they were also frightened and screamed and scattered. Maria did not step back. She took the alcohol in her hand and sprayed it on the man's face. The man's eyes bulged with excitement and were soaked with alcohol, and he immediately howled in pain. But the howl only lasted 2 or 3 seconds before it was replaced by a muffled groan, and then he fell limply to the ground. William stood behind the man, a cold look in his eyes. In fact, even if Maria didn't take action, he had already been prepared behind scenes. Once a man dares to go crazy, he will take action. Unexpectedly, Maria got there before him, which made him seem a little redundant. "That's awesome, second sister." William pulled the bandages and tied the man's hands. "Raise your head and smile brightly." Maria also breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his eyes and looked at the people who came with the man. These people are not Chao Xiong. They are very normal-minded, and they are not direct relatives of Li Dashan. They just came to watch the fun. As soon as they saw the man starting to go crazy, they panicked, but they didn't dare to stop him. Maria's gaze at this moment. They quickly waved their hands. "It's none of our business. We're just here to visit." After saying that, he quickly ran outside. At this time, the police and security guards also arrived. After understanding the situation, the police took the man into the car, and after learning the details, they planned to leave. But at this moment, a sudden voice came from the crowd. "Uncle Police, wait a minute. I have something else going on here." William who spoke. The policeman came over and asked seriously, "Anything else?" "I want to report her." William raised his hand. The fingertips passed through the crowd and pointed at Song Lanlan, who was just about to leave. Chapter 67. Conclusive Evidence. Everyone present was stunned. Many of them also saw that William and Maria were together, which meant they should stand on the same side as the medical staff here. But what does it mean to suddenly report the doctors here? After a moment of panic, Song Lanlan quickly reacted. He smiled and looked at William. "You are Maria's brother, right? If there is any misunderstanding, you can tell me in private. This will only delay the police's work." "Oh, let's talk privately. What if you run away?" William snorted coldly. Song Lanlan's smile froze on her face. After all, she was Maria's friend, and she never expected William to be so disrespectful to her. He turned to look at Maria and smiled awkwardly. "Maria, look at your brother. He certainly has his reasons for saying that. If you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to be nervous." Maria also had a cold expression. After what she had experienced, she would be a fool if she was soft-hearted towards this pervert. Although she didn't know what William was going to say. The police frowned in confusion. "Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you have a dispute with the hospital, you still need to provide evidence and not make trouble." "I know. Of course I have evidence." William smiled faintly and said loudly, in a voice that everyone could hear, "I want to report this Dr. Song Lanlan for abusing and damaging the bodies in the hospital morgue." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The people present even doubted their own ears. Doctors in the hospital, abusing corpses in the hospital? This is too perverted. And looking at the person involved, Song Lanlan, she is young and good-looking. How could they do such a thing? Maria was also a little confused. These were things she hadn't heard in William's heart, and they were really shocking. But she definitely believed in William unconditionally. The police were also shocked. They had indeed received several reports of bodies being damaged in the hospital morgue. But because no clues were found, the case was shelved for a while. Could it be that there's finally a clue to this unsolved case today? When Song Lan heard William's words, her expression changed for a moment. But she thought that everything she did was very covert, and no one would be able to find out. So she quickly adjusted her expression. Young Master Lin, do you know what you were talking about? Song Lan pretended to be surprised and said, it's illegal to spread rumors. There's so many people here. You're joking too much. You know whether I am joking or not. William's tone was very firm. Maria felt a surge of excitement and hope. She was very angry about Song Lanlin's deliberate harm to her, but she had no evidence and could only suffer in silence. If William can really produce evidence for what he said and send Song Lan to prison, it would be a great relief to everyone. She also pretended to persuade him. William, if you have evidence, tell the police immediately. This is a big deal after all, and it would be bad if anyone was misunderstood. William said casually, it's easy to get evidence, the surveillance in the security room. Having said that, he deliberately looked at Song Lan. Seeing that Song Lan was still calm and composed, he knew that this guy must have tampered with the surveillance to be so unscrupulous. The security cameras definitely can't detect anything. After all, no one would commit a crime against the law. But because she tampered with all the surveillance, she thought she was foolproof, so she definitely wouldn't care that much about other things, such as her backpack. Williams said, while watching Song Lanlin's expression, Dr. Song, do you dare to let the police take your backpack for inspection? Maria added, Lan, the big canvas bag you carry every day should be in the cabinet in your office now, right? In an instant, Song Lanlin's face turned pale. Today, don't make excuses. When I came here today, I saw that you were still carrying that bag. Song Lan wanted to explain something, but Maria interrupted her without any hesitation. The police were very observant and found Song Lanlin's unnatural appearance very suspicious. Dr. Song, your bag should be convenient for us to take back for examination, right? Although the police's words were inquiries, there was a tone that brooked no refusal. As he said that, he motioned to Song Lan to take them to the office. Under the gaze of so many people, Song Lan couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to go back to the office and take out the big canvas bag from the cabinet. The policeman took it, examined it carefully, then picked it up again and put it to his nose. Soon, he frowned slightly. Song Lan continued to explain, I often take this bag to the market to buy meat. It is normal for it to smell bloody. The smell in the bag is very faint, and it is covered by the smell of cosmetics. You can't smell it at all if you hold it far away. But the police have seen many injured people and dead bodies. Where's the bloody smell in this bag? It should be said that it smells like rot. The policeman immediately handed the bag to his companion and said coldly, take it back for inspection. After saying that, he looked at Song Lan with a serious look. Dr. Song Lan, the public has reported that we suspect you are involved in multiple cases of damaging corpses. Please come with us. Song Lan looked as pale as death, unable to argue. She knew very well that her bag was the evidence of her crime. If tested, the DNA of those damaged bodies will be found. The reason why she still carries this bag every day is to give herself some stimulation. Especially when she got close and smelled that faint scent, she would remember the pleasure she felt when fiddling with those corpses. This abnormal mentality made her unable to extricate herself. What she didn't expect was that the police found her bag without any clues. She looked up at William, her eyes full of resentment. Rush straight toward Maria? Chapter 68. Escape from the bitterness of fate. No one present had expected that Song Lan, a mere female doctor, would dare to escape from the police's control. William was worried that Song Lan would go crazy and do something to hurt Maria, so he resolutely stood in front of Maria. With Song Lanlin's strength, there was no way she could break through William's obstruction. With the police pulling her from behind, she was quickly controlled again. But her eyes were fixed on Maria, and her expression was extremely excited. Maria, I love you. Maria, everything I do is for you. I have loved you deeply for so many years. Why are you not willing to take a serious look at me? Maria. Song Lanlin's face was ferocious, and she was screaming miserably. Hearing these quite explosive words, the people around were very shocked. William interrupted immediately. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You insulted those corpses. It's your own psychopath. It has nothing to do with my sister. After that, He went to explain to the police, "Uncle Police, don't listen to her nonsense." Naturally, the police will not easily believe what the suspect says. Moreover, this is a suspect who is already a psychopath and is now obviously crazy. They said they would conduct a detailed investigation and then took Song Lan Lan away. Song Lan Lan was shouting as she walked. However, the police had already handcuffed her, leaving her no chance of escape. Only when he was taken to the police car did the surroundings finally quiet down. Maria watched them leave and sighed quietly. It's finally over. "Dr. Lin, we're almost done here. Why don't you go back and rest first?" The other doctors in the department seemed to notice Maria's fatigue and try to persuade her. Maria nodded and went home with William. She looked tired, but she was actually very happy. The matter of changing my destiny was finally resolved. She won't get hurt. Her career won't be ruined. She was so happy that she even felt like crying. When I got home, my family was there. Maria briefly recounted what happened in the hospital today. The family members were worried at first, but then they all reacted quickly. They had also heard William's thoughts a long time ago and knew that Maria would be in trouble. Now that the disaster has been averted, they are also very excited. "William, thanks to you." My mother's eyes were red with excitement, and she couldn't continue speaking because her nose felt sore. He raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes, trying not to cry on such a happy day. Everyone present, except William, understood her excitement. They have been living in fear ever since they knew something might happen to Maria. Now they can finally put their minds at ease. Lisa gently held her mother's hand and comforted her. "Mom, William is the lucky star of our family. Think about how to reward him this time." His father also quickly agreed. Yes, we must reward you. William, whatever gift you want, just tell me as long as Dad can give you. I will give you everything." "Well," William touched his head embarrassedly. He didn't know that his family could hear his thoughts, so he didn't quite understand why his family was so happy today. He had helped solve some problems before, but they were not as excited as they were today. Maria was not injured today, was mainly because of her quick reaction. It doesn't have much to do with him, but since his family wanted to reward him, he wouldn't hesitate. Ahem, actually I don't really want anything. I just don't want to go to work in the company anymore. God knows how tired he has been during this period. I have to go to school from Monday to Friday and go to work on Saturdays and Sundays. Although this so-called work means just staying in Lisa's office, eating, drinking, and playing as you please, and sleeping in the lounge next door if you want to. But he always felt something was weird, as if Lisa wanted to tie him to her side. He suspected that Lisa was tired of sitting in the position of president and wanted to be a hands-off boss, so she trained him in advance and would hand over the company to him after he graduated. "This won't do. You're already the second generation of rich people. Isn't it good to have money and free time?" He doesn't want to manage all that mess in the company. However, as soon as he said this, Lisa rejected him. "No, you're the only boy in the Lin family. Mom and Dad will give you the company's shares in the future. You must learn management skills. Otherwise, how can you take over the company in the future?" Lisa said this seriously. The other members of the Lin family remained silent. They all knew that William had no interest in the company, and they also knew that Lisa just wanted to use William's voice to solve some of the company's problems. However, in order to prevent the company from going bankrupt in the future, they still chose to stand on Lisa's side at this time. "William, your sister is doing this for your own good. As long as you go to the company, Dad will pay you a salary of $500,000 a month. Of course, your black card still has no upper limit, so you can buy whatever you want." The father smiled and comforted. 500,000. William couldn't help but click his tongue. This is money that an average family cannot earn in a year. And he can earn so much by just hanging around the company for 2 days on the weekend. It really is a world of the rich. William thought about it for a moment and agreed. After going through so much, his thoughts have changed. When he first came here, he knew in advance that the Lin family company would go bankrupt, and he only wanted to save money so that he could run away when the time comes. And now, facing these family members who are truly good to him, he can't bear to abandon them. 500,000 a month, just consider it as saving for them. Even if the Lin family ran out of money in the future, they would not end up living on the streets. However, in such a happy atmosphere, no one expected that after Maria's problem was solved, another trouble arose. Chapter 69, William's little sister. The next day was the weekend, and the sixth daughter of the Lin family, who had not been home for a long time, came back. William's sixth sister is only less than half a year older than him, and is not his mother's biological daughter. It is said that this was a very good friend of my mother. The couple were in a car accident while they were out, and the whole family died unexpectedly, leaving behind only a little daughter. The Lin family took the child back and raised her as their own daughter, naming her Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan is an introvert, gentle, and kind person. Studied at the Kyungseong Women's College. This school is different from other universities and is more closed. In addition, Lin Wanwan wanted to finish her homework ahead of time, so she didn't come back for 3 consecutive months. When they heard that Lin Wanwan was coming back, everyone in the Lin family was very happy. The mother prepared various meals that Lin Wanwan liked, and Lisa and Maria also prepared gifts. William also bought a bracelet for the sixth sister, who was of similar age. Although they have never had the chance to meet, occasionally when the parents video chat with Lin Wanwan, they will also let William appear and chat with Lin Wanwan. It's not that unfamiliar. In the evening, the driver picked up Lin Wanwan. As soon as I entered the door, the whole family surrounded me and asked me all kinds of questions. Lin Wanwan responded one by one with a smile. William was also very happy as it was his first time meeting Lin Wanwan in person. But in such an environment, there was no room for him to speak. Lin Wanwan is not tall, about 1.6 meters, and is petite. Wearing a girl's school uniform, she looks quite graceful. Just by observing quietly, William found that there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Wanwan's expression. Although he was smiling, the smile did not reach his eyes and looked a little forced. And she seemed a little unsteady when she walked. Others also noticed this and asked about it. Wanwan, what happened to your foot? I sprained my ankle. I came back this time just to rest at home. Lin Wanwan waved her hands as if nothing had happened and said casually, It's nothing. I just twisted it a little. I didn't tell you on the phone because I was afraid you would worry. Hey, come in quickly and let your second sister take a look. The mother panicked and hurriedly helped Lin Wanwan into the house. After Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa, Maria began to examine her ankle. Looking at the swollen, snow-white ankle, the mother felt extremely distressed. Maria, is this serious? Should I take him to your hospital? Not very serious. Maria slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a soft tissue contusion, no fracture. Apply ice today and tomorrow, and switch to hot compress the day after tomorrow. Thank you, second sister. Lin Wanwan thanked him obediently. William stood aside, his brows furrowed more and more. Just now, he heard the voice of the system. Fuck, it's actually school bullying? Who is so blind as to dare to bully the little daughter of the Lin family? He was trying to save another girl who was being bullied, but was stabbed in the back by that girl. Is there any justice left? Hearing this voice, the whole family fell into deathly silence. My father had just picked up froze in the air, and flames rose in his eyes. The mother looked at other people in panic, as if trying to confirm whether she was hallucinating. Lisa and Maria also clenched their fists. The most confused one among them was Lin Wanwan. She also heard William's thoughts, but she didn't know what was going on. And what the voice was talking about was exactly what happened to her. This matter is very secret. How can anyone know about it? Or is it that she has been under too much stress recently and is suffering from hallucinations? William, I forgot to buy your sixth sister's favorite Sparks cake today. Why don't you go buy it? Lisa, as someone who has been a female president for many years, quickly reacted and said with a smile, I can eat the cake or not, or I can order takeout. Lin Wanwan didn't want to trouble her brother who had just returned home, so she tried to stop him. But Lisa put her hand on her shoulder and insisted, Have you forgotten that your favorite restaurant doesn't have takeout? It's a rare trip back, so you must eat there. William, what do you think? No problem. I'll go buy it right away. William also vaguely realized that his eldest sister seemed to want to send him away. He thought that perhaps they had also noticed that something was wrong with Lin Wanwan and wanted to ask her something, which might be a topic that a boy like him would not be comfortable hearing. It doesn't matter. Anyway, his melon-eating system has already told him the general idea of the matter. Lin Wanwan has suffered such a great injustice. She really deserves to eat some of her favorite cakes. As for those who bullied her, as long as she spoke out, the Lin family would never let them go. After William left, the house became quiet again. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Wanwan. The anger from before had been slightly suppressed, and they were all thinking about how to start the conversation without hurting her. Finally, it was Lisa who spoke first. Wanwan, you heard that voice just now, right? Lin Wanwan looked up in surprise. You can all hear it? What is that? That's what William is thinking. The mother sighed softly, her eyes slightly reddened. Daughter, why didn't you tell Mom and Dad about such a big thing? Lin Wanwan originally wanted to hide the fact of being bullied, But she didn't expect that the younger brother she met for the first time would find out. And the whole family could hear my brother's thoughts. This made it impossible for her to hide it. Chapter 70, A Brilliant Plan. Lin Wanwan is introverted and even a little timid, but she is very kind. A month ago, I ran into a girl being bullied at school. She mustered up the courage to step forward to stop them, but was threatened and warned by those people. Later, the girl thanked her and became friends with her. Unexpectedly, just last night, a group of people blocked the way she had to take to return to the dormitory. She helps the teacher organize materials every Friday, and only people who are familiar with her know about this. Recalling what had happened recently, she immediately realized that it was the girl she rescued who betrayed her. The bullies punched and kicked her and filmed the incident. He threatened her that if she dared to tell anyone, he would exaggerate the video and publish it online. She was worried that this incident would affect the Lin family, so she had to endure it. After hearing Lin Wanwan's description, the Lin family was very angry. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? My father slammed the table loudly. The mother gently pulled up Lin Wanwan's sleeves and looked at the bruises on her body, feeling extremely distressed. Wanwan, you should have told us about this. We will protect you. Since coming to the Lin family, Lin Wanwan has been very obedient and well-behaved. This overly sensible look would only make her appear distant. In her heart, even if she was close to the Lin family, she was not a real member of the Lin family. She worried that she would be abandoned and become homeless again. The Lin family naturally saw what Lin Wanwan was thinking, which made them feel even more distressed. Wanwan, do you still remember what those people looked like? Lisa asked with a cold face. They were wearing masks, and I didn't see their faces. Lin Wanwan bit her lip and shook her head silently. Lisa frowned slightly. With the methods those people used, they must have avoided surveillance at the time. It seems that this matter is more troublesome than she imagined. When Lin Wanwan saw Lisa's solemn expression, tears immediately started to flow again. Mom, Dad, sister, I can handle this matter myself. Really, you don't have to worry. After saying that, she ran upstairs crying and quickly returned to her room. The atmosphere in the living room was solemn. My father's fingers were crackling. The mother looked at her phone and wanted to call the school leaders to hold them accountable again and again. Lisa was thinking of a solution. Maria, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. We have no evidence for this matter. If we go directly to the school leaders, they will either shirk responsibility or directly suggest that Wanwan change schools, which will not really solve the problem. That's right. Wanwan's mental trauma is far greater than her physical trauma. Running away won't solve the problem. Lisa also agreed with Maria. My mother also realized this, which is why she didn't call for a long time. She put down her phone silently, eyes full of sadness. It's all our fault. We didn't protect her well. The father gently put his arm around the mother's shoulders and comforted her softly. There's still a chance to make amends now. Lisa also comforted her. Yes, Mom, I will investigate privately and will find those people. Actually, there's an even simpler way. Maria stroked her chin with a smile on her face. I guess those people won't just give up like that. As long as someone sneaks into the school and is with Wanwan. The other three people's eyes lit up instantly. This is indeed a good idea. Wait a minute. Who should go? The fourth and fifth sisters are not here. And as for the two of us, we don't look like students, do we? Lisa was suddenly in trouble again. Maria smiled mischievously. Don't we have a college student in our family? The three of them seemed to have thought of something, and their faces were filled with surprise. But they soon reacted. What a great idea. William came back with a cake. He saw four people who were eyeing him covetously. You guys are... William sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Lisa and Maria pushed him onto the sofa, took off his coat, and put on the large-sized school uniform that they had just prepared. Then, various makeup were applied to his face, and finally a wig was put on him. Perfect. Lisa and Maria looked at their works and were very satisfied. Even his father and mother nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that our William would be so handsome after a little dressing up. William didn't come back to his senses until he stood in front of the mirror. He never thought that he could look like this. His face was still good-looking. With their makeup skills, his originally angular face was made to look a little softer. But the figure is still a little bit off. The breasts are as big as an airport and look like they are underdeveloped. But it doesn't matter. He is tall anyway. Standing there, I felt like an international supermodel. Wait a minute. What do you want to do by dressing me up like this? William finally realized something was wrong, and his face was filled with surprise. Lisa walked up to him and patted his shoulder casually. We have already contacted the girls' school. You can go with Wanwan next Monday. You will be in the same class and the same dormitory. William looked at everyone in horror. Seeing that they were not joking at all, I realized that they were not just trying to play a prank on me, but were serious about it, especially father and mother. How could the couple, who have always been dignified and steady, agree to such a thing? William, you don't want to be bullied every night, do you? The mother looked at William expectantly. I am, but can... William struggled for a long time, but couldn't think of a better solution. I don't know if it's because of the distance, but the melon-eating system didn't tell him who the bully was. It seems that the only way to find out is to really sneak in. Don't worry, we've already asked for leave from your school. You can go to the girls' school this week. I believe those people won't stay quiet for long. Lisa took out a bracelet and put it on William's wrist. With the decoration, he looked more like a girl. Chapter 71, Senior Xiao Hei. Sunday evening. William, wearing women's clothes, got into the car with Lin Wanwan. The Lin family's driver took them to the gate of the girls' school. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Wanwan was about to get out, but William grabbed her arm. Wait a minute, let me get ready. William was still a little nervous. You have to know that there's not a single male student here. He felt like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. But then he thought again. He was here to investigate and deal with those bullies and avenge his sick sister, and he felt a little more confident. William's expression constantly changing. Lin Wanwan said, William, why don't you go back? I'm always a little unsure about this kind of thing. Logically speaking, Lin Wanwan is the older sister. Due to her personality, she doesn't have the temperament to be an older sister like Maria and Lisa in front of William. But as an older sister, she didn't want to put William in danger or trouble. William seemed to see what Lin Wanwan was thinking. He put his arm around Lin Wanwan's shoulders and said firmly, Since we're already here, why shouldn't we go in? Sixth sister, don't worry. I will definitely find those people for you. After saying that, William got out of the car with a heroic look on his face. After taking 2 steps, I felt like I was too manly, so I changed to taking small steps. Lin Wanwan watched from the side and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Wanwan is good looking, and when she smiles, she is full of energy. William also turned around and smiled. Sis, this is how you should be. Lin Wanwan realized something and let out a long sigh. Indeed, she had been in a very bad mood these past few days, and she looked very gloomy. Teased by William, she calmed down a little. After entering school, William finally realized the role of money. From the gate to the classroom and then to the dormitory, the entire journey is unobstructed. Apart from being looked at sideways by some people due to his height, nothing unexpected happened. As soon as I entered the dormitory, the message in the family group came. William, I'm leaving old six matter to you. William, you must protect your sick sister and find out the bully. William, we believe you. If you can't find that bastard and avenge your sick sister, don't come back. Looking at the messages constantly jumping in the group, William silently held his forehead. This is a death order. In fact, as soon as he entered the school, the melon-eating system in his mind told him who the bully was. But there is no evidence now. Even if we find it and teach her a lesson, it would be too lenient. People who are so bad at such a young age must pay the price. Manhwa, this is... Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind. William turned his head and saw a petite girl about the same height as Lin Wanwan, looking up at him. Ah, Xiao, you're back. This is my sister, who has also transferred to our school. Lin Wanwan explained unnaturally. Oh, your sister is so tall. I'm so envious. Luo Xiaoi also seems to be a relatively simple girl. After Lin Wanwan's introduction, I naturally believed it and praised it sincerely. William's previous understanding, all dormitories in this girls' school are 4-person rooms. However, wealthy students can choose to live in a double or single room. In Lin Wanwan's dormitory, besides herself, there was only Luo Xiaoi left. Seeing that Luo Xiaoi accepted having one more person in the dormitory so easily, William felt slightly relieved. It seems that the atmosphere in Lin Wanwan's dormitory is quite good. Unexpectedly, just when he was half relieved, something happened. Lin Wanwan went to make the bed. As soon as she lifted the quilt, she screamed, ah. William hurried forward to check and saw a fake dead mouse on the bed. Sister, it's okay, it's fake. William picked up the dead mouse and said comfortingly. But Lin Wanwan's expression still looked unhappy, and she had obviously thought of something. At this time, bursts of laughter came from the door. Hey, did you hear that scream? It made me laugh to death. Ha ha, what a coward. William frowned and raised his hand to open the door. There were 4 or 5 girls standing at the door, laughing so hard that they were shaking with laughter. When they saw William, their smiles stopped. Who are you? Isn't this Lin Wanwan's dormitory? One of the girls questioned. I am your ancestor. William cursed in his heart, but held it back. He raised the fake mouse in his hand and said with a disdainful smile, You can only buy toys to scare people? If you have the ability, you can get some real mice to have fun with. The girls all frowned. They realized that this strange tall girl didn't seem as easy to bully as Lin Wanwan. It's just that they're used to being domineering in their daily lives. So even if it's a tough guy, they won't take him seriously. Oh, you think we don't want to? Were there any real rats in this school? Another girl taunted. Really? William chuckled, put his index finger and thumb in his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. After a while, a black stray cat came running over in small steps. The cat that helped William find the body parts in the park. William had just spotted it downstairs. After a brief conversation, the cat told him that the food here was better than in the park, so it crossed the street to come over. William looked at the cat's body, which was obviously rounder than before, and knew that it was not lying. The stray cats in school have always had better food, but they have to give something. Mau Mau seemed to have guessed William's thoughts. He looked down at his own balls, which were only covered with a layer of skin, then turned his head away embarrassedly. When the black cat appeared, the girls present were also stunned. Isn't this Senior Xiao He? He usually ignores us. Why is he here now? Luo Xiaoyi said doubtfully. William chuckled. Of course I'm here to find mice for me, so that some people won't be so stubborn. The girls were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. No, did I hear correctly? She wants the cat to help her catch mice. It's so funny. Who does she think she is? Do you really think you're a Disney princess? You can communicate with animals? What a hole in the brain. William ignored their ridicule and picked up the black cat. He said calmly, Then do you dare to make a bet? Chapter 72. Smart Senior Xiao He. Bet. The girls laughed even harder, as if they had heard some huge joke. Even Lin Wanwan thought William was being stubborn, so she gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, William, don't be impulsive. William patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder gently to comfort her, and asked again, Why? Are you afraid? The girl sneered. Why are you afraid? Since you want to die, it's up to you. Another asked, What's the bet? You tell me. William was equally disdainful. The girls looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and raised a malicious smile. Well, if this cat can really deliver the mouse to us, then we lose, and we kneel down and sing Conquer for you. If it doesn't, you have to run naked on the playground. William rolled his eyes in annoyance. How dare you say such an unfair bet? So what do you want? The girls were a little annoyed. William said calmly, I want fairness. Since I have to run naked if I lose, you also have to run naked on the playground if you lose. Good. The girls actually didn't take the bet seriously at all. To be precise, they didn't think they would lose at all. What a joke, not to mention that they have never seen a mouse in the school. Even if there was, they didn't believe that the cat would really listen to William and catch the mouse. Seeing that the bet was settled, William squatted down and gently touched the black cat's head. You better show some courage and catch all the mice for me, otherwise, I'll tell your friends in the park that your balls are gone. When the black cat heard this, he was startled. What a shame. It's really a great shame. William reluctantly, then twisted its butt and walked outside. Don't worry, I don't want the mice I caught. They will all be yours from now on. William waved at the black cats, departing back. The black cat finally felt a little more motivated, and its steps became faster. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. But Lin Wanwan still didn't have the confidence. Seeing that things have developed to this point, it is probably useless to stop it. In her mind, William had no chance of winning. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips and clenched her fists tightly. Isn't it just a university? If she doesn't want to go, then don't go. Even if she had to drop out of school, she couldn't let her brother get hurt. Time passes by every second. The girl seemed very patient, leaning against the wall in the corridor, chatting while waiting. They also discussed that when William went streaking, they would find the best angle and take pictures of the whole scene. Lin Wanwan became more and more uneasy. There was no way she would let William run naked. She had even thought about how to confront these girls and how to ask the counselor and the dean for expulsion. But not long after, there was a rustling sound coming from the corridor. Everyone looked and saw the black cat coming back in small steps with an empty mouth. Huh, it's so funny. See? Even the cat. However, before the girls could finish their ridicule, they saw several cats coming in one after another. These cats have different colors and are not very clean. They are obviously stray cats in the school. The cats all had mice in their mouths, some big and some small. There are even cats that hold two in their mouths. William looked at the black cat's cocky look and rubbed its furry head vigorously. Not bad. You've only been here for a short time, and you've become the big brother. Meow. The black cat looked proud, squatting aside with its head raised, and signaled the cat behind it to put the mouse down. The cats were all very obedient, but they were also a little reluctant to leave. After all, this was the food they had captured with great difficulty. William couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm not going to eat these, so I'll just leave them here for you to watch, and you can take them away later. When the cats heard this, they felt relieved. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, especially when I saw the cats obediently lining up to put the mice down. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. There were still a few mice that were not dead yet and were struggling to escape, but were slapped back by the cat that was nearby. How is it? Do you like this gift? Do you want them to help put it on your bed? William looked at the girls with a smile. The girls were so frightened that they quickly closed the doors of their dormitories. Come on, isn't this what you like? William kicked a half-dead rat and sent it flying towards the group of girls. For a moment, screams were heard in the corridor. While running away and hiding, they shouted for help and tried their best to get the dead rat taken away. Oh, you have such little courage, yet you imitate others and harm others. William snorted coldly. When the cats saw those people avoiding the mice, they all looked distressed. It's obviously such a delicious thing. These humans are really like wild boars who can't eat fine bran. Seeing that everything was almost done, William signaled to the cats to take the mouse away. The cats were very happy, and each took one and left. There are still a few left, all of which are offered to Black Cat. Seeing the Black Cat looking anxious because it couldn't finish the food and couldn't take it away, Luo Xiaoyi kindly handed it a plastic bag. The Black Cat was very smart. It put the mouse in the bag and ran away while biting the bag. Senior Xiao He is really smart. Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. After seeing off the Black Cat, William discovered that the girls were trying to leave quietly. He asked calmly, Hey, why do you want to leave just because you lost a bet? Where's the stake? As he spoke, he took out his phone and said, I'm ready to record the video. The girls glared at him. Just wait for us. You'll be in trouble later. After saying that, they returned to their dormitory and slammed the door. William had naturally anticipated this result. He didn't expect to get them to run naked on the playground based on a bet. He just wanted to show off their power. This revenge has just begun. Chapter 73 Troubles in the Girls' Dormitory. William won this time, but after a brief moment of happiness, Luo Xiaoyi and Lin Wanwan still looked worried. They will never let it go, William. You have indeed offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Luo Xiaoyi lay weakly on the table, looking melancholy. William noticed that Luo Xiaoyi seemed to know something, and said with disdain, They are just a few students. Why can't you offend them? It's normal that you don't know, since you just came to this school. The girl in the pink dress is the leader. Her name is Lu Fei. She is the daughter of the vice principal. She is always so arrogant in school. Many people avoid her. I don't know how Wanwan offended her. While Lin Wanwan went to fetch water, Luo Xiaoyi kindly reminded William a few more times. William sneered in his heart. He knew, of course, that this Lu Fei was the one who had bullied Lin Wanwan before while wearing a mask. Lin Wanwan suffered such revenge because she had previously saved a girl who was bullied by Luffy. But I didn't expect that Lu Fei was actually the vice principal's daughter. What I didn't expect was that a mere vice president's daughter, not only would she cover her face, but she would actually dare to do such a thing so blatantly. William was silent. Luo Xiaoyi thought he was afraid. So she advised him, Actually, we ordinary students don't need to provoke those school bullies, but now it's like this. Otherwise, you can discuss with your sister and see if you can transfer to another school. Anyway, your sister has good academic performance, so there shouldn't be any problem. Oh, that's amazing. William smiled at Luo Xiaoyi and said, Thank you for the reminder, Xiaoyi. I will discuss it with my sister. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanwan is so low-key in school. Even her roommates didn't know that she was the daughter of the Lin family. No wonder the daughter of a mere vice president dared to be so arrogant. Recalling how domineering Marx was in college, although they were all children of the Lin family, their experiences were so different. Fortunately, he came this time. He wanted to see what kind of waves the so-called school bully could make. After a while, Lin Wanwan came back. She poured William a glass of water and went back to making the bed. But as she kept collecting, her face became uglier and uglier. William looked up and saw that in addition to the two fake mice, Lin Wanwan's bed was also splashed with some unknown black stuff. It also smells pungent. There's no time to buy bedding today, so I can't sleep on this bed for the time being. They are going too far. Luo Xiaoyi was also very angry when she looked at Lin Wanwan's bedding. William frowned slightly, as if he had overlooked something before. How do they get into your dormitory? William asked doubtfully. The door lock of our dormitory building has been in disrepair for a long time and can be easily opened from the outside. However, due to the strict management of the school gate, the dormitory door also requires a card to enter, and there are surveillance cameras in the corridor, so the door lock has never been repaired. Luo Xiaoyi explained. William sneered. Aren't they afraid that others will call the police if they enter other people's dormitories like this? Luo Xiaoyi sighed softly. They are not afraid of such things. The students who are bullied by them are powerless and don't dare to confront them head-on. Besides, they're just playing some pranks and they didn't really steal anything. Even if someone really calls the police, it will be nothing in the end. Lin Wanwan had also heard of similar things. Whispered to William, William, why don't you go home? I can handle things here by myself. What if they do something to you? Sis, have you forgotten what I'm here for? What I want is for them to do something to me. William gave a mischievous smile. Looking at the expression on Lin Wanwan's face, William couldn't help but feel moved. Lin Wanwan is in this situation herself, but she is still worried about him. Although she is a little weak on weekdays, she is qualified as a sister. William decided that he would help with this matter to the end. At night, the worrying things came. There were no extra beddings at the school, and the shops outside were closed. William wanted to call his eldest sister and ask her to find someone to send a bed over. But Lin Wanwan didn't want to worry her family and strongly opposed it. There was no choice but for William to give up. Wanwan, why don't you two sisters spend the night together? Luo Xiaoyi comforted. No, no. Lin Wanwan was stunned and waved her hands quickly. Seeing Luo Xiaoyi's puzzled look, Lin Wanwan quickly explained, My sister is too tall. I'm afraid she can't sleep. Xiaoyi, can I squeeze in with you for one night? It seems so. Then you can sleep with me tonight. Luo Xiaoyi took a look at William and felt that it would not be very comfortable for William to sleep alone in a bed, so she agreed immediately. William stood aside, silent the whole time, but his inner drama was very intense. It was a close call. I almost got close to Sixth Sister. But Sixth Sister smelled good, so she seemed pretty good too, Damn it, what kind of obscene idea is this? When Lin Wanwan heard these thoughts, she felt both ashamed and angry, but she just couldn't show it. However, the next second, something even more uncomfortable came. Luo Xiaoyi packed some toiletries and pointed to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want to join us and rub each other? Chapter 74. Young people full of vigor and vitality. Lin Wanwan was shocked by Luo Xiaoyi's words. Especially after hearing William's slightly obscene voice just now, she was even more worried that this guy might do something excessive under impulse. Xiaoyi, let me take a shower with you. He can take a shower by himself later. Our bathroom is small. There is no room for 3 people to stand there. Lin Wanwan said this and half-pushed Luo Xiaoyi into the bathroom. When closing the door, she turned around and glared at William. Looking at the angry expression on Lin Wanwan's gentle face, I couldn't help but find it funny. He was a little confused about what Lin Wanwan was wary of. Did she really think of him as a pervert? Does he look like the kind of man who would do something obscene? After a while, the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. 2 shadows can be vaguely seen on the frosted glass, and the curvy lines really make people imagine. The rising mist from the hot water made the 2 shadows appear even more hazy. William didn't want to look any further. His eyes were still attracted involuntarily. After all, he is still a young man with full of energy. It would be abnormal if he really didn't feel anything at all. Listening to the occasional laughter coming from inside, William's heart became more and more elated. I didn't expect to have such an experience living in a girls' dormitory. Really, it's hard to describe. It's hard to describe. Luckily, Sixth Sister is inside and can't see it. No, I have to find something to do. Otherwise, when they come out, they will see me staring at the bathroom. It will be too embarrassing. But before they come out, I should be able to watch for a while. Why do I feel like I have become wretched for some unknown reason since I came here? William's thoughts came one after another, giving Lin Wanwan a headache in the bathroom. But more of it was shame and anger. Although William felt conflicted and thought he shouldn't be like this, he just couldn't control himself. Lin Wanwan didn't have the heart to continue washing properly. After a quick rinse, she came out of the bathroom. just as William had expressed before. When she came out, William was carefully fiddling with the books on the table. Those things were originally given to him for show. Anyway, he wouldn't stay in this school for long, and there was no need for him to study their major. Moreover, William looked obviously absent-minded, but he was trying hard to pretend. William. Lin Wanwan walked up to William and said with a half-smile, "Hey, are you reading? Is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to explain it to you?" No. William waved his hands quickly and explained seriously. "I'm just looking at tomorrow's class first. What if your professor is strict and likes to ask questions? What if I get caught?" "Oh, is that so?" "Yeah, that's it. But you got the wrong one. This semester, we're studying this book." Lin Wanwan exposed William without hesitation and reached out to take another book from the bookshelf. She had marked the book before and told William about it. "Oh, you can't even pretend." Lin Wanwan snorted coldly. "Sister, I just forgot." William was still trying to explain. Anyway, there was no way he would admit that he was absent-minded. He couldn't let Sixth Sister think he was a pervert. Seeing that Luo Xiaoyi was about to come out, Lin Wanwan did not expose William's little tricks. Just warned in a cold voice. "William, you must behave yourself here and don't have any bad thoughts." "Yeah, I know, don't worry." William nodded rapidly, looking very obedient. Lin Wanwan didn't know what to say anymore, so she packed up and climbed onto Luo Xiaoyi's bed, ready to go to sleep. William waited until Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi fell asleep before he carefully climbed onto the bed and pulled the bed curtains tightly, leaving no gaps. This was his first time spending the night in the girls' dormitory, and he was still nervous. He came to help Lin Wanwan solve the problem, but he could not reveal his identity and cause unnecessary trouble for Lin Wanwan. This worry made him unable to sleep at all. In a daze, he seemed to hear a slight sobbing sound. After careful identification, it turned out to be sent by Lin Wanwan. He got out of bed carefully and crawled to the other side, and found that Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi were already asleep. And there were indeed traces of tears in the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes. William suddenly felt distressed. He didn't understand how much grievance Lin Wanwan had hidden in her heart. When she was awake, she looked fine, but when she fell asleep, she even cried in her dreams. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and try to wipe away the tears from the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes. But as soon as he touched it, Lin Wanwan seemed to feel something and raised his hand to punch him. William was knocked off the bed without any preparation. Covering his aching eyes, he dared not make a sound. I even felt a little relieved. It would be great if Lin Wanwan could keep her ruthlessness in the daytime. That way, no one in school would dare to bully her. William barely slept the entire night. Early the next morning, he went to wash and pack before Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi got up. When Lin Wanwan got up, William was already sitting there reading a book. This time, William was serious. Clear your mind of distracting thoughts and look carefully at their professional course materials. But when he turned around, Lin Wanwan was stunned, because William actually has panda eyes. Chapter 75, please start your performance. "You, what's wrong with you?" Lin Wanwan was startled. William sighed helplessly. It seemed that Lin Wanwan really didn't remember anything. The crying and the punch last night were both unconscious actions in my sleep. Seeing that William didn't say anything, Lin Wanwan had a bad guess in her mind. She looked back at Luo Xiaoyi and saw that she was still concentrating on washing up. So she lowered her voice and asked, "William, didn't you go out last night?" William didn't react for a moment. "William, tell me honestly, did you sneak out to do something bad last night and get beaten up?" William's eyes seriously. William opened his mouth in surprise, and after a long while he uttered a sentence, "No, sister, is this how you think of me?" Lin Wanwan also suddenly realized why she really thought William was a pervert. But you can't blame her. It was William who had such obscene thoughts before. William sighed helplessly and didn't explain anymore. "Hey, you can't say that I heard Sixth Sister crying in her dream at night, and then I wanted to show some concern, and then I got punched, right?" With Sixth Sister's personality, she would definitely feel embarrassed if this kind of thing were to be spoken out. Forget it. Just apply ice to your eyes for a while, and they'll be fine. Hearing these thoughts, Lin Wanwan's face suddenly froze. If her family had not repeatedly reminded her at home that they could hear William's thoughts and must not let William himself find out, she might really not be able to hold it anymore. Even so, she was still shocked. He turned around and took a long time to return to normal. William's panda eyes are because of her? She had no idea when she started crying in her dreams. Sometimes when she woke up, she felt discomfort in her eyes, and she thought it was because she didn't sleep well. Also, I actually beat people in my dreams. Well, William, there are no important classes in the morning. You can apply some on mask in the dormitory first, and then we can go to the professional class together in the afternoon. Lin Wanwan said this and ordered a few ice packs from her mobile phone. William had the same idea. He didn't sleep well the night before and wanted to make up for his sleep during the day. After Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi went to the library together, he took a nap with his eyes frozen. In the afternoon, William followed Lin Wanwan to the classroom. The atmosphere in a girls' school is indeed different from that in an ordinary university. Even though the teacher hasn't arrived yet, the classroom is relatively quiet. Everyone was either reading a book or chatting quietly. But this silence was soon broken by the teasing sounds that came from far away. I saw Lu Fei and a few girls that day walking into the classroom, talking and laughing loudly. Some girls in the classroom showed a flash of displeasure in their eyes, but they didn't dare to show it. No one wants to provoke this school bully and bring themselves into a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Fei and his group obviously didn't care whether they were annoying others or not. They just walked towards the back of the classroom. Seeing William and Lin Wanwan, their expressions changed slightly, and then they sat not far from them. After sitting down, he did not forget to give them a provocative smile. It's true that once the wound heals, the pain is forgotten. William didn't care at all. He has 100 ways to deal with people like this. What's more, the melon eating system just gave him some explosive news. After a while, the teacher came. William was tall and caught the teacher's attention almost immediately. Are there any new students today? Yes. Before William could answer, a girl next to Luffy said sarcastically, and this new student is very good. Oh, really? The teacher didn't seem to understand the deeper meaning of the girl's words and asked curiously, does this new student have any talents? Another girl agreed. Of course, we've all seen it. We have to let her perform again in front of the whole class today. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the girls around Luffy started to make a noise. Seeing that the atmosphere was already like this, the teacher smiled and said, new student, it seems that everyone wants to see your talent. Do you mind giving a simple performance after introducing yourself? No, of course not. William also had a smile on his face. He had long anticipated that Luffy had bad intentions and would definitely find the right opportunity to cause trouble for him. Coincidentally, this was the moment he had been waiting for. He will let Lu Fei see what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. After a brief self-introduction, William slowly talked about his talent. I'm not afraid to tell you. I can actually hear animals talk, and these animals often tell me some unknown secrets. After these words were spoken, not only the girls on Luffy's side, but also other people in the class became interested. After all, we are all girls. Who can refuse to listen to gossip? William smiled faintly. I know you may not believe me, so today I will tell you a few secrets that animals told me. These secrets cannot be known by anyone except the parties involved. When I tell them, the parties involved will definitely be very anxious. This way you can tell the truth from a false. Chapter 76. Large-scale melon-eating scene. William's words aroused the curiosity of the students present. Everyone looked at him expectantly, including the girls on Luffy's side. They were just waiting to see William get embarrassed. Then tell us quickly. Don't worry, we are all watching for you. If anyone is exposed, we will help you catch them as soon as possible to prove your words. These words may seem like help, but they are actually threats. In other words, if they didn't find anything wrong with anyone, they would question the authenticity of William's words. William still had a smile on his face. Thank you in advance. You must watch carefully. After saying that, he cleared his throat and began to tell the story vividly. There's a girl in our class whose family is well off, but her father has been focusing on work and neglecting her since she was a child. As a result, she lacks fatherly love and becomes rebellious when she grows up. She likes to hang out in nightclubs and find older men. She would rather be someone's mistress. Later, she became pregnant with one of the uncle's child. As luck would have it, her father found out about this, and they had a big fight. Her father insisted on meeting the man who had made his daughter pregnant. Later, he really met him, but at a banquet hosted by a distant relative. Father discovered that the man was actually his cousin. William finished speaking. There was a moment of silence. Soon, people began to question it. Wait, so that girl is dating her cousin? Does her cousin know about it? No, you're stupid. Cousins aren't distant relatives. How could a girl not know her uncle? It's hard to say. It's not impossible that many relatives stop contacting each other after encountering conflicts. Seeing that many people were questioning the authenticity of this matter, the girls around Lu Fei took the opportunity to embarrass William. William, you just assured me that this is true, but we didn't find anyone wrong. Yeah, I think you made that up. Several girls were chattering. William narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "Are you sure you have observed everything? Do you want to take another look?" "Just look." Several girls began to stare at other students' faces carefully. But after looking around, I still couldn't find anyone with a problem. "Sister Faye, this kind of thing must be made up. What do you think?" A girl asked Luffy in a slightly flattering manner. When I turned around, I found that Luffy looked a little strange. The little face was pale, the pupils were constantly trembling, and the mouth was tightly pursed. It seemed as if he was suppressing the tension in his heart. Luffy has always been arrogant and domineering. Because of what happened yesterday, she hated it the whole night and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge today. Logically speaking, you shouldn't remain silent at a time like this. Soon, other people also noticed the abnormality here. A dumber girl asked stiffly, "Faye, Sister Faye, could it be that they are talking about you?" Before he could finish his words, the girl next to him covered his mouth and gave him a fierce glare. The other girls immediately made up for it. "I think this guy is talking nonsense. He actually dared to spread rumors about Sister Faye. Do you believe me or not?" But before she could finish, William spoke again. "This girl is really pitiful. She could have handled the pregnancy issue by herself, but unfortunately the pregnancy test stick was discovered by a roommate. This roommate usually acts very nice to the girl, but in fact he is very jealous of her. He secretly told the girl's father about the pregnancy, which led to a fight between the father and daughter. Oh my God, this feels like a palace drama." Other students couldn't help but complain. Hearing William's words, Luffy suddenly raised her head and looked at the girl who had just defended her. It's you, right?" At this time, Luffy had already collapsed. He didn't care that there were other people around him and grabbed the girl's collar. The girl in the back row was startled and hurried to stop the fight. "Sister Faye, calm down. This is just William talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Luffy seemed to realize that something was wrong and slowly let go of his hand. At this time, William spoke again. "This is just the beginning. There are more explosive things to come." Other unrelated students have long been attracted by this big melon. When they heard there was something even more powerful, they all pricked up their ears. That girl only looks powerful on the surface. In fact, she has been schemed against by the people around her. Take the uncle she knows, for example. She thinks they are all romantic encounters, but in fact, all the encounters were deliberately arranged by someone. You know how much some rich uncles spend their money? They have some small groups that organize group sports every once in a while. And because they are rich, they always invite pretty girls. In order to get more money, these girls will drag their sisters into it. The uncle that the girl encountered earlier was brought to her in this way. In other words, she played with what others had left behind. At times like this, everyone can think a little darker. That's right. The girl's sister accidentally found out that one of the uncles was the girl's cousin, so she deliberately arranged for the two of them to meet. After all, this is the only way. Stimulate. William uttered the last word, and there was silence. Chapter 77. Taken away by the director. The classmates slowly turned their eyes to the girl sitting behind Luffy, their expressions filled with surprise and inquiry. They also gradually realized that the very first protagonist in the story, told by William, was Luffy. What happened afterwards was that whenever someone spoke up to defend Luffy, related gossip would be exposed. Based on this inference, the person William just mentioned is the girl sitting behind Luffy. At this moment, Luffy seemed to recall something and slowly turned his head to look over, saying in disbelief, "I remember that it was you who took me to that party in the beginning. How could you do this to me?" The girl opened her mouth to explain, but facing the gazes of so many people, she paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled with relief, and her expression became sarcastic. "You should thank me, right? It's because I know you like those old men, so I introduced them to you, just as you wished. I saw that you had a lot of fun during that time. So why do you want to turn against me now?" Luffy was shaking with anger. The girl was obviously very satisfied with Luffy's appearance and continued, "Okay, stop pretending to be a victim. Don't you know what a dirty thing you are? You talk as if you wouldn't play without me." After saying that, he didn't forget to roll his eyes at Luffy. Luffy was so angry that he almost fainted. If someone had spoken to her like this in the past, she would have fought back angrily. But today the situation has changed again and again. She has been betrayed by the people around her. Her brain is a mess, and she has no idea who to trust. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. "I'm usually so nice to you, and you dare to hurt me. I'm going to fight you." Luffy picked up the textbook on the table and threw it at the girl in the back row. The girl's temper flared up instantly, and she grabbed Lu Fei's hair. You are a young lady. You only bully others every day, and you have never been nice to others. Know who you are. As she spoke, she raised her hand and poured a cup of milk tea on Luffy's face. The people around hurriedly dodged, and no one dared to step forward to stop it. The noise became louder and louder, and the teacher finally realized that something was wrong. You two students, calm down, calm down. However, the two parties were already furious, and no one listened to her. They tore each other's clothes and hair like madmen in the street. The clothes were torn, revealing all kinds of spring scenes. A lot of hair was pulled out and scattered on the ground. The teacher had no choice but to call his leader. After a while, the director of the School of Arts hurried over with two female security guards. The security guard rushed over and started pulling the two people apart with great difficulty. The director's surname is Zhou, and he's a man in his 40s. Seeing that the two girls were in this state, he immediately turned his head away and waved his hands impatiently. What a mess. Why don't you go back and change your clothes? Although Luffy and the other two were unwilling to give in, they also realized their own embarrassment. Besides, they'd been fighting for so long that they no longer had any extra energy. In this way, they left the classroom with the help of others. Director Zhou looked around the classroom and asked unhappily, "What on earth is going on? How could a fight break out during class?" The teacher suddenly realized that he should be held accountable. In order to clear herself of the matter, she quickly recounted what had just happened in class. Although Director Zhou was angry, this kind of thing was indeed an accident, and it was hard to say who to blame. But when he saw William, the culprit, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his face suddenly became stern. Ahem, so this student is the one who caused this chaos. It's her. She seems to be a new transfer student. The teacher didn't know why Director Zhou suddenly wanted to pursue the matter again, so he could only answer truthfully. Then, classmate, come to my office with me. Director Zhou pointed at William. William was also a little confused. Both people who were fighting could leave, but instead he was asked to go to the office. What's the logic behind this? But since it has come to this, he can only follow and see the situation. Lin Wanwan was worried about William and wanted to go with him, but was stopped by Director Zhou. Other students, please stay in the classroom and continue your studies. There was no choice but for Lin Wanwan to return her seat. In her impression, Director Zhou was not an overly strict person. What's going on today? After leaving the classroom, William followed Director Zhou upstairs to the director's office. This office is not big, but it belongs to Director Zhou alone. William walked in. He heard a click behind him. Director Zhou actually locked the door. Seeing Director Zhou's strange look, William suddenly had a bad feeling. At the same time, the melon-eating system in his mind started to ring, telling him something about Director Zhou. After hearing the system's prompt, William's face turned even worse. Chapter 78, My Bigger Than Yours. In the classroom, although the class had already started, everyone's minds were still focused. Many people who normally hated Luffy and his gang were whispering excitedly. They think William is so handsome. He dealt with these school bullies clearly and let them fight among themselves without involving himself at all. In the classroom, only Lin Wanwan had a sad look on her face. Of course, she was happy that Lu Fei was punished. But now that William was called away by Director Zhou, she always felt a little uneasy. Wanwan should be fine. Director Zhou usually just likes to put on airs and won't make things too difficult for students. Luo Xiaoyi persuaded from the side. I know, but William is not a girl. Moreover, she had just sent a message to her eldest sister to inquire about it. Her eldest sister said that in order not to expose William's identity, they only took care of the principal and the person in charge of dormitory management at the school. They were not alarmed at all by people like the director of the college. So, what should William do if Director Zhou finds out? Thinking of this, Lin Wanwan became even more melancholy. Seeing that there were more than 40 minutes left before the end of Get Out of Class, she felt that the day was passing by like a year. On the other hand, William was not having an easy time either. Looking at Director Zhou, who looked like a decent man in front of him, and recalling the system's prompt just now, his expression changed again and again. According to the system's description, Director Zhou's hobbies in certain aspects are really different from other men. I not only like tall girls, but also those with flat chests and strong bodies. In other words, William's slightly strange look in women's clothing just happened to suit Director Zhou's aesthetic taste. No wonder Director Zhou looked at him strangely in the classroom. At this time, Director Zhou stared at William again and again and was extremely satisfied. He is tall enough and has a strong build. The point is, she has a flat chest. TSK, 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 it's so perfect. William was horrified by the look and quickly stepped back. Director Zhou, I was wrong this time. If necessary, I can go back and write a self-criticism. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, William turned around and wanted to leave. But his wrist was grabbed by Director Zhou. At this moment, he seemed to have touched something disgusting and kept shaking his hand away. But every time he let go, Director Zhou's hand would grab him again. Nausea. So disgusting. William wanted to roar, but when he turned around, he was met with Director Zhou's obscene face. Hey, new student, what's your name? Why are you new to school and haven't registered with me yet? Did you forget? If you forget, you will be punished. Director Zhou smiled obscenely and continued to threaten in that greasy tone. Finally, William got angry. Fuck your uncle's punishment. William yelled angrily and punched Director Zhou in the face. Director Zhou fell backwards onto the sofa without any preparation. He said in astonishment, You actually dare to hit someone? Do you believe I will punish you? William laughed when he heard it. Huh? Punishment and discipline? What do you want to do? Director Zhou did not notice William, his anger, and thought he was frightened by him. Then he put on his previous smile, leaned back on the sofa leisurely, and waved to William. I don't want to do anything. I just want to remind you, if you don't want to be punished, just come here obediently. Oh, in the past, huh? William sneered and walked slowly over there. As he walked, he rubbed his hands together, as if he was ready to continue fighting. As William got closer, Director Zhou gradually noticed something was wrong. This doesn't sound like a girl's compromise, but more like a devil with evil intentions brewing something bad. Wait a minute, don't come over here, don't come over here. Director Zhou wanted to stop him, but William had no intention of stopping. Director Zhou couldn't help but feel fear rising in his heart, and he kept dodging backwards. Looks like he's planning to escape. Hey, don't leave. Didn't you ask me to come here? Why are you running? William chased Director Zhou around the office. Director Zhou actually didn't know what he was running for. Logically speaking, he likes girls like this the most, and he should be very happy to have a girl like this throwing herself at him. But now, his intuition told him that he must not be caught by this girl, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. While he was distracted, he was suddenly tripped by the corner of the table and fell to the ground. William also leaned over and grabbed Director Zhou's feet. Why are you running? Look, I caught you anyway. William smiled strangely. Director Zhou continued to shrink back in fear, and while struggling, he didn't even notice that his belt was loose. When he rushed out, he felt his lower body was cold. William was briefly confused as he looked at the pants in his hand. When he looked over there, he felt like he was going to get sty. Fuck, you have such a small thing like that, and you dare to bully girls in school? Believe it or not, what I take out is bigger than yours. William was also furious and couldn't help but roar. You, what are you talking about? How am I small? And even if I am small, I can still... Hey, what did you say? Director Zhou retorted forcefully and suddenly realized something. William carefully again. He was over 1.80 meters tall, with a sturdy build, flat chest, and that. Adam's apple? You're actually a boy. Director Zhou reacted instantly, without any embarrassment, and showed a determined look. Okay, you actually sneaked into our school disguised as a man. Believe it or not, I will expose you now, and then it will not only be a simple school punishment, but even the police will have to arrest you. Although Director Zhou's tone was firm, he looked really funny because he was not wearing pants. William threw the pants aside and sat on the sofa with a swagger. Oh, you want to expose me? Then you have to think carefully about it. What do I have to weigh? Director Zhou said disdainfully as he took the pants and put them on. William narrowed his eyes. If I go to the police station, I might tell them about your shameful deeds. For example, you accepted bribes, threatened poor girls to serve as drinking companions in order to collude with some upper-class people, and embezzled public funds, and... Stop talking. Director Zhou turned pale with fright. He thought he had done these things very secretly, but they were revealed one by the student in front of him who was dressed as a woman. Could it be that this student was sent by someone to investigate him? If that's the case, he's done. Chapter 79. Forcing an honest man to get angry. William came out of Director Zhou's office. The other students had already finished class. From a distance, he saw Lin Wanwan looking around. When I saw him coming out of the office, I immediately ran over. What happened? Lin Wanwan wanted to peek into the office, but the door was closed. It's all right. William chuckled. Looking at the worry in Lin Wanwan's eyes, he felt warm in his heart. But the next second, the system very cruelly reminded him that Lin Wanwan was worried that he might cause a death in the office. This made his smile freeze on his face. In fact, at the beginning, Lin Wanwan was indeed worried about William. After class, she hurriedly called her elder sister to ask whether she should do anything. Lisa then told Lin Wanwan about William's excellent skills. Lin Wanwan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then she started to worry that William would beat director Zhou up in a fit of rage. She was a sensitive person who was prone to internal friction. Once this thought came to her mind, she could no longer suppress it and immediately rushed to the office. Fortunately, William didn't do anything extreme. "Sister, it turns out that you're concerned about that perverted old thing." William felt tired and unloved. "Limbangwan smaido guerli. No. Well, I'll treat you to a meal later." "What to eat?" William's eyes lit up. "The cafeteria. What else can we eat?" Lin Wanwan asked doubtfully. "Our school is closed. Have you forgotten?" Well, William suddenly missed the days when he and Xiu Xiaoyan were looking for food together in school. "The main point is that I missed the restaurants near the school." When he arrived at the cafeteria and saw the dazzling array of items in the windows, William calmed down a little. "Just say it. How can there be a lack of delicious food where there are so many girls?" William was not shy and bought a lot from various windows. Just as I was about to sit down, I saw a few figures walking towards me from a distance. They were exactly those little followers who had followed Luffy before. Although Lu Fei was not there at the moment, their arrogance did not subside much. He still looked domineering and shouted loudly in the quiet school cafeteria. Sometimes they laugh at this, sometimes they talk about that. At this time, they also saw Lin Wanwan leaving school. One of them said something to the others, and they smiled at each other and walked over with big strides. "Hey, isn't this our witch?" The girl came over and said teasingly, "Do you want to show it to me?" Lin Wanwan didn't want to pay attention to these people, so she picked up the plate and wanted to leave with William. But William didn't leave. He chuckled and asked, "Sure, but are you sure you want me to see it?" As he spoke, he glanced at the other girls meaningfully. The girl's face froze. She was obviously unsure. The feud between Luffy and the other two had a great impact on them. But for the sake of their good sisters, they were unwilling to let it go. William really continued to say something. They were also worried that their secret would be discovered by others. "Yeah, you're playing tricks on me. Do you really think you're an immortal?" The girl became more unhappy when she saw William's leisurely look. He simply picked up a bowl of soup on the table and poured it at them. William reacted quickly, pulling Lin Wanwan over and barely dodged the attack. "If you are sick, get treatment." William was a little annoyed. Whenever there was a boy standing in front of him, he would attack him directly. But since she was a girl, he could only suppress his impulse. "Oh, what a murderer. Come and hit me if you're so strong." The girl became even more excited when she saw William was angry. He picked up other food and threw it at William. In this way, no matter how agile William was, some soup would inevitably splash onto his clothes. Just when William couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to resist, a trembling voice suddenly came from beside him. "You guys are going too far." William looked over in surprise. The always kind expression on Lin Wanwan's face disappeared, replaced by an expression of anger that she was trying hard to suppress. His fists were clenched tightly, and his shoulders were shaking slightly. Before anyone could react, Lin Wanwan picked up the largest plate on the table and directly covered the girl with it. Shocked not only the other girls, but also William. This is really pushing honest people to the limit. After coming to his senses, William was quite happy. "I can no longer bear it. I don't need to bear it anymore." Resistance is the first step to changing the fate of being bullied. He didn't even think of stopping them, but instead fanned the flames. "Sixth sister, you did a great job. Keep smashing them. Smash them to death." At this moment, Lin Wanwan was like a balloon filled with air with a small hole poked in it, and all the grievances and anger that had been suppressed before burst out. He doesn't care about his image at all and smashes anything around him. When she had nothing left, she reached out and tore the other person's hair. The girl also reacted and kept fighting back. But she was no match for the furious Lin Wanwan, and several strands of her hair were pulled out. The girls behind saw their companions falling behind and hurried forward to help. How could William, who was watching from the side, give them this opportunity? He stood in front with his tall figure and pushed away anyone who came. He didn't use much force, but just used his skill to push the person away. Sixth sister has finally taken action. No one should disturb her. She must be allowed to fight to her heart's content first. Finally, The commotion here attracted the attention of others. After a while, someone shouted, "The teacher is here." William looked up and saw that it was Director Zhou again. William in the office. He was already filled with rage and had nowhere to vent it. "When I heard that there was trouble here again, I came here without stopping, thinking that I would punish those students no matter what." But unexpectedly, he saw William again. Meeting William as slightly threatening gaze, he had the urge to flee the scene. Chapter 80. Counterattack. Director Zhou wanted to find an excuse to leave, but some students around her were obviously frightened by the fight over there and insisted that he go over to take a look. There was no choice but for Director Zhou to move forward. Hey, what are you doing?" Director Zhou symbolically spoke out to stop them. After all, he is the leader of the college, and the students have to give him some respect. The people who were fighting slowly separated. William looked at Lin Wanwan and found that her hair was just a little messy and she looked a little disheveled. As for the other girl, her clothes were torn and she had several scratches on her face and arms. She looked terrible. If Director Zhou hadn't come, I would have been kneeling down and begging for mercy in no time. William secretly gave Lin Wanwan a thumbs up. "Sister, you're awesome." Lin Wanwan also calmed down, and looking at Director Zhou's serious face, she couldn't help but feel uneasy again. "William, you'll say later that it was me who fought with them, and it had nothing to do with you." Lin Wanwan once again became timid again. William smiled confidently. "Sis, trust me, just keep quiet and let me handle it." William in confusion, but seeing that he remained calm, she had no idea what he was up to. "Ahem, what the hell is going on? Fighting in public, how can that be correct?" Director Zhou basically said these words to those girls. William now, for fear that William would reveal his affairs. But those girls obviously didn't realize this. They thought Director Zhou was here to help them, and they started crying. "Dean, it's all their fault. They bullied Fei during class just now, and now they're bullying us. Especially the new guy. He relied on his height to grab us and beat us up. And that Lin Wanwan, look at how she tore my clothes. Director, if you hadn't come, they would have beaten me to death. They really went too far. They must be punished. No, they must be fired directly." Several people exaggerated and threw all the dirty water on William and Lin Wanwan. Seeing Director Zhou's frown getting tighter and tighter, they secretly rejoiced. After all, they all have good family backgrounds, and they used their connections to come to this school. During the holidays, many gifts would be given to Director Zhou. They believed that as long as they continued to make trouble, Director Zhou would definitely punish William and Lin Wanwan. However, Director Zhou remained silent for a long time. It was so long that they couldn't find any new words to cry about it anymore. After they had finished talking, William slowly spoke. "You guys are talking so much. Aren't there surveillance cameras over there? If you take a look, you'll know what's going on." William pointed to the ceiling not far away. A camera, with a flashing red light, was facing where they were. The leading girl's face froze. You have to know that they have been dominating the school for so long, and no one has ever mentioned this. Most of the girls who were bullied by them took the mentality of mind the trouble is worse than more, fearing that they would be retaliated more violently if they pursued the issue. Director Zhou looked up at the surveillance camera and hesitated for a moment. "Director Zhou." The girl was worried that Director Zhou would really check the surveillance, so she trotted over to him and whispered, "My dad said that the thing you mentioned before will be delivered to you in 2 days. Take a look." Upon hearing these words, Director Zhou's first reaction was to look at William. William just rubbed his wrist silently, and there was nothing unusual. But just a small action made Director Zhou break out in a cold sweat. What the girl's father had promised to give him was a limited edition watch. He wasn't sure whether William already knew this, and he didn't bother to find out how William knew it. He only knew that if he really offended this guy today, he would be in big trouble. But after all, these girls' parents have given him benefits, so he can't go too far. Otherwise, it would be easy to stab him out. This was the first time that Director Zhou felt the choice was so difficult, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. It took him a long time to finally make up his mind. Ahem, there's no need to watch the surveillance. It's just a small conflict between classmates. It's not a big deal. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Director Zhou was carefully watching William's expression as he spoke. Seeing William frowning slightly, he immediately added, "But judging from the situation at the scene, William and Lin Wanwan are only 2 people after all, while there are so many people on the other side. Judging from the number of people, the 2 of them will definitely suffer a loss." When the girls heard that they would not check the surveillance, they were about to be happy, but then they heard the subsequent major twist. I was a little confused for a moment. "What's going on?" Why did Director Zhou sound like he was defending William and Lin Wanwan? Director Zhou, I think. One of the girls was about to interrupt, but Director Zhou glared at her, and she shut her mouth. I told you not to make a big deal out of it. Director Zhou's face was stern, and his tone became serious. You are bullying the minority with your numbers. No matter what the reason is, you are not in the right. Today, I will punish you to clean up the sanitation here. We can talk about other things later. William carefully again. Seeing William's brows finally relaxed, he felt relieved. But those girls were all surprised and wanted to argue something. Director Zhou just waved his hands impatiently. Don't say buts. Go clean it up quickly. Look how dirty you have made this place. Go. After saying that, he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left. William raised his eyebrows at those people and took Lin Wanwan to the other side. After buying new food and sitting down, Lin Wanwan looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. William, did you really do something to Director Zhou? Chapter 81. No one can default on a bet with him. What did you do to Director Zhou? William feel weird after hearing this? What could he do to that damn pervert? However, in order not to make Lin Wanwan worry, he did not tell her about Director Zhou's dirty deeds. I didn't plan to report this to the principal. Sometimes, a sword hanging over your head is more intimidating than stabbing you directly. After dinner, William took Lin Wanwan for a walk around the school to relax. When he reached the bottom of the dormitory building, he suddenly stopped. Hearing the sudden reminder from the melon-eating system in his mind, his expression became solemn. Sister, do you have any elective classes or self-study tonight? William raised his head and glanced in the direction of the dormitory balcony and asked abruptly. There are elective courses. I remember that this class was quite crowded. I think most people in our major have chosen it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanwan told the truth. Then why didn't you choose? William was stunned, thinking that Lin Wanwan was being excluded again. Lin Wanwan quickly explained, because I already took it last semester, the credits for this semester have been adjusted, and many people who didn't have extra credits before have to take 1 or 2 more classes this semester. The teacher of this class is very interesting, so everyone chose this one. So that's how it is. William nodded silently, but still stood there with no intention of going upstairs. What's wrong? Lin Wanwan noticed something was wrong with William. William glanced at the side and said with a smile, it seems that there are reporters doing live broadcast promotion and interviews there. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Wanwan looked in the direction William pointed, and sure enough, she saw several people holding up their phones and broadcasting live. She usually has no interest in this kind of thing and is unwilling to accept any street interviews. While she was hesitating, she was pulled over by William. It's okay to go back anyway, so let's just take a look here. William looked very interested and brought Lin Wanwan to the crowd of onlookers. To be honest, this kind of activity is really boring. But he couldn't go upstairs now, otherwise he would miss a good show. Lin Wanwan was confused, and suddenly she heard William's voice again. Luffy's dormitory will catch fire soon, and they will run out naked. Such an interesting thing must be seen in person. Fortunately, it was just a small flame and would not affect other people. This can be considered a lesson for them. Hearing these words, Lin Wanwan was so shocked that she was speechless. Luffy's dormitory will catch fire? That's the dormitory opposite them. Wouldn't it really become uncontrollable? Lin Wanwan was a little anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Even if she rushed to Luffy's dormitory and told them now, they would just treat her as a psycho. And this is just William's inner voice. It's hard to tell whether it's true or not. While Lin Wanwan was hesitating, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. More and more students came out of the teaching building and walked toward the dormitory. At this moment, bursts of screams broke out from the dormitory building. Ah, it's on fire. Put out the fire. Lin Wanwan's pupils contracted in shock. Is it really on fire? Judging from the location where the black smoke was coming out, it was indeed the dormitory where Luffy was staying. How so? Lin Wanwan seemed to be asking William, but also seemed to be talking to herself. William patted her shoulder gently and said soothingly, "Don't worry, the fire truck is already at the school gate." Lin Wanwan vaguely realized that William must have called the fire truck in advance. Fortunately, everyone else was in shock, and no one noticed that the fire truck's timely appearance was somewhat unreasonable. Some of them shouted for help, while others took out their cell phones and stood not far away to take pictures. The reporters who were broadcasting live also gathered around and found the best angle to capture the accident. William and Mo took Lin Wanwan to find the best angle. I saw several girls rushing out of the dormitory building, screaming and running away. They seemed to be running too fast and didn't even put on their clothes properly, so they were almost half naked. It's really them. They actually came out naked. Lin Wanwan was even more surprised when she saw the faces of those girls clearly. Hey, it's really eye-catching. William smacked his lips, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. When the system told him that the dormitory building would catch fire, he was a little worried at first. But when he heard that the fire started in Lu Fei's dormitory and would not cause casualties or property damage to others, he felt relieved. The fire was caused by them forgetting to turn off the power of the curling iron, causing the curling iron to become too hot and ignite the curtains. In fact, the fire was very small at the beginning. As long as they turned off the power in time and poured a cup of water on it, it could be extinguished. But they were all spoiled and had never seen such a scene before, so they were so scared that they just ran away. So after William confirmed with Lin Wanwan that most people on that floor had gone to class, he decided to watch the show. These girls have ignored the dormitory rules, and it's time they were taught a lesson. The fire truck arrived quickly and put out the fire quickly. The fire grew even smaller than previously expected, burning only the curtains and a table by the window. Although the fire was small, it caused great psychological stimulation to Luffy and his companions. After receiving the news, the school leaders also rushed over. After learning the cause of the fire, he scolded Luffy and the others and punished them all. Lin Wanwan watched all this and suddenly realized something. She looked at William in surprise. Can William really predict the future? What's wrong? William asked with a smile. No, it's okay. Lin Wanwan didn't dare to speak out her guess. She was afraid that once this matter was exposed, the situation would get out of control. Look, sister, no one can break a bet with me. William finished speaking. He took the lead and walked towards the dormitory building. Looking at William's back, Lin Wanwan felt more and more complicated. She couldn't see through her brother at all. Could he be some secret master? Or the reincarnation of some god? But it doesn't matter anymore. Since my younger brother can really predict the future, it is a good thing for the Lin family. She also has to keep this matter strictly confidential like her elder and second sisters. If he is exposed and his brother is captured and sliced for research, that would be really scary. Chapter 82. Taking Advantage of Others. In the next 2 days, Lin Wanwan's attitude towards William changed 180 degrees. In her opinion, William came here to help her largely because of his family's decision. Although the Lin family is wealthy and powerful, they occasionally make some unreliable decisions. In her opinion, putting a boy into a girls' school was an unreliable decision. But after what happened yesterday, Lin Wanwan discovered that this decision was so reliable. Arranging a brother with predictive ability to live with her was not a perfunctory move, but a real desire to help her. After realizing this, she reflected on herself for a whole night. She also gradually realized that her trust and sense of belonging to the Lin family were somewhat low. In fact, her family is very good to her and has always been very good to her. It's just that she has been deliberately keeping her distance unilaterally. Over the years, I'm afraid there have been many times. After some reflection, Lin Wanwan decided to make amends. But it is indeed a bit embarrassing to ask her to change her attitude towards other family members directly. So she chose to stay close and be nice to William first. Just consider it as a reward for helping her figure this out. However, this change left William a little confused. Looking at the washed fruits and snacks, as well as Lin Wanwan who was helping him adjust his wig behind him, William couldn't help but start imagining things. What's going on? Why do I feel weird? Hey. Could it be? That won't do. William kept roaring in his heart, not noticing that the hands behind him that were fixing his wig paused slightly. Then, with a slap, William was slapped on the head. Hey, what's going on? There are mosquitoes. Before William could speak, Lin Wanwan's faint voice came from behind him. Oh, there are still mosquitoes in this weather. William did not notice the abnormality in Lin Wanwan's tone. However, just as he was about to adjust his wig, there was another bang on his head. There are a lot of mosquitoes. Oh, after these 2 hits, Lin Wanwan seemed to be satisfied. He patted William's shoulders and back randomly. Finally, William couldn't bear it anymore. Sister. William turned around and tried hard to dodge while controlling Lin Wanwan's wrist. If he keeps hitting the mosquito like this, he will die before the mosquito. No matter how dumb he was, he could sense that something was wrong, and said with a stiff smile, Sister, why do I feel that you are a little resentful of this mosquito? Who wouldn't be angry when there's a buzzing sound in your ears? Lin Wanwan was making indirect accusations. But William had no idea that Lin Wanwan could hear his thoughts, and he thought she was really annoyed by the mosquitoes. Sister, aren't you going to the library to study with Xiaoi? You guys go first. I'll get rid of the mosquitoes in the dormitory and make sure there are no mosquitoes to bother you at night. William assured soothingly. Looking at William's silly look, Lin Wanwan was angry but couldn't say anything. He picked up the bag on the table and left without looking back. After Lin Wanwan left, William actually took out the insecticide and sprayed every corner of the dormitory. But strangely, he didn't see a single mosquito. After finishing his work, William called home and briefly reported on what had happened over the past 2 days. His family was very satisfied with him. After praising him, they also gave him several big red envelopes. William also said that most of the bullies have already given in, and as long as they keep up the good work, they will definitely not dare to do anything bad to Lin Wanwan again. However, the slap in the face came very quickly. William finished speaking, the melon-eating system prompt sounded in his mind. His face suddenly changed. Without bothering to explain to his family on the other end of the phone, he immediately hung up the phone and rushed out of the dormitory. The system said that Lin Wanwan was bullied again, and he is still bullied by those girls who he calls have surrendered. These people really have no memory. William quickly rushed to the door of the old utility room on the basement floor of the library, picked up an iron rod from the corner, and smashed the door lock. With a bang, the lock was smashed open. William rushed in and saw Lin Wanwan curled up in the corner. Sister. William's heart rushed straight to his mind. This utility room had obviously not been cleaned for a long time. It was dusty everywhere and smelled musty. At this time, Lin Wanwan was squatting there, hugging her legs with her arms, looking very embarrassed, with coffee splashed on her hair, and her clothes were dirty. William immediately took off his coat and put on Lin Wanwan. Sister, it's okay, don't be afraid. But it was different for what he imagined. Lin Wanwan raised her head. There was no fear or tears in her eyes, but instead they were filled with deep anger. They are going too far. Lin Wanwan combed her hair casually and wiped her dirty face. William had never seen Lin Wanwan like this before, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort her. Sister, I will definitely help you teach those guys a lesson. Please don't. I'm really fine. I've figured it out. If I keep hiding from them, they'll only get worse. I don't want to endure it anymore. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes determined. William, accompany me to the principal's office. Chapter 83, Vice Principal. William was originally very happy to see Lin Wanwan so cheered up. But considering that Lu Fei is the vice principal's daughter and has been domineering in the school for so long, it is impossible that the father is completely unaware of it. Since you have chosen to indulge her, even if Lin Wanwan goes to him like this, I'm afraid there will be no good result. William also considered whether he should go directly to the principal. But Principal Zheng seemed to be very busy and was always away from school. All affairs in the school are managed by the vice principal. While hesitating, William and Lin Wanwan had already reached the top floor of the office building. Just as he thought, the principal's office was locked and no one was there. Only the vice principal's office had its door open, and from afar one could hear the sound of talking and laughing coming from inside. Lin Wanwan obviously realized something and stopped. How about we come back another day? Or let our parents call the principal directly? William suggested quietly. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then silently shook her head, her eyes becoming firm. Even if I know that he won't deal with his daughter, I can't be mute. As long as I say this openly, then if he continues to indulge him, it will be different from the current situation of turning a blind eye. William felt that what Lin Wanwan said made sense. It's like theft and robbery. They seem similar, but in fact there is a huge difference. The previous vice principal could at best be considered as playing deaf and dumb, but when they explained everything about Luffy's bullying of his classmates, the vice principal sat back and did nothing, which was a deliberate cover-up. After figuring this out, William secretly turned on the video recorder on his phone in order to avoid being bitten back at later. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanwan knocked on the door gently. The two people who were chatting and laughing in the room suddenly became quiet and turned to look over here. The man sitting behind the chair was wearing a dark shirt and glasses. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a sharp look between his brows. The shadow of Luffy can be vaguely seen on his face. This should be Vice President Lu Guodong. Sitting on the sofa was a younger man, looking at Lu Guodong with a hint of flattery in his eyes. He had a large gold watch on his wrist, and a leather clutch beside him. He is obviously not dressed like a school teacher, but seems to be a small boss. When Lu Guodong saw Lin Wanwan standing at the door, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He turned to the young boss and said with a smile, "I didn't realize I've been chatting with you for so long. If you have nothing else, go back first. I'll have my assistant contact you later." "Oh, okay." The young boss's face was full of joy, and he nodded repeatedly. She picked up her handbag and hurriedly left the office. William thought that Lu Guodong was responsible for all the chores in the school, which should also include the selection of suppliers and logistics. Judging from the fawning look on the young boss' face, he is most likely a supplier. Lu Fei usually eats and dresses so well, and I wonder how much money Lu Guodong has embezzled over the years. "My two classmates, what can I do for you?" Lu Guodong still had a smile on his face and looked very kind. William didn't buy it. He walked up and said, "There's a bullying incident in school. Principal Lu, are you going to do anything about it?" "Oh, what happened?" Lu Guodong put away his smile and put on a serious look. It was as if he really didn't know about this and was really going to make the decision for them. Lin Wanwan walked to the desk and recounted word for word what she had experienced over the past few times. From initially helping others when seeing injustice, to later being bullied and threatened and having fake dead rats and all kinds of dirt appear on the bedding in the dormitory. Finally, she also talked about how she was tricked into the library's utility room today and how she was humiliated by those people. After that, she named all the participants, including Luffy. "Is there such a thing?" Lu Guodong's face was full of surprise. William couldn't help but complain in his heart. It would be a shame if he didn't become an actor with such excellent acting skills. Lin Wanwan's face didn't look good either. Logically speaking, after a father finds out that his daughter is the culprit who bullies her classmates, his first reaction should be to confirm the matter again or ask for more detailed information. But the vice president in front of him just showed exaggerated shock, and then nothing else happened. "Principal Lu, aren't you going to take care of it?" Lin Wanwan didn't have much patience and asked directly, "Just because Lu Fei is your daughter, you indulge her to do these things?" "Student, you misunderstood. Of course, Lu Guodong has some ability to be able to sit in the position of vice president." He immediately explained, "First of all, if these things were really done by Lu Fei, I will definitely ask her to apologize to you." Lin Wanwan was stunned and asked in surprise, "Principal Lu, what do you mean by this? Do you think I am lying and wrongly accusing her?" No, I just want to say that no matter who this happens to, the impact is huge. As school administrators, we can't wrongly accuse everyone. It would be great if you have evidence. If not, it will be difficult for us to handle it." Lu Guodong shook his head helplessly. This look really shows the tactfulness among businessmen to the fullest. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists, her chest heaving up and down. She thought that Lu Guodong would protect Lu Fei, making a big deal out of a small matter and reducing the punishment he deserved. But what I didn't expect was that he wasn't even willing to smooth things over. He asked her for evidence right away, but she refused to admit it all. "What? There is no evidence." The lenses of Lu Guodong's glasses reflected the light, and the smile on his face carried a hint of certainty and sarcasm. Chapter 84, The Counterattack, begins. Lin Wanwan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Lu Guodong's shamelessness far exceeded her expectations. Worried that Lin Wanwan would get angry and lose her composure, William took a decisive step forward. "Principal Lu, what you said does make sense. Your rigorous spirit is also admirable, so we decided to call the police. Professional matters should be left to professionals." "Yes, we'll call the police. They're not a professional gang. I don't believe they can't leave any evidence." "William," Lin Wanwan took out her cell phone and planned to call the police directly. Sure enough, this made Lu Guodong a little anxious. "Wait a moment." Lu Guodong stopped them sternly. "You will damage the reputation of our school and have a great impact on it. Can you bear the consequences?" William curled his lips in disdain. These days, the perpetrators don't have to be held accountable, but the victims are held responsible. TSK, 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 TSK. I wonder what everyone will think if these words get out. Lu Guodong's face darkened. The two people in front of him were probably the most difficult students he had ever met in all these years. In the past, even if someone dared to complain to him, he would persuade them to leave with a few words of threats and consolation. But William and Lin Wanwan just wouldn't listen to any persuasion. After thinking for a moment, Lu Guodong said in a deep voice, Lin Wanwan, you can call the police, but I have to say something in advance. According to your description just now, what those people did to you was at most some pranks. They did not cause any substantial harm to you. Let's not talk about whether the police can find out these small things. Even if they can find out everything, they will not be arrested and sent to jail. At most, they will be criticized and educated. But by then, your days in this school will be. He didn't finish his words, but he made no secret of the threat. Lin Wanwan couldn't bear to listen any longer. How could you do this? Seeing that Lin Wanwan was about to collapse, William immediately stepped forward and hugged Lin Wanwan's shoulders. Before Lin Wanwan spoke, he asked first, "Then Principal Liu, in your opinion, should we just let this matter go?" As if he heard the compromise in William's words, Liu Guodong's face returned to his previous smile. As the principal, I will certainly not let the students suffer any injustice. At most, I will personally communicate with those girls and ask them to get together and pay some money together. If the words just now were just threats and indifference. Now, it's naked humiliation. William just hugged Lin Wanwan and patted her shoulder gently. Since Principal Liu has said so, let's do it this way. William's face. After he finished speaking, he took Lin Wanwan away. After walking out of the office building, Lin Wanwan's mood eased a little. It was not because she accepted her fate, but because she heard William's angry voice. She knew William wouldn't let it go. Since this way doesn't work, let's find another way. The next day, Lin Wanwan and William came to the classroom as usual. Not long after he sat down, Luffy came with his followers. Sometimes, William still admires Luffy a little. I didn't expect that after such a big conflict, even to the point of pulling each other's hair in public, they could still reconcile. I don't know what kind of dealings took place between them, but William doesn't care. Since they like to join the group, let them enjoy everything together. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the classroom. Several dead mice and cockroaches fell out of Luffy's desk. Not a simulation toy, but the real thing. There was still blood on the dead mouse's neck. Obviously, it had died not long ago. Who did it? Luffy turned pale with fright and angrily questioned everyone present. Soon, she locked her eyes on William, who was sitting not far away. William could find a mouse once, he could find a second time. She firmly believed that these things must have been put there by William. But before she could say anything, another exclamation came from the side. Why? How could this happen? I saw a follower sitting on a chair, unable to stand up no matter how hard he tried. The skirt was stuck tightly to the seat. The adhesive force is very strong and cannot be removed no matter how hard you try. Apparently, it can be taken off or cut off the most. The girl was completely devastated and glared around. At this time, the teacher came. Looking at the noisy students in the classroom, the teacher scolded them sternly. This teacher has always been known for his ruthlessness. Even Luffy is unwilling to have a head-on conflict with him. There was no choice but to sit down quietly and wait until the get-out of class was over. However, as soon as the teacher announced the end of class, William and Lin Wanwan quickly left the classroom. He didn't give Luffy and the others any chance to speak. William had already contacted the dormitory manager and had the lock on the door changed so that no one could enter or leave the dormitory at will. What happened in the afternoon class was even more outrageous. Luffy happily took the milk tea handed to him by his companion, but he spat it out after taking a sip. She discovered that the milk tea had been replaced with a cup of paint water. The bitterness in her mouth was driving her crazy. No need to ask, it must have been William and Lin Wanwan who did it. But this class was an elective, and William and Lin Wanwan didn't come at all, so she could only suffer in silence. When he returned to the dormitory at night, Lu Fei was so angry that he sat down on the chair. But she soon discovered something was wrong. Their dormitory had a bed above the bed and a desk underneath. But at this moment, she discovered that blood was constantly oozing from the bedboard above her head. Some of the blood flowed down the wall, and some of it dripped directly onto her table. Papa, this scene is comparable to a horror movie. She was so scared that she screamed again. He quickly hid aside, staring at his bed in horror, afraid of seeing something on it. The brave roommate approached cautiously, raised his hand and touched the red liquid on the table, and found that there was no smell of blood. It's pain again. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and quickly climbed onto the bed to check his bedding. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes went dark and she almost fell down. I saw a human figure painted on her bed with red paint, and it looked like someone had really died on it. Chapter 85, Boomerang. If his roommate hadn't supported him in time, Luffy would have fallen down. Seeing this, the other roommates and the girls who came to look for Lu Fei also went up to check. At this moment, everyone was frightened and their faces turned pale. Logically, they should find a new set of bedding for Luffy to change into in time. But no one wanted to clean up that horrible thing. Even though they knew it was paint, they didn't dare to take a second look at it. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. Luffy was so angry that he was shaking all over and yelling in despair. William and Lin Wanwan opposite. Lin Wanwan also knew that Lu Fei had encountered various so-called pranks recently. She also knew that these were all William's work by eavesdropping on William's thoughts. At first, when she saw Luffy being humiliated, she was a little worried about being retaliated against. But later, she felt relieved when she saw that William was cautious in his actions and not only avoided all retaliations, but also became more and more fierce in his methods. At the same time, she admired William more and more. She couldn't even imagine if she would faint from fright if she saw the bloody figure on the bed. Hearing the screams and curses coming from the dormitory opposite, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that I have made things too complicated. What? William listened to Lin Wanwan's sudden nonsensical words and looked over with some confusion. Lin Wanwan's eyes were always looking towards the door, as if she could see Luffy's collapse and embarrassment across the door. I used to think that these people were really fearless, but now it seems that it's not that they are brave, but that I am too timid. Lin Wanwan recalled that since the first time she encountered Lu Fei and the others bullying people, she subconsciously developed a fear of these scumbags who did not care about school rules and morals. As a result, every time she faced these people later on, she would be influenced by the fear in her heart and would be directly at a disadvantage. But if you think about it carefully, these people are just girls of her age. I will also be afraid and timid. It is not indestructible and can be harmed. Isn't it just about leaving no evidence? Since Luffy and his friends would wear masks and choose places without surveillance to attack students who are alone, others can do the same. They're not police officers and they don't look very smart. If we really start a plot ruthlessly, who will really be afraid of whom? There's no need to reason with such people. After figuring this out, Lin Wanwan seemed to have found the direction. She took out her cell phone and quickly created a group. The people in the group were all students who had been bullied by Lu Fei and the others, and with previous lessons, she had already secretly conducted a survey of these people. I know that they are not timid people, but their family conditions are not good and they dare not confront Lu Fei head-on. They are tough-minded, and even if they didn't resist, they would not choose to join Lu Fei like the previous person did. Lin Wanwan shared her thoughts and the recent incident involving Lu Fei in the group, and was quickly echoed by others. Of course, she did not reveal William as the mastermind behind the incident. It's just that, since some people can succeed, they are not completely without chance. As long as we unite, we will definitely be able to take revenge this time. Others in the group responded one after another and quickly came up with a series of detailed plans. These plans have been rehearsed many times in some of their minds, and if they had not been so weak, they would have implemented them long ago. Now that we have someone to help, it can be put on the agenda immediately. Lin Wanwan imitated William's recent method, helping the girls in the group find the right time and cover for each other. In the following days, life became even more difficult for Luffy and others. With so many people working together, Luffy was completely defenseless. I noticed the glue on the seat, but not on the table. I noticed the paint in the milk tea, but not in the water cup. I noticed the dead mouse on the bed, but not the one in the drawer. After this continuous ordeal, Luffy's spirit was almost broken. She finally couldn't stand it anymore, so she joined forces with a few other girls and reported it to the vice principal, who was her father. What? After hearing his daughters crying, Lu Guodong's originally calm expression could no longer be maintained. Luffy is the apple of his eye. Even though he had made such a big mistake before, he only gave him a severe reprimand and did not give him any more severe punishment. I never expected that my daughter would be bullied like this in her own school. Principal Lu, please help us. Yeah, those people are really too much. Especially the two leaders, William and Lin Wanwan. It's all their fault. Several girls were talking to each other, crying and telling about their recent experiences. When Lu Guodong heard that it was these two people again, he seemed to have thought of something and became furious. Call them over to me. Chapter 86. Counterattack Escalation. William had expected this day to come, and he came to the principal's office calmly. Originally, he wanted to come by himself, but Lin Wanwan said she would not let him bear it alone no matter what. When the two of them once again came to the familiar door of the principal's office, their mood was completely different from before. The initiative is also different. After they entered the room, they ignored Luffy and others and walked straight to the desk. I wonder what you want us to do, William asked with a faint smile on his face, looking harmless. What's going on with you two? Is it fun to bully your classmates? Lu Guodong has been trying his best to control his emotions. But when he thought about his precious daughter being bullied by these two guys in front of him, he couldn't control himself. William tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Principal Lu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lin Wanwan also nodded in agreement, with an innocent look on her face. Lu Guodong pointed at Lu Fei and the others with shaking hands. They said they had done a lot of outrageous things in school recently, including pouring glue on their seats and adding things to their water cups. Do you know that this is already school bullying? William covered his mouth in surprise and looked back at Lu Fei. Did they say that? Lu Guodong gritted his teeth and said, Of course. If you two are so lawless, our school. But before he could finish, William pretended to be puzzled and asked, Is there any evidence? What did you say? Lu Guodong didn't react for a moment. As a school leader, I can't wrongly accuse every student. So, do you have any evidence? William looked into Lu Guodong's eyes very seriously. Although it was a question, there was indifference in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Guodong, he would be very angry if he learned that his beloved daughter was bullied. If there was any solid evidence, we wouldn't have had the time to call them back for questioning. We would have definitely chosen to call the police long ago. Sure enough, Lu Guodong was choked by this sentence and couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Fei lost his temper and shouted, Dad, let's call the police. Okay, call the police. As if he had received a hint, Lu Guodong wanted to grab his phone right away. I don't believe you two will still be stubborn when the police come. However, William just laughed out loud. No, Principal Lu, are you serious about calling the police for such a small matter? Aren't you afraid that it will affect the reputation of the school? Lu Guodong paused, his hand stopping in midair. Lin Wanwan also added at the right time. That's right, and even if the police come and find out that the matter is really as they said, it's just a prank at most. It won't cause any substantial harm to them at all. It's impossible for us to be arrested and sent to jail. At most, they will be criticized and educated. But at that time, it should have a great impact on the school and the girls, right? Hearing these familiar words, Lu Guodong felt dizzy. He almost wanted to ask subconsciously, so let's just let this matter go. But thinking back to the humiliation he had inflicted on them before, he forced himself not to say it out loud. But the girl next to Luffy didn't know the situation and asked the question loudly. So that's it. If you're really upset, we can pool some money together to compensate you, right? William was very happy to see the script proceeding as usual. However, this is just tit for tat. His real revenge is yet to come. Seeing that Lu Guodong was so angry that he couldn't speak, he said calmly, Principal Lu, now that Principal Zheng is away, you are in charge of all the school affairs. You shouldn't really affect your reputation for these irrelevant people, right? Unrelated people? Lu Guodong raised his head, with even more confusion on his face. Logically speaking, they already knew that Lu Fei was his daughter, and Lu Fei even called her out just now. Are you saying this now, just to piss him off? However, after William finished speaking, he suddenly covered his mouth again. Sorry. I forgot that Lu Fei is not your biological daughter, and you don't seem to know it yet. Oh, sister, what should I do? How could I accidentally say such a secret thing? Lin Wanwan had never heard William talk about this before, and was shocked at this moment. But thinking of William as foresight, she immediately agreed. You are indeed too careless. If you want to tell Principal Lu about this, you should choose a private opportunity and tell him secretly. Yes. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance to be alone. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. William said this and pretended to leave. But before he could even reach the door, a scream came from behind him. William, don't go too far. You can bully me, but for saying such things, aren't you afraid that I will call the police and accuse you of spreading rumors? As William had expected, this kind of nonsensical thing was treated as a joke even by Principal Lu, who was mature and steady. But with Luffy's personality, he would never let it go like that. William turned his head and blinked. Are you sure you want to call the police? If the truth is found out by then, it will be known by more than just a few people present. Can your Lu family really afford to lose this person? Don't think you can scare me like this. You are just spreading rumors by talking nonsense here. The police will arrest you. As Lu Fei spoke, he searched for his cell phone in his bag, ready to call the police. Fei, wait a moment. After all, Lu Guodong is a mature middle-aged man. Although he was angry, he also noticed something wrong in William's words. Logically speaking, the retorts just now have already vented their anger for the grievances they had suffered before, and they shouldn't cause trouble for themselves in this way again. Spreading rumors and slandering a principal is no small matter. Is it really necessary for them to do this? William, what did you just say? Lu Guodong narrowed his eyes and asked, You should also know that this kind of thing is different from the little fights between you. If it really affects the reputation of our family, we will investigate it to the end. William was waiting for Lu Guodong's digging into the matter. As long as Lu Guodong has doubts in his mind, then what he's going to say next should be heard. Principal Lu, I said Lu Fei is not your biological daughter. Is this hard to understand? If you don't believe it, you can think about it carefully. When your wife was pregnant, did she leave the capital for a period of time? Chapter 87, Whose Head is Green? Hearing these words, Lu Guodong stood there in a daze. Although 20 years have passed, the incident made him feel very guilty, so he remembers it very clearly. When his wife was pregnant, he didn't have the achievements he has now. I'm just a teacher in a school in the capital. He was very busy at that time, and during the holidays, he had to trouble his wife to help him give gifts to some leaders. One of the leaders happened to be out of town, so he let his wife go alone. The wife was reluctant at the time, but she went anyway. He had no news from his wife for the next 2 days, and thought that she was ignoring him out of spite. But on the third day, I received a call from my wife. It turned out that there was a car accident on the way back. Although the child was saved, he still needed to stay in the hospital here for a few more days for observation. He felt very guilty and wanted to visit his wife, but she got very angry with him and said she didn't want to see him. He knew that his wife was angry, so he stopped arguing and waited obediently for her to come back in the capital. After his wife came back, her attitude towards him was still indifferent. In addition, he is busy and spends little time at home, so the number of times the two of them meet face to face is very few. Until the day his wife gave birth, he was still socializing with some leaders. When I arrived at the hospital, the child had already been dressed and was asleep with my wife, looking at the lovely children and my wife's tired face. At that moment, the guilt in his heart reached its peak. Even when he thinks back on it now, he still feels hot under his eyes and his nose sore. After that, he tried various ways to be nice to his family, as if only in this way could he feel better. But just as he was immersed in his memories, a cold voice interrupted him. That time, your wife was out of town and was angry with you, so she thought of ways to get revenge on you, including finding another man. William said calmly, but I didn't expect that I would miscarry the baby due to excessive passion during the exercise. Lu Guodong raised his head dully, as if he didn't understand what William was saying at all. Before Lu Guodong could refute, William raised his hand and added, You can definitely go and confirm this with the hospital over there. This kind of thing can't be faked. The hospital where your wife gave birth was a private hospital owned by her best friend. They had already made arrangements in advance, so they definitely wouldn't find anything. As for Lu Fei, she was also adopted by her best friend from another couple that they had already found. Oh yes, you can go and do a paternity test with Lu Fei. It should be more intuitive. Lu Guodong opened his mouth, and all his rebuttals and insults were stuck in his throat. Everyone present was also in shocked silence, including Luffy. Luffy is usually arrogant and domineering, but he is not a fool. If what William said was just nonsense, it would be discovered soon unless they were really crazy and completely reckless. By then, it will not be of any benefit to them. William looked at the dazed Lu Guodong and couldn't help laughing. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the first child your wife was pregnant with was not yours. For you, even if that child is still there, your situation is no different from now. What did you say? Lu Guodong finally couldn't stand it anymore and squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. Why do you say that? Although it was a question, it was obvious that he had no confidence. After round of blows, his mind was no longer clear. While feeling guilty in the memories, I'm also looking for some clues in the guilt. After having Lu Fei, your wife must have always wanted to have another boy with you, right? But she never succeeded, so she tricked you into going to the hospital for a checkup, and then she found out that you were infertile. William touched his nose to hide the gloating in his eyes. Then Luffy. No, the original child, whose is it? Lu Guodong was about to collapse. Then I don't know. You should know better than me how much your wife loved to play before we got married. William curled his lips and stabbed Lu Guodong's heart without any hesitation. Lu Guodong staggered and almost fell. He sat down on the chair with difficulty, and the expression on his face looked like he had aged 10 years. At this time, Luffy finally came to his senses. She suddenly realized how terrible the consequences of such a revelation would be for her. No man can stand his wife cheating on him for 20 years. And as a bastard, she can easily be implicated. Everything she has now was given to her by her father. If her father doesn't want her anymore, the consequences for her will be disastrous. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. I am your daughter, Dad. Lu Fei ran to Lu Guodong, half knelt down and hugged Lu Guodong's legs. Although Lu Guodong was angry at this time, he felt more sad and painful when he saw his daughter. After being father and daughter for so many years, how could there be no feelings between them? Even though he knew that this was not his biological daughter, he couldn't bear to do it. But William raised his hand to check the time and kindly reminded, "Oh, by the way, Principal Lu, I forgot to remind you that although your wife knows that you are infertile, she still hasn't given up on having a son for the sake of your family property." Lu Guodong trembled. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, well, forget it. Go to your neighbor Lao Wang's house and have a look. If they come a couple more times, you should be able to catch them red-handed." William waved his hand casually. "Dad, don't listen to him, Dad." Lu Fei knew that if his father really saw his mother cheating, it would probably be the last straw that broke the camel's back. She tried her best to stop him, but Lu Guodong seemed to have recovered all his strength and stood up suddenly. He ignored her pulling and crying, pushed her away with one foot, and walked out with big strides. But halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped again. He took out his cell phone and called his wife. "Hey, where are you?" As soon as the call was connected, Lu Guodong asked with suppressed anger. "Me? I'm shopping. Old Lu, what's wrong?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, mixed with some ambiguous gasps. Chapter 88. Everyone is in turmoil. This voice made everyone present shudder. William hadn't reminded us earlier. No one would have thought of anything. But I already had that preconceived guess, and this sound seemed to confirm it. "Principal Lu, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Bring me your cell phone." William held out his hand. Lu Guodong could no longer think calmly at this point. Under the continuous bombshells, he still subconsciously agreed with William, the whistleblower. After handing over the phone, I watched William click on it again and again. Then when I came back, some disgusting scenes appeared on the screen. That familiar voice also rang out at the right time. This voice is sometimes charming, sometimes painful, and sometimes comfortable. Even without watching the pictures, you can imagine the wonderful scenes. "William, this." Lin Wanwan seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. William then remembered that Lin Wanwan was still here and hurried over to cover her ears. "Sister, don't listen to this nonsense." Lin Wanwan did not refuse and just let William cover her. She had guessed something, but she didn't expect William to be so powerful. Lu Guodong looked at the screen, his eyes becoming redder and redder. As if to confirm something, he called his wife again. Sure enough, the wife's cell phone ringtone was heard in the mobile video screen. "It's not fake, it's all real. The old man next door has been eyeing your wife for a long time. He hacked into your home camera and observed her every move, every day. But he probably didn't expect that with his skills, while hacking others, he would also expose his own network. It would be easy to hack back." William explained patiently. Lu Guodong threw his phone to the ground. "How ridiculous! How ridiculous! I support her and coax her every day, and she treats me like this. Dad, don't be impulsive. Mom must have just been confused for a moment. Oh no, it's all her fault. It's all her fault." Lu Fei still wanted to persuade him, but after seeing Lu Guodong's angry eyes, she realized that some things could not be undone. For her own future, she once again hugged Lu Guodong's thighs and said, "Dad, this is all Mom's fault. I am innocent. I have been with Dad since I was born. I don't know anything at all. Dad, don't worry. No matter what happens, I will be filial to you and take care of you in your old age." Regardless of the purpose of these words, at least for now, they are sincere. She couldn't lose her father, couldn't lose her identity as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and certainly couldn't lose the money and status that this identity brought her. Lu Guodong looked down at the daughter he had raised for 20 years. Seeing her tearful face, he couldn't bear it. He gently helped Luffy up and gently stroked Luffy's hair. He thought, Since he couldn't give birth himself, an adopted daughter would be a daughter too, which would be good too. But William suddenly spoke again. Principal Lou, don't be so anxious. Do you think it's that simple? Hey, it's not. William sat on the sofa and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip and then placed the cup heavily on the table like a storyteller slamming a gavel. Lu Fei shuddered all over. She had finally won back her father's heart, and there couldn't be any more mistakes. William, what do you want to do? Are you really satisfied only when you see our family destroyed? Huh? You don't want to listen? William looked up at Lu Guodong in surprise. That's right, Principal Lu is old after all. It's okay for him to live a confused life and make do with it. Lu Guodong clenched his fists. He is only in his 40s and still in the prime of his life. How come you're already so old? He knew that if he pursued some things further, he might become even more devastated than he was now. But thinking back on the past 20 years of confusion and the green grassland above his head, he did not regret learning these things today. For the sake of so-called family harmony, does he have to be a cuckold for the rest of his life and be laughed at by others for the rest of his life? What's more, he has endured his wife's infidelity. So what else is there that he shouldn't know? Tell me, what else is there? Lu Guodong took a deep breath and asked calmly. William laughed and said, Don't you want to know who Lu Fei's biological parents are? In no mood, Luffy didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately screamed madly, I don't care who they are. It doesn't matter at all. I only have one father. Lu Guodong waved his hand at her, asking her to be quiet, and then looked at William. You know about this? Well, actually, if you just observe carefully, you should be able to find it early. William kept it a secret on purpose. Lu Guodong was able to climb all the way from an ordinary teacher to the position of university president, which shows that he is quite smart. William meant was obviously that Luffy's biological parents should be by his side. After careful recollection, a person really emerged in his mind. It can't be old Zhou. Chapter 89, The Fate of the Bad People. In Lu Guodong's mind, Lao Zhou's face and Lu Fei's face gradually overlapped. The facial features and expressions are surprisingly 70% similar. Thinking back carefully, Lao Zhou usually treats Luffy very well. Even though Lu Fei acted like a spoiled little princess and looked down on others, Lao Zhou didn't get angry. He just apologized with a smile. Occasionally, when he sees Luffy is in a bad mood, he will take the initiative to comfort him. On Luffy's birthday, he would also give her very expensive gifts. Before, Lu Guodong always thought that Lao Zhou just wanted to repay him. Now it seems that things are not that simple. Lao Zhou is Lu Guodong's driver and also a good brother who grew up with him. Because Lu Guodong was a good student, had the support of his family, and was smart, his career developed better and better. Lao Zhou came from a poor family, and his parents didn't pay much attention to him, which led to him being naughty as a child and not taking study seriously at all. I barely made it to high school, but since there was no hope of getting into college, I entered society early. After several years of social beatings, he hasn't made any progress. At that time, Lu Guodong's career had already made some progress, and he wanted to help his former brother, so he asked him to come over as his driver. It was well-intentioned, but Lao Zhou felt that it was a charity and a humiliation to him. Considering the not-so-low salary, he still appeared grateful to Lu Guodong. But in my heart, I was already filled with resentment. This resentment, after he accidentally overheard Lu Guodong's wife's plan, he deliberately found a middleman and managed to send his child away. Although he had lived a muddled life, he felt relieved when he thought that his daughter could live a life of luxury in Lu Guodong's home. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt in his heart. Instead, he felt that Lu Guodong owed him all this. Principal Lu, didn't you realize that your body slowly changed after you had Lu Fei? William drank his tea leisurely. Lu Guodong looked confused, obviously not realizing anything yet. In fact, your original infertility can be cured through treatment, but your driver is worried that you will mistreat his daughter after having a second child, so he puts drugs in your water cup every now and then. Over time, you are completely hopeless. William glanced at Lu Guodong and curled his lips with a hint of regret. Lu Guodong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to take out his cell phone to call Lao Zhou, but found that his phone had been smashed. He walked to the desk, picked up the phone, and dialed. Lao Zhou, come to my office right now. After saying that, he hung up the phone without caring whether the person on the other end could hear him clearly. Lu Fei was completely confused at this time, and she didn't know what to do. The reason she was able to put aside her dignity and beg for mercy just now was only because she didn't know who her biological parents were. She thought that if she was really abandoned or sold, they would never come looking for her. But the situation is different now. Her biological father has been by her side for so many years, and the truth is about to be revealed. What should she do? Face Sister Fei Wei. At this time, several timid voices sounded. Only then did Lu Fei remember that his followers were still beside him. Such an embarrassing thing was actually known to them. How is she going to survive in school after this? Get out. Get out now. Luffy couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at the door. Although those girls were gossiping, they knew that these were not things they should hear, so they trotted away. And you too. How long are you going to stay here? Lu Fei stared at William and Lin Wanwan, wishing he could eat them alive. If it weren't for the two of them, she would still be the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She can still walk around the school with her own way and get whatever she wants. It's all their fault. After William revealed one piece of information after another, Lin Wanwan's anger had long since subsided. Especially when she saw Lu Fei and Lu Guodong looking so miserable, she even wanted to celebrate. What happens next is nothing more than a fierce battle. There's nothing good to see. William, shall we go? Lin Wanwan still needs to seek William's opinion. Well, let's go. I'm in a good mood today. Sister, I'll treat you to a meal. William stood up and stretched leisurely. He took Lin Wanwan with him and left. However, after they went out, they did not go far, but found a corner to hide. After a while, I saw a short middle-aged man coming down from the elevator. It seemed to be Lao Zhou. Old Zhou was cursing as he walked. Damn it! You can summon me at will and dismiss me at will. Do you really think I'm your dog? Sooner or later, I will kill you. Although he said that, he still put on a fawning smile when he reached the door of the principal's office. He knocked on the door gently and walked in. William and Lin Wanwan quietly came to the door again and listened through the crack. They're not just in it for the show, either. If a principal like Lu Guodong exists for one more day, the school will become a mess. Exposing their family affairs was just to make himself feel better. What William really wanted to do was to force the principal to step down completely. If they continued to stay in the office, both Lu Guodong and Lao Zhou would have some concerns. Now that there are no outsiders in the office, they should be able to be frank with each other. As soon as Lao Zhou entered the office, Lu Guodong confronted him. Not surprisingly, old Zhou, who had long been dissatisfied, immediately admitted it and mocked and ridiculed Lu Guodong. Soon, the two began to wrestle with each other. For the sake of future wealth and glory, Lu Fei naturally chose to stand with Lu Guodong. The situation became 2 against 1, and Lao Zhou was clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Guodong, you little bastard. Do you really think that just having a few bucks is so great? Believe it or not, I will expose all your bad deeds. Hearing Lao Zhou's call, William caught the key words, immediately took out his mobile phone, and started recording through the crack in the door. Old Zhou did not leave any way out at all. Soon he told all about Lu Guodong's bribery and embezzlement of public funds. Not only was Lu Guodong not intimidated, but his attacks became increasingly severe. Old Zhou was beaten until his head was bleeding. William recorded what he wanted. He kindly called the police for them. When the police arrived and took the 3 of them away, the video of Lu Guodong's illegal and criminal activities was also uploaded to the internet. A few days later, William, Lin Wanwan, and all the girls who had been bullied sat together and celebrated happily. Have you heard that Luffy's previous followers completely ignored her? That's normal. Those people never have any bottom line. I remember they were the ones who first spread the news about Luffy's life story. I also heard that Lu Fei went to settle accounts with her mother. No, it was her adoptive mother. During the fight between the two, her adoptive mother had a miscarriage, and it was said that she would never be able to have children again. Hey, Lu Fei didn't get any benefits either. She was pushed down the stairs by her adoptive mother and became disabled. It seems that Mr. Wong next door was also caught for secretly taking photos, and his wife is also seeking a divorce. Wow, what a perfect result. Listening to the words of the people around him, William just ate quietly. After all, under his melon-eating system, he already knew these things a long time ago. But what he cared about more was that this time he completely rescued Lin Wanwan from school bullying, and he had completed his mission perfectly. I can pack up my things tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and leave this girl's school. While I was happy, a timid voice came from beside me. Hello, William. William looked up and saw a cute-looking girl. Her face was flushed, and she was holding a pink envelope in her hand. Before William could ask, the girl stuffed the envelope into his hand and ran away without looking back. Chapter 90. Too popular. William looked at the envelope, stunned for a moment, and then he realized something. While no one around was paying attention, he immediately stuffed the envelope into his clothes. But this scene was still captured by Lin Wanwan, who was standing by. William, could that be? It's all right. William gave Lin Wanwan a stiff look and said in a low voice, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Lin Wanwan smiled knowingly, with a meaningful look on her face. After the party ended and I returned to the dormitory, I immediately joined him. "William, look." Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of gossip. William shook his head helplessly and took out the pink envelope from his arms. If you get close, you can smell the faint fragrance on it. The letter is long, but the content is simple. "I like you," is written all over a piece of paper. William seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He threw the letter on the table and picked up the mirror to look at himself. "Wait a minute. How come it's really a love letter? Did my costume fall off? No. Did she see that I'm not a girl?" "Ahem, William." Lin Wanwan reminded him at the right time. "Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that she likes girls?" William raised his head tremblingly. "It seems that this is the only possibility." Lin Wanwan picked up the letter and looked at the signature at the end. A figure vaguely emerged in her mind. The girl just now walked in a hurry, and she didn't see clearly. But if she remembered correctly, this girl should be in the same major as them, and they had taken public classes together before. In Lin Wanwan's impression, this girl is usually very low-key. She sits quietly in the corner with her friends during every class. How so? William is still in deep self-doubt. Being noticed by a girl who liked girls was quite a blow to him. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, "I guess it's because of your previous confrontation with Lu Fei that many people think you are awesome, and then some people will develop a good impression of you, so..." Okay, I'll go and talk to her about it tomorrow." William took out his cell phone and sent a message to the contact number on the letter paper. "See you behind the school playground tomorrow afternoon at 5. Tomorrow is Friday, and William has packed up everything here. He will go home with Lin Wanwan tomorrow, and he will officially bid farewell to his life in the girls' school." The text message came back quickly, saying that it would definitely arrive. A cute emoticon was added at the end. If it were in the past, William would have felt somewhat happy to be liked like this. But now he just felt a headache. The next day, William went to the playground accompanied by Lin Wanwan. From a distance, I saw the cute girl standing under the tree, and she seemed a little nervous. In order not to embarrass the girl, Lin Wanwan consciously waited at a distance and did not follow. When the girl saw William coming, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she trotted over to William. "You agree?" No. I just wanted to tell you that you seem to have misunderstood something." William did not hide anything too much and stated straight away that he was a boy and the purpose of coming to this school. The girl's eyes changed from surprise at first to confusion gradually, but there was not the disgust that William imagined. In his impression, this kind of girl should hate men and hate being deceived by men, right? Why does this girl seem to have no big reaction? So that's how it is. The girl finally showed some reaction. After seeming to hesitate, he responded solemnly, "Actually, I don't mind." "Huh?" William was stunned. "I mean, I don't mind if you're a boy. I'm not the type who only likes girls. I like boys too." The girl raised her head and a smile appeared on her face. Is this possible? William never expected that things would develop in such a strange direction. He quickly took a step back and raised his hand. Wait a minute, I don't want to fall in love right now. I'm really sorry." The girl is very cute, especially when she smiles. She looks very sunny. This also made William feel a little bit uncomfortable. But what can I do if I can't bear it anymore? He's not a scumbag. He cannot force others to like him, and he does not want to deceive others. William intently, looking at that extremely sincere expression without any emotion, she finally understood. Immediately, his nose felt sore, the corners of his mouth curled up, and tears flowed from his eyes. "Hey, don't cry." William was completely caught off guard, but the girl didn't give him a chance to comfort him. She just ran away, crying with her face covered. Looking at the girl's back as she left, William sighed heavily. "Hey, did you hurt someone?" Lin Wanwan came over at some point and gently patted William on the shoulder. "William, you're already a very good guy for being able to be honest with that girl. I'm optimistic about you." William gave Lin Wanwan a cold look and turned to walk towards the door. Lin Wanwan quickly followed, still looking like she was enjoying the fun. "William, I heard from my parents before that there are a lot of girls in your school who like you. Wow, you're really popular. Maybe someday a rich woman will take a fancy to you." Facing Lin Wanwan's teasing, William said nothing and silently quickened his pace. When I arrived at the gate, The family driver had not arrived yet. William planned to wait on the roadside for a while, but at this moment, a luxury car slowly drove over. A woman in her 40s, dressed elegantly and luxuriously, got out of the car. The woman just walked straight towards William. William was a little confused and turned to look at Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was equally confused. "Are you all students here?" The woman asked with a smile. Yes." William was confused, but answered truthfully. It was obvious that the woman in front of him was not an ordinary person. She exuded nobility in her every move. Maybe he was waiting here for the kids to come out, and he just chatted with them for a while. The woman took out a bottle of Evian mineral water from her bag and handed it to him. "Here, please drink it." William was still confused. He took it, unscrewed the lid, and took a few sips. Firstly, he was indeed a little thirsty, and secondly, he guessed that this woman might want to know something and was deliberately trying to get close to her. After all, this is right in front of the school, so William is not worried about encountering any bad guys who might drug him. But when he finished drinking, he found that the woman's smile became even brighter. She moved closer to him, hugged his arm, and said tenderly, "Sister, since you agree, then come with me." This sudden situation left both William and Lin Wanwan confused. Chapter 91. Almost an accident. Wait a minute, sister, what do you mean? William is a boy after all, and he is quite strong. Standing still, not taking a single step forward. The woman turned her head, a hint of impatience in her eyes. "I still want to ask you what you mean." The woman frowned and said seriously, "Since you drank my water and still don't want to leave with me, are you kidding me?" William was even more confused. What's the logic behind drinking water and following it? Lin Wanwan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Sister, my sister really doesn't understand anything." I don't understand either. How about you just speak up?" The woman looked William and Lin Wanwan up and down, and seeing that they really had no intention of deliberately fooling her, she explained impatiently. "I'm here to find a friend, understand? Taking my water and drinking it means you agree." Lin Wanwan still looked confused, but William reacted. In his impression, delivering water is indeed a secret way to find a lover. But this usually only happens between the opposite sex, and he never expected that there would be a rich woman coming to the girls' school to find a lover. But think about it. Who says rich women must like men? Recalling Lin Wanwan's earlier joke that he would be favored by a rich woman, William was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know whether to say that Lin Wanwan has foresight or that she's a pessimist. At this time, Lin Wanwan also reacted. I nervously helped explain. "Sister, we really don't know anything. We are so sorry." But the woman just sneered and said sarcastically, "Rules are rules. Don't think you can get away with it by saying you don't know." "Huh? Do you really want to take him?" William awkwardly. She also remembered the joke she had just made. It was really a bad omen. "Of course, I saw from afar that she was pretty good, and since she drank my water, she has to sleep with me." The woman said it very bluntly. William felt a chill on his back and tried to break free, but was held tightly. With his strength, it's possible for him to break free by force, but that might cause quite a commotion. By then, he would be really embarrassed. Just when the two of them didn't know what to do, a familiar voice came from behind the woman. "William Wanwan, what are you doing?" "Big sister." Upon hearing this voice, William and Lin Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking up, I saw Lisa also standing in front of a luxury car. Wearing a fiery red dress with long curly hair draped over her shoulders, she exudes the temperament of a queen. Although the woman who was pulling William also looked like a noble lady, she seemed like a country tycoon in comparison with Lisa. There is absolutely no momentum at all. "Sister, why are you here?" Lin Wanwan trotted over and hugged Lisa's arm. Lisa was stunned. In her impression, Lin Wanwan's attitude towards them has always been polite yet distant. This seemed to be the first time they were so intimate. Lisa's heart softened instantly, and she asked softly, "What's wrong?" She knew it was William who accidentally drank this sister's water, and then Lin Wanwan is thin-skinned and can't say those messy things at all. Fortunately, Lisa was knowledgeable and saw the clues immediately. Lisa looked the woman up and down and said calmly, "Sister, our younger generation is ignorant, so there's no need to make a big deal about it, right?" The woman was already a little scared when she saw Lisa. As a woman, one can tell at a glance that Lisa's clothes and jewelry are very expensive, and the car behind seems to be a limited edition. But thinking back on her determination just now, she didn't want to give in. For a moment, it became difficult to back down. Lisa always uses courtesy before force. Seeing that the woman refused to let go, his expression gradually turned cold. If I remember correctly, your husband should be a small shareholder of the buy group, right? How did you know? Hearing this, the woman's face changed suddenly. She was married and had a husband, so she kept things like this a secret. Not only was her outfit completely different from her usual look, but even the car she drove was borrowed from a best friend. I didn't expect that the visitor would expose my mistake. My last name is Lynn. What do you think? Lisa curled her lips and threatened. If you don't want to appear in tomorrow's news about what happened today, get out of here. Forrest, the woman shuddered. She was so unlucky that she finally found someone she liked, but he turned out to be a member of the Lynn family. She understood that Lisa's words were not a threat, but something she could actually do, without caring about anything else. He immediately let go of William's hand, got into the car, and sped away. Big Sister is really awesome. If Big Sister hadn't come today, I would have been taken away by that old woman. William also came to Lisa and started to flatter her. Lin Wan curled her lips. Just now you were calling me sister, and now you're calling me an old woman? Only someone as beautiful and kind as our eldest sister is worthy of being my sister. William held Lisa's arm tightly. Lisa shook him off in disgust and urged, Okay, let's go. Lin Wan and William got into the car happily. By the way, sister, why are you picking us up today? Lin Wan asked doubtfully. Lisa looked at William through the rearview mirror. A hint of meaning flashed in her eyes. The driver has something going on at home today, and the family has prepared a gift for both of you. Chapter 92, The Mysterious Man in the Toilet. William recalled the gifts his elder sister had given him before, which were mostly luxury goods, and he began to look forward to it. Although he was not short of money, every piece of clothing he bought was ugly, and people at school would sometimes laugh at him for being rich. But my elder sister has a very good aesthetic taste, and everything she gives is beautiful and practical. William returned home with great anticipation. The Lynn couple and Maria were already waiting at home and had prepared a large table of sumptuous meal. William successfully helped Lin Wan solve her problem and was hailed as a hero of the Lin family. All kinds of food, such as abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and Australian lobster, were put into his bowl. Lin Wan's change in attitude also made her family very happy. The mother was so excited that her eyes turned red. The death of her old friend has always been an indelible shadow in her heart. For her, the change in Lin Wan's attitude towards them can be regarded as making those shadows dissipate. From now on, they are real mother and daughter. This is also an explanation to my good friend who is in heaven. When dinner was over, William couldn't help but rubbed his hands and asked, Sister, didn't you say you had prepared gifts for us? Ah, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Lisa smiled evilly and took out 2 large paper bags from his side. It looks like clothes. It was pretty much what William had expected. But what I didn't expect was that after opening the box in the paper bag, I found 2 skirts inside. The material of the skirt is very good, and it looks radiant under the light. The style and tailoring are also top-notch, and you can tell at first glance that it is worth the money. It's so beautiful. When Lin Wan saw the skirt, her eyes widened. There is no girl who doesn't like little skirts, especially a girl like Lin Wan who spends all year in a semi-closed school and wears school uniforms all day long. When I see a beautiful skirt, I love it so much that I can't take my eyes off it. I wanted to try it on right away. But William froze in his place and asked awkwardly, Sister, did you buy the wrong one? No, it's your size. Why? Don't you like it? Lisa asked with a smile. No, I'm a boy. Why should I wear a skirt? William couldn't hold it anymore. He had noticed the mischief in his elder sister's smile before. It turned out to be something bad. Lisa smiled and looked him up and down. I just saw that you were quite happy wearing women's clothes recently. Having said that, William actually found that he seemed to have adapted to wearing women's clothes recently. I'm a little uncomfortable taking off my wig suddenly. And looking at that skirt, it seems a bit pretty. How about trying it on? Bah. It's really over. Realizing the terrible thought in his mind, William immediately shook his head. He had heard before that some things only have 0 times and countless times. Among them is women's clothing. No, he must control himself. She pretended to be unhappy, threw the skirt down, turned around, and walked upstairs to her room. Maybe he was really pretending, because after returning to the bedroom, he received a transfer reminder on his mobile phone. 500,000 was sent by my eldest sister. Then there was another message. I thought he was just pretending too much, and my elder sister thought he was really angry and came to apologize to him. Unexpectedly, the elder sister asked him to go to the company tomorrow. Capitalist. They are simply evil capitalists. William was about to refuse without thinking, but found that his elder sister sent him another picture of a contract. Zooming in carefully, you can see that it is a contract for land development. The address above looks familiar. Recalling this, William remembered that this was the piece of land around the house that he had chosen when the Lin couple wanted to give him the house. He remembered that the system told him that the land here would definitely appreciate in value. Unexpectedly, they actually bought such a large piece of land, and it did appreciate in value. William looked at the contract and couldn't help thinking, if his elder sister asked him to go to the company tomorrow, could she want to give him all the land? That's a huge amount of money. Although he wanted to lie down, there was no reason for him to not even open his mouth when he encountered a pie falling from the sky. The next day, William got up early and went to the company with Lisa. As he happily flipped through the documents brought by his assistant, the smile on his face gradually faded. What are these? There are piles of documents on the table. He thought it was just a simple arrangement that would allow him to make a lot of money in the future, but he didn't expect that there were so many things involved. The complexity was far beyond his imagination. I have discussed this with my parents, and the development rights of this piece of land are all handed over to you. This is just the initial project selection. After the selection is made, the next step can be arranged. Lisa's narrow eyes. She didn't lie. They were able to buy this land thanks to William. They were very happy to hand over the land to William. But William was allowed to choose the project because of his ability to foresee the future. They believed that as long as it is a project selected by William, there must be no problem. William was looking through the documents and was completely overwhelmed. How could he understand this? As I was hesitating, the system in my mind rang at the right time. William's eyes suddenly lit up, and he no longer looked at the contents of the document carefully. He picked up the pen next to him and circled it. Seeing this scene, Lisa became even happier. Her younger brother is indeed the lucky star of the Lin family. However, the number of these files was so large that even with the system prompts, William only finished half of it after more than 2 hours of hard work. He felt sore in his back and waist and insisted on taking a rest. Without waiting for Lisa to react, he ran out of the door. Afraid of being caught by Lisa again, William went straight into the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, he played with his phone leisurely. But at this moment, he suddenly heard sparse noises coming from outside the toilet. It seems like someone is wandering around. This feeling made him very uneasy, so he carefully opened the door of the compartment and looked outside secretly. However, just as his head popped out halfway, it was pushed back by someone. To be precise, it was a soft thing that pushed him back hard. Chapter 93, The Mysterious Woman. When William came to his senses, he had fallen back onto the toilet. Standing in front of him was a man wearing sportswear, sunglasses, and a mask. To be precise, a woman. William looked up at the woman's chest and rubbed his nose involuntarily. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 balls are the culprits that hit me. What are you looking at? The woman looked unhappy, but she seemed to be avoiding something, and she deliberately lowered her voice, fearing that people outside would hear her. Seeing William about to open his mouth, she immediately threatened, "If you dare to make a sound and expose my location, I will make you pay for it." William didn't know what the woman was hiding from, so he just shut up again. After a while, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard outside. What's going on? No one in the ladies' room? I clearly saw her come in. Did he go into the men's room? It's possible. Let's go. Go in and take a look. After a discussion, footsteps began to approach this side. William frowned slightly. The woman in front of me was indeed in some trouble. Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention to this kind of person who he met by chance. But he didn't know who the person outside was. If someone indiscriminately regarded him as the woman's accomplice, he would be hard to explain. Soon, the footsteps stopped outside the door of the cubicle they were in. Why is it closed? The person outside said suspiciously. William rolled his eyes in annoyance and shouted loudly. Nonsense. There must be someone behind the door. What are you arguing about? Aren't there so many pits nearby? The person at the door seemed to be startled, and for a moment he didn't care about anything else, and quickly apologized. Sorry. It's so annoying. I get disturbed even when I'm just slacking off and taking a shit. William continued to complain unhappily. The person at the door apologized again and trotted away. I must have seen it wrong. Alas, I lost him again. Forget it. Let's just go to her place and stay there. That's all we can do. After complaining for a while, those people walked away. William then looked up at the woman. You can help me, which shows that you have some good eyesight. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. So now I can. William pointed to the door of the compartment, indicating that he wanted to go out. But the woman seemed to have misunderstood something. After thinking for a moment, she began to search in her bag. William was a little confused. Is this woman going to pull out a knife? Come to think of it, it was indeed a bit reckless of him to help drive away the people outside. He actually assumed that this woman was a good person. But what if it's not? What if the woman is a bad person, and those people outside are police officers? Thinking of this, William felt a chill on his back. Just as he was thinking about how to quickly subdue the woman finally took her hand out of the bag. What she was holding was a thick marker. Turn around. The woman pulled William's arm. William was even more confused. Could it be that this woman wanted to stab him to death with this pen? That's not very realistic. Hey, turn around quickly. The woman seemed a little impatient and grabbed William's arm, forcing him to turn over. Immediately afterwards, William felt a series of scratching sensations on his back. Okay, this autograph is for you. Keep the clothes well and don't wash them. After saying that, the woman opened the door of the compartment and strode away. Sign? William finally reacted, ran to the sink, turned around, and looked at his back through the mirror. Sure enough, a flamboyant signature appeared on the snow-white coat. As a student at university, William also considers himself a top student. But he looked at the signature for a long time and still couldn't understand what was written. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately took off his clothes and rinsed them in the sink. However, the marker was waterproof, and no matter how he rubbed it, the black mark did not fall off at all. Why do you repay kindness with hatred? William was so upset that he could not even cry. After all, he helped the woman, but she ruined his clothes. This piece of clothing was given to him by his elder sister. The style and design are both nice, and he likes it very much. But the woman had long disappeared, and there was no way to ask her for compensation. William became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He had come to the company to help his elder sister for a whole morning, but ended up with this result. No, this must be considered a work-related injury. Since that woman can't be found, let the elder sister compensate him with another piece of clothing. After making the decision, William returned to Lisa's office angrily. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw the woman from before sitting leisurely on the sofa in the office. The sunglasses were stuck in his hair, and one side of the mask was taken off and hung on his ear. William saw the woman's delicate little face. He felt vaguely familiar with it. Why is it you? The woman asked first. William came back to his senses, threw the clothes next to the woman, and asked, Who told you to scribble on my clothes? Now it can't be washed off. You must compensate me. The woman was stunned, then turned to look at Lisa, and then looked at William. No, you actually want to wash off my signature? Aren't you my fan? Big sister, I don't even know who you are. Why are you helping me if you're not my fan? How do I know if the person pursuing you will harm me if he sees you and me together? After William's argument, Lisa beside her burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. William, Tina, do you two want to make me laugh to death and become the next president of Lin Corporation? Chapter 94. He is indeed a big star. William and the woman looked at each other. William, Tina, the two of them spoke almost in unison. At the same time, they also realized each other's identity. This mysterious and sneaky woman turned out to be the fifth daughter of the Lin family, Tina. That is William's fifth sister. After realizing this, William finally understood everything that had happened before. Tina is a popular star. The reason why she dresses like this and acts so sneakily is probably because she doesn't want to be discovered. And the people who were looking for her in the bathroom were not bad guys or policemen, but paparazzi. Hey, it turns out to be the fifth sister. No wonder she looks familiar, William approached cautiously and tried to get the clothes back. But Tina grabbed the clothes directly and said coldly, Since you dislike it so much, I will help you throw it away. Don't worry, I will compensate you with a new one. William looked at Tina's stern face and was suddenly at a loss. Do all big stars have such bad tempers? He didn't mean it, and he was helping her. So was she angry? Tina. Lisa seemed to have thought of something. She sat next to Tina and whispered, I told you about Marx before. It has nothing to do with William. I know you have a good relationship with Marx, but... Before Lisa could finish, Tina patted her hands gently. Lisa had worried before that Tina would take her anger out on William because of the Marx incident. After all, Tina is not like Lin Wanwan, who keeps a certain distance from her family and is always calm no matter what happens. Tina had a good relationship with Marks before. Even though she was away from home all year round, she would bring Marks valuable gifts when she occasionally returned home. Tina came over suddenly this time, without saying hello in advance, and Lisa didn't have time to explain the details to her. They are all children of the Lin family. If anything unpleasant happens, it will probably make their parents sad. But Tina didn't give Lisa a chance to speak. She stood up and slowly walked to William. He looked her up and down, his eyes constantly changing. TSK, it hasn't been long since you came home, and you've already won the hearts of mom and dad. Oh no, there are also my eldest sister, second sister, and sixth sister. Tina's voice. I don't know if she was being sarcastic or genuinely praising me. Suddenly, Tina patted William on the shoulder and leaned in close to him and said, I heard that you also designed to drive Marks away. William tilted his head slightly and met Tina's lively eyes. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. Seeing the exquisite and beautiful face getting closer and closer to his own, he quickly took 2 steps back. What do you want to do? Ha ha. Seeing William's slightly panicked look, Tina couldn't help laughing. The previous seriousness and ferocity disappeared in an instant. That face looked even brighter and more flamboyant. Oh, look how scared you are. Come here, come and sit down. Tina took William's arm and led him back to the sofa. He touched William's shoulders and poked his abdominal muscles. Not bad, really good. This figure is much better than those skinny dogs in the pen. Tina looked like she was appreciating a commodity, her eyes full of satisfaction. Brother, are you interested in hanging out with me? I promise to make you famous all over the country. William was a little confused by Tina's sudden change. It was Lisa who reacted first. She slapped Tina's hand away and said unhappily, Watch your claws. He's your brother. Why are you touching him? Tina disagreed. Just because he's my brother, I can touch him. If I go out on the street and touch someone else, that person has to call the police. William with a smile. Brother, don't you agree? Yes, no. William reacted suddenly and moved to the side, creating space for 2 or 3 people between him and Tina. What he didn't dare say was that if this continued, he would call the police. He had also seen interviews about Tina in various entertainment news before. In front of the camera, Tina is noble and cool, and with her exquisite face, she is simply a beautiful lady on earth. But looking at it now, it seems like his character is about to collapse. Especially the expression on his face when he was pretending to be angry before, there was absolutely no clue at all. Is this the acting style of a popular star? While William was thinking, Tina continued to talk. Hey brother, don't be so formal. I'm your sister, your dear sister. William, hey, that's a nice name. William, let me touch your abdominal muscles. William hid in the corner, helpless and weak. Fortunately, Lisa sat directly between the 2 of them and grabbed Tina's hand that was about to peek over at any time. Tina, you really don't blame William for what happened with Marks. Seeing Lisa asking the question seriously, Tina simply stopped hiding it. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes, and he pouted, Don't mention it. I've been annoyed with that kid Marks for a long time. I was afraid that my parents would worry, so I didn't bother to play with him. Lisa didn't expect this answer. Tina rolled her eyes. That guy is ashamed to be a man. He is just a dead green tea. He is ignorant of the world outside all day long. When he comes home, he starts to act like a fool. You are just stupid to be fooled by him. I have seen through it a long time ago. Lisa opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. She is the president of Lin Group and one of the most influential figures in the entire Beijing business circle. In Tina's eyes, he is actually a fool? Chapter 95 something is going to happen to the 3rd sister. Okay. Tell me first, why did you suddenly come to the company today? Lisa immediately changed the subject. When talking about this, Tina raised her hand, gently played with her hair with her fingertips, and said narcissistically, Of course it's because I'm naturally beautiful, popular in the entire entertainment industry, and have countless fans. Get to the point. Lisa saw that Tina's tail was about to fly up to the sky, so she interrupted her without any hesitation. I was followed by paparazzi. Tina pouted and said unhappily, I don't know what's wrong with the paparazzi this time. I can't get rid of them. They keep taking messy photos. Big sister, do you know how hard it is for me to maintain my image? Lisa rolled her eyes in annoyance. I knew you would only think of us at times like this. Oh no. Tina smiled awkwardly, her tone clearly guilty. I was planning to come back to see you guys after the last drama was finished. Lisa had been fooled by such words many times and didn't believe it at all. "Ah, William has been home for so long, and you and your fourth sister have never come back to meet each other formally, and you didn't even attend the previous family recognition party. Do you think it's appropriate?" "It seems a bit inappropriate." Tina turned her face away and said without confidence, "But big sister, why are you only talking about me and my sister? Didn't the third sister go back too? Can you compare with the third brother? The third brother does serious work every day." Lisa couldn't help but raise her hand and tap Tina on the forehead. Speaking of the third son of the Lin family, William also had some impression of him. "I remember hearing before that his third sister's name was Su Yu and not Lin like the others. Because the Su family has always given their children a portion of shares, and these shares can only be passed on to children with the surname Su. The mother let her third daughter have the surname Su. Although the surnames are different, there is no barrier between him and other members of the Lin family. His mother even planned to train Su Yu to work for Su's company, but Su Yu's ambition since childhood had been to study law, and he had no interest in business at all. So after graduation, I took the bar exam. After several years of development, he became a very good lawyer. The cases she takes on are all big ones, and she recently defended a murderer. This also caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the family." Tina immediately took the opportunity to change the subject. "Big sister, you should persuade the third sister. I remember she is usually very smart. Why did she choose to defend the murderer this time? Don't jump to conclusions. Since the third brother can take on this case, it's possible that the man may not be the real murderer." Although Lisa was a little worried about the third child, she was still willing to trust her. At this moment, the system in William's mind suddenly sent a reminder. William thought there was some gossip about Tina and Lisa, but he didn't expect that this reminder was about him, Su Yu. Listening to the system's voice, William's expression became worse and worse. How come my elder sister guessed it right? At the same time, William's voice appeared in Lisa and Tina's minds. No way. That person is really not the real murderer? Oh no. In order to help the client clear his suspicion, the third sister was targeted by the real murderer. This murderer is so cruel that he has planned to kill the third sister in order to prevent her from finding out the truth. What should I do? I haven't met my third sister yet. How should I remind her about this? Hearing this voice, Lisa trembled all over. Will the third child be in danger? Lisa took out her cell phone and wanted to call Su Yu. Fortunately, she realized that William was still next to her. If she just called him, then the fact that they could hear William's inner thoughts would be exposed. "I have something else to do here, so I'll go find the secretary to make some arrangements first. You two can sit here for a while." After saying that, Lisa strode out. Tina, who was sitting on the other side, was still in a daze. She was already confused at this point. She could actually hear William's thoughts. Not long after William returned to the Lin family, Lisa and Maria created a small group together, which only included people other than William. At first, it was for discussion and confirmation of the truthfulness of William's words, but later it became a channel for everyone to exchange information. At that time, Tina, who had never experienced it personally, did not believe that such an incredible thing really existed, even though she trusted her family. They always thought that the parents and older sisters in the group were just teasing them on purpose. Unexpectedly, all this turned out to be true. She actually became one of the eyewitnesses. William intently. The feeling was so wonderful. She hoped William would say more, especially more about her. Coincidentally, William had recovered from his earlier worries. In order to avoid being exposed, he planned to find an internet phone number to send a message to Su Yu to remind him. He believed that with Su Yu's personality, even if he didn't believe it immediately, he would definitely take it to heart. It's decided. William slapped his thigh and decided to download an internet phone. At this moment, he suddenly found that Tina was staring at him. It made him feel uneasy. Chapter 96. Landslide Star's Reminder. Fifth sister, what happened? William subconsciously covered his collar, fearing that Tina would touch him again like she did just now. Brother, what are you doing? Do you really think my sister is some kind of female hooligan? Tina pouted in displeasure. Isn't it? William complained in his heart, but didn't dare to say anything. He just smiled politely and awkwardly. Tina came over and put her arm around William's shoulders. By the way, bro, I have two colleagues who are also very popular recently. I don't know if you have heard of them. These two, take a look. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and found two pictures. William looked at the handsome men and beautiful women in the picture and seemed to have some impression of them. However, he usually doesn't pay much attention to entertainment news, and even if he sees it, he just passes by it. What happened to the two of them? William always felt that Tina would not ask irrelevant people for no reason. It's considered a competitor. Tina was rather vague. In fact, this couple is a couple that Tina has always been paying attention to, not because she likes them so much. She just felt that these two people were always weird. He behaves very ambiguously on some variety shows, but seems a little cold in private. More importantly, these two people took advantage of their CP hype to snatch a lot of her resources. She always works hard and feels very unwilling. If this CP is fake, she will definitely retaliate severely. William saw a hint of dissatisfaction in Tina's eyes. Fifth sister, you are both powerful and beautiful. You will be able to defeat them sooner or later. William secretly used the Manhwa technique to calculate the situation of the couple by counting on his fingers. This is not a big deal. Once I calculated, I discovered some secret and exciting things. William's expression changed again and again. Tina looked over in confusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? It's okay. I just think your circle is really messy. William said with some difficulty. Huh? What's wrong? Tina heard this. She immediately became excited. She was aware of the chaos in the entertainment industry, but with the internet so developed now, most stars' every move cannot escape the eyes of their fans. This caused a large number of celebrities with chaotic private lives to fall one after another. Those who are still able to stay now have all been screened. Could it be that the man and woman she was talking about were the lucky ones who escaped the net? William excitedly, waiting for his next instructions. But William looked troubled and constipated. Tina was about to ask further questions when she heard the excited roar. Oh my God, how can the entertainment industry be so chaotic? How can this be called CP hype? This is simply a moral decline. Although the male star is not married, he has a child who is already a kid, and it is with a girl he dated. That female star is even more amazing. She has been secretly married for many years. Her husband is a wealthy local. That old man is old enough to be her father. How could she eat him when he is so ugly and unfashionable? But should I tell fifth sister about this? That couple is a famous star. If I tell her, will it cause a big problem? And at this point, Tina was stunned. She thought there might be something wrong with these two people, but she didn't expect it to be such a big problem. They have a huge number of fans, and if even a little bit of news leaks out, it will trigger a war of words on the internet. It might even lead to a lot of cyber violence. It is indeed, as William said, it will be very troublesome if things get out of hand. But Tina was still secretly happy. As long as she knew that these two people were not clean, she could suppress them and take back the resources she had lost before. This matter must be discussed with the agent to see how to expose both of them without letting things develop out of control. Also, William's thoughts just now have not ended. What on earth does he want to say? Tina was extremely anxious and wanted to hear William continue. Besides, why should I do this now? I still have to save my third sister first. William roared in his heart again. Tina was not in a hurry because Lisa had already called Suyu. Suyu has always respected Lisa, so he should listen to her. But soon, a message popped up on Tina's phone, sent by Lisa. Tina, I just called the third sister to explain the situation, but she didn't seem to believe it. Why don't you contact her and try to persuade her? After seeing this text, Tina also panicked. I hope nothing happens to my third sister. Thinking of this, Tina stood up and wanted to go out to make a phone call. But before she could act, William stood up first. I'm going to the bathroom. When William walked to the door, Tina heard his inner voice again. Thanks to the reminder from that celebrity, I have thought of a better way to save my third sister. He. Logically, Tina should be relieved after knowing that William has a solution. But when she heard William's strange laughter, she felt something was wrong. After William left, she followed him quietly. Chapter 97, Finding a Different Path. Tina followed William on tiptoe all the way to the company's rooftop. There aren't many people here usually. Tina didn't get too close. After a while, William took out his cell phone to make a call. Hello, is this the anti-pornography squad? I want to report that someone is soliciting prostitution. Yes, it's at Shiyuan Hotel on Ningjing Road, room 8802. It's not that there are prostitutes, it's that there are prostitutes. Some people are whoring prostitutes. Tina was petrified after hearing these descriptions. She never expected that William's better solution was to report the third sister for soliciting prostitution. This is simply, it's so explosive. She could even imagine how her third sister, Suyu, would teach this little bastard a lesson after finding out. But then again, this method seems to be pretty good. On the other hand, After Suyu received Lisa's call, he did not take those reminders to heart. First of all, she has always been an atheist, believes in science, and does not believe in any feudal superstition. She just glanced over the news in the small group before, thinking that it was just a joke from her family. What predicts the future and what hears the voice of the heart? This is really ridiculous. Secondly, she has been in this industry for many years and has helped many people clear themselves of suspicion. This also made her develop a cautious character early on, so that she could discover any situation in time. The hotel she was staying in today was arranged in advance by her assistant. The security level of this hotel is very high. In her opinion, everything is foolproof and there will be no problems. However, when she entered the hotel room carrying her briefcase, she immediately realized something was wrong. Generally, after cleaning the hotel rooms, some air freshener will be sprayed on them, and then the windows will be opened to disperse the odor in the air to ensure that the air in the room is clean and fresh. But in this room, even though the windows were open, the smell of air freshener was very strong, as if it was trying to cover up some odor. Suyu looked down calmly and found that there was a little bit of cigarette ash floating on the carpet, which should have been clean. In a hotel of this star rating, would such a low-level mistake occur? Or, somehow, Suyu suddenly remembered Lisa as a reminder. Could it be that someone would really do something bad to her? Suyu slowly backed away, wanting to leave the room first. But in the originally empty corridor, there was a sound of footsteps. The footsteps came closer and closer and stopped when they passed her door. Is there more than one person on the other side? In the silence, Suyu could only hear his own heart pounding. She was usually calm, but now she was panicking. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Is she really going to fail here today? She took a deep breath and walked out of the entrance as if nothing had happened. When passing by the bathroom, she quickly dodged and hid in, then locked the door. Fuck, such a cautious bitch. Soon, a violent voice was heard from outside. Then the door was opened, and the people waiting outside walked in together. Hey, it's just a broken door. Do you really think I can't open it? Another person sneered. In the bathroom, Suyu frantically took out his cell phone from his bag. Just as he dialed the police number, the phone ran out of battery and turned off. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the people outside started kicking the door. The door lock is of good quality, but it is still a little deformed. There was nothing inside to hold the door shut, so Suyu could only use a hairdryer and a rolled-up towel to wrap the door handle with the other side, trying to delay for a moment. Bang! There was another loud noise. Under the effect of the towel, the door lock was still not broken, but it was deformed even more severely. Suyu was completely helpless and felt despair in his heart. She was in charge of a murder case, and the murderer must be an extremely vicious person. There will be no good outcome if we fall into their hands. She couldn't help but regret why she didn't listen to Lisa's advice. Bang! After the third kick on the door, the lock was completely opened. Standing outside were two men. A short, dark-skinned, monkey-like man. The other one was of strong build, with muscular body. Both of them had lewd smiles on their faces. The skinny monkey looked Suyu up and down, his eyes sparkling. Don't mention it. This lawyer is quite pretty. Hey, let's beat her up first, and then we'll strip her. This luxurious suite has been prepared for us brothers. Shouldn't we enjoy it? The muscular man walked towards Suyu with a smile. But as soon as he got close, Suyu took out the anti-wolf spray and sprayed it into his eyes. Ah, my eyes. The muscular man covered his eyes and howled in pain. Suyu took the opportunity to dodge past and wanted to rush out directly. But what I didn't expect was that the skinny monkey outside only looked short, but he was actually incredibly strong. As she was sprinting, he grabbed her shoulders and dragged her back. Suyu wanted to use the anti-wolf spray again, but Shoho was already prepared. He raised his hand to protect his eyes, and with his other hand he pinched Suyu's wrist hard, knocking the anti-wolf spray to the ground. Suyu did not give up either. She raised her foot and stepped on the skinny monkey's instep with her high heels. While the skinny monkey was in pain, he continued to rush out the door. But the door was locked from the inside, and before she could open it, she was dragged back. Damn, this woman is really difficult to deal with. The skinny monkey was so angry that he raised his hand to slap him. But at this moment, there were suddenly footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Open the door. Police. Chapter 98. Suyu's crisis is resolved. Hearing the noise outside, not only the two men, but even Suyu was stunned. She was very sure that the call to the police was not made before the phone was turned off. And even if she had called, it would have been impossible for the police to arrive so quickly and find her room so accurately. But she reacted quickly and shouted loudly, "Help! Help! There is a murderer here. When the two men came to their senses and tried desperately to cover their mouths, it was too late. The policeman at the door immediately realized that something was wrong and warned loudly again. Open the door. The manager of the hotel also came with them and quickly called the cleaning staff to get the universal room card. In less than 2 minutes, the door was opened. Don't move. Don't come over here, or I'll kill her. The two men saw that there was no escape. He grabbed Su-yu and stood in front of him, with a knife across Su-yu's neck. The police outside were also confused for a moment. They are in charge of cracking down on pornography, and they came here to check the situation after receiving a report. Even though I heard someone shouting murderer from outside just now, I just thought that the people in the room were drunk and shouting nonsense. I didn't expect that there would be such a vicious person in front of me. The two policemen reacted quickly, drawing their guns and pointing them at the two people in front of them. With Su-yu's size, he could only block the skinny monkey at most. The strong man could only expose himself nakedly under the police's gun. The two of them were originally just partners, and under such circumstances, they both had their own ideas. The muscular man stared at the policeman while quietly backing away, trying to hide behind the skinny guy. But how could skinny monkey be willing to do that? With such a big difference in their body sizes, if the muscular man just picked him up to block the bullet in order to avoid it, he would be doomed. So when the strong man retreated, he also retreated little by little. The muscular man noticed the skinny monkey's little trick and became even angrier. You want to fucking kill me? It's you who wants to harm me. The skinny monkey was not to be outdone. As the two men confronted the police, they were forced to distract themselves to guard against the people around them. I was already nervous, and now I can't take care of everything. Su-yu realized that the opportunity had come and winked at the police. Then he grabbed the skinny monkey's wrist holding the knife, and then his body suddenly fell to the side and back. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared on the skinny monkey's shoulder, and the knife fell to the ground. Don't move. The police rushed forward and quickly controlled them both. Su-yu only had a shallow, bloody scratch on his arm from the knife. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, one of the policemen walked towards her and handcuffed her wrists. Miss, you're suspected of soliciting prostitution. Please come with us. There were only question marks left in Su-yu's head. Prostitution? Are you kidding? She was a serious lawyer in a business suit, and two men who looked very sorry. Who was whoring with whom? She didn't figure out until she was put into a police car and taken to the police station. Looking at the cold handcuffs on her wrists, this was the first time she sat in a police car as a prisoner. Fortunately, as a legal practitioner, she is familiar with the process and knows that the police will not wrongly accuse her after understanding the details. So I didn't say much along the way, thinking that I could explain the situation clearly when I got to the interrogation room. Coincidentally, as soon as she arrived at the police station, she met two acquaintances. They were all lawyers from her competing law firms and had often been hostile to each other in court before. The two men were also stunned when they saw her. One of them couldn't help laughing. Lawyer Sue, how? Why were you brought back by the anti-pornography team? Hey, could it be that your law firm can't get any cases, so you're looking for a part-time job? Another person echoed. As lawyers from top law firms, they both knew that with Su-yu's ability, it was impossible for him to make a mistake and get caught. It's just that he had always been defeated by Su-yu before, and this time he finally had a chance to suppress him, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Su-yu glared at the two of them coldly, without saying anything more, and followed the police to the interrogation room. She swore that if she knew who reported her for soliciting prostitution, he would be brought to justice. A restaurant near Lynn's. Ichu. William just put down his chopsticks and couldn't help sneezing. It's strange. It's not cold here, so why is he sneezing for no reason? Could it be that someone was scolding him? As I was thinking this, the system's voice suddenly came into my mind. Great. Third sister is saved. How come I was met by my mortal enemy by such a coincidence? I was even filmed and posted on the internet. Although this rumor cannot have any substantial impact on my third sister, she will definitely beat me to death when she comes back. What should I do? Should I go hide somewhere for a while? Wait until my third sister starts to work on the next case and can't take care of me, then come back. Listening to William, his inner thoughts, Lisa and Tina both tried hard to hold back their laughter. They had already thought of it. With Su-yu's personality, he would definitely be furious once he knew he was reported for soliciting prostitution, even if this report was to save her. Lisa had a flash of inspiration. William, do you want to go out and play recently? I happen to be going on a business trip. I can take you with me. Chapter 99. Hot again. On a business trip? Take me with you. William pointed at himself in confusion. Although his elder sister's proposal did meet his current needs, he still remembered that his elder sister's business trips were always abroad, and she would be away for a long time, which was not suitable for him. Lisa nodded and said temptingly with a smile, "This time when we go to Egypt, I can take you to see mummies for free." In fact, seeing the mummy was a small matter. The main reason was that she wanted William to help her see whether the project and the person in charge there were reliable. But when William heard that they were going to such a far place, he waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, I've already been stuck at Six Sisters Girls' School for a while. If I go abroad with you, it will take at least half a month, right?" "Oh well." Lisa shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, she just said it casually and didn't really expect William to go abroad with her. At this time, Tina came over again. "Brother, how about going to participate in the variety show with me? It's in Beijing, so it shouldn't take too long." Hearing William's thoughts, Tina became addicted to eating melons. Where are the most melons? Of course, it's the entertainment industry. Tina was indescribably excited to know more secrets about that group of people. William was about to refuse when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Chiu Xiaoyan who called, someone I hadn't contacted for a long time. As soon as the call was connected, an urgent voice came from the other end. "William, go to the school forum and check it out. You're famous again." William was about to correct that "again" should not be used in such matters. Chiu Xiaoyan added, "That's right, it's about you wearing women's clothes to go to the girls' school, and someone took a video and posted it. William, you asked for leave during this period. Could it be true?" "Wait for me to see." William was suddenly startled, hung up the phone, and opened the school forum. Sure enough, the posts at the top were all about him. Shocked, a mysterious student from university A actually showed up in a girls' school. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? It is suspected that the young master of the Lin family has a strange habit. He gave up studying in a prestigious school and chose to become a cross-dresser. The post clearly captured a video of him at a girls' school, and because the features were so obvious, it was basically impossible to refute. The comments below are also great. William's previous sexual orientation issues and classified him as a pervert. Some people say that this is just William's performance art, and that young men from wealthy families like this kind of weird performance art. There are also some unpleasant comments, most of which were made by people who had conflicts with William before. There are all sorts of opinions flying around, but none of them has anything to do with the facts. William slowly put down his phone, his eyes becoming a little dazed. It really is true. It's famous again. At first, he thought that the management of the girls' school was relatively closed, and since his dress was completely different from his usual style, it should not be so easy to be recognized. Unexpectedly, it still attracted so much attention. The administrator of the school forum showed no intention of stepping down and just let the post go viral. "I believe it will soon ferment and spread outside the school." "Big sister." William suddenly hugged Lisa's arm and said, "Look at the bad ideas you guys came up with. They all think I'm a pervert. You can't just ignore me." Lisa took the phone, looked at the comments on it, and couldn't help laughing. William shouldered gently and comforted him. Okay, why would I ignore you? Don't worry, this kind of thing will only ferment within the school at most. I won't let it spread out." William opened his mouth. Lisa doesn't intend to interfere in school affairs. He had originally planned to go back next Monday, but given the current situation, he would be humiliated if he went back. After much deliberation, William finally made a choice. "Fifth sister, how about I go to participate in the variety show with you?" Tina has been living in a small villa outside. Because the recording of the show was about to begin, she suggested that William move there as soon as possible. William nodded silently, and just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up. There will be a melon tomorrow. Then I have to move there as soon as possible." Lisa and Tina looked at each other, their curiosity aroused. "The weather's good anyway. Why don't I move there today?" William said with a little excitement. "Well, I have everything there. You could just go back and get some clothes." Tina was also looking forward to it. Lisa took the initiative and said, "Then I'll take you guys." Having said that, he stood up, paid the bill, and walked out first. After returning home and packing some things, the three siblings went to Tina's apartment. This villa is not big, but the decoration is very exquisite. There's an auntie who comes to clean the house every day, and everything is very clean and tidy. William was arranged to stay in the guest room. After packing his things, he found Lisa still sitting in the living room. "Sister, aren't you going back?" "Well, there's nothing going on in my company these 2 days." Lisa leaned on the sofa, looking lazy. Besides, we sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. We plan to chat more. I'll stay here tonight, too. Tina resisted the urge to expose Lisa's little trick. What do you mean by chat more? It's obvious that you just want to stay here and read gossip. William did not suspect anything. He just stood on the second-floor balcony and looked outside from time to time. What he just received was a preview of the melons to be eaten, and he was looking forward to what kind of melons there would be. Chapter 100, Collective Gossip Squatting. The program crew came to the door at around 6 o'clock the next day. This time the variety show will be broadcast live, and then the wonderful content will be edited and produced into a film and released online. While the staff was preparing, the three members of the Lin family had dark circles under their eyes and looked dazed. Last night, they all stayed up until midnight in order not to miss the so-called big news. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. After waiting for so long and seeing no movement, William thought there was something wrong with the system. But just when everything was ready and about to start broadcasting, the system in William's mind finally moved again. Okay, have everything packed up? After the show starts, we'll take a short break in front of the camera and then we can set off. The staff gave patient instructions. Are you leaving now? William suddenly became anxious. The system just reminded him that the big melon would appear in about 15 minutes. If he left like this, then he would have stayed up late for nothing yesterday. Lisa and Tina were also shocked when they heard William's thoughts. Tina looked around quickly, trying to find an excuse to delay a little longer. Wait a minute. Sorry, I forgot to pack some things. Could you please wait for me for another 10 minutes? Having said that, without waiting for the staff to reply, she went back to her room and fiddled around in the closet casually. Fortunately, the staff came early today and there was plenty of time, so it didn't matter if we waited a little longer. Tina took out the clothes from the closet, folded them casually, put them back, and then took them out again. While stalling for time, he complained in his heart about William's unreliability. Just after she folded the clothes for the 5th time, there was finally a noise outside. Bitch, you actually seduced my husband. No, I don't. If you ask me, just don't make excuses. I saw it all. Upon hearing the noise, Lisa and William's tired eyes instantly lit up. They immediately went to the balcony on the 2nd floor and looked outside. The view from here is very good, and you can see 2 women and 1 man arguing next door at a glance. Isn't that teacher, Au? The staff also followed. I recognized it immediately. The man over there is also a famous actor. Oh my God, I've lived here for so long. How come I didn't realize that he and I were neighbors before? Tina came over at some point, poked her head out, and looked shocked. This actor looks very average, even a little ugly. He is not very famous and often plays the funny clown role on the screen. What really made him famous on the internet was his wife. His wife is pretty, but she is a complete love-brained person, the kind that seems blind to outsiders. If anyone looks at her husband for even a second, she'll get extremely jealous. In her opinion, the whole world is secretly in love with her ugly husband. This dispute is also because of this. Stop making a fuss so early in the morning. Ayu was totally overwhelmed as he looked at his wife, who was about to go crazy again. He has kept the fact that he lives here a secret because he knows that there are other celebrities living here. I was worried that my wife would start to have wild thoughts again. But unexpectedly, today my wife got angry at the cleaning lady who came to clean the house. Hubby, you didn't see it just now? She just kept staring at you, and it was obvious that she had something on her mind. The wife pointed at the cleaning lady and trembled, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her at all. The cleaner explained in a panic. I just thought he looked familiar, so I looked at him a few more times. I really didn't mean anything else. Look, you said you looked at me too much. You are so old, but you keep staring at my husband. Aren't you ashamed? No. Which cleaning company are you from? I want to file a complaint and ask them to fire you. The wife was unyielding, and the words she said became more and more unpleasant. I even took out my cell phone and prepared to make a complaint. Hey, stop making trouble. Ayu was about to collapse. At this time, he had already seen the heads sticking out from the building next door and knew that he had been discovered. If this continues, it might end up in the news again. I'm making trouble? You actually said it was me? Okay, I get it. You two have been hooking up for a long time, right? The wife was on the verge of collapse and started talking even more nonsense. Ayu raised his hand in anger, but put it down again when he saw the camera slowly rising next to him. Hey, you're really unreasonable. Hubby, you actually said this to me for the sake of outsiders. The wife's tears suddenly flowed out. It was noisy here, and people next door were also watching with great interest. Lisa doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry on a daily basis, and doesn't know this couple at all. Looking at this chaotic scene, he whispered, "Could it be that there's really something wrong with this cleaning staff?" Impossible. Tina shook her head decisively. "Sister, you don't know that almost all the female stars in the entertainment industry have been falsely accused by that woman of seducing her husband." Huh? Lisa was stunned. She looked at the couple's appearance again and couldn't imagine what the wife had to worry about. William, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "There is indeed something wrong with this cleaning staff, but it's not what you think." After hearing William's words, everyone looked over. William chuckled and said calmly, "That actor is the cleaning man's son." Chapter 101. Are they really mother and son? Hearing William's words, everyone was stunned for a moment and then showed deep disdain, especially the staff, because almost everyone in the entertainment industry knows that you is a rich second generation. My early debut and the good resources I have now are basically all thanks to the help of my family. Their family business is quite big, and their parents often appear in front of the camera. So many people know what his mother looks like. Not to mention the cleaning lady's appearance, which was completely different from the rich ladies on TV before. Besides, it is impossible for that rich lady to work as a cleaner outside. At this time, the director of the program also arrived. I wanted to urge them, but I heard the staff talking and came over. Director Zhang, this little brother, actually said that the cleaner is teacher Ayu's mother. Well, Director Zhang glanced at William, then looked at Tina and Lisa. I swallowed back all the words I wanted to complain about. Everyone knows that this young master of the Lin family, who was just found and brought back not long ago, is regarded as a treasure by the entire Lin family. He didn't want to offend Tina and Lisa because of this matter, let alone the Lin family. Mr. Lin is not from the inner circle, so it's normal that he doesn't understand the situation. Director Zhang rolled his eyes at the staff and warned them to stop gossiping. Faced with the ridicule, William didn't care much and continued to watch below with interest. Lisa and Tina looked at each other. Outsiders don't understand William, but they know him well. So far, every one of William's judgments has been correct. Could it be that you is really the cleaner's son? This is not just a matter of the entertainment industry. It may also involve feuds among wealthy families. William, is everything you said true? Tina came closer and asked in a low voice. Just keep watching and you'll know. William was unhurried, leaning leisurely on the balcony railing. The argument downstairs continued. The cleaning lady was being scolded all the time, and seeing that she was becoming increasingly confused, she had no choice but to tell the truth. I didn't mean to seduce him. The reason I'm here is because he is my biological son. The cleaning staff's noise was not loud, but in this quiet morning, it was like a big rock hitting the river, creating countless splashes. Ayu's wife was stunned for a moment. Then she sneered disdainfully. Are you getting old and confused? Or are you crazy about a man and a son? I don't believe you don't know who he is. However, she was so focused on mocking him that she didn't notice her husband's expression change slightly. Of course I know who he is, Xiao Wang. The cleaner looked at Ayu and murmured a name, his eyes full of complexity. Ayu's body trembled suddenly, and he looked at the cleaner in surprise. His life story has always been kept very secret, and only those closest to him know it. He is actually a bastard. When my father was supporting people in a rural town, he accidentally had a one-night stand with a woman there. He thought it was just a one-night escapade, but he didn't expect that a baby boy would appear at his doorstep a year later. After a paternity test, it was confirmed that the child was indeed his. But at that time, his father was already engaged to another older lady of equal social status, so the child had to be raised by the elderly in the family. A few years later, his stepmother gave birth to 2 daughters, and his father took him back. His family did not hide his background from him. When he was brought here, he was carrying a wooden plaque with his name engraved on it, Xiao Guang. So when the cleaning lady said that she was his biological mother and called out her name accurately, he believed it. At this time, the cleaning lady's eyes were already slightly red. Xiao Guang, I'm sorry for you. You were diagnosed with congenital heart disease when you were born. My family couldn't afford so much money to treat you, so we had to send you to your father. The cleaning lady's tears slowly flowed down. Ayu clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, with relief in his eyes. The fact that he had a congenital heart disease as a child was also kept secret, even from his stepmother. It seems that it is correct. He thought of many reasons why his mother abandoned him, and knowing that he had a weak heart since childhood, he guessed that his mother might have had no choice. Today, he finally heard the truth, and he was finally relieved. I know you blame me in your heart, So for all these years, I didn't want to bother you anymore. I just wanted to see you from afar. I don't blame you. Before the cleaning lady could finish her words, Yu walked forward and hugged his mother in his arms. This scene stunned everyone present, especially Yu's wife. Her face turned pale and blue. How could she have imagined that things would turn out like this? On the other hand, the director and staff of the program were almost shocked. Tina and Lisa were mentally prepared in advance and just looked at William with a higher regard. No, wait a minute. We in the industry don't know about this kind of thing. How do you, an outsider, know about it? Director Zhang paused for a long time before he couldn't help asking. William thought for a moment and chuckled. If I say I figured it out through fortune-telling, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Director Zhang has always been straightforward. He shook his head decisively and said, I never believe in fortune-telling or anything like that, unless you can tell my fortune. Count you in? That's easy. William stared at Director Zhang, and stories about the director really appeared in his mind. As he listened to the system's words, a hint of mischief appeared in his eyes. Chapter 102, Participating in Variety Shows. Director Zhang didn't believe William, but for some reason, he felt creepy when he saw William's look. Director Zhang, do you really want to say it? William confirmed again. Go ahead. Even though Director Zhang was a little nervous, he pretended to be nonchalant. Ahem, then I'll tell you. William coughed twice and raised his eyebrows. Director Zhang, you were really naughty when you were a kid. When you were 8 years old, you played with cannons and blew up the dry toilet in your rural home, right? And when you were 10 years old, you insisted on provoking the big goose in the yard. As a result, the goose chased you all over the village. In the end, you had to hide in the doghouse. Hey, stop it. Director Zhang quickly raised his hand to stop him. But the staff member next to him laughed heartily. Director Zhang, just let him continue talking. It's fun to listen to. Director Zhang glared at the staff member unhappily. The staff member finally responded, Director Zhang, could it be that what he said is true? So you were so naughty when you were a kid. At this time, another staff member in charge of the live broadcast suddenly exclaimed, Director Zhang, just let him continue. The audience in our live broadcast room seems to like watching this very much. There are more and more people coming. Have you started live streaming? Director Zhang was suddenly overwhelmed. Wouldn't that mean that everyone on the internet knew about his embarrassing childhood? He quickly took out his cell phone and checked the comments. Fortunately, many viewers thought it was just for the show effect, and not many people took it seriously. He quickly called everyone and set off for the program recording location. In order to achieve a more realistic program effect, this event is kept strictly confidential. Before arriving at the designated location, no one knows what they will face next. Lisa was also very interested in such activities, but she was about to go on a business trip and could not accompany them. Saying goodbye to Lisa, William and Tina got on the car prepared by the program crew in advance. Along the way, Tina was very curious about the next show. She guessed that William must know about it and wanted to ask him several times, but she was afraid that the audience would think they were operating behind the scenes, so she gave up. However, Tina guessed wrong on this point. William didn't know the content of the next show. The melon eating system will never say anything about things like this which do not involve any explosive gossip or are not dangerous. William didn't care much about it. Anyway, the participants of the program are all celebrities, and they're all spoiled, so it is impossible for the program team to really arrange any difficult activities for them. Having not slept well the previous night, he fell asleep within 10 minutes of getting on the bus. The magical thing is that William, who usually sleeps well, started talking in his sleep for some reason. They were still talking about those embarrassing things about Director Zhang that had not been revealed just now. Director Zhang, you're really tough. You stayed up late at night and caught the village chief and the village widow. They added rat poison to the chicken feed. Fortunately, they found it early. I stole 200 yuan from a village bully and framed the bully next door. Director Zhang was already sweating profusely, but seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room growing higher and higher, he really couldn't bear to give up and could only grit his teeth and persevere. Fortunately, their destination was not far away. After about 40 minutes, the car stopped at the gate of a large courtyard in the suburbs. Tina and William got off the car. They found out the content of the show. Simply put, this is a money-making variety show. The program crew cordoned off a piece of land on the edge of this rural area. Each guest needs to make money based on his or her own ability for 3 days. The winning guest will get the chance to endorse an international perfume brand. The program will be broadcast in the form of live broadcast and recorded broadcast, and the highlights of the live broadcast will be edited and released. Since this program is already very popular, and the guests invited this time are all big names, a lot of publicity work was done in the early stages. So when the show just started, there were a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room. After entering the yard, William also met other people participating in the show. Including him and Tina, there are 3 groups of 6 people participating in the show this time. The host is named Yin Sun, who is in his 40s and is a well-known host of variety shows. Yin Sun is very knowledgeable and has high emotional intelligence. His hosting style is steady yet humorous. His audiences range from 7 to 70 years old. In his group was a regular guest, actress He. He is about the same age as Tina and both debuted as child stars. She is beautiful, has not had many scandals over the years, and is very popular with the public. There is another group, which includes top male star Jie Xiao and his fan club member He Xiaomei. Mr. Jie was wearing casual clothes and looked handsome, especially those cold eyes, which make him be called the abstinent male god by fans. And his fan club member He Xiaomei is his #1 fan. He Xiaomei is a rich second generation, and her family is very wealthy. Whenever he attends an event, he will lead his fans to cheer for him. Whether it's buying peripherals or taking photos, we take care of everything. Jie Xiao and He Xiaomei, as well as William and Tina, are the 4 flying guests of this show. Logically speaking, as people in the same circle, Tina and Jie Xiao should greet each other first after meeting and then promote each other's business. Tina and Jie Xiao were both known for being aloof, so for a moment no one wanted to say hello. The staff kept winking at William and He Xiaomei. But He Xiaomei only has Jie Xiao in her eyes and doesn't take anyone else into consideration at all. William happened to hear the system's prompt and looked at Jie Xiao with a hint of disgust. Chapter 103, First Confrontation. Before this, William had dug up almost all the gossip about the director. Most of them are about embarrassing childhood events, which shows that the director is a pretty good person after entering the entertainment industry. There is absolutely no dirty stuff like unspoken rules. But this Master Jie is different. On the surface, his character is a talented and abstinent male star. But what is the reality? Forget about abstinence. Even the average person's indulgence is not so exaggerated. Selecting a concubine was his favorite thing. He chooses his favorite among the young female stars who have just entered the entertainment industry and becomes her bridegroom every night. In order not to offend this senior, most of these young actresses did not dare to resist. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 who want to be exposed, but under threats from all sides, they either choose to swallow their anger or choose to withdraw from the circle. The tricks played by Master Jie caused many girls to have abortions and also made 1 or 2 easy-to-bully girls give birth to the babies. Things like prostitution are not worth mentioning. Anyway, I will be having national meals soon. As for Jie Xiao's fangirl He Xiaomei, she is a complete brainless fan. He is still the kind of person who has no brains and only knows how to protect his master all day long. He is obviously a rich second generation, but he is willing to become Jie Xiao's bootlicker. The reason why Master Jie looked at her more and brought her to the show was to cheat her of her money. Of course, you can cheat on someone occasionally. For such a person, William would not even bother to say hello, and even looking at him for a second longer would make his eyes dirty. William also took a close look at the host Yin Sun and the actress He. Although they both have some small flaws, they are both decent people. Noticing William's look, the 2 of them took the initiative to step forward and say hello. The atmosphere wasn't too awkward at last. The director slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that the time was almost up, he began to announce the first segment. Okay, now the first priority for each team is to choose the house you will live in for the next 3 days. These houses are big and small, and of course, they're not randomly selected. You have to decide the right of choice in the simplest way, that is, by comparing the size. Tina's voice suddenly came from the headset. Oh, are you comparing size? Then we'll definitely win. William is super big. Tina forgot to turn off the microphone when she was speaking, so this sentence was heard not only by everyone present, but also by the audience in the live broadcast room. William suddenly tapped his toes on the ground in embarrassment. I had expected that there would be all kinds of pranks on this kind of variety show, but I didn't expect Tina to play a big one on him at the beginning. Tina realized it belatedly and felt no less embarrassed than William. What kind of vicious words did she say? She is a quiet and cool person. Normally, at a time like this, the director and the resident guests could just smooth things over. William from the beginning. So how could he miss the opportunity to mock him? Teacher Tina seems to have revealed something. Jie Xiao did not forget his own character. He complained in a low voice with a cold face, showing his image of a straight man with dry humor. He Xiaomei, who was standing by, had no idle baggage and said bluntly, "Why is this brother Tina still acting like a hooligan? Will the live broadcast room be blocked? Oh, will we not be able to record the show then?" William felt wrong because of this dirty water being thrown at him. He didn't do anything. At this time, the barrage before the live broadcast was also refreshing frantically. No, is this show so large-scale? Yeah, I've always thought that Tina's clothes were too feminine. Look, isn't she exposed now? My male god, please cover your ears. How can our clean and pure male god hear such filthy words? Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Yinsen quickly interrupted half-jokingly. Don't let your imagination run wild. This is a serious show. We use this to compare size. As he spoke, he took out the dice cup handed to him by a staff member. Who's going to start? Then I'll go first. William took the initiative to step forward and started rolling the dice. While shaking, he confirmed, the one with the highest points should be chosen first, right? Yes, the group with the most points has priority. However, before Director Zhang finished speaking, William opened the dice cup. 666. There was silence on the screen, but the audience outside the screen started posting comments. What's going on? How could this be such a coincidence? No. I just felt that there was something wrong with Tina's brother. He was too flamboyant. Could he be a newcomer that the program team was planning to promote? Don't talk nonsense about the above. Isn't it the maximum number of points? It's not completely impossible. Okay, come on. William seemed to have expected this result a long time ago, and without much surprise, he returned the dice cup. Yin Sun and he looked at each other, and he was about to shake it. But He Xiaomei got there first. I'll do it. He Xiaomei glared at William as if she was angry, and then began to shake the dice cup vigorously. Then he placed it on the table with a bang. Fisk, why are you trying so hard? It can't be the biggest anyway. Tina complained quietly. This time she learned her lesson and double-checked that the microphone was not on. But even though the sound was small, it was still heard by people nearby. He Xiaomei said angrily, how can it not be the biggest? If we also get 3 sixes, then we have to compete again. Yes, you are right. William was too lazy to argue with such a person, so he said a few perfunctorily and gently tugged at Tina's clothes. Sister, pay attention to your personality, and leave the rest to me. Tina raised her eyes to look at where the staff were not far away, and sure enough, she saw her agent looking at her with a warning look on his face. There is no choice but to endure it. However, when He Xiaomei opened the dice cup, she couldn't help laughing. Ha, that's awesome. Tina finished speaking. She immediately shut her mouth, looking like a good kid. This time, the people around were stunned again, because the number that He Xiaomei shook out with such confidence turned out to be 3 ones. Chapter 104. I'm going to offend someone.